The story begins in the schoolyard of April in the year of April. The main character's name is Fang Ping. The action takes place in Yang City, high school, 3rd year, class 4. Fang Ping finally began to accept the shocking reality. He has traveled back in time to a time when he was in high school. No, or rather, he was in a world parallel to his past 10 years ago. But this world was different from that of his past life. Suddenly, one of his classmates approached Fang Ping and Chen Feng, saying that there were 2 more days to sign up for martial arts, and asked if they were going to sign up at all. Chen Feng said that the enrollment fee is 10,000 and he realizes that he will not pass, and even if he enrolls, it will be a waste of money. Another guy wanted to sign up because it's the only way for mediocre guys like them to become outstanding. Suddenly, another guy asked the guys if they had seen yesterday's news that Great Master Ma was about to break through to the 8th stage. Everyone was very surprised and excited because Master Ma had only broken through to the 7th stage a few years ago. But the guy objected that it was true. It was mentioned in the report. The person standing next to him asked if the ranking had already been updated and that Master Ma should be in the top ranking. Fang Ping thought that it was a good thing he had watched a lot of isekai on TV in his past life. After watching the hype for a while, it was obvious that being a martial arts master was a top-notch profession. Fang Ping turned to Chen Fang and asked if Master Mahua Ping was not Master Mahua Ping. Chen Fang was furious and replied that it was disrespectful to address a master by his first name, although he realized that Master Ma was indeed Mahua Ping. Fang Ping apologized, justifying that he hadn't been watching his language lately. He thought that he would have to search the internet for information about it. It was too suspicious to ask so many questions. He turned to Chen Fang again, asking if there were any internet cafes nearby. Chen Fang was very surprised because Fang Ping goes there all the time. The guy laughed nervously and said that he hadn't been there for a long time. Since it was at the same place, perhaps there was still a great manager working there. He recalled that in the past, when he was in high school, she always came to him in his dreams and did embarrassing as hell things. But when Fang Ping saw this girl coming to the internet cafe, he was stunned by her appearance. It was not what he remembered. The girl saw the guy and offered him $1 deposit and more on top. Fang Ping searched his pockets and found only $5, and he remembered that in his previous life he didn't have money. The guy decided to top up only $5 and gave the girl the money. In return, she slapped his temporary penis card and turned away, calling him poor as a mouse. He wondered if she was quick to change her attitude towards him, and realized that no one would really be welcome if you didn't have money. Fang Ping went to the computer, turned it on, and started searching. What he saw caused him great surprise, and he said to himself that he had to take this exam and become someone influential. On the website, he read that in this world, there are some unspoken rules that everyone knows since childhood. It doesn't matter what someone is going to do. Power can give everything, as well as take it away. The local practices are not too different from those of the novels. Cultivaroths have unrivaled status and influence in society. They are divided into 9 stages, from lowest to highest. In this world, only practitioners are allowed to start companies. Once you reach the 4th stage, you can become a governor. The same goes for the entertainment industry. National Martial Arts Examination. It's the only hope for those who want to succeed. And then Fang realized why Yang Jian said it was the only way to stand out from the crowd, to become someone really strong. Of course, it wasn't very simple. Just the entry fee alone was $10,000, and there were only 2 more days left before the 1-day registration period began. All those characters from the manga and anime are reborn with outright cheats. So why can't he pay the entry fee, and where are his promised cheats? And then the guy realized that maybe in this world his family is rich enough. Who knows? Maybe he lives in his own villa. When he got to his house, Fang Pan saw that it was not a entering his room and smelling the damp odor. He remembered that it was like that in the past, and it was still the same shabby house. A girl ran up to him, shouted his name, and called him a thief, which threw him into a stupor. The girl held out her hand and demanded his money back. She was determined and a little angry. Fang Ping got up and pulled the girl's cheeks, remembering that round face. It was his sister, Fang Yuan. The guy felt sorry that she had lost her pretty face when she grew up. The sister took her hands off her face and shouted even louder, demanding her money back. But Fang Pan didn't understand the money, and Fang Yuan began to explain to him that his mother had left it for the 2 of them, and she only had dollars, and he realized that some of it was hers. The boyfriend decided to pretend he didn't have her money, suggesting she might have spent it already, and advised him to look for more. The sister ran to complain to her mom about her brother. Fan Ping suggested that he had regularly extorted pocket money in the past. Mom told the sister not to get hysterical, and told her that her father would be home for dinner soon. Her name is Li Yu Ying, and she looks quite young. At this time, she had to go to a part-time job with a monthly salary of dollars to take care of the hero and his sister, and he could even ask her for 10,000. Fang Ping's musings were interrupted by her father, who came for lunch. His name is Fang Ming Rong. He's just an ordinary factory robot. Considering that he breathes in a lot of dust which can affect his health, his monthly salary is only dollars. The father asked his son why he was still in his school uniform and ordered him to clean up and sit down at the table, while the daughter started complaining about her brother for stealing her money again. Once everyone had settled down, Mom served dinner and the family began to eat. Fang Pan thought that if he didn't pass the exam, there was nothing he could do to change his life and his family's. Then he turned to his father to announce his decision to take the National Martial Arts exam. His sister, father and mother stopped eating in surprise and seemed to freeze for a second at Fang Ping's decision. Seeing their reactions, he thought that he must have hoped in vain that his family would be able to afford the entrance fee, and that it would be better to think of alternative ways. So he told them to ignore it. It was just a remark. But suddenly the father took out his bank card from his pocket and handed it to his son. Fang Ming Rong said he heard about the entrance fee of 10,000 from his colleagues, and because Fang Ping didn't express his desire, his father didn't mention it and allowed him to withdraw the money tomorrow. No matter if the boy turns it in or not, if his heart wants it, it's worth it. And Fang Ping thought that even if his family was so poor, his father gave him this money and even made sure that he would not be worried. Holding the card in his hand, Fang Ping worried that if he didn't give up, how could he repay his father's understanding and support? Deciding to go to hell and burn the bank card harder, Fang Ping was sure he would succeed this time. As soon as he touched the money the next day, a notice appeared right in front of his eyes. The notification stated that the connection had been successfully completed, and the guy remembered that in his past life, he had read many stories about those who had been reborn. It then showed his stats, namely his balance, which was thousands, energy 1 and intelligence 1. Fang Ping realized it was nothing but a system. Back home, in his room, the guy started to remember what happened at the ATM, and realized that the balance is replenished as soon as he gets his hands on the cash, but only if the money belongs to him. Otherwise, it won't work. The guy took one bill in his hand to check if the system would count it, and it turned out that it didn't. Since the balance had changed, obviously he could understand energy and intelligence, so it occurred to him to ask the system to raise his stats. And if money could be used to raise his stats, he got on a chair and asked the Almighty to understand his stats. It didn't work. When he saw that no changes were happening, the guy got really angry and shouted that he should raise his energy or he would delete it. Suddenly, something started to happen and Fang Ping's balance disappeared and energy appeared. His heart beat faster, and he realized what had happened and realized how to raise his scores. Disappointed, he thought that only 10,000 of his father's savings had only raised the energy by a fraction. But even so, it was an amazing feeling, like he could make mountains. But wait, what about the money on the table? The physical money was in its place, and the boy sighed with exasperation because he wouldn't have explained it to his parents. It seems that the virtual account has no effect on the one in the real world. His sister came into the room, and when she saw his brother looking very puzzled, she thought he had gone completely crazy. The next day, at school, a student announced that everyone who had signed up for the exam should come to the teacher's office to register. Fang Ping got up from his seat, and his desk mate asked him if he was going to the restroom again. The guy didn't understand why his roommate asked him that and said he was going to register. One of the female students saw Fang Ping get up to go and said that this was someone she didn't expect to see there, and his cultivation was as low as his dignity. Fang Ping realized that there was nothing to reply as the value must be monstrously small, although what the classmate said offended him. In the registration room, a guy jokingly hugged Fang Ping and suggested that he probably hadn't even checked anything yet. The classmate sitting next to him mockingly said that he had done well last time, but Fang Ping couldn't compare to his result. The guy was shocked to hear the result. It's impossible. The difference between him and him was huge. Another classmate, it was Wu Hao, suggested that Fang Ping come over after school and check his cultivation. The guy sitting next to him freaked out and shouted that Wu Hao was a major because he had gotten a cultivation tester somewhere. Wu Hao replied that it was important for him to check his cultivation regularly, so his father bought him one, which of course was not comparable to the official one. Everyone knew that even the oldest, second-hand tester cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Why the hell are they so expensive? In his previous life, even the coolest blood pressure meter didn't cost more than $1,000. Wu Hao lives in the gold mines or something. Later, the guys went to Wu Hao's house to take measurements, and after a while, they were standing by the cultivation tester. It looked like an ordinary massage chair with some kind of levers on the armrests. He sat down in the chair, grasped the levers on the armrest, and put glowing bracelets on his arms and neck. Wu Hao indicated that everything was okay and turned on the tester. Fang sat waiting, thinking he would be disappointed with the results. He pressed a couple of buttons on the tester and turned the lever to start the measurement process. The tester showed the result after a second. Wu Hao saw it and shrieked in shock. Fang Ping's cultivation had reached The guy thought to himself that he should have guessed. This world and the system use different counting systems, and the system displays, while in reality, it means the ratio is about the same. Wu Hao was very surprised at Fang Pin's reaction. He realized that he was definitely hiding something. He is second in the class in cultivation, and is not surprised at all. When we get home, the father sits on the bed with money in his hands and addresses his mother, saying that he heard from the chief that the martial arts need tens of thousands for the simplest pills. And since Ping Ping, as they called his son at home, decided to go that way, they can't ignore it. They have thousands left in their savings. If it's not enough, they'll be looking for more. Suddenly they heard the daughter's voice in the hallway, who was addressing her brother, saying that those whose chi reaches 110 can already be considered martial practitioners. And she wondered how he could have a... Fang Ping took her sister by the cheeks and started poking her, saying that her little brother was extremely gifted. This year he would put his hands on the martial arts exam as well. The mother came out to the children and asked Pin Pin to come into their room because they had something to tell him. The sister started crying at the sight of the mother and complained that Fang Pin was bullying her again. The guy let go of the sister and got up to come over. He didn't understand what was going on or what his parents wanted to tell him and was a bit confused. When Fang Ping entered his parents' room, his mother was holding his father's shoulder, and there was a serious and suffocating aura. Fang Mingrong gave his son money with the words that they had decided to support him on this path. This money was for the pills, and if he needed more, he could apply. As soon as the money was in Fang Ping's hands, his balance in the system swelled by thousands. But his father continued his speech, adding that they had almost robbed him of his chance for a great future because of their inattention. Now, they were fully supporting him in the exam. Later, sitting on the table in his room, Fang Ping pondered whether to spend the money on the pills since it was all his parents' savings. But the next day, he bought the pills and left the store to take them, and after taking a sip, he farted in the street. He felt a bit ashamed and thought that compared to the system they were completely useless. In the evening, sitting at his desk, he looked at the interface of the system. There were no changes, although enough time had passed after taking the pill. The next day, as he walked down the stairs to class, he remembered that last night he had tried to boost his spirit. The system had still written off 10,000, and intelligence had been changed to mentality, but it felt as if all his thoughts had cleared away and reached enlightenment. Thoughts began to run at an incredible speed. It was an incredible feeling of his attention, analysis, and memory increased manifold, and he spent the night studying and realizing his new abilities. Being in his thoughts, Fang Ping didn't realize how he started to fall because someone pushed him. When he fell, he hit his head hard and his nose started to bleed. The one who pushed him continued to hold him. When he woke up, he started yelling at young Jiang that he had pushed him, and he said that he immediately began to blame Fang Ping, that he had been hiding his units well, because even he only had one. At this time, the classmates came up to them, and the boy realized that surely now the whole school knows about it. Yang Zhang pushed away a classmate who wanted to talk to Fang Ping to start pestering him with questions in private. Fang Ping continued to sit on the floor and Yang Zhang began to stare at him, comparing his appearance and physical features with his own. A teacher who was looking for Fang Ping walked past them and handed him a large and heavy stack of books. They were martial arts books, and the teacher ordered him to read them as they contained martial arts training diagrams. The boy was a step behind the others, but the teachers were ready to help him. Fang Ping thanked the teacher and thought that he had nothing to do in class before. So this is great news. They are good people. As he was leaving, the teacher said he needed a few people. He had a task for them. The teacher asked Principal Xiao Zhang several times before he had the chance. Come get Jing Yang, one of the best in Nanjian University. Later, a guy with a suitcase approaching the schoolyard said to himself that he hadn't been to Yuncheng for a long time. This is Wang Jingyang, Nanjiang Faculty of Science and Technology, 5th year. He looked exactly the same as in the past. Students stood across the street and started shouting to attract Mr. Wang's attention. Fang Ping had never seen Wang Yang before and thought he looked mediocre even if he was a martial arts practitioner. He looks like just another dreamer who just entered university and asked his classmates who he was. All the students shouted that Fang Ping was ignorant because he asked who Wang Yang was. The boy was puzzled because he shouldn't know all their idols. One of the girls was quite disappointed in the guy and put her palm to her face. But since Fang Ping doesn't know, she was eager to explain Wang Yang's greatness to him. On the bus on the way home, a classmate saw him on the bus, pointed at his finger and started talking about Wang Yang. Wang Yang, male, years old, CM, a native of Yang City. Likes apples, frankly speaking. There are almost no things he doesn't like. Favorite pastime? Hardening his body and mind. Although Big Brother is not rich, he never gave up on the path of practicing. In the previous exam, he got into the university as the best martial practitioner. He is also the first to enter the prestigious university from the lower classes. He is only a freshman, Yet he is already considered a cultivator. Even an ignoramus like Fang Ping might not know the hope of all the lower-grade students, Big Brother Wang. In the bus, everyone sat next to Wang, but Wang was not happy and silent. After asking all the students to tell him something, he said that the kids were very polite and nice to him. They asked him to share his secret how he could enter the martial arts world from the lower classes. Fang Ping overheard what they were talking about, and Brother Wang was puzzled by the question about the secret and began to think about what to say. But he began to talk about the 5 main tests of martial arts: political career, culture, specialty, experience, and physical strength. The 2 most important areas of these 5 are experience and physical strength. Everyone here has a chi value that reaches, but even so, to meet the requirements, it will be dangerous. But if you can control your emotions, the result can be somewhat different. Happiness, anger, sadness, elation. If any of the emotions go out of bounds, your chi will start to boil and become unstable. Especially rage. It's simple, but the consequences are significant. Everyone was already sitting in rapture, and Wang continued. Just to give you an example, imagine being humiliated. Fang Ping was surprised at what he heard, thinking how he could imagine the feeling. Meanwhile, Wang Yang continued that if they have experience, the physical test is not a problem. It's just a test of explosive strength, agility, and body stability. Of course, this doesn't apply to those scum who achieved the result by taking all sorts of medicines bought with family money. Their chi is good on the instruments, but their foundation is as shaky as a house of cards. Besides, they won't make fighters. If you can't kill a chicken, or even a pet without hesitation, what to speak of people? Killing people is different from cutting up chickens, Wang said with a wry smile. Fang Ping thought that Wang Yang speaks so naturally, he must have killed many times before. This world still has a strict law. He should not have had the opportunity to kill. Besides, he's just a freshman. Everyone sat around him with their mouths open in admiration. When Fang Ping came home, his sister asked him why he had come back, to which he replied that he was just taking his senior home from university. Later, he would need to take him to school for his speech. Lying in his bed, Fang Ping remembered everything Wang Yang had said on the bus and analyzed, namely his phrase that killing people is different from slaughtering chickens. The guy thought about how naturally he talked about killing. There was no doubt he had killed before, and it shocked Fang Ping. Let's go to Wang Yang's house. His phone rang, and a voice on the other end said that there was new information. The target has fled to Kunshan. There is a border between the provinces, and the target can escape. But he overstayed. The interlocutor reminding him that he did not say anything. Do not give anything. Leave him will not come. The target must stay in place. However, the unknown man said that the target might escape, and if that happened, the people above would not mind sacrificing them. Wang Yang offered to pay thousands to catch him dead or alive. At the same time at home, Fang Ping sat down at the table and began to think hard but couldn't concentrate. But suddenly the energy value was added, which he was very happy about. Suddenly Fang Ping felt sick, his pupils dilated. He clutched his heart and started coughing violently. He collapsed on the bed almost without strength to try to regain consciousness. He was in a lot of pain. He kept coughing and felt the pain was getting worse every second. His veins began to enlarge. Fang Ping didn't understand why it was fine last time, so why it hurt so much this time. Maybe his body couldn't withstand the pressure, or it was a side effect of the external energy merging with his body. He even started to get used to it. His blood felt like it was boiling, flowing at a tremendous rate. Then he remembered that he had to take Wang Yang to school. So he hurriedly got ready and started running out of the house while getting dressed. On the way out, he bumped shoulders with an unidentified man and apologized. The man dropped something because of the collision and told the guy not to worry. The guy looked around to see if he knew the man, but realized that he didn't remember him living here, and that he was strange. A little later, the guy was already on the bus waiting for Wang Yang. When he entered the bus, one of the girls started yelling for him to sit next to her, slapping her hands on the seat next to her. The guy sitting next to Fang Ping saw Wang Yang and said that the teachers were unbelievable. They had seriously invited him to help the lower grades in the exam. He didn't quite understand what's the big deal about a graduate returning to his school. But Wang is a different story. Because he's a cultivator, at this time, he had already approached the guys who were serving him. The guy sitting next to him went on to say that in the entire Yang City, cultivators are worth their weight in gold, and Wang Yang is only a freshman. Even an ignoramus like Fang Ping should realize that this is a terrifying talent. Suddenly, Wang Yang himself turned to the guy and said that he knows that he is trying his best to become a cultivator, but one must keep in mind that his body is weak. You can't go far with such a foundation. He said he has no idea what kind of pills Fan Prin is taking, but his chi has risen a lot lately. And that kind of medicine can't be swallowed like candy. A single mistake could cost him his career as a cultivator. If he builds up his chi without physical training, it will only lead to death due to his own negligence. Fang Ping thanked Wang for the warning, and at the same time realized that this was the cultivator's strength. He could accurately determine the concentration of his chi with a quick glance. In the evening, the guy in the courtyard of the house started training by doing various grueling exercises. After the training, he didn't feel tired at all. Perhaps it was because of the increase in chi in the morning. As expected, he would need to consult with Brother Wang. He needs to optimize his training. Turning around in one of the windows, he saw the man he had bumped into earlier when leaving the house. He felt a strange emotion, thinking it was bloodlust which scared him. Fang Ping returned home thinking that this was none of his business, and he had more important things to do. The news anchor was the first to tell him that a Stage 1 cultivator had killed his partner after robbing him after a robbery, not sharing the loot with him. According to law enforcement investigation, the suspect was seen in Yang City, Changshan. When her sister heard the disturbing news, she told her brother that she shouldn't go to school because if something happened to her, the whole world would be sad. But Fang Ping told her that no one needs her except her family. She got angry and threw a bag of chips at him with angry names. The news went on to say that a concerned web user processed the video through their own software, even managed to get a crystal clear photo of the murder weapon. A photo of the knife was shown on the screen and Fang Ping realized that he had seen it before, but did not immediately remember where it was. Later, lying in his bed, he couldn't remember where he had seen it for a long time. That the man he bumped into at the entrance of the house had the exact same knife. As he fell asleep, Fang Ping dreamed that the mysterious man was killing him with the same knife, and waking up he realized that the bloodlust was very real. He remembered that the news had said that the suspected Stage Y cultivator was hiding from the police in a neighboring room, although it could be just a coincidence. Fang Ping was afraid that the man might be targeting him, because the facts indicated that the killer was the one he had run into. He wondered why the man was staying at their house. Maybe he found out about the guy's money. But at the same time, his family is very poor, and only Fang Ping can see the system, and other people can't find out. He came to the conclusion that he needs to get stronger, and it was just a dream. It may not come to that. He must act quickly. He can't risk his health and that of his family. The next morning, you could hear people saying on the network that it was irrational to shut down the city because of one cultivator. This was the radio in the apartment. And then the anchor asked the mayor for his opinion. He replied that people should stop underestimating the power of cultivators. Even the weakest cultivator can easily deal with the police, as the police have the task of capturing the Stage 1 cultivator to avoid heavy casualties. When the man heard the merchant's words, he realized that he was being taken seriously and that he should lay low for the time being. There were no cameras in this area, and he decided to stay here until he was forgotten. He was packing some things in a box. Suddenly there was a knock on his door and the man was very scared. But he decided to open the door anyway, and he did so and put on a friendly smile and said he'd just moved in yesterday. There was no one in front of the door, and the man went to the stairwell to see who was knocking, but everywhere was empty. When he returned to the apartment, he surprised Fang Ping on his couch. The cultivator was very puzzled because he didn't see him come in, and it made him angry, but pulled himself together realizing he had to act like a good neighbor so as not to arouse any suspicion, and told the guy he must have gotten the wrong door and it wasn't his apartment. Fang Ping said he just wanted to watch soccer, but his TV was broken, so he decided to come over to his neighbor's place, even bringing snacks to make up for it. He handed the guy a drink and offered to watch the game with him. Listening to the commentator talk, they sat in silence, and after sitting like that for a while, the man realized that it couldn't go on like this. The guy must be an agent sent to him or just a naive idiot. Fang Ping, knowing who this man was also angry because he was obviously faking his benevolent behavior. The cultivator realized that he had to take him out before he caused him any trouble, although it would be even more trouble if he just let him go. He turned to the guy trying to suggest why he should leave, but the guy had his own excuses. Fang Ping took offense, saying the man just wanted him to leave, stalling for time. The man fell for it and started saying he was just worried the guy wouldn't get in trouble for not being home. But Fang Ping said he just wanted to make friends with his new neighbor and continued to pity him, saying he didn't have any friends. Jumping up from the couch, the guy offered to help clean up before he left and started pulling back the curtains, arguing that there wasn't enough light in the room. The man ran to the window, started closing the curtains so no one would see him, but he told the guy he was used to living in darkness because he was very sensitive to UV light. The guy didn't lose his temper and said he could start in the bedroom, but the man blocked the door to keep him out and said he could do it himself. Inside, his rage had reached its limit and he wanted Fang Ping to leave, but he tried not to show it. He asked the guy if it was time for lunch. The guy looked at the time, scratched his head, and realized it was time to go home. After saying so and saying goodbye, the guy started walking towards the door, the cultivator very happy that he was finally rid of him. On his way to the door, the guy hit a box that was on the floor and fell, knocking the box over. Bloody things and a knife came out of it. The guy asked the man what it was. The cultivator came up to the guy who was lying on the floor and started kicking him. The guy flies off and hits the door with a lot of force on his back. The cultivator took out the knife from the box. It was still covered in blood. He approached Fang Ping and put the knife to his neck, but didn't kill him right away. His eyes turned red and it was extreme bloodlust. Fang Ping began to ask the man to calm down and promise not to talk about what he had seen. He even started to swear. But the man replied that the guy couldn't tell anyone because he was going to kill him. The guy realized he had to do something or he'd die, but he didn't have to do anything. The cultist started to feel dizzy, like he was drugged with something, and he remembered he'd been drinking the drink Fang Ping had given him. The boy knocked the knife out of the man's hand so he couldn't reach. Taking a stick, he hit the man, disarming him and hopefully knocking him out completely. Fang Ping said the pills began to take effect as he looked at the man lying there. It's a good thing I put a stick here when I came in, the guy thought. But looking at the cultivator, he was not pleasantly surprised that after the blow, he did not lose consciousness and began to rise. He got up a little bit and hit the guy in the stomach with his fist. Feeling the pain and trying to regain consciousness, Fang Ping realized that he had been reborn with the ability to use the system. He could not lose this chance and must survive this battle. Clutching the stick tighter, he hit the cultivator with his own strength, and he flew off and hit the wall, finally losing consciousness. The guy had underestimated him. The Stage 1 cultivator was stronger than expected, and if he hadn't drank the pill drink, Fang Ping wouldn't be alive. He started looking through the cultivator's things and found money. Taking it in his hands, he expected his balance to increase, but it didn't. The system didn't seem to think it was the guy's money, so nothing happened. The cultivator woke up tied to a chair and realized that Fang Ping had a huge supply of blood and qi. His name is Huan Wu, and he is a Stage 1 cultivator, but he didn't expect to be defeated by a martial arts disciple. Not realizing who Fang Ping was, he decided to ask him about it. But the guy was reluctant to say who he was, and decided to call himself Detective X, saying his job was to catch criminals. Holding a bag full of money, the guy asked the man why the wanted criminal had stolen only thousands of yuan and 2 bottles of pills. The pills were needed to advance to the southern stage of cultivation, so the man decided to offer a deal to the guy, realizing that there was a chance to trick the guy and get out. He said that Fang Ping could take the money, the pills in his bag, and 2 more jars on the table, one with cold pills and the other to advance to the next stage. There was also a bottle of bone-hardening pills and 2 bottles of Stage 1 healing pills in exchange for his release. The guy estimated that the market value of all these items would be RMB. So how could the martial arts world have such a high price? The cultivator saw the boy's hesitation and realized that the offer was tempting. These qi and blood-tempering pills will be useful for your examination and cultivation in the future. Just like the Stage 1 pill he is holding in his hand, all of these are necessary for a martial artist, the cultivator insisted. After continuous battles for several days, they are even more effective than ordinary hardening pills. The bone-hardening pill and the healing pill are in the bag. In fact, martial artists are ordinary people who break through the limits of the human body if they don't have strong bones. And he doesn't drink the pills to protect his weak organs. Someday the qi and blood will exceed that limit, and he will definitely die. And then he asked Fang Ping if he had finished thinking about his proposal. If he let the cultivator go, all of the above would be his. But if the guy turns him into the police, he won't be able to get it all back. The deal will no longer be valid. Fang Ping replied that the trail he left behind could lead to his location in about a month and days. After that, if they found me and saw that he was dead, the cultivator wouldn't get away with it. The man said that the guy is still quite young. His qi and blood are already so high and he has a great future. The cultivator thought to himself, what exactly was this brat slipping him? It had a strong effect, and he needed a little more time to replenish its power. Fang Ping thought, if he kills him, the Yangchen city authorities will find out. And if he let him go, the cultivator might come back to take revenge. After all, he's a Stage 1 martial artist, and that's too dangerous. It's better to give these things to the police and not deal with him. Looking at the bag, he realized that the contents were worth millions and would definitely be confiscated by the police. To become a martial artist, the level of qi and blood must be equal. Even if Fang Ping has a system, he will still need money to become a martial artist. Millions can completely change the level of qi and blood, but even these pills will be enough to become a martial artist. And he got the idea to ask Wang Jingyang for help. Resources are important for a martial arts master, but what if Wang Jingyang wants it all and kills Fang Ping? The man was fed up with the guy's long deliberation and started to press him, pointing out that it was a lot of money and only he would benefit from the deal. But instead of answering, the guy bent down to pick up the stick, thinking that the chances of getting into such a situation were 0. The cultivator started yelling at the guy, thinking that he had decided to kill him. But Fang Ping wondered if the man would let him go if he agreed to the deal. The cultivator shouted that of course he would. He was a man of his word. He was able to free his hand, and with the words that the time for thinking was over, he rushed at the guy. But Fang Ping was the first to hit him with the stick. At the same time in Yang City, Changshan, Wang Yang was wandering in the mountains. It was already evening. He was looking for someone, but he couldn't find anyone. His thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. When he answered the phone, he heard Fang Ping's voice on the other end. Wang Yang was very surprised by the call and realized that something was definitely wrong. Fang Ping replied that he had met a wanted criminal and accidentally harmed him, and he was the only martial artist he knew, and that was why he had called him. When Wang Yang heard about the criminal, he knew it was Huan Wu. He couldn't believe that a stage 1 martial artist had been caught by a martial arts student. Even he would have to be very careful if he encountered Huan Wu. At that time, he was already standing outside the apartment. Wang Yang's musings were interrupted by Fang Ping, who opened the door and said to enter quickly so that no one would see them. Entering the apartment, Wang Yang warned that if the guy was telling the truth, he wouldn't be able to help him. And he saw Han Wu, who was unconscious and tied up, so the guy hadn't lied to him. Fang Ping asked Wang if he turned him into the police, would he get a reward? But Wang Yang didn't understand what kind of reward he was talking about, and asked him to clarify what he meant. He told him that he had found valuable items that the cultivator had in his possession, and opened the bag. Showing the pills and money, he said he wanted to keep them. Wang Yang asked him if he knew why Huan Wu was called a martial artist, and that he had killed many martial artists. That's why Fang Ping asked Wang Yang for help, and he offered to split the money and the pills. Wang Yang said that Fang Ping was a smart kid, and they would definitely cross paths in the future. However, he had something to tell him first. The guy wouldn't be able to use the medicinal pills and bone-hardening pills Y, and he offered to exchange it for one stage Y pill, and in return he would add another 1,000,000 yuan. He took the red pill out of his pocket and said that it had an incredible price, and that he didn't need it because he had almost broken through to the next stage. But Fang Ping won't be able to use this item, so Wang Yang will take it. After the breakthrough, it will be easier to gather resources, and if he needs help in the future, he can call him. Wang Yang finished speaking, but added that the guy should not worry about Huan Wu. He will do something about it. After thanking Wang Yang, Fang Ping thought to himself that he also had some items in his pocket, and he needed to check something. While Wang Yang was standing by the cultivator, the guy thought of taking all the items for himself. Now he could increase the balance in the system with more training, and it would be even easier to enter the martial arts university. In the system, the items are listed as 1,000,000 yuan and 1,000 yuan. Shouldn't they be worth 1,000,000 and 1,000 yuan? Does this mean that the system ignores market prices and judges the price of items by their actual value? Fang Ping asked Wang Yang what if the police wanted his confession. He replied that there's nothing to worry about. The cultivator won't even be able to open his mouth. He's been on the wanted list for a long time. He'll be killed anyway. A few days earlier, Fang Ping's phone received a message that Wang Jingyang had transferred 1,000,000 yuan to his account, and he was immediately able to update the system version. The metrics and units are no longer the same as before. In the previous version of the system, the energy could be increased by what amounted to approximately the units that could be obtained for 1,000 balance. However, since the last update, these figures have become clearer. He can use 1,000 from the balance to increase energy by 1 unit. It works. If you're rich, you can improve. If you're poor, you can train yourself. This system is really the kind of system that makes one's eyes round with delight at the sight of money. Wang Jingyang sent another message saying that he had sent him something that might soon be useful to him, in addition to money. Fang Ping thanked him in a return message, and he wrote that he admired him, which embarrassed the guy. Then his sister burst into the room and jumped on his brother saying she was hungry. Fang Ping, with a pain in his back, told his sister to cook for him, but she objected that she didn't want to and couldn't leave his brother's house bored. Fang Ping began to stretch her cheeks very hard to get his sister to get behind him and go away. Suffering from the pain in her cheeks, she handed over a big envelope saying it came from Wang Jingyang. Sister realized she'd heard that name somewhere before and began to remember it hard. And it dawned on her that it was the martial arts practitioner from Nanjiang University. She attacked her brother, asking him to let her get his autograph and why she didn't know they knew each other until now. Then the sister started saying how handsome and hot Wang Jingyang was, but Fang Ping couldn't understand it. But the sister continued. In Yang City, every 3 out of 5 girls like him, and the remaining 2 just adore him. Their school has about 1,000 students. The ratio of boys to girls is about 1,000 to 1,000. An autographed paper costs $3,000 people add in fanboys, totaling thousands of dollars, and that Wang Xiang is the best. With which Fang Ping concluded that his sister was in love with him. She offered him percentages and said they would earn until their piggy bank was full. But the brother had already left the room and the sister ran after him and offered him a percentage of the profits. The boy decided to leave the house so he could open the envelope alone and see what Wang Jingyang wanted from him. So he decided to open the envelope and take out the contents. And when he saw what was in it, he was pleasantly surprised. It was 3 books for practicing techniques that the guy really needed. He found these while he was at an internet cafe. To become a martial artist, you have to follow 2 conditions. To become a martial artist, you have to overcome the energy index. You can't get strong bones just by taking pills. You must also learn special techniques. Fang Ping was worried that he couldn't find the books on techniques, but he didn't expect Wang Jingyang to send them to him. The courtyard near his house was small, and he can't train there so that he can achieve the desired result. His thoughts were interrupted by a man who said that if he bought it now, he could avoid utility bills and handed him an advertisement booklet, and went on to explain the availability of public transportation, suitable housing, not to mention that the apartment in this area are the best on the market. They went in to look at the apartment, and the realtor went on to tell him about a 2-story complex with an area of 1 square meter and a price of thousands of yuan. The realtor thought the guy looked very young and wouldn't be able to afford such an apartment, so he suggested looking at a cheaper apartment. But Fang Ping said he didn't need to, so the realtor got a little freaked out. He took out his bank card and asked if there were any offers or discounts he could take advantage of. The realtor offered free unlimited internet, free premium channels on the TV, and finally a 1-inch TV. And if they signed the contract now, he could get a % off. Not to mention the company would cover the cost of maintenance and utilities. Gave Fang Ping a pen and the contract and started to press him, saying that this apartment suited him very well, and when the realtor saw it, he knew he had a promising future ahead of him. The guy signed the document and asked when he could move in. The realtor assured the guy that he could move in any time. Later, walking home with the keys in his hand, Fang Ping pondered how to tell his family about his purchase and where he got the money from, but decided not to tell them. Now he had a place to practice. He also needed to buy some furniture and other equipment. And then he heard someone say, "The battle between Grandmaster Ma and Tai Mu is getting more and more intense." There was a report on TV on the window of the Mazagan, and the reporter was about 5 kilometers away from them. And yet they feel tremendous pressure. The dense forest was almost destroyed. Tai Mu's strike, called Thunder Wrath, caused a landslide. Grandmaster Ma retaliated with his trademark strike, with a spurt of thousands of horses. Suddenly the reporter screamed. Rocks started falling, and he and the cameraman fell into the cliff at the edge of the cliff where they were reporting. A large crowd of people had already gathered around the TV set, and as Fang Ping got closer, he heard people commenting that they had organized the battle for fun, and they were not even fighting at full strength. Grandmaster Ma's signature punch is like a rocket launcher. The striking effect is about the same as a nuclear bomb, and it might even be their incomplete strength, the guy wondered. A reporter came back on the air. His clothes were scratched and torn, and he said that they were hit, and if it wasn't for the martial arts masters of Stage 1, they would have died. Whether Fang Ping will ever be as strong, whether he will one day be a great master. We're going to a furniture store. One of the visitors asked another visitor, her husband, to buy a white sofa. The salesman replied that it was discounted and priced at RMB. For the visitor's husband, it was expensive, and he said he had to think about it. But she was obviously not satisfied. The wife started to get cranky and shouted to her husband that he didn't love her, and under her pressure, he agreed to buy it. But the salesman interrupted the dialogue between the couple by saying that this model of sofa had just been purchased by this young man, pointing his finger at the Fang Ping, who was standing at the checkout, holding a bank card and smiling. Later at the boyfriend's home, the boyfriend's sister was helping her mother with household chores and asked why Fang Ping wasn't home since it was already late. The mother replied that she had talked to him on the phone and he was studying for his martial arts exam. Meanwhile, Fang Ping practiced hard to keep his back straight and his head up. Then he began to study books. In one of them, he began to read that the adult human skeleton is made up of bones. The bones form the skull, the bones form the torso, and the bones form the limbs. The human body is also made up of blood, flesh, and internal organs. As far as martial artists are concerned, they must be sure that the different parts of our body interact with each other. If you want to strengthen your bones properly, whether you're a martial artist or not. At the same time, he was on the phone with Wang Yang, and the latter was telling him that the body hardening technique focuses on compressing blood and qi energy so that the endurance of the body is ultimately increased, while absorbing this energy to make the bones stronger. But Brother Wang, if it is impossible to increase one's energy and strengthen the bones, should one continue to try to do so? Combining these 2 techniques can increase the effect of strengthening the bones, but it is also very difficult. If he wants to raise his level, he should choose one technique. If he trains the upper body, his body will be more stable, and if he trains the lower body, he will improve his body balance and speed control. Fang Ping wanted to train his lower body and didn't know which technique to choose. Wang Yang said that body hardening technique is the first step to train his lower body. However, training the lower body is quite difficult as it can cause serious injuries. He might never be able to walk normally again, Wang Yang warned. But for Fang Ping it was not important, only important that he would be able to escape if he was surrounded by enemies. Suddenly Wang Yang said in a serious voice that he had something to check on the guy. His chi level is not bad. He can even pass the martial arts exam. But there is a problem. If you use the body hardening technique and practicing hard, you can increase his blood and chi level. However, this will reduce his real chi reserve, and the exam will not be easy. If the veins and arteries of his brain get any damage, he won't be able to pass the exam. Fang Ping was angered by the talk of failing the exam. But if he could increase his strength by several units so that his veins and arteries would still be fine. After finishing the conversation and training, he lay on the floor exhaustedly and thought that his first cultivation had been successful. And as Brother Wang had said, his energy had increased significantly. The system interface said that both energy and intelligence had been increased. And then Fang Ping realized that the increase in energy and intelligence was not one. Others could only cultivate once every 3 days, and needed to use hundreds of thousands of pills to replenish their energy. But as for him, he could cultivate as much as his body could handle. Perhaps with the help of the system, he could even catch up with Brother Wang and become stronger than him. As the days flew by and Fang Ping practiced hard every day, the time flew by very quickly, and the exam was just a short time away. At the same time, in another place, a man was saying that in Yang City, there had been no new martial artists for a long time, or rather, for the last 10 years. They had already allocated a lot of money for martial arts and no results. This man was the deputy leader of the Nanjiang Supervision Group. If Wang Jingyang from Nanjiang University had not cultivated last year, the city's Ministry of Education would have collapsed, he continued to tell his interlocutor. If at least a person with energy levels from and above, martial artists of higher stages or martial arts students do not appear, then Director Jin will be fired. That was the deputy's interlocutor. In another place at the same time, 2 students were discussing that last year they required a minimum energy level. This year they would raise the mark. The chi of one of them was too low, and they had no chance. Fang Ping approached them and began to calm them down, saying that they just needed to remember the blood and chi release technique taught by Master Wang Shui, and everything would be fine. One of his classmates approached Fang Ping and asked him what his chi level was. An unknown guy started to catch up with them and asked if the guy's name was Fang Ping. The guy said it was him and asked in surprise what happened. But then the crowd saw a man who was probably the deputy director of the Ministry of Education. He turned to Fang Ping, asking him to talk to him alone. It was indeed Tang Zhengping, the deputy director, and a stage 1 cultivator. They moved aside so that no one would overhear them, and the guy assumed that the matter must be important, since he had come in person. The man realized that the guy was determined and started to explain why he had come. In addition to our city, there are 5 counties and 3 districts. Yancheng City, as a component part, is not as good as the districts, but is much stronger than these 5 counties. Every year, the Ministry of Education counts the students who have passed the martial arts exam. Such students are the top priority of the Ministry of Education. This time their students will take the exam together with students from Xingxi and Angin counties. Their city is considered backward, and asked the guy if his chi score is higher than the 5 counties. But he didn't know yet and was going to find out later. The man had recently met Wang Jingyang, and he mentioned Fang Ping, and he only recognizes the able-bodied. The guy didn't understand what the deputy meant by what he told him. He said he hoped Fang Ping had improved his chi during the exam, and he should know that emotions have a huge impact on a student's blood and chi. No one knows what the results of the test will be. Emotional control of blood and chi can be an advantage, and he asked if the guy was still nervous and had confidence. Fang Ping realized that the deputy wanted him to influence the emotions of those students from other districts and districts. But it is not reasonable, moreover, if blood and chi are released before the test, it might affect the test itself. But the deputy assured the kid that after the exam, he will be given a blood and chi pill as compensation. This elixir is worth hundreds of thousands. And to become a martial artist, you have to be brave to fight. A martial artist has to fight, sympathize with your opponent, not in the spirit of a martial artist. The kid was interested in the deputy's words, and as if not to forget, he said to himself that a martial artist must fight. So he decided to take Deputy Tang Zhengping up on his offer and said he'd try. Shaking Fang Ping's hand, the man felt that his chi was definitely higher. Later, while walking with his classmates, an unknown guy touched Zhang Nan's shoulder, saying that in their day, even brats want to become masters. One of the classmates took the brat by the collar and told him to apologize to the girl, but the guy wasn't going to do that. Moreover, he continued to insult the guys, saying that they were just a bunch of trash in the middle of nowhere, only able to shout loudly. Fang Ping then got as angry as possible, warning the guy that it was on purpose. The guy who had just offended the girl, if he didn't apologize, it would be hard to get a foothold in society. And then Fang Ping took the guy by the shoulder to pull him away from the boar. He fell to his knees because Fang Ping started to emit some energy and said he would teach him how to behave in society instead of his parents. The unknown guy started screaming that he couldn't breathe. His face turned red. As the deputy watched the scene, he wondered if this energy was comparable to the energy of cultivators, and how Wang Jingyang had trained this guy. Director Jin came to the deputy director and asked if he knew this teenager, referring to Fang Ping. We moved to the medical examination center to the waiting area. There were many students there discussing that they were scared, and about a student from the first stage of Yancheng Middle School. He had high blood and qi levels, but no one else had heard of him, let alone his name. Fang Ping thought to himself that he had confused these kids a bit. In his thoughts, the guy didn't notice someone reaching out to him. It was Mr. Tan, who pulled him into some office. He held a green-colored pill in his hand and asked Fang Ping to take it to become the strongest martial artist in the world. But the guy refused to do what Mr. Tang wanted, pushing his hand away with the pill, because the effect of the substance is so strong that he's not even sure if his bones can take it. It's not only dangerous to his body, but there's also a risk of death. But Mr. Tang countered him that it would be fine, and he should take it. This pill would help raise his qi and energy quotient up to... Fang Ping stood his ground resolutely because the risk is very high. Mr. Tang was very angry and told him that it was a demand of the director of the Ministry of Education, Jin K. Ming, and he shouldn't reject the help of a Stage 3 cultivator. It won't end well. The third stage cultivator recently became Brother Wang. Fang Ping thought he was the one Mr. Tang was talking about. The man said to call him and see what he had to say about it, thinking he could intimidate him. Seeing that intimidation did not work on the guy, he said he was desperate and offered to ask for something in return for fulfilling his request. Fang Ping asked for 2 first-stage qi and blood pills and 2 million in cash as he would risk his life. Mr. Tang knew that right now the director was in a hurry. Even if Fang Ping's request was huge, he wouldn't refuse and told the guy that he would pass on his demands. The guy was about to leave but decided to tell Mr. Tang to ask for 3 pills and keep the third one for himself. The man was shocked by the guy's insolence and wondered if he was a middle school student and that he even thought he could benefit from it. And this guy is not as easy as he looks at first glance, thought Tang. After the conversation, Fang Ping went to the performance measurement room. The glass flasks used for measuring were the glass flasks that the students went into. Principal Jin watched the measurement room and wondered if there were any students with higher qi and blood counts. Finding Fang Ping among all the students, he ordered all the staff to watch only him. The guy didn't expect the room to be so confined. Besides, there are security cameras here. Fumbling with the pills in his pocket, Fang Ping realized he had to cheat a little. He has a system, so he doesn't need to use the first stage pill for qi and blood. It would only be enough to use a normal pill to fool them. After absorbing the pill, the guy realized that the feeling is not the same as before, even if it is an ordinary qi and blood pill. And the power from this pill is different from the system. It is very refined. There is no need to refine it. Principal Jin expected Fang Ping to take his help, otherwise he wouldn't be able to reach the limit, having already spent resources and given his precarious position, but he realized that he would not let him go so easily. Fang Ping had achieved the result, and Director Jin was happy about it. Let's move to the medical examination center to the conference room. All the students gathered, and the teacher read out the Minister of Education's decree to raise the minimum qi level. The current value must be at least... And with a sigh, as if to keep the suspense, he announced the number. There was an audible gasp. The value was too high and no one would learn. The teacher asked the students to calm down because he had to continue. A classmate asked Fang Ping why he wasn't worried about the new requirements. The kid replied that it's not a big level and it's not that hard to reach. The classmate didn't understand why he was so confident and asked about his qi level. He thought for a while, as if he didn't really want to talk, and said his level. The classmate didn't believe him, thinking that he had lied because he was worried about the results. Meanwhile, the teacher continued reading the decree and got to the names and qi levels of the students who passed. But seeing Fang Ping's result, the teacher was shocked and said that the students should congratulate him for the amazing result of qi units. It was also the first place in the city. The students started humming again, discussing Fang Ping's result, and some of them didn't know who Fang Ping was. Wu Zihao again couldn't believe his ears, saying that it couldn't be. The teacher finished announcing the list and told the rest of the students that they would have a chance next year. But no one was relieved. One of the girls who didn't make it started crying, saying that her family had suffered so much to let her participate, and she couldn't explain why she didn't make it. Fang Ping looked at the girl and reflected that the martial arts world has never been fair. With the cost of raising qi, ordinary families can't even come close to succeeding. The guy put his hand on Jiang Nan's shoulder and said that it must have been very difficult to hold on for so long, and suggested that she go out to distract herself. He remembered that the girl liked potato chips, and promised that he would buy some, and the tasty chips would surely help her. The other classmates also gathered to reassure, saying that with her results and strength, next year's exams would not be a problem. Jiang Nan jumped up from her seat and shouted that everyone was going to buy potato chips. Later, the guys were walking down the street with chips, and a man asked if they thought their world was wrong. 7 billion people put their fates on this unfair test. People can't break the rules. But why is it that there is chaos, stupidity, and injustice in the world, but the gods will guide us true leaders to save us? Join us, and you will get a special class led by a mentor. Fang Ping listened to the man's fiery speech and wondered who he might be. But the man went on, asking them to join their ranks, and they would all get into a special class led by a mentor. The guys were whispering amongst themselves that it was time to leave. The man was obviously crazy. As the boys started to leave, the man grabbed Jiang Nan's arm, saying he had something to show them. Assured them not to worry. He was not trying to hurt them. His offer would satisfy them. Fang Ping ordered to let her go, taking the girl by the hand and pulling her in his direction. The man was clearly displeased. The guy was wondering if it was a sectarian, and how dare they recruit people in broad daylight. Wu Zihao interrupted his thoughts and said that they should leave. Fang Ping knew it was none of his business, and now was not the time to get into trouble. It was better to concentrate on tomorrow's tests, and the man just watched them go. The next day, the baseline test began, testing the physical abilities of the students. Then everyone went to the classroom for the specialized tests. After the tests were over, all the students went outside and tossed papers. Many people gathered outside to meet the students. Fang Ping walked across the street and saw a white van. The man sitting in it was the strange sectarian stranger who had molested the students on the street the day before. He also had an unknown girl with him, to whom the man said that Fang Ping was the student with the huge chi pressure, pointing his finger at him. The girl replied that such sprouts have great potential in cultivation. Their future will definitely be extraordinary. There were other guys in the car, and they all started saying how lucky the guy was. But the girl grinned and said that these people's sins are unforgivable and can't be forgotten. It's their duty to cleanse their souls. All the men in the car were holding weapons like bats and iron pipes. The girl ordered the men to take charge of the crowd, and she would take Fang Ping. The car doors opened, and the men with guns started their attack. A big fight broke out. The students started to flee in panic. Some of them had already been beaten. In the commotion, Fang Ping didn't realize what was happening, why everyone was running past him, but strained to see the girl who approached him, asking where he was going. Before he left, he should at least sacrifice his soul to God, and rushed over to beat him. She hit Fang Ping and he was in a lot of pain, although he tried to cover himself with his hands. And he realized that these people were trained by martial artists. They were too strong. The symbol on their faces was the same as the cult guy they met yesterday. If these guys were trying to get back at him, although he didn't understand why. She hit him again and it hurt like hell. He might not be able to take it for a long time, and he hasn't even learned any techniques to fight back with dignity yet. The girl walked up to the guy who was already lying on the bed and slapped him again in hopes of completely disabling him. But the kid dodged and her fist hit the pavement next to Fang Ping's head, and he realized that they wanted to kill him. She's a master of what stage she is. She could make a crack in the asphalt with just a punch. The kid could only beat the most rustic cultivator because he had been preparing for it. And now he's back in contact with the master of martial arts, blowing up the kid. In the meantime, the girl swung her fist at the boy again, her eyes turning black as if hungry for revenge. Fang Ping realized that he couldn't fix it, and it was definitely the end. He would be gone. But someone hit the girl in the head with an overbearing force, shaking the boy. The girl flew away and hit the parkin very hard and lay down without collapsing. Fang Ping's officer was a tall man with black hair and strong arms. His arm was bleeding after the blow. Fang Ping continued to lie there, shocked by what had happened. And the clown said that he never thought that these comrades would cause a disturbance at the test center. The kid looked at Fang Ping, who had a bloody nose, and asked if there were any more serious injuries. For the girl, the blow was fatal, and her body lay lifeless with a trickle of blood coming out of her head. Fang Ping saw the girl and thought that the boy had hit her skull with only one blow. He was very strong. The boy turned to Fang Ping, thinking that he had witnessed a very vomitous scene and probably felt bad. After a while, Fang Ping tried to come to his senses, and the kid asked if he was feeling any better. Wiping the blood from his face, Fang Ping asked who his soldier was. He said he was a representative of the detective bureau, then asked who the girl and the men who attacked them were. He said they were just plain psychos. Fang Ping got angry. He was still in shock and shouted that this was no time for frying, and he asked the man if the psycho riots would not be repeated or if they were over. His face was still covered in blood, and he started screaming again in shock that this woman had just tried to kill him. But the man tried to calm him down, telling him that Joy Yang had sent the Ministry of Defense and the Detective Bureau to search for the culprits within the city, and it would not happen again. Mr. Tan showed up and ran to the boy to ask him if he was hurt. When he came to him, he put both hands around his shoulders, asking him if he was bleeding or injured at all, and that he should be examined quickly. The man from the bureau told him that Fan Ping was fine, but when he saw the boy's name, he realized that he was the one with the best chi in the city. Mr. Tan knew a man. His name was Lao Jiang, and he asked him if this time it wasn't just an ordinary riot. The man took out a cigar and said it wasn't. His hands were still bloody. Fan Ping is even more offended by what happened because it's not the first time they've attacked new graduates. At this time, other bureau staff were taking pictures and describing the victims, and Lao Jiang continued that this group is a group of psychopaths who hate everyone. The hospitals provided aid to the injured students, and the bureau staff handcuffed the survivors. For them, the graduates are an unattached and unattached class, who have not yet tried and have not been able to gain strength. They are the best target for revenge. But he could not imagine that they would go so far on the way to the Pomsty, that they would make a difference right in the center of the test. Besides, one of them is a cultivator. Mr. Tan was surprised that they even brought a cultivator with them. It was the cultivator who had attacked Fan Ping, and it was she who was now lying covered with black cloth and without breath. Mr. Tang thanked Lao Jiang for showing up promptly and protecting the boy, because they could not lose a great genius. Fan Ping was disappointed in himself for not being able to defeat the cultivator. He was shameless. He planned for the next time, as he might not be helped as he was today. But the road to the world of martial arts is very dangerous. How will he rise to the top if he's forced to suffer through a common cultivator? One of the bureau staff came to Lao Jiang to tell him that they had caught all those lunatics. 3 of them didn't survive. The students were badly injured. 6 had multiple fractures. And the man said most of the students would never be able to practice martial arts again. Lao Jiang was about to leave, and Mr. Tang asked him to concentrate on martial arts. The Ministry of Education said otherwise, but the ministry did not agree with Mr. Tang on the grounds that more problems might arise. Mr. Tang again turned to Fan Ping, asking if he was not injured, because he could give him first aid, and if something happens to him, he would not be able to explain it to Wang Jinyan. The man gave the boy a serviette because his face was still bloody, and the boy, wiping his face, asked Mr. Tan to tell him about battle tactics. Mr. Tan didn't understand what the boy was for, so he asked him. He replied that he wanted to learn. He knew he had to become strong in case he was attacked again. But Mr. Tan reassured the boy that he didn't need to fast. He would soon join the army and he would be trained there, although many things would be learned in practice, which is very important in times of peace, the clapper said about himself. Which means that he felt that Master Ma, the cult, and the deactivist don't know about battle tactics. But Mr. Tan interrupted the boy's thoughts. There's nothing to marvel at. There are many cultivators in the world who don't practice martial tactics, because it's a lot of pressure on the body that not everyone can handle. In addition, he doesn't need combat tactics, which he learned in the past. Even this incident is being investigated by the Bureau and has nothing to do with them. It would be better for him to become an entrepreneur like most cultivators. But he can also join the Bureau and be one of them who can't sit quietly. But it's very dangerous for his life. Mr. Tan asked to take the boy home because he needed to see his parents. They got into Mr. Tan's car. The boy immediately called Wang Jinyan, but his phone was out of range. Fan Ping began to wonder where Wang had disappeared to. He wanted to ask him details about martial arts. Mr. Tan thought he had called his parents and asked if anyone was at home. The kid said no. Later, he realized what he had promised to do, and hesitating over the words, he took out his phone and started clicking something. After that, Fan Ping's phone received a notification that a sum of 2 million yuan from Mr. Tan had been transferred to his account. When he saw the text message, he thought he had forgotten all about this promise of Mr. Tan. He did not expect that old Mr. Tan and Director Jin were really sending him money. Mr. Tang praised the boy for doing well on the day of the chi measurement, and that he should receive the reward. He saw that the kid was being stifled and decided to support him by shaking his fist. But Fan Ping was not pleased, and Mr. Tan asked him to beat his fist. He was optimistic about the boy's future, and the boy decided that it would be better for his future life to beat his fist in return. This was to be expected from a man trained by Wang Jinyan with great ambitions. The right of the cult was coming to an end. He was lucky to survive, but it was no longer important. It was already too late to look back, and as the old Tang told him, from now on he would only look forward. In the meantime, they arrived at Fan Ping's house. Mr. Tan went into the apartment first, and the parents of the clowns popped the clapper, and the tinsel flew straight into Mr. Tan's face. When they realized that it wasn't Fan Ping, they suspiciously asked who the man was. From behind Mr. Tan's back, a little boy looked up and called out to his family. He began to introduce the man as Deputy Director Tan of the Ministry of Education, who had returned him. While Mr. Tan was talking to the boy's parents, his sister asked him if he had really brought him home. The deputy director apologized to Fan Ping's father for arriving without prior notice, but the father told him to feel at home. It's true that not everyone from the ministry can support a child to enter. It must have been hard for your wife to raise Fan Ping, Mr. Tan told her father, and went on to say that if they don't change their minds, he'd like to find my father as a security guard for the Ministry of Education, a monthly income of thousands plus insurance. My father was shocked. It was a very large income, which he can't get working in a factory. Insurance is not even a possibility. My sister immediately rushed to embrace my father because it was a great offer, and she was happy that he would be able to work less in the future. My father was hesitant to agree, but Fang Ping said it would be better to agree, and my father was convinced. After that, Mr. Tan hurried to leave, because he had other things to do, and the family wanted to announce the result to Fang Ping in their stake. The boy went to escort the man to the door, and his father and sister started saying what a nice person Deputy Tan is. When the boy had closed the door, the boy asked his mother if she had a good day tomorrow. The father asked if something was wrong because Fang Ping wasn't very cheerful. He said that the ministry had given them an apartment and they could look at it tomorrow. To say that they were shocked is an understatement. Even on the street they shouted, "What?" The next day, the family went to see the apartment as planned, and upon entering it, they were shocked by its size. There was another floor in the apartment, and my sister rushed to look at it. Mother and father began to talk about how they had never imagined that they had been given such a large apartment with furniture. The father thought it was very strange and unbelievable, so he thought he was deceiving them. Fang Ping began to think about how to make things right, whether it was right to say that he had bought the apartment, because it really seemed strange that he had been given the whole house as a gift. But my father looked at what was in the apartment and noticed that there was a popular TV set. Everyone was fascinated by it, because at that time this model was the best. Later, they all sat down to watch the TV, and Fang Ping told them that the Ministry of Education had made a special gift in the form of an apartment, and it was better not to tell anyone about it. His mother replied that she didn't even know what gifts would be given to him when he became a martial arts major. My sister squealed in excitement when she saw that there was still a garden upstairs, and my father's hurried up to see it. The news came on TV, and the newscaster announced that today, about 1 minute past 1 o'clock, there was a magnitude Zelemtris in the western region, as a result of which many houses were destroyed. Fang Ping was shocked by the sensation and recalled that in his past life on this day, there was also a strong earthquake. According to the latest data, 3 people died, 3 people were injured, and 1 died without a trace, continued the report. The boy recalled that in his previous life there were many more victims, not due to the power of martial arts majors. Meanwhile, the presenter continued that thanks to the great majors of martial arts and the effective evacuation of the inhabitants, the earthquake had resulted in so few casualties, and the riot team had already gone to the disaster zone to help the victims. Along with the great majors who have been on the job, call on all martial arts majors to help in the disaster zone. Let's rebuild the destroyed buildings with joint efforts, said the presenter. Fang Ping thought that martial arts majors are very useful, although Mr. Tan said it's not true that they kill a lot of people. He's already got 1 foot in the world of martial arts, so there's no turning back. As long as he keeps training and getting stronger, everything will go as it should. His thoughts were interrupted by a phone call from Wang Jinyan. He answered and said he hadn't been able to contact him for the last few days. He said he was on a mission outside the city and couldn't talk on the phone. Wang said he had seen his message about his chi level and said it was not a good result, and added that Fang Ping had not called to hear his greeting, so he would call now to find out why. He said that he had finished the previous technique of tanning the veins a few days ago. Wang Jingyang asked if he wanted to become a major. He replied that he was not ready yet. His chi had increased tremendously, but his bones were still in the process of carbonizing, so he wanted to become a major. He would like to ask him to teach him combat tactics because there is no one else to ask, and they play an important role in combat. Wang confirmed that they are important, but practicing Fang Ping right now is not a good idea. 1 unit is the minimum that must be achieved to advance to the level of master, but it is necessary to reconsider the other meta. While the kid is not yet a master of martial arts, it is necessary to realize that the higher the index of chi, the more useful it will be in the future. He can quickly complete the technique of tanning the upper and lower parts of the body through a high chi index. Fang Ping replied that now he had not only gained more units, but had also successfully completed the first stage of girdle tanning. If we start practicing combat tactics now, there will be no corrosion in the future. Wang Yang reiterated that the boy needed to grind his bones twice to reach his goal. Fang Ping had never heard of it before, so he was very surprised. Brother Wang asked how fast the process of shrinking his bones was going on. The boy hesitated for a moment to estimate, But then he replied confidently that it's quite fast. If circumstances permit, you can buy a few special products for body shrinkage and take them in the bathtub. They will help speed up the process of tanning the bones. The boy didn't know about these products before, and didn't understand why they are taken in the bath and how they work. Wang Jinyan said that they are often taken only by those who have a high level of qi and the body has reached its limit. Not all people can use it. Besides, you can't find it in their town. Wang said to buy a few beaches near his school and then send them to Fangping. The 3 beaches will cost thousands of yuan, and then the money will have to be transferred to Wang Yang's card. But for Fangping, it was very expensive, and he hoped that Wang would help him for free. But Wang didn't feel it, because he had given up the rumor. The boy was embarrassed, but he knew that in their world and in the world of martial arts, nothing is free. He must spend his time with gratitude. He must cultivate, and money cannot be wasted. One place flew by. Fangping was lying in the bathtub looking at his gauges on the system interface. He had only spent thousands of yuan while the system estimated their value at thousands. The system automatically generates the difference in prices, so he received thousands of yuan for this purchase. In the past, the price of strollers was often 2/3 of the market price, which means that the market price of 3 bottles of body softener could cost thousands of yuan, so each bottle costs thousands of yuan. So selling strollers is a good way to make money. His thoughts in the bathroom were interrupted by his sister, who knocked on the bathroom door saying she needed to go to the toilet. After leaving the bathroom, Fangping sat down at the computer to check his results. The whole family immediately gathered around him, and he couldn't quietly check his results, which frightened him because they had to know everything too. And so it happened. My sister took the bear to start checking herself because she thought she could do it faster. After seeing the boy's result, they took him off the computer and started talking about how he would definitely join the martial arts university. On the website, it was stated that his professional knowledge had reached the level and practical assessment. With such results, he could enter 2 top universities of martial arts. His relatives started cheering and praising the boy, but he was not satisfied with it. His sister immediately started calling someone and offering her brother's autograph for money. Fangping was very flattered by this reaction to his results from his family. At that time, Wang Yang sent a message to the boy's phone, asking to meet him in Yangcheng. The next day at the sports center in Yancheng, Wang Jinyan was playing with a girl. Fangping came up to them and said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl was Wang Yang's young sister, who the boy thought was cute in appearance. Her name was Nini, and she was teacher Wang's daughter, not sister. She was huddled behind Wang's back. Fangping introduced himself to her, but she didn't say anything but just stood behind Wang. The boy thought it was a bit rude, but if you think about it, his sister is still so nice. Wang Yang asked the girl to leave, saying they needed to talk alone. When the girl had gone far away, Fangping asked why Wang was babysitting, but he didn't give a definite answer, saying there are things he'd rather not know, and swung his fist at the boy, who ducked, and Wang asked him to practice with him. Now Wang's brother is a master of 3rd stage martial arts, and the kid was a newcomer. To fight with him is like lying down. But he hit him again, and this time he couldn't get away, and Wang asked him if he could call himself a major if he had no desire to fight. He asked him if he wanted to become stronger. Why he asked about fighting tactics, since he still has weak legs, inability to defend and weak attack. And then Fangping realized that he could show what he was capable of, and threw a punch in response. But Wang was able to avoid it, and then hit him. Although Van praised the kid's quick reaction, it wouldn't have happened without his guidance. He said the boy was very modest, and it was only his merit, and swung to strike again. When they first met at the end of the quarter, the boy didn't think much of him. But after he caught Huang Wu by himself, Wang realized he had talent. But he didn't expect that in 2 months, he would be able to master the technique of tanning brushes twice. The kid was really impressed with Wang, and at the same time the fight between the two continued, and Wang threw a punch that sent Fangping flying. And as he was flying away, he told Wang that he didn't need as much praise. He went up to him, and to keep him from falling, he took him by the wrist, but it only seemed so. Wang sharply took him and threw him over his shoulder, and while he was flying, he said that he would like the boy to enter the Wuhan universities. Wang Ping fell down and hit his head on the floor, and trying to come to his senses, asked him if he felt about the Nanjiang University of Martial Arts. Wang Yang replied that being the leader of the martial arts club at this university, he could have excused him from paying for resources until he reached the 3rd stage. To which Fangping replied that before he reached the 3rd stage, the walks to tan his bones and raise qi would cost him tens of millions of yuan. But it was up to him to decide, which Wang told him, and added that with his skills he could join 2 of the top martial arts universities. Fangping had always felt only about these 2 schools and doubted they were so good. But Wang said they are more widely known and much better than the usual martial arts universities, through resources. The Chinese national government regularly allocates large sums of money for the 2 main martial arts universities. Innumerable number of prominent and influential people are alumni of these universities, and they provide enormous financial support to their universities, through which they can give students free walks to warm their bones and increase their qi when they are about to enter the first stage. Fang Ping estimated that every year there are a lot of new students. They spend a minimum of 50 million won on them, and these universities really have plenty of money. With the exception of subsidies from the university, students have to struggle for resources themselves, so the number of jobs they can take at the University of Martial Arts plays an important role. And in fact, it was Wang Jingyang's mission at Yangcheng to help Fang Ping with Wang Wu. Such a possibility is very rare if he studies at a normal university like Nanjing. But the two main martial arts universities are a different story. One of them is located in the capital, the political center. The other university is located in the financial center, the City of Magic. It is a great city with a large number of missions and friendly proposals. There are even missions to deliver various objects. In any case, he receives honors equivalent to his abilities. And finally, the third reason, but not unimportant, why everyone wants to enter these two universities. The aspect that ordinary majors can't compete. The influence of the position in the teaching staff. You have to reach at least 3 stages to teach at Nanjing University. People who have reached stage 3 can become tutors, and those who have reached stage 5 or higher can teach at the university. This is what brings universities up to a higher standard. Stage 4 is the minimum requirement. Few people reach the 5th or 6th stage. There are 4 great majors in the City of Magic. Fang Ping wondered if there really are such superlatives as Grandmaster Ma. But it was all just external factors, continued Wang Yang. The most important ones were all the external factors. As long as he has the skill, all roads are open. Fang Ping realized that he had to make a difficult decision, but he had to think it through. Wang Yang left the sports center, but said he hoped the kid would join Nanjing University and left. He was left thinking that when he reaches the 3rd stage, the walks to tan his bones and raise his energy level will cost him tens of millions of yuan. It seems that Brother Wang wants him to enter Nanjing University because he is offering him a deal. But the general standards of the 2 martial arts universities are suitable for him for the long term. An hour had passed since their conversation, and Fang Ping had already packed his backpack with his enrollment form. After that, the whole family went to the train station to take Fang Ping to the train station. My mother was always worried about whether he had forgotten anything, and my father about whether he would have enough money. My sister was so worried about his departure, she didn't even want to say goodbye. It was time for him to get on the train, and he told his sister to listen to her parents and behave well. But she kept to her mother and did not show her face. When Fang Ping was just getting on the train, his sister chased him and shouted in his wake that he should tell her when he would find the girl, so that she could tell her about his bad habits and shortcomings. And tell him to take care of himself when she's not around, wiping snot off his nose. To the City of Magic, the financial center of the Chinese national government, a great megapolis. Even people without noble birth can get something for their efforts. Fang Ping got off the train and standing on the platform saw that there were many martial arts majors in the city. A man in a black uniform came up to him and asked to see his ID card. The clapper was obviously unsuccessful, and those who were looking for him wondered whether the man was from the railway police or another organization. Having given his document, the man scanned it and got the data that Fang Ping's energy is equal, but there is no mention that he is a master of martial arts, and therefore he cannot travel freely in the City of Magic. The boy confirmed that he was not a martial arts master, which made the boy very angry. Fang Ping began to explain that he had recently joined the University of Martial Arts in the City of Magic, and had arrived early to familiarize himself with the city. For that, he had to register, and the man agreed to help him with that. Usually, the University of Combat Arts provides all the necessary preparations for all students a few days before the training, but since the clapper arrived earlier, he had to get an hour pass from the major of combat arts. He thought about himself that the majors, who are located a step higher from ordinary people, are not much different from walking armor. For this reason, the City of Magic has imposed additional restrictions, but despite the fact that the city is large, everyone is thoroughly vetted, and this is the norm. They went to the point of issuance of time passes, and after a short time, Fang Ping was already holding his pass. When he took it in his hands, he realized that the hourly pass of the major of martial arts was the same as his identity card. He went to the university, the street was sunny, and it looked like life couldn't get any better. And when Fang Ping saw the entrance to the university, he was shocked at how great and handsome he was. While he was admiring him, a stranger came up to him and said that the boy was obviously a freshman, because he had never seen him here before. He confirmed it and asked who the stranger was to meet him. Qing Feng Qing, a third-year student of the Department of Armor at the University of Martial Arts in the City of Magic. Fang Ping realized that he was a senior, and then looking at him, he took the weapon in his hand. Qing Feng Qing twirled it in his hands and stood like a warrior. Then the student took a swing at Fang Ping, but the kid dodged, thanking his quick reaction, and shouted that it's dangerous to swing a sword in public places. The student only laughed and asked how the boy sounded, and praised him for his good training and for having sharpened his bones twice, and added that, as expected, the freshman who twice sharpened his bones is from their university. Walking away from Fang Ping, the kid shouted that he made the right choice to come here. The student realized that Qing Feng King was very strong, because he could recognize that he had shaped his bones twice, although he was not even at the first stage. The student began to wonder where he felt such an accent as Fang Ping's, and where he spoke it. He was carrying walkers in his pocket, which he used to sunbathe his cheeks. They're not enough to complete the torso bones. Once the tanning process is complete, he's sure to pass the martial arts class at Nanjing University. Meanwhile, Fang Ping was trying to find on the map where his Gordojit or reception center was. Either the map or his topographical cretinism led him to the newly built room, which was not at all different from the one he saw at the entrance. Upon entering the room, the boy saw a woman reading a magazine while sitting at her desk. She looked like an old ice, but she was a young woman, but she had wrinkles on her face. Fang Ping gave her his admission form and his admission to the martial arts program. She was dissatisfied with the whole thing and said it was too early to register, and the university had not finished preparing for the meeting. Freshmen often arrive 3 or 5 days in advance, but this guy arrived a month in advance, the bourbon-haired woman. Fang Ping was eager to enter the University of Martial Arts, so he arrived early. But the woman sternly told the boy that the Gurtojik was out of order because he had arrived early, which made her very upset. When she saw the boy's overrun and saw his gauges, she was very pleased. She jumped up from her seat and said that the boy could stay with them and that she was organizing a place for him in the hotel of the Magical University right now. She asked if Fan Ping was going to break through to become a martial arts major, and if so, she could tell the guidance counselor to help him. The boy was surprised because before that, she said that the university was out of order and the housing units were out of order, and she almost threw him out on the street. But the woman informed him that at their University of Martial Arts, his skills are up to par. Fan Ping is a potential master of martial arts who has shaped his bones twice. He's an unbeatable genius among the freshmen. If he wants to excel and become a combat arts major, the university will make sure he gets a guidance counselor to talk about him. The boy said that if he hadn't shrunk 2 bones and broken through when he reached 1 unit of qi, the university wouldn't have given him such an opportunity. Then came a man named Li Chengji. He's a room manager at the Magical University Hotel. He started saying he came as fast as he could because he felt a big shot had arrived. When he got closer to Fang Ping, he said he was the same Fang who had shrunk his bones twice. But he couldn't believe it, and promised to help you even after you checked into the Magical University Hotel. The manager started carrying the boy's luggage. Fan Ping was annoyed and said he could carry it himself. They went out to the street where the car was waiting. While the manager was putting the luggage in the trunk, the boy was looking at the car. "We're going to the hotel." Fang Ping and the manager went up to the hotel room recognized for the boy, and he was once again officious, and there was only one question whether the accommodation was free of charge or not. The manager answered his worries by saying that the accommodation and meals were free, and he was given a very nice room. Fang Ping started walking around looking at everything in the room and realized that the room was really nice. The manager said that since the guy had rejuvenated his bones twice, the room would be given to him with improved conditions. So he can move in and feel at home, and he has to go out, but he can call him if he needs anything. Fang Ping was flattered by this attitude, and he thought he'd be in a class of his own. A few days later, he sat in a restaurant in the hotel. After the food was brought, Fang Ping said that the cost of food and accommodation in his room for the last few days was already tens of thousands of yuan. It was good that he had privileges. Thanks to this, he was able to save a lot of money. But there was still a cost. He had to prepare for the cementing of the bones. Judging by the speed of his energy depletion, when he cultivates, he'll need much more money in the future. And it was lucky that he met Huang Bin and Chief Jing. There's only one way to keep the profits flowing, and that's to set up a company. But which one? The boy thought. There will always be a tendency to develop the internet. Internet store and mobile payments will not be a part of the future life, but it requires more technical and financial investments. Through it is very important to realize this idea. Although in the year All Group was not famous, its scale could not be called small. Even there were rumors that Ma Huatan broke through to the early stage. The guy only has 1,000,000 yuan. It's very risky to open an online store. There are not so many technical aspects, and it is not so difficult to start work at the initial stage. At the later stage, the profit will be quite high, and that's what is needed. If he opens a company near a magical university, it will be necessary to find someone who knows the local situation well, to help him manage it. And the last hour he talked only with, but the boy's thoughts were interrupted by a conversation on raised tones. The official told the visitors that this had never happened when she was bringing food for them. A man and a woman were sitting at the table, and after the words of the waitress, the man took the poor girl by her shirt and told her that she was making a liar out of him, and she went to replace the food. But he didn't need it. He asked the receptionist to call the hotel's general manager. The receptionist was already very embarrassed and informed him that he was not in the place, but the man started screaming even more loudly. Fang Ping got up from the table and thought he could deal with him and calm him down. But Li Chengzi, the hotel's room manager, came up to the couple and asked what kind of problems the guests were having, because there was no reason to vote like that. But the man shouted that there was no bribe from some manager or room manager. He needed a general manager. Li Chengji saw that there was a hair in the stratum and took it to see who it belonged to. The hair was long, and the rules of their hotel forbid all employees to have hair below the shoulders. But no one broke the rules, and the driver's wife had hair much lower than her shoulders. The man was not moved by this and continued to shout that the officers were at fault and he was going to file a complaint. Li Chengzi bent down in front of the man and apologized for their dinner, then looked into his eyes and said to protect the rights of customers like these two, he's going to send this hair to the Department of Clinical Laboratory of the Meijin University to analyze its DNA and find out the truth. The couple was blown away. Even an official was knocked off his feet running out of the restaurant. Fan Ping was thrilled with the way Li's manager behaved, telling him. The manager apologized to the boy for being a witness to the incident, but there was nothing wrong with it for the boy. He contacted the manager and said that he was not a martial arts major, but that he was a manager in a hotel of a magical university, so he must have a great work experience. The manager replied that it's not that long, just years. The kid said that graduates of a magical university occupy higher positions than the manager. Did he think he would become a martial arts major? He said he wanted to. He even collected money to enroll in martial arts classes. But if he becomes a martial arts major, maybe he will get 3 or 4 times more advantages compared to what he has now. When he's over 30 years old, his chi will decrease, and he'll reach the maximum of the first rank, Fan Ping said. But the manager thought it's not too bad compared to the fact that he has nothing. So the guy offered him his help to become a martial arts major with no money down, and asked if he wanted to change jobs. They sat down to have a serious talk. The manager turned to the boy, saying that the job in the foreign exchange company is really very promising, but he was not sure about the future of this company. The clapper not only buys 3 years of a manager's life, it can even influence his development in the next years. The price is even more than becoming a martial arts major. Besides, he may not be able to fulfill the boy's expectations. But Fang Ping contradicted him by saying that he need not be modest in front of him. When he first met him, he appreciated not only his skills, but also the connections he had made during his years at the University of Magic. The boy will be studying at a magical university, and he is also a potential martial arts major who has shaped 2 bones. He is confident that he will be able to reach the 3rd rank before he enters the 2nd year of his studies, and become a martial arts major in the Middle East within X years, by which time he will ask the university to recognize Li Chenji as the general manager of this hotel. The manager was interested in the proposal, but he didn't know if it was really possible. It seemed more like a young boy's dream. But it was the only chance for the manager to change his life if the boy had developed such a detailed business plan and spoke more mature than his age. He kept saying that he needs Li's help now, and if he can help, it'll be great. The future master of martial arts in the Middle East will care about him, unless it's worth it. It's been a month since that conversation. Fang Ping was in his room training. He needed a little more to achieve the desired result. His strength was at an all-time low. After the end of the training session, the 3rd rejuvenation of bones was completed, but it cost the boy a lot of effort. He spent 1 place and millions of dollars on the rejuvenation, but luckily, he handed over the company to Li Chengji and saved a lot of time. The advantage of bone grafting is that the speed at the later stages of bone grafting is even faster than the other time. Most importantly, he had done what the elder Van couldn't. Now he has to wait until tomorrow, when the university opens, and will move on to the next day. A lot of students were gathering around the Gerdo jitneys. The University of Magic's freshman dormitories are divided into 4 districts depending on the results of their entrance to the university. Obviously, Fang Ping was sent to the 1st district where the best students live. When he got to his room, he was alarmed because it was hardly what you'd call a ghetto, more like a high-class apartment building. Although he spent a month enjoying the privileges of a hotel at the University of Magic, he couldn't help but appreciate the financial possibilities of the University of Magic. Somebody knocked on the door of the kid's room thinking it might be his roommate. The guy he saw in front of him was Fu Changding, who lives across the hall from Fang Ping. They met, and Fang Ping said his neighbor was very nice and his status was higher than his. Fu Changding said he could already sense the boy's accent, and asked if he was not from Nanjiang, and if he knew Wang Jinyan. Fang Ping replied that Wang was a graduate of his school and was happy that his neighbor knew him. His eyes lit up and he said he couldn't help but know Van. He was a model for the new era of martial arts majors. He feels that last year, Wang beat all the first-ranked students at the Magical University. In fact, they say he caused quite a stir in his city, the capital. The first day he arrived in the capital, he immediately gave a call to the martial arts training classes, which were filled by mid-ranking martial arts majors, and then added that they would gather near the building for martial arts practice later in the evening. Fang Ping thought the elder Wang was really very strong, for he had even told this man. Fu Chanding also thought about himself, that the boy felt about Wang Jinyan and let in such strong qi. He must be stronger than he thinks. Later on, a large number of students were standing near the building and some unknown man asked them to listen to him, standing on the balcony of the building. The man was shouting very loudly, asking the students to calm down, but not everyone paid attention to him. Then another one came up to him and said that he was small and lacked experience. He shouted with unbelievable force that everyone should shut up, and he started to influence the students with the power of his mind. The students began to fall to the ground. Someone started coughing very hard, and Fang Ping realized that a strong pressure was being exerted on them. This person's qi must have an unbelievably high qi, that was the only explanation. And finally the man introduced himself, the Dean of the University of Armor, Huang Jing. He'll be conducting the evaluation of the freshman class, which will begin soon. Fang Ping was alarmed and didn't realize just what the placement evaluation was about. He'd never heard of it before. But the dean kept saying that the room in front of the students is the place where the distribution evaluation is held at the university. The first floor of the university is the School of Social Science, where students will study politics and cultural studies. On the second floor is the School of Production, where they will study walking, armor, and martial arts skills. The third surface is called the School of Tactics and Strategies, where students will be responsible for the development of military tactics. The fourth surface is called the School of Armor, where students are mainly engaged in practical combat. Students are allowed to enter the building for 5 minutes, and they have to go to the surface of the school they want to enter. In 1 year, all the floors will be closed, and they will belong to the school on which floor they will be located at the moment of closing. They started to talk about how the division of schools could have been done when they were admitted to the university, why they made everything so complicated. And the dean added that there can be no more than people on each floor. If the number exceeds the number of students, then all students on this floor will have university grades. And said that the starting number of points for a freshman at a magical university is points. 1 university ball is equal to 1,000 wen. 3 university balls can be exchanged for a regular qi walk. The head of the students kept saying that they were being treated unfairly because it was their first day, and the point system was not fair. The dean continued that there's nothing to complain about. Even if they lose these balls, the magical university will give them a task, for the fulfillment of which students will be able to make new balls. But on the condition that they become martial arts majors by then. Fu Chanding, standing next to Fang Ping, asked if he wanted to be on his team. The School of Armor has many more resources than other schools and the best teachers in the magical university, who will rush to the 4th floor. To be honest, Fu Chanding continued, if the boys work together, taking into account their disabilities, it will be easy for them to climb to the 4th floor and go to the School of Armor. But it does not mean that they will get the best teachers to teach them. The boy did not understand what he meant, but Fu Chanding continued to say that every year, the teachers of the University of Magic follow the evaluation of the distribution of the first-year students. At that moment, they choose the students they will teach. They should stand out among the other students during the placement assessment to attract their attention. Fang Ping thought to himself that Wang had said it was important to have a good teacher, if he can get the attention of all the teachers by showing what he can do. Then he will be able to choose any teacher he likes and realize that it is necessary to work in pairs. The dean interrupted the silence by saying that the director of a University of Magic once said that a true master of martial arts is one who is ready to fight, no matter what. Now enjoy your first lesson in becoming a martial artist. All the students rushed to the building to get the balls and occupy the desired surface first. They started to fight among themselves to get to the top floor. The teachers and staff spotted them and said to each other that students from this group of freshmen had an unreasonable status. The dean said that they are just little kids who have nothing but qi, and they have no experience at all. One man from the group of teachers said that all of them had also gone through this stage, which is why they should be strict with students. The dean responded by saying that the situation in the catacombs has become even more dangerous, and that the corral of the elite is being destroyed in the front line. These freshmen are not up to standard. Meanwhile, the fight continued, and one of the students hit a boy with unimaginable force, and he flew off and hit the wall. 2 students came up to him and asked if he was okay. He said that the majors of the first rank of martial arts are very strong, and it will be difficult for them to climb up. One level higher, a certain clown came out to the meeting. A student who had been hit very hard before asked the clown why he did not let them go to the fourth floor, because it was not yet fully filled up. The clown replied that those students who don't have chi units don't deserve to go to the fourth floor. And then Fang Ping appeared, walking up the ramps rapidly, sweeping away all others in his path. One of the students said that his chi was much higher than theirs. Fang Ping killed the guy blocking the entrance to the fourth floor with one punch, even though he thought there would be very strong students on the fourth floor. All the students were shocked that Fang Ping killed that kid. They stood there with their mouths hanging open, and Fu Chanding said that he was good at paying attention. The boy said that before he came to the University of Magic, everyone said that the two major universities of martial arts would have an uncountable number of geniuses. So he turned down a 10 million yuan prize from the Nanjiang University of Martial Arts and decided to join the University of Magic. If he had known that the students of the University of Magic would be so weak, he wouldn't have come here. Magical University isn't fit to be called prestigious. The dean felt the words of the boy. All the teachers were shocked by the boy's insolence and said over the loudspeaker that the students could overcome this wild and high-competent boy. If they could beat him, they'd get the university's grades. The kid was obviously Fang Ping. Sensing this proposition from the dean, all the students began to approach Fang Ping. Fu Changding started yelling at the boy for overdoing it. But Fang Ping asked the boy if he would fight him or the other students against him. Fu Changding realized that if he joined the other students to defeat one student, he would not be able to show his skills. If they fight just the two of them against all the others, it won't be a shame to lose. But Fang Ping shouted to the dean of students, to the students who will beat him. And if he beats them all, what will happen to him? The dean said he would get 1 university ball for defeating non-majors in martial arts, and 5 points for defeating majors in martial arts. Fang Ping said it was very little but better than nothing, and decided to go first. Fu Chanding was standing next to him, who was still doubtful about the idea, but seeing the boy's face, he realized that the battle was not over. Tang Suntin, who stood with all the students and was the first-ranking martial arts major, shouted to Fu Chanding, asking if he would really be on Fang Ping's team. He replied that he didn't expect to see Tang Sunten here, because he didn't think he'd have a chance of getting into a magical university with his skills, and added that Fan Ping would probably have to sweep up the sweepings. In the room where the teachers and the dean were watching the students, Wang Jing asked where Fang Ping and Fu Changding were. A girl, more likely a secretary, checked all the data and said that Fu Chanding was a famous young master in the capital. He is a first-ranked martial artist who has had his bones rejuvenated twice, and is now completing the rejuvenation of the bones on his right leg. As for Fang Ping, he is from a typical family in Nanjiang, a sleepy town. He's had his bones shaped twice, but has yet to become a martial arts major. He also took first place at the Juyang Ball. One of the teachers said that this kid had shaped his bones more than 3 times. The teacher was the instructor of the Tangfeng Armor School, a 6th-ranked instructor, and judging from his present condition, he thought that the boy had shredded his bones 3 times. Zhou Shiping, the 6th-ranking inspector of the armor school, asked whether Fang Ping was not from the #1 school in Nanjiang, a sleepy place. The girl checked that according to the records he was indeed from the #1 middle school in the sleepy city. The dean realized he knew the school. Bai Joxi, the 5th-ranking instructor of the armor school, knew that Wang Jingyang, the troubled student, was also a student at the school. He came to the University of Magic last year and gave them a hard time. Unless this boy Fang Ping didn't know that the Nanjiang University of Martial Arts offered him a large sum of money, and that Wang Jingyang could not be faulted for this, said Xu Jiangzhou, the 5th-ranking instructor of the School of Armor. His opinion was echoed by Luo Yichuan, a 6th-ranked firearms school instructor. Fang Ping and Wang Jingyang seemed to have an unconventional relationship. This hunch was voiced by Lu Fenzhou, the inspector of the armor school, at the top of the 6th rank. Meanwhile, the students began to fight. One by one, they attacked Fang Ping, but Fang Ping dodged the blows and retaliated by hitting them with a single blow. His eyes shone with a color that was not natural. When he finished one of the students, he said he wanted to give his balls. And then came the #1 of all the freshmen, Zhao Lei, a martial arts major who had shaped his bones twice. He believes he can take out Fang Ping with one left, and he really hit him hard on the face, leaving him stunned, but still standing, much to Zhao Lei's amazement. At that moment, a girl with a bat appeared on the horizon, shouting that she was the one getting the ball. The sound of Yang Xiaoman, the first Ragnu, shattered her bones twice. She swung at Fan Ping with the bat, and the boy realized that his chi was lacking, and he couldn't turn away from the blow. But he was able to increase his energy by 100 units by paying thousands of yuan through the system. This gave him a chance to get out of the Bitcoin strike. But he didn't have enough money, so he decided to save money. The girl was shocked and didn't understand how the boy could carry her chi so quickly, and kicked her. Young Salman was disturbed by this and started calling the students not to stand still but to attack him. Zhao Shuzmei, the first rank, started to fight. She ground her bones once, but her attempt was not successful. Fang Ping hit her so that she flew away and hit the pedestal, although before that she had also hit him. The students began to realize that they were no match for the boy, and that he was very strong, but his chi did not diminish. Fang Ping thought that if it wasn't for his special abilities, he would have been on the other side of the world long ago through those masters of martial arts who had shrunk their bones twice. He shouted to Fu Changding not to waste his chi fighting the martial artists. He can also receive points for defeating those who are not martial arts masters. There were a lot of them, and the boy could have dealt with them himself. But there were too many people, and they attacked in groups of more than 10 people. He didn't have time to stop and renew his chi. And then Fu Changding was hit very hard in the arm. Trying to find the strength to fight, he thought he would try to draw their attention, but this would make him stingy. He wanted a one-on-one battle, not a great NATO attacking him and beating him with all his might. Fang Ping saw another martial arts master with 2 shiny bones and decided to take him on, in the sense of fighting, but he took the girl by the breasts without realizing it at first. The girl was Chen Yungshi, first ranked, who had shrunk her bones twice. The girl covered her breasts with her hands and started shouting figurative words at the boy. Fang Ping was defeated. He didn't want to do it on purpose, he was just too focused on the battle, and so he didn't remember. Afterwards, Zhao Lei threw himself at him, saying he couldn't touch her. Yang Xiaoman and Zhao Shuimei have agreed to form a team to attack Fang Ping, and Chen Yunxi and Tang Sunting are forming a team to attack Fu Changding. When he felt it, he realized he had just taken a walk and his chi wouldn't be able to get up. He began to shout at Fang Ping to stop them until his chi was restored, but he was already in the middle of a fight with another student. They rushed to hit Fu Changding, and all he could do was cover his face from the blows and shout that Fang Ping had thrown him. At that time, more students came to the 4th floor, who had sensed that there was a big fight on the 4th floor. But when they saw what was really happening, no one was prepared for such an intense fight. Having beaten many students, Fang Ping looked at the system and calculated that he had wasted a lot of the balance. He approached the students who had come up easily, but they didn't want to fight, saying that they had just come to look at the system and that they were from the 3rd floor and had no claim to anything. But Fang Ping didn't care about their words. He knew he could get points for them. The evaluation was finished. All the students left the room as the sun was setting. People who passed by the students' call said to each other that the students had a good time. Because their clothes were torn, they were all badly beaten with bruises and scuffs. But one of the students stood out in particular. Fu Chandin, his face was very badly bruised, his wounds were blistered and he seemed to have been bitten by bioles. Fang Ping helped him to walk more easily. He was only covered in bruises. Fu Chanding was very surprised that the boy had no serious injuries at all. He only bragged that it was because he was very strong and no one could hit him hard. Someone said that a king among children is still a king among children. No matter how great he is, it was the dean. He turned to his students and told them that they had to come to the assembly later. Everyone around them began to feel some kind of oppressive force, but they couldn't understand where it was coming from. Fang Ping thought to himself that one day he'd be as strong as him, even stronger. Someone said that first-year students from the School of Armor moved to the number 1 field. First-year students from the School of Tactics and Strategy moved to the number 2 field. But Fan Ping is only interested in how many points he's gotten, and he's a little angry that they're not being shown now. Fu Chandin said that the dean could agree to this, because he was sure they wouldn't pass. One of the teachers said that the university grades will be distributed among them as soon as the distribution in the school is completed. The dean doesn't do things like this. He's a prestigious position to be in charge of grades. Fu Changding sensed the teacher's tone and bent his head in Fang Ping's head and started apologizing. The kid didn't realize what he was doing and why. He didn't do anything. Fu Changding began to explain that the instructor Tan Feng is a wild lion. He's a master of martial arts at the top of the 6th rank, second to the dean, and they don't need to treat him or make him angry. Tang Feng said that at the freshman division, he performed very well. Tan Ping thought it was about him, but the instructor went to Fu Changding, which made the kid very angry. It must have been him. Fu Changding did not retreat from the attack even with a broken face. He has the charisma of someone who studies at a magical university, continued to praise Tan Feng. Meanwhile, Fang Ping thought the instructor was so blind that he didn't even remember his battle, but he still decided to say to Fang Ping that he could just accept defeat if he couldn't win, because he hates cheating students. And Fu Chandin can come to him when he's electing an institution. Fang Ping was very upset, but the boy began to calm him down, telling him that Instructor Tan was known for his lack of responsibility and lack of judgment. He said that he would not be angry, but that in the future he would make Left Tan regret his words. They went to the stadium where the election of the instructor is held. Everyone was there. First, they had to familiarize themselves with the requirements of each instructor. Tan Feng's requirements were as follows. He gives priority to those who 2 times zmitsivni bones. In the main, he teaches the technique of the fist and the basic techniques of legs. He is recruiting a total of 5 people per year. Luo Yichuan, he accepts only martial arts majors or those with Qi 1 or more, and prioritizes the strengthening of the upper extremity bones and achieving a stable stance. Bai Josie accepts only girls, and mainly teaches the basics of swordsmanship. Those who have a very versatile and varied sword technique are not needed in her team. Shu Jiangzhou gives credit to the students who 2 times zmichi their bones, teaches knife techniques. He's very busy these days, so a student in his class, Luo Feng, will be teaching in his name. Each instructor has his own strengths, so it's best to choose the one that suits you best. Fang Ping said that many instructors need martial arts majors, but he has shrunk his bones 3 times. So wherever he goes, he's unlikely to get rejected, but who should he choose? He asked Fu Changding if he had decided which teacher to go to. He had so many thoughts in his head. He didn't want to take Tan Feng, who had requested him to teach earlier. Fang Ping said he might not be in a hurry for an answer. The boy went to look around to make his choice. Someone was talking about Udi and how it's a very strong name. Why he'd never heard of her before. Maybe she was one of the new instructors at the magical university. Her requirements are very specific. Fang Ping, Fu Changding, Yang Xiao Manchen Yunxi. 5 people could officially become her students. Zhao Shuimei, Jin Lei, Xu Yikai, Chen Jihua. These 5 people can become her trainee students. They can become official trainees if they perform well. She even has the title of a trainee. This woman is very strong, thought Fang Ping. Lu saw the boy in the Natov Pai and called him to her and said she would guarantee that he would remain unharmed at school. Fang Ping didn't understand what she meant and asked about it, but she asked if he knew Wang Jinyan. The man said that probably everyone here knows Wang and has felt his power at least once. This kid came to the University of Magic last year and injured many students in the same class. Regarding the boy's quarrels, whether Fang Ping will be able to live his life safely at the university. He doesn't want to be in daily contact with different people who hate Wang Jinping to the core, Lu said. Tang Feng jumped up from his desk and shouted the name of the teacher. The students of the University of Magic are not as stingy as she thinks, he told her. She, in turn, replied that it would be good if they were only from the same city. But Wang Jingyang is half of Fang Ping's teacher. A left-handed head can't guarantee that the students won't tolerate the image. If they play martial arts to someone from the same class, they won't rest until they teach Wang Jiangyang a lesson. She turned to Fang Ping and said that in case they bribe him, she is his instructor and she is supported by great majors. They will not blink an eye, even if they fight from midday to midnight. Tan Feng started to shout again, saying that he didn't care about the woman's teaching, but that she couldn't treat future students as if they were in trouble. But Lu said it wasn't true and started walking away from him. When she approached Fang Ping, she said he should learn to fight. She knows the boy's situation well. He's from a normal family just like Wang Jinyan. There are no martial arts majors in such families. Since Wang Jingyang is half a teacher to him, it's clear that it's much more important for people like him to succeed in martial arts than others. She promised to give the boy walkers that he can use as much as he wants because she has a company that makes them. Fang Ping immediately started thinking that he would save a lot of money if he had more walkers. Li saw that he was a bit shocked and asked him if he thought he was being cheated. And to confirm her words, she took out some ordinary Qi walkers and asked him to take them as a gift in honor of their first meeting. Fang Ping thought she was very generous. The value of these strollers was $1 million. After taking the walks, he decided to study with instructor Li. After that, the instructor started to leave the boy and threw him a plastic card, saying that he had access to her dormitory and that if he had any problems related to martial arts, he could come to her any time. Tan Feng told Li that she was responsible for the training of her students. For over half of the students she had trained in the past few years had been injured or died before completing their training. Fang Ping felt shocked because that's not a good prospect. Li replied that she knew what she was doing. She was really confident. The kid wondered why Liu Tang hadn't said it sooner, because it would be late. He had decided to be her student. Shuimei approached Li and expressed her desire to be on her team. Her friend whispered in her ear that more than half of her students were injured or dead, and they should choose another instructor together. But Shuimei replied that she felt that this instructor was more suitable for her than the others. Fang Ping thought this girl was very brave when she went to her after what Liu Tang had said. Fu Changding went to the boy and told him his instructor's name was Lu, and her full name was Lu Fengzhou. The injury and death rate among her students is very high, but she's very good. She's on par with Tang Feng. But if he praises her so much, why doesn't he choose her? Fang Ping asked. He replied that he wanted to learn armor techniques from instructor Luo Yichuan and joined his team. Isn't he afraid of getting in trouble with Tang Feng? The kid asked. He said he has nothing to fear. He's Fu Chandin. Why does he look like a scaredy cat? The #1 student in our group, Zhao Lei and Young Xiaoman, who promptly attacked Fang Ping. They both chose the same instructor. Why would Tang Feng worry about a small potato like him? Fang Ping asked the boy if they were going to the hospital or to pick up their university balls. He asked why to the hospital, and Fan Ping said that his face was so swollen that he hardly recognized him, and he looked like he needed to go to the hospital. But Fu Chandin shouted that the balls were more important because they were the reason he was beaten so badly. And because he was beaten so badly, he didn't expect to get many points. Those points could compensate for his lost natural map and his unequal clothes. They went to the logistic department, to the exchange point, where there were students whose clothes were stained with blood. They looked like students because they had serious wounds, so they were knowledgeable. When they saw that the guys were looking at them, they started talking about why they were shouting at them. The boys saw a window above it with a display of help for freshmen, and Fu Chandin asked the woman sitting there if they could check their scores. The woman asked for name and surname, identification number, housing number. After checking all the data, she said Fu Chandin had only 1 score. The kid was very fooled and asked to check again. But the woman said there was no mistake. If he had a question about the points, he could go to Tang Feng's tutor, who was responsible for calculating them. Fang Ping gave all his details to find out the ball, as he had spent a lot of money on it. She started to check, but she said only that his passing score was equal. When the information was finalized, the woman saw that Fang Ping had scored. Fu Changding was shocked by this number of points, and began to give the guy a hard time because he had scored very few points himself. Fang Ping was shocked, and he said he was just so strong and that's why he scored so many points. She was shocked by the results, because in her 3 years of work, she had never seen a freshman with such high entrance scores. Fang Ping asked her what she could use the credits for. She replied that they could be used for many things, starting with buying food and ending with the use of some training grounds, additional or first-class equipment. She added that there's nothing that can't be solved with the help of balls. And moreover, points can be exchanged for money. 1 ball for 10,000 yuan and 30,000 for 1 ball. Fu Changding shouted that this exchange system was unfair because there was a big difference between the two. But the woman added that it's better not to do the exchange. The university doesn't want students who exchange money for points. There are students who do not exchange money even if they cannot buy food or practice, which is an advantage for rich families. Fu Chandin said right away that he wasn't going to do it. He didn't even plan to do it, let alone after the incident. Fang Ping said that even good people can't resist such an exchange. For good luck. He has enough money now. If we add more walks to improve Qi, the balance sheet will grow to $4 million. Fu Changding asked the boy why he was laughing so wonderfully. Because it looked so shallow. He replied that he was going to exchange some walks and asked to go with him. And they went to the station with a lot of resources. The officer of this point was a man who, sensing the request of the boy, said that they do not show the whole list of exchange of vacations to first-year students and gave the list to them. But for those who have already reached the 3rd stage, like them, it will be enough. To break through to the master stage, it is necessary to walk to soften Qi, sulfurize the bones, and protect the organs. While the boys were studying the lists, the man told them that these 3 walks could be exchanged for points. That's why the university set such conditions in points. Fang Ping said a good walker for organ protection costs 2 million yuan on the market, but here it can only be bought for 1,000 yuan. He can sell the walkers at a high price and make a profit. What's more, his health index may even increase. Fang Ping went home late at night, lying in bed, thinking that without the system, he would not be able to win even the 2nd stage major today. The master will first train the bones of one part of the body, then he will improve the others. Though he had 3 times sharpened his bones, it wasn't enough. If he fights face to face, his bones are not at the same level as the others. Fang Ping was very tired and wanted to sleep, but he thought he wouldn't just let it go. Tomorrow he'll find a partner to help him become a martial arts major. The next day the boy woke up very early and went straight to the teacher's quarters to talk to Lu. He woke her up, and of course she was not very happy about it. Lu took him by his sweater and asked him if she was so hot that he couldn't keep his eyes off her, and if he wanted to have sex with her. Fang Ping realized that she was very hungry, and that she really saw him as a man and not a student. She went to the kitchen and told the boy to come in and shut the door behind him. They sat on the sofa in the bathroom, and the instructor asked what brought the boy to her so early. He said he'd decided to become a martial arts major. Lu said she wondered if he'd first grind his bones to stage 4. Non-majors are still non-majors even if they become stronger, replied Fan Ping. At first, he thought that to reach the 3rd stage, it is already worth a lot. But after last night's duel, he really felt the difference between the majors and himself. Although his Qi is high, he's still weak. His attack power is also low, but his body is slightly better than the others. The instructor encouraged him to become a major, She thought it was the right thing to do at this time. Of course, the boy must realize that practicing body bones is very important. If you continue to train the bones up to the 4th stage, it's a waste of time, and there will be no good result. But if you become a martial arts major, you can choose the part of the body that you want to train up to the 4th stage, until he feels the advantage of the 3rd stage of skeletal rejuvenation. It will be much easier to break through to the new stage, because the boy will only have to use a fraction of all his abilities. He's already used the method to carbonize the briquettes. Now he needs to realize that they only thicken the blood vessels. These methods for quenching the bones train only the main blood-bearing vessels of the whole body, while the 1st stage of the breach itself will stretch more blood-bearing vessels, reaching the level of blood and chi. She asked the boy if he had any walking sticks, but he never took them out of his pockets. Fang Ping took all the strollers he had and put them on the table. Lu laughed very hard when she saw the number of them. Wiping her laughter, she said she had never seen such a student so worried about his life. To tell the truth, with his skills, he doesn't need to have so many walks with him. But the boy thought that anything could happen, and that his caution would never stop him. He realized that if the use of the walkers led to a 100% result, he couldn't miss even 100%. Lu asked the boy if he practiced his whole lower body, because she was watching his last night's activities very carefully and decided to refine it. In such a case, he must follow the following procedure. At first, he must open the aorta of the upper part of the torso, and only then reach the level of blood and chi. If you do everything in a short order, then don't complain that the instructor didn't warn you. You must concentrate on blood and chi, and let that energy flow through the blood vessels. Lu knew the boy had the strength to do it, but he took the stroller from the table and forged on. On the other hand, this kid is a genius, even though there were no untalented students among her students. And then she remembered how one of her students died, and how she suffered after her loss, and realized she could no longer be so involved with the students. Fang Ping received a message on the system's interface stating that he had become a first-ranked martial arts major. When he saw this, he shouted that he had succeeded in becoming a martial arts major. The instructor wasn't too happy about it. The boy had already shrunk his bones 3 times, but it was not enough to become a major in martial arts. Since his blood-bearing cells have increased, it's necessary to take a walk to renew his chi. The figures that the boy saw on the system interface surprised him very much, and he realized why he had used so much chi, but one walk would not restore it, and he came up with the idea of replenishing the chi through the balance and not using the walks. Lu thought to herself that the boy's chi is renewed very quickly, and the speed of the medication is very fast. This is the case with everyone who has 3 times renewed bones, she asked herself. The instructor told Fang Ping that today he had made a breakthrough and became a martial arts major. He needs to get used to the sudden renewal of energy. She asked me to come to the beginner's training center on Saturday. They were going to teach him some self-defense techniques. Fang Ping said he'd come. He was angry that he didn't even think he'd soon learn fighting techniques. Later, Fang Ping and Fu Chanding were walking down the street, and the latter was telling the boy how he had become a martial arts major in only 2 days after the ceremony. But it was easy for him, because he had to grind his bones for 3 days, which accelerated the process. Fu Chandin asked him with a serious face if he was not a reader. The boy was only amused, for it was not a game. Though he had spent so much money on it, he thought he was a gambler. Fu Chandin asked the boy to take him to a place in honor of the occasion, for he was already very hungry. Fang Ping thought he'd want to eat a special meal, but he couldn't have guessed that they'd come to a student's eating place. But the prices there were not the same as in a typical eatery. Fang Ping was very shocked when he saw how much a typical chicken costs. Fu Chanding said this restaurant specializes in preparing food for martial arts majors. In all of them, there are woks as ingredients, taking into account that they are not so expensive. But the boy did not change his mind. It was expensive for him no matter what. Even though Fu himself could not allow himself to eat such passions every day, even though his family was rich. But today is such an important day. Fang Ping was obliged to serve it to him, and when Fu said so, he began to take a full plate of everything. The boys sat down at the table, and when they started to eat, 3 students came up to them. One of them asked if the king of the newcomers, Fan Ping, was really in front of them. He came to the table and asked if he knew Wang Jingyang. He said he did, but if she wanted to get even with him, they could know him themselves. Fan has many enemies, but he can't fight every one of them. His mentor is a tough Lu, and they should think twice before they start fighting. The boys who came up were already second-ranked, and Fang Ping was only first-ranked. And if they want to bother him, they can't do it according to university rules. And lastly, it was forbidden to fight in the dormitory, so they should be better prepared. The kid thought Fang Ping's arguments were too strong, and it's no wonder he's the king of the newcomers. But it could have been concluded that the clapper was against paying back Wang Jingyang's bounty. Fang Ping knew that even if he refused, they would always find another reason to fight. Another 3 said it's not fighting, it's their tradition to teach newcomers. He had just entered the university, but he was already letting his fame lead him astray. Perhaps through Wang Jinyan or something else, but they wouldn't leave him in peace. The boys suggested to Fang Ping that since he had recently become a major, they would get nothing from his defeat, but they would give him a month, after which the first-ranked major would fight him. Fang Ping asked if the fight would not be to the death, but the boys were amused. They were from Shanghai University and were not so seriously prepared. But they promised that he won't be unharmed or damaged after this fight. A duel between the first-ranked mayor, who has 3 times shattered his bones, seems fair, and as the new king, he can play this role. The boy came closer to Fang Ping and asked him what he thought about it, but he didn't care and said they could do what they wanted. The students started walking and said goodbye and agreed to meet again exactly 1 month later. Fu Chengding didn't understand why Fang Ping was waiting. If he had just ignored them, they wouldn't have dared to say anything at all. But the kid was interested in trying to take them on, because they were stronger. He wanted to understand how to be a real martial artist and take part in the battle. The next day, Fang Ping went to the novice training center where a training session with the instructor was scheduled. He saw a girl with blonde hair in the room and realized he had seen her before. It was the same girl who had also chosen instructor Lu Fengzhou, but he didn't realize that Lu had also asked her for a class today. He approached the girl, extended his hand, and introduced himself to get to know her better. She rubbed his hand in response and said her name was Zhao Shuimei. The boy realized that he was not at ease with the girl. He had nothing to say to her, and while he was thinking about it, the boy still squeezed Shuimei's hand, and she just shook her hand because she thought it was so strange. Then she asked the boy if he was really the one who threw the call to the students, because they were so sensitive. But he was really the one who got the call. Zhao asked him if he knew that they were at least first-rate seniors, and if he really believed that he could defeat them. But Fang Ping didn't even think about it, and the girl realized that he wasn't worried about it at all. Lu, the instructor, came in, and seeing that the students were talking to each other, she realized that they had already met, and maybe even became friends. Lu went to Fang Ping and told her that she'd already heard that he'd accepted the call, and that no one was going to stop him. She thought the kid was one of those who values his life, but it turns out he's no different from the others. Fang Ping tried to defend himself by saying that it's better this way than being bullied. And until that time, they will hardly be the first rank, so I just wanted to try myself in such a fight. Lu walked over to the tree dummy and said that she had called the students here today because they were already real martial arts majors. And martial arts majors are on the front lines of the battlefield, and that's why she was going to teach them not only how to kill their enemies, but also how to defend themselves. After that, she made a hole in a wooden dummy with a single blow of her fist. The students were shocked by this strength. Lu began to tell them that it was a fighting move she had demonstrated, called the piercing punch. The name may seem a bit simplistic, but the main thing is to gather all the force in one point. Concentrate chi in one point, and once Zmitsnenia bones, the force will not be less than that of Vonyapolnoi armor. It is necessary to remember that the scrony, throat, heart, and groin are the main targets. The main thing is to knock your opponent down with the first blow. Zhao asked the instructor whether a person would survive a blow of such force, and she said, "Of course not. Fighting moves are killing moves. That's always been their purpose." You have to realize that from the day they came to the university, they are not ordinary students. You'll have to fight on the edge of life and death. Don't mistake any fight for child's play. Once they're in the arena, it's a duel to the death. And it doesn't matter if the opponent is a teammate or a friend. Even if Fang Ping and Wang Jinyan enter the arena together once, all the kid has to think about is his overcoming, and maybe even completely overpowering his opponent. Think of this call as his trial run. She walks up to him and puts her hand on his shoulder. And if the boy succeeds, the instructor promises to bring him a big present. Right after that, Fang Ping started his training. Lu praised him because he understood well what she taught and used it. The man replied to the instructor that he needed to master the techniques of gathering power, accumulating power, and releasing power. But it was still very simple. Zhao said that nothing was simple because she couldn't even learn the gathering power technique. She's so stupid. Fang Ping reassured the girl, saying that they don't need to compare themselves to others, but that some people are naturally intelligent. The girl turned to the boy and showed him an obscene gesture and said that it would soon be clear who would be the last to laugh. Lu told Shuimei not to let the boy scoop her up. He's just not like everyone else, and she should focus on her breathing and rhythm. And the girl started practicing really hard, and Fang Ping didn't realize what had turned her on. The instructor told the boy he had to go to the logistics office and get a pair of gold-plated shoes with a pointy end. The kid asked if Lu wanted him to wear the gold-plated shoes to the duel, because if the technique Lu Fengzhou showed him was so tight, one blow could mean imminent death. After the training session, the boy was in his dormitory watching TV. There was a serial on, but it wasn't interesting to him. Sitting on the couch, he realized he hadn't called home since he got to campus. My sister picked up the rumor, and as soon as she heard who was calling, she immediately started to boil over the fact that he hadn't called them for a long time and told them what he was doing. She started to eat her brother's food because she thought he didn't need it anymore. But it wasn't true. He couldn't forget about his family and asked how his father was doing. Mr. Tan was at his father's house at that time, and they were all sitting around the table talking about something. Fang Ping asked me to send his regards to everyone and added that he had news. And he proudly said that he's become a real martial arts major. Uncle Tan came to the hearing. The kid was glad to hear him, because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Mr. Tan said he didn't expect the boy to become a major so quickly. He had just entered the university, and he had already broken through. He's really become the pride of the city. Fang Ping replied that Shanghai University has hundreds of majors among the newcomers, and that he had broken through to the university, so it was not necessary for him to be so impressive. Pantan was very surprised that there are so many masters among the newcomers. Now he is convinced that only the best students study in a prestigious university. Mr. Tan finished his conversation with the boy and passed the rumor to his sister and mother. He asked the boy's father to talk to him alone. They went a little way, and he told the man that since Fang Ping had become a martial arts major, he no longer needed to work as a guard. Tomorrow, he can go to the personnel department and tell them there's a vacancy in the office. The man didn't understand how the place where the boss's secretaries and assistants work can be free. But if it wasn't for the boss, he couldn't become an official employee, even if he spent his whole life on it. The next day, Fang Ping went to the logicians department to change a pair of shoes. When he showed his certificate to the clerk, he told him that he wasn't a major yet, and that he could only offer him E-rank alloy. But Fang Ping replied that he had only become a major a few days ago, and the document had been made earlier. The employee of the department said that the boy had to register on the second floor of the examination center and change his time card to the official one, and when he did so, he could make a booking. The boy looked at his card and realized that he really wanted to revise it and went straight to the examination point. Knocking on the door, he was opened by a girl. It was young Xiaoman, who tried to attack him from behind. She knew that he had dared to raise his hand against the girl, and she sensed that he had provoked the seniors, or maybe it was a female senior. Fang Ping replied that if he had the chance, he would refuse this fight, but leave it at that. But Yang Xiao wants to say that girls can also be majors, or she thinks that girls are weaker majors than boys. And Fan Ping called her sexist, and she refuted what he said. She added that earlier he had beaten them because they were weak, but now he would have to face real majors who had already been in crooked battles. But Fang Ping had confidence in himself. He knew he could win any battle. The girl's words didn't faze him at all. In the whole Shanghai University, full of various resources, he had only two options for him: a first-rank novice. He had sneezed with his cultivation. Or he's not good enough to be a martial artist. Why would he be afraid of such a person? Yang Xiao told the kid not to look at his opponent too high. But the boy self-consciously replied that he had never looked at anyone self-consciously before, not even at himself. The girl realized that there would be no pleasant conversation, and the boy was fighting her, so she left him. The kid went to the change station, where he was met by the teacher. He asked what rank the boy was. The teacher pointed to the device and said that the boy would have to leave a mark on that steel plate, and then he would officially become a first-ranked martial arts major. You could leave it any way you wanted. You can bite, scratch, do whatever you want to show, whether he has enough strength to become a major. Fang Ping went to the device and realized that even if the test, he would have to use a new skill. Later on, the teacher gave the boy his new master's license. The old one was no longer valid. The university gives points to those who have broken through to the first rank, so the student can use them. As soon as he moves up a grade, he has to go to the teacher to take a test. Fang Ping took the card and asked the teacher about the middle line. The teacher said it's too early to tell. He has to achieve it first, and then come back later. Fang Ping thanked the teacher and left the office. The teacher looked at the steel plate and was very pleased that the newcomer who had recently broken through was able to make such an impressive piece. Apparently, this year, there are a lot of talented students at the university. Several students came into the office to replace the plate. One of the students came to look at the blow and, having evaluated it, said that his blow was centered and his strength was nervous. It seems that he had only shrunk one part of his torso, let alone a first-rank major. They started laughing and saying that he will definitely not win in the fight with seniors, although he still has time to reach the first rank. But no one has ever reached the first rank in such a short period of time. They were already confident that those senior magicians would overpower the boy. The main thing was that they didn't overdo it. When the teacher listened to the clown's ballads, he thought they were idiots, because no one will use all their strength when measuring rank. They know how to gather information about their enemy, but these guys are very inadequate in their approach, and This is playing a wicked trick on them. Fang Ping's kick was equal to 1, at a time when his energy should already be more than that. After receiving his certificate, he went to the logistics center to replace a pair of shoes. The clerk informed him that the pair he wanted to buy would have to wait for a day. The man began to calculate the value of such a couple, saying that the take-up would be the value of 1 kilogram and university points. Virobi is skiri, and making to order will cost on academy balls, and the total cost of the outfit would cost the university ball. It was very expensive for the boy. The university ball is equivalent to millions of wen. It's unrealistic for clothing, so he bought an apartment with only 1,000 wen. But since he hadn't learned how to use armor, he could only afford his legs and feet to protect his life. A pair of clothes to be used in battle is more useful than knives and swords that don't suit him, and the clapper has agreed to such a price, and has given his certificate to be settled in points. While looking at what was in the logistic point, the boy saw a small brass knuckle, which cost only 10 university points. On the way home, Fang Ping wondered why being a martial arts major was so expensive. The 50 university grades he just received had gone up in smoke and powder. We need to talk to Li Chengjie about the company's position. He needs to make a profit as soon as possible. After a while, he was at the cafe where Li was waiting for him, and when he saw Fang Ping, he waved his hand to attract his attention. When he got to the table, the boy was waiting for his tea. Fang Ping took out a small wooden box and said it contained 10 ordinary chi boosters. He asked me to sell them and use the proceeds as a revolving fund for the company. Li took the box and said that Fang Ping should first talk about his promotion to the majors, and then about business. If he gives Li the resources he got from the majors to use for business, he's starting from the wrong end. Fan Ping replied that it's not because he doesn't really need them. He has recently broken through to the first rank, so he has no reason to use the usual walks. Li Chengjie was so happy that the kid had already broken through that he shouted at the whole cafe. He was so amazed that it was good for them because they could increase their company's turnover. Fang Ping threw a piece of paper to Li's manager. He caught it and started looking at it. It was just a walk to boost his energy for doing his job well, and the guy will help him become a martial arts major as soon as possible. The manager jumped up from the table, bowed to the boy with a thank you, and promised to do his best to promote the company. A month passed. Fang Ping went to the logistics department to pick up his garment, and after trying it on, he looked at it, and the pair really lived up to his expectations. It was made of alloy, but he found it very soft when he stepped on the platform. A man who works in the logistic department said that their university produces only high-quality products, and sent the boy to a special room to protest the clothing. Knives, swords, and metal armor are made of F-grade alloy. This place was specially designed to test this kind of armor. And Fang Ping can also test his clothes here. There were lots of cracks on the walls in the room, and lots of broken weapons on the floor. Fan Ping hit the wall, leaving the door there. The man looked at it and realized that the force he had shown was very great. He's probably just recently learned puncture strike. If he can finish the piercing of all the bones on his legs, it won't be easy for those first-rate martial arts majors. He told the boy that newcomers are getting stronger and stronger in our time. Now he can spend his retirement years in peace. Later, Fang Ping went to the training where he met Yang Xiaoman. While he was resting after the duel, the girl asked him if he knew anything about the duel, or if he had already been disqualified. He said there were no cancellations and it would be held tomorrow. The girl asked where it would be held so that she, her friend Shui Mei, and others could come to support him. But Fang Ping thought it was strange that the girl wanted to ask a lot of people to fight. Yang Xiaoman replied that she just wanted to support him because he was her classmate, and it's often normal for people to support one another. Anyway, if she was as nice as Shui Meng or Yun Qiti, he would have behaved differently. But the boy didn't agree with what the girl said, and added that she was also very nice. She was surprised because she didn't even realize that Fang Ping thought she was nice. But he went on to say that she had nice facial features. But she doesn't pay much attention to her exterior, and is a bit like the boy. Yang Xiaoman took the boy by his shirt and asked if she had sensed that the boy had said that she was not just indulgent, but indulgent to the extent that she was not even feminine. But he didn't mean it, and in general it was an attempt to give a compliment. He just failed. Instructor Lu came into the room and asked the girl to leave because she wanted to talk to Fan Ping at the front. The girl went, and the instructor praised the boy for his progress on the pierced punch. Tomorrow you need to be careful, and everything will be fine. After he goes to the arena, whether he dies or lives will be decided by the share. If he thinks he has no strength to fight, he can recognize the defeat. But the boy asked why she was talking about death when the opponents had no interest in him, and Lu replied that the leader among them would be Liu Yunwan, a third-year student. He is now on the 3rd rank. Fang Ping realized that Liu Yunwan was only a year older than Brother Wang, but he was confused because when Brother Wang gave him the invitation to the magical university. So why did he target him? Lu replied that he has a younger brother who was once one of the best in the university. Last year, Wang Jingyang beat him until the bones in his chest were maligned and he's still in the hospital. And you have to realize that if you miss the initial stage of cultivation, you can't expect to become a major. Fang Ping said that Brother Wang seemed to be such a well-behaved man, and that this story was not about him at all. He's giving him nothing but trouble. He's got to tell him it's all his fault. Lu has given the boy a walk to raise his energy level another notch. When the time comes, he'll have to do his best. Whether or not his body will explode will depend on his effort. Fang Ping was pleased, but at the same time angry at the instructor's words. He just gave his thanks. It was the 1st of June and the community of martial arts students gathered together. 2 girls were discussing why the instructor had come to the fight between students. This mentor came up to the girls and called out to one of them, telling her not to be so serious. This mentor was called Zhang. The girl he was talking to asked him not to get involved in a fight between his students and not to break the rules. He replied that the martial arts community was becoming more and more understanding, but everything was serious, and if he really got involved in a fight, the martial arts community would take measures, which made the man very angry. The university gave the martial arts community the right to enforce order. If his mentor Zhang doesn't like it, he can write a letter of complaint. The 2 students were discussing that Senior Chen is back. He can protect them if he comes back, and he can announce the president and vice president to rush over. And you should also tell the dean to be aware of what's going on. Instructor Lu and Zhao Shui Mei came to the bay, which the students didn't expect. The instructor told the girls that there was no reason to go ahead of the rector. She was not going to make a scene. They're only first-rank students, it's not that serious. They took seats at the podium and said there's no need to worry about anything as long as Instructor Lu is here. And if Zhang Guoju or anyone else wanted to interfere, she would deal with them personally. Instructor Lu asked the girls if Fang Ping had arrived, but he hadn't. She started to worry. The members of the martial arts community are so proud these days. And at that time, Fang Ping couldn't find the martial arts group on the east side of the university. There was already a lot of clamor in the hall because Fang Ping was getting suspicious. They thought he might not come at all. After a while, he found the community and apologized for his arrest. One of the community members asked the boy if he had taken the call of his own free will. So Fan Ping decided to ask what would happen if none of the students said. One of the students who had given the challenge jumped up and shouted that the kid had not forgotten his words. He was the one who spent all the time on sparring, and no one forced him to do it. The girl from the community said she asked Fang Ping, not him. There are no restrictions on sparring or death matches at the university. The only request to everyone is that everything must be conducted on mutual agreement. If one of the parties does not want to accept the challenge, then the sparring is cancelled. Since the university has given the martial arts community the right to control the order, they must be sure that all the rules are respected. If they find that any party has been coerced to participate, the community of martial arts shall obligatorily condemn such behavior. She asked Fang Ping if he had decided to spar on his own accord. He replied that he made the decision himself and no one forced him to do it. The girl from the community said that Fan Ping is a newcomer who was asked by 4 people at once. He can voice his conditions, but they must be reasonable. The kid started to overstate all the requirements, saying that high school students can't use weapons for close combat. It's just a sparring match, and he's worried that they might use them wrongly, so they might hurt themselves. On the other hand, he asked each senior student to compensate him with walks to raise the energy level of the other rank, because he is a newcomer, and his abilities are not as good as theirs. What's more, he has to fight against the others. He doesn't want to continue the relationship if he doesn't have a walker. A girl from the community asked what the seniors thought about Fang Ping's demands, but he interrupted her by saying he hadn't finished yet. Third-year armor master Liu Yunwen, a third-ranked martial arts major, told Fang Ping that he would give him 4 walks to raise his first-ranked energy level. He thought to himself that he didn't expect them to fulfill his random request and give him 4 walks. These seniors are really helpful. One of the opposing boys stood up to start sparring. Fang Ping asked for his name. The kid was Chen Gong, a third year in the armor department. And the kid asked why he wanted to fight him. Because he was a freshman who had just entered the university. Or maybe Wang Jingyang and Chen Gong beat him last time. Fang Ping continued to say that he knows why he's angry. But Wang Jinyan and him are different people. He shouldn't take him for him. In fact, Senior Chen probably planned to hurt him. Instructor Lu shouted at him to stop talking nonsense and decide whether he would fight or accept defeat. A crowd of students began to support Lu, shouting that it was time to fight. And unbeknownst to everyone, Fang Ping said he would accept defeat. Chen Gong was at the top of the first stage, and the kid just broke through. Besides, since he's already been told to take a walk, shouldn't he be recognized as defeated now? The lady from the community said it's no problem to cancel the fight before it starts, but it will affect his reputation. Fang Ping continued to say that all his opponents are very strong, and if they beat him, so it would be better for him to go in now. One of the boys shouted out loud for them to stop banging. Fang Ping asked if they really wanted to kill him. Liu Yunwen replied that there are unfortunate incidents at matches, but no one is immune to it. There are moments when you cannot control your strength, so such accidents happen. Fang Ping sarcastically replied to Liu that he understood his words and now he had nothing to worry about. And to tell the truth, when he was a child, he was afraid to even hit a trigger. Wang Jingyang told him that there would always be many battles on the way to major, but he just wanted to cultivate and gather resources. His mentor also said that standing in the arena, you should fight and not be a trigger, but he is a trigger and can't get used to it. The boy standing opposite him was already very annoyed by Fang Ping's balakana, and shouted very loudly that he should stop talking, and that if he did not plan to fight, he should go, so as not to waste time. But Fan Ping added that this was the first time he had met the seniors, and the first time he had ever fought like this. And if something happened between them and Wang Jinyan, it's not his fault. Now they want to get angry with him. He doesn't provoke anyone or start a fight. The boy standing opposite Fang Ping asked whether he would fight or not. He replied that if he would accept a defeat, they would be even more angry with him, and if he would fight. But the girl from the community shouted that the fight was starting. Fang Ping was the first to hit his opponent, but the kid landed 2 punches that did nothing for him. Fang Ping hit him in the arm with his sweatshirt, and the blood started to flow, which was not expected by the supervisor. He retaliated with a punch, and the kid fell to the ground. When the supervisor came closer, he wanted to hit the kid to win, but Fang Ping hit the supervisor in the head with his fist when he came very close. The supervisor fell to the ground and was never touched again. Zhao Shuimei was crying and said, "Guess he can't be rejuvenated anymore." Fang Ping was very angry. He began to think about the consequences of what had happened and about his family. He stood there trying to realize what had happened and to understand why he couldn't control his strength. Liu Yunwen said he has nothing to say. As soon as the action takes place in the arena, anything can happen. Fang Ping realized that he has little experience and asked to keep fighting. He'll have to get on the bus before he can get on the bus. Zhang Guowei, a 3rd year in the armor department. At the beginning of the year, Wang Jingyang broke half his ribs. He couldn't train for 2 years. He also lost a quarter of a century in the world of martial arts. People like him have a limited number of reservers, because not everyone has a parent with money. He hoped to reach the 3rd rank before graduation, but now he's forced to stay at the 1st rank for the rest of his life. And Wang Jingyang is already in 4th, and has no more chance to be remembered. And since Fang Ping studied with Wang Jingyang, he thinks he can be remembered through him. There are no majors in his family, and if he dies, the desire for remembrance will also disappear. Fang Ping replied that he also had no parents, and Wang Jinyan would not help him. If he kills him, Zhang Guowei will not be harmed. The girl from the community announced the start of the fight again. Zhang Guowei tried to attack first, but Fang Ping dodged the blow. Zhao Shuimei asked Xiao Meng whether she thought that in this round also someone will die, and she replied that she did. Zhang Guowei said that his attack would destroy him, as he had only recently broken through to the 1st rank and his energy was limited. And he rushes to beat the boy, thinking that he's not going to last long. The boys were discussing that Zhang Guowei was giving Fang Ping a taste of what he could do, but Fang Ping's energy was already at the limit. The difference between those who recently broke through to the 1st rank and those at the top of the 1st rank is very big. The girls and the instructor were discussing that Fang Ping needed to take a walk for energy, and he didn't have that opportunity. Zhang Guowei was hitting him at a short distance. At that time, the fight was already out of Fang Ping's reach. He began to fall under Zhang Guowei's pressure, and he was already angry that he had overpowered the boy. And as he prepared to deliver the final blow, he told Wang Jingyang that this time he would be remembered, and that she would die with Fang Ping and strike him. Fang Ping has spent thousands of dollars on the balance sheet and rebuilt his economy to the max, through which he was able to kick the boy in the face, causing him to fall. As he fell, he thought how Fang Ping was able to regain his energy, how Fang Ping could instantly restore his energy. At that moment, the boy's face was covered in blood. He fell to the ground and couldn't move anymore. Everyone was wondering how Fang Ping managed to recover energy so quickly. He had almost wasted it in the last round. Lu's instructor, seeing what happened, was very surprised, because she didn't understand how the boy managed to take a walk so quickly. Fang Ping was standing there shouting, wanting to continue the fight. A girl from the community asked Fan Ping if he wanted to rest, but he said he had to catch a bus. And the girl screamed, requesting the next opponent to enter the arena. But the boy replied that he accepts the forfeit, and from today on he will cultivate peacefully, and it doesn't matter whether he is rank 1 or not. Rank 2 is unattainable. He realized that the world of martial arts is not for him, and left the bay. The guy sitting next to him jumped down from his seat and ran after him. His friend said she would take a call for Zhang Qiang, who had gone quietly, but the boy took her by the hand and said they still recognized the loss. They are not well prepared for the fight, and that's why they have such a result. A youngster turned to Fan Ping and said that his young brother had once been a genius like him. His family had high hopes for him, but after he was beaten by Wang Jinyan, he still can't leave his room. And now he's stuck at the first rank forever. Maybe Fang Ping wasn't too interested, so he decided to add that in the world of martial arts, there is no such thing as right and wrong, only strength. If Wang Jinyan punched his brother, it's right if he punches Fang Ping. But in the world of martial arts, there is a rule that as long as he is stronger than Fang Ping, it is not right to do anything to him. So when he reaches the third rank, he'll feel everything his younger brother felt. And then the shadow of a man appeared on the way to the arena. Through the marriage of light, he could not be seen. He said there was no need to wait for Fang Ping to reach the third rank. When he came out into the light, it was the president of the Najinyan martial arts community, Wang Jinyan, who had shaped his bones twice. He called Liu Yunwen and said he was giving him a special call. People began to murmur, wondering if Wang Zongyang was really Wang Zongyang and how he had the strength to come here. And without giving the boy time to think, he asked what answer Yunwen would give. A fourth-ranking mentor at the magical university shouted how Wang Zongyang could even come here, or maybe he'd forgotten the rules. But he replied that he was the one following the rules, so he would call the fight, or he would beat them all without following the rules. He asked if the man had become a mentor, or if he had reached the fourth rank now. In 3 days, Wang Jingyang himself will reach the fourth rank, so he can also fight him. All those who are here now are students or mentors. Anyone has the opportunity to fight him. Instructor Lu was saying that she hadn't heard from Wang Jinyan for a long time, but he had broken through to the fourth rank. If all the students fight today, the university may lose its reputation. But no one volunteered to fight the kid, and he knew it would happen. That these students can only bribe others. That's the only thing that makes the students of a magical university strong. The guy from the Natov PU told him that Fang Ping had taken the challenge and that it was a fair fight. But it wasn't so, because the newcomer was challenged, and he just broke through to the first rank, and it can't be called a clean fight. And he added that he's giving a chance now to those who are on the same rank as him, and will be willing to fight now. But no one did. And he shouted, beating his chest, that today he will fight with students of the third rank, as well as with all those who want it. Lu's instructor told the boy that he was the president of the fight club, but he said through Fan Ping that if he continued to take him out of himself, there was no telling how many people would die today. A man asked Lu's instructor if she would take full responsibility. Wang Jinyan said he wouldn't fight Fang Ping. If he thinks it's not safe for him, he can refuse to fight. He said he could handle a fourth-rate student at this university, and when he reaches the fifth rank, he'll beat everyone at the fifth rank. Instructor Lu asked Wang Zongyang to stop the bouncing. She said Fang Ping is her student, and he can't get away with it. The competition was organized by a bunch of fools who were beaten by him. No one from the university will do it because he underestimated their university. And if he thinks he's unstoppable, he's not. In the end, the whole misunderstanding was his fault. He should have thought of Fan Ping. He can't come here every time to protect him. You don't need to cause him any more trouble. And there was no reply to Lu's instructor's words. He just turned to Liu Yongwen and told him not to think that if he's on top of the third rank now, he won't do anything to him. He's the one who beat his brother. If he wants to honor him, it's better to bear a grudge against him and don't even think about calling Fang Ping anymore. And asked if Liu's father at the fourth rank. The question about his father made Liu very angry because the kid wouldn't give him a call. But if it wasn't for his mentor, his father would have killed Wang Zongyang many years ago. The great master found in him a great value in him because compared to him, he is worth more. Liu was very much disappointed and replied that the boy should resign himself to his fate. A girl from the community came up to calm everyone down. She asked who let Wang Jingyang in because he wasn't from their faculty, and behind Wang Jinyan came out a guy who said he let him in when he met him at the station. He didn't think there would be such a show. But there's sense in his words. He's still alive. If you don't like it, take his call. Why all the fuss? They're just pissed off and can't beat him. Wang Jinyan said he'll be back in 3 days. All those who were angry with him could fight him. Fang Ping asked Wang Jingyang why he had forgotten about him as he was paying attention to himself. He began to talk about himself, that it was all over. Today he had beaten the first-ranked majors and thought that no one would be able to scoop him up. Instructor Lu came to Fang Ping and praised his strategy, saying it was a good fight. Xiao Men asked the boy how he was able to restore energy, because it was completely depleted, and she didn't see the boy taking walks. The boy told her that it's a bad idea to pry into other people's business and secrets. She should have been taught that by her tutor. The girl was shocked by the boy's reply and added that she was from a good family and her fathers were also martial arts majors they had taught her. Fan Ping didn't want to reveal his secret. He said that if she kept her nose in other people's secrets, she would sooner or later be killed, and asked her to never ask him about it again. Zhao Shuimei went to Xiao Ming and said that the boy had become a different person after he had beaten someone up. Fang Ping said goodbye to the instructor and went out the door. She concluded that because the boy had beaten someone for the first time, his heart was very heavy and he needed a break. After leaving the building, Fang Ping immediately called Wang to ask where he was. He said he was at the boy's guest university. Fang Ping was surprised because the hotel was owned by Mo Wu, and he still hasn't left, and even if he really wanted to provoke them to fight. But it was true. He wanted to call them to battle, but no one had the courage to come out. Fang Ping went to the restaurant in the hotel. He sat down at a table with Wang, who told him that he had called him to play 2 rounds, and to teach him that retreating blindly is not a way for majors. The kid replied that he made his own decision to participate, and was not forced to do so. He did not want others to underestimate him. In other words, he wanted to know what it meant to be a martial arts major. So Wang asked the kid what it means to be a martial arts major, and he replied that to be a martial arts major, you don't have to be afraid of death. But that answer made Van laugh, because everyone fears death. The guy sitting next to her with his mouth full of food said that all the majors are fighting for their lives, just like the people who gave him the challenge. They're angry because Wang Jingyang threw them off the path of power. But that doesn't mean they don't fear death. Fang Ping remembered the words of the boy he sent back to the other world, who said that if he went away, there would be only hatred and pomposity. They might not even kill. At the end of the day, they're just a bunch of idiots who are afraid to know that they lost. It's better not to think about it. It's a rule of martial arts world. Their deaths are unjust. But he's right about one thing only: life and death. It's a common occurrence in the world of martial arts. It's not too bad to get used to it in advance. Fang Ping asked if all masters really say that. If you don't become the strongest, you won't die. Wang Jingyang wasn't like them, so Wang told the boy to practice quietly. He'd get used to it. He agreed with him, but added that the 2 of them had a marvelous way of instructing him. The boys began to share their food with Fang Ping, so that he could regain his strength after the fight. After the meal, Fang Ping asked Brother Wang what his mission in the magical city was, and whether he could talk about it at all. The kid who was Van said it was a big deal. His name was Qing Feng Qing. But Wang said Fang Ping shouldn't worry about it. Qing Feng Qing confirmed Wang's words and added that it would be better for him to listen to Wang. You should concentrate on training, and they have some right, which will help them to make a profit. Fan Ping began to say that this mission is probably not yet within his reach, and that they have no sense to talk about it. But he'll know about it when he's stronger. The next day, the boy went to Yanchen, his home. After arriving, he immediately went to Garden Street and followed the passers-by. Someone behind him called out Fan Ping, and when he turned back, he saw his sister. He didn't tell anyone he was coming home, but his sister found him. The girl came up to the boy and asked him why he was here this afternoon. He told her that there were few people in the morning, and that he had decided to come here at that hour. But the sister didn't listen. She started to boil the boy, but he didn't even call. So she dragged him towards the building, because their friends were watching them, talking about them, calling the girl Big Sister. They probably didn't know it was her brother. The girl went back to her friends and asked them to talk to her. Fang Ping asked her sister what had happened in the 2 months he'd been away and why she had become a big sister. He took her cheek as before and pulled her home. When they entered the apartment, Mom was also very angry that Fang Ping had arrived and didn't even wait for them. He put his sister on the sofa and asked her to tell her mom, but her sister didn't understand what it was. The boy was very disappointed that Fang Yuan called herself a sister and her club Yuan Pingxi, not Pinyuanxi. Mom said she had to check it out. Fang Yuan is only a child, but she has decided to do her own business with her classmates at the kiosk. But every day it's Mom who runs the kiosk, and all the teachers know about it. The girl only sold a few of her brother's books, which he didn't use anyway, but she should have cleared the space and she has nothing to scoop up. Fang Ping asked his sister which of his things she sold. Mom laughed and said she'd sold all the items except 2 modified sets of clothes. Fang Ping went into his room and saw that except for the sets of clothes, there was nothing left of his things. He started to pull his sister's cheeks again, asking how she could sell all his goods. But she only replied that he was already a master, and he would have many more goods, and she could not miss the opportunity to make money. Later, the whole family sat down to dinner, and the father asked what had happened to Fang Yuan, as she was sitting there with a gleam on her head. Her mother said it was nothing serious. Fang Ping spent the next few days at home with his family. One day, he went to his father's office to have dinner with him. He also went shopping with his mom and sister at the store, and maneuvered her into exercising by not giving her sisters the lollipops. It was time to say goodbye. They went to the railroad station in Yangcheng. My sister cried and asked why Fang Ping had to leave so early, but Fang Ping promised to return soon. She was already crying hard and said she'd be worried about her brother, but he calmed her down by saying that he could beat anyone he wanted and that they should be afraid of him. At that time, they announced that the train would be leaving soon, and the conductors were asked to go behind the yellow line. Fang Ping told his sister to talk to her parents. The train started to move and Fang Yuan started to chase after it. The boy was so angry that he even told his sister that she had sold all his belongings. But as soon as the train left the station, the girl called her friends and said that Fang Ping had left a lot of his books and the kiosk would be open again. The next day, the boy went to the exchange point. Looking at the interface of the system, he realized that recently he had spent a lot of money from the balance and also the fuel, and it was time to exchange the balances for walks and sell them. The man from the exchange point asked the guy whether he had already used the clothes he bought, even though they cost 40 points, but he really deserved them. And he also got 4 first-ranked plowshares for energy recovery. Fang Ping didn't expect even the teacher at the exchange center to know about his competition. He told Teacher Li that this time he wanted to exchange it for a simple walk, and he needs a very large number of them, just a few. The teacher immediately realized that he wanted to resell them to make a profit. Although the university does not openly prohibit the sale of strollers, but it is still a franchise business. Large-scale sales are still prohibited. There's a risk of bankruptcy. Fang Ping took out his master's card and said that large-scale sales are not a big problem. 201 points for the usual energy-boosting walks. 1 point left. He is now in the first rank. These routine walks won't help his cultivation. But Fang Ping asked me to wrap it all up, holding out the card. When he got home, he called Li's manager to tell him that he had a walker. Manager Li yelled that it's more than enough. They're still weak and they could be in big trouble. They were on a smaller scale last time. Bigger companies may not be able to slip, but they are not a maestra. This time, with so many walks, they can easily be killed. Very dangerous. And Fan Ping said he'd be in touch about other options. Later, Li's manager came to see the boy about the number of walks. The manager asked him if he was so sick of spending money. He confirmed it. To maintain the level of energy and growth of the new generation of majors, you need all the materials. Every walk is valuable, but if he bought it from a private individual, it's only a fraction of the usual cost. The guy was sick of that price. It wasn't enough. He has not only 70 ordinary walks, but also the first rank with a market value of millions of yuan. Nowadays, these walks are valued at 1,000,000 yuan. He could have traded earlier, maybe gotten a better deal. Li's manager said to ask his old man if he needs it, as long as he doesn't underprice it. After talking to his father, Li said the price was $30 million. But Fang Ping didn't expect to get 100%. His expectations were much lower, so he agreed with the manager's father. Fang Ping's phone received a message from the bank saying that his card had been credited with $200 million from Mr. Fu. The next day, the kid went to training. There were a lot of students in the hall who were discussing the fact that there were no classes today, and they didn't know why they had been taken away. Xiao Meng told Zhao Shuamei that she wanted to sleep longer because there are no classes today. But if they were picked up today, then maybe the tutors have some very important information for them. Fang Ping called Yang Xiaoman to tell her to stop making surfboards, because the photo will still show her fur under her eyes. The girl was very upset, but her friends started to calm her down, saying that it would hurt her skin. While the instructors came into the bay, the instructor announced that the students had been selected today for a special training program. The program is taught by Tang Feng and mentor Lu Fenzhou, mentor Luo Wai Shuang, mentor Soi Jianzhou, and Zhou Shipin, the 5th instructor. In addition, the rector will also come here regularly to give lectures. The students began to murmur among themselves, saying that the rector himself would give lectures, and that the chance to study with the rector himself was rare. Fu Chanding asked his mentor why he was giving special trainings that even the rector himself would teach. At the end of the year, there will be a championship among the best martial arts universities in the country, and students will have to take part and defend the honor of their university. And they will have to win this championship. The students started to ask whether Kyoto University would participate, because they have very strong students, and it would be difficult to defeat them. Tan Feng was surprised by the students' words, and he said that they are still afraid of danger. They are the best majors chosen by the university among the newcomers. The university will award them with points for joining special trainings. It will select the main and reserve participants of the team. Moreover, the students will receive special prizes. Fan Ping said that in other words, it's just special training. It is not a fact that it is still possible to get to the championship and get 10 points for nothing. It is not a lot, but they can be exchanged for walks afterwards. Also, a class president will be chosen, who will help mentors to inform students about the general meetings and important issues. And for this purpose, 10 points will be given additionally. Fang Ping was concerned that only 10 points would be given for this kind of activity. But mentor Lu Fengzhou said not to underestimate the post. The leader of the paddock must be strong enough to defeat several people from his class, and also to send others to do his work for him. Tang Feng was disappointed when Lu said that. She couldn't say that as a mentor. But Lu replied that she only said it to motivate the students. But even that's not enough. As soon as everyone gets stronger, another person will take over. The leader of the corral will be changed every 5 months and will receive 10 points each time. After she said that, Mentor Lu looked at Fang Ping and winked. The kid thought that maybe she wanted him to benefit more. 3 months to exchange is 6 leader changes. You can't buy points. Tang Feng was even more disillusioned after Lu was finished. But the other mentors didn't agree with what Lu said. But she just wanted to give the students a strong incentive to get stronger and keep growing. And it worked. And the students were excited and talking about how they were going to get their grades. And all the other faculty members agreed to what Lu was saying. Now it was time to elect a president. Mentor Lu asked Fang Ping, Zhao Lei, and Yang Xiaoman to step forward. 2 of Mentor Tang's students have special skills that everyone knows about. Fang Ping's skills were also introduced to them all at a meeting recently. The students began to discuss who should be president. Mentor Lu told Tan Feng that they didn't even have to think of anything. Tang told the students that whoever wins will be president. If not, they will work for free. There was tension between the students. The tutor called for a fight between the students. Fang Ping said that Tan Feng hates him very much and that he desperately needs to get those balls. Zhao Lei said he wanted to fight Fang Ping first. He remembered the day the kid beat him. He was the #1 student and couldn't be beaten like that. As he lay on the bed, he felt that the boys said Fang Ping had beaten 100 students without resting. But this time he can't play Fan Ping and sarcastically said he was grateful to him for telling them about them when they were separated. If he loses to the boy, he'll work for him without pay, talk about general meetings and do whatever he wants. But it could be the same if Fang Ping loses. And the kid started attacking Zhao Lei, but the kid kept his punches straight. He's been training hard since he graduated from the academy. In just 1 month, he had improved 10 bones, so he was not overpowered in terms of speed. Fang Ping thought Zhao Lei was being evasive, but he didn't even want to retaliate with his fists. But Zhao Lei wasn't the same as he was a month ago, and Fang Ping punched him in the nose, causing him to bleed. The kid bent down to his supervisor and told him not to cry, telling him not to take it out on him, but he sensed he was still angry. He thought that he was the only one who could be strong for this place and threatened to beat him harder next time if he provoked Fang Ping. Zhao Lei couldn't get up anymore. His mentor Lu said that he must have been beaten badly, but he didn't even bear Zhao Lei's pain. Tan Feng said that he really did not beat him to death, but his face looked like it would be broken for a long time. Fang Ping called out to Xiaoman. Now it was her turn to fight for the post of head of the department. Her friend asked her not to go, because there was a great risk that she would be like Zhao Lei. She knew it would be the same. Xiaoman didn't want to be beaten into oblivion. She asked Fang Ping if he wanted to beat her the same way as the boy. He said he would because he had to be honest with a nice girl. Tang said you can't be merciful to your supervisor. And Xiaoman decided to surrender. The prospects were not good. Mentor Tang announced that Fan Ping would become president. Zhao Lei was still lying on the bed, and Tang said to try to come to himself and then come to him to get a new training schedule. The training will start tomorrow. They will be held in parallel with the main classes and will not interfere with them. The students began to disperse and Zhao Lei tried to get up, but Fang Ping said he'd rather rest. But he managed to get up and said that even though Fang Ping had beaten him today, it didn't mean that he would always beat him next time. Fang Ping wasn't taken in by his words, but he started to blast the kid for making a bet. The students started coming out of the bay. Fu Changding put his hand on Fang Ping's shoulder and said that he was very cruel, having beaten Zhao Lei so badly, even worse than last time. This kid has been harboring an image of Fang Ping since the last time. This time he gave in to his despair and won't be attacked anymore. This time Lu's instructor passed by the boys, and Fan Ping praised her for her words. The woman asked him not to praise her because he'd achieved it all by himself. The more resources he has, the more he progresses and the faster he may die. So we shouldn't favor it. But it's a great opportunity for him to get more resources and points. If the university loses the championship, they will lose national resources. Then these university balls won't be as important as they are now. The boys began to convince the instructor that they should not be underestimated. They've even created a special class for the purpose of winning, and there's no reason to think about failure. But she didn't underestimate them. Mowu University and Jinwu University are the most prestigious in the world. They always have several times more resources than the typical martial arts universities. But in the last 2 years, students from elite universities have been outnumbered by students from mainstream schools. Elite schools with abundant resources are losing their fighters. Obviously, they will not be satisfied with the distribution of resources not to their benefit. They feel that the distribution of resources is not equal to the reserves of the 2 great conventional universities of martial arts. Through this, they'll be able to produce more Wang Jingyangs. Fang Ping thought to himself at this time that Brother Wang, as the main character of the comic book. Lu continued to say, in connection with the recent events, he had taken the bowl of Thereses for the Idokidal struggle for resources. Now is the time for them to show their strength and take all the resources. The next day, Fang Ping sat in the dining room. He sat down at the table after eating his lunch and planned his next steps to become the strongest and overtake Wang. His musings were interrupted by the chatter of the girls at the neighboring table. One of them was saying that if Fang Ping is so strong, Zhao Lei is not his level. He must be at the top of the first rank, another girl said. But others said it wasn't true because he had recently become a major. One of them went on to say that the boy has a complex of inadequacy, and he really wanted to be beaten so badly at Fu Changdin's entrance exam. Another girl said that Fu Changding was upset with her and called her red. The girl who had been talking all the time said very quietly that she didn't think Fang Ping was bad. The girls started saying it depends on who he's fighting. Zhao Lei, the others are much better. Xiao Meng bent down to the girls and began to speak softly, saying that he's not only hurting the beauty of the boys, but also the girls. At the entrance exam, he didn't even sweeten the girls. And yesterday, at the special training, he wanted to beat her to unrecognizability. The girl who thought Fang Ping wasn't so bad before became suspicious after hearing Xiao Man's story, and she went on to say that the girls should never think of meeting such a cruel sadist as he was. As of today, they're sworn to protect the young sisters so they don't fall into his pasture. Who could ever love such a tough guy? Fang Ping obviously felt everything the girls said about him and got very angry at them for what they said. Fu Changding was also sitting next to him, and he was moved by the girls' words. And it's true that Fang Ping didn't treat him that day. The boy was in his room at night, and everything started to shake very badly. There was an earthquake, and all the students in the dormitory ran into the street. The earthquake was today for a few minutes, and when it came, one of the students said that there was nothing to worry about. The university is resistant to strong seismic shocks. Students can return to their rooms and continue to rest and relax, walking to all the rooms to a flood of students. All of them were very much shaken, and some of them didn't even realize what was going on. Fang Ping realized that the underground tremors were very strong, which meant that Mowu University was definitely not in an earthquake zone. The next day, the students were in the auditorium for a lecture. Bai Josie, an instructor from the Department of Armor Engineering, came to them at the top of the 5th stage and said that today was the first day of the special class. She was responsible for teaching her professional knowledge. Fu Changding called the teacher a goddess. Maybe she would give him some advice on how to use swords better. Bai Josie took the book from the table and said she had an announcement before the class started. When she showed the book to the students, she said that it was a confidential agreement. This document describes responsibility and also talks about life and death. All they'll learn and experience in the course of the course. If you are seriously injured or killed during our missions, the students will bear the consequences. If they are afraid, they can leave the course without signing a confidentiality agreement. Fang Ping said the 10 points won't be easy to get. You can't go home empty-handed. After Bai Josie's words, no one got up to leave the auditorium, and she said that the students of this university should be fearless. So she began a lecture. By that time, the martial arts majors were known only through people's senses. Their lessons were considered shallow, because they were not yet known for their ability to fight. In September of the same year, a Chinese newspaper officially recognized their existence. In the same year, the Kyoshu Vidosha, the founder of today's Kyoto University, was founded. The founding of the Kyoshu Fighting Arts Association was a result of this event. One of the strongest earthquakes in the history of mankind occurred in the chest of the year, which caused hundreds of thousands of victims. From that time, martial arts became the ruin of the society. Massive and planned trainings on preparation of new magisters began to be held. Over the years, the number of majors in the country grew to millions. The martial arts majors have retained their status and privileges because they are required by the public and their enemy is the underground. No one can say what exactly it is. At first, it was thought to be a broken world, but even if the masters organized excavations for tens of thousands of meters, there was no trace of the crypt. Its entrance and exit are underground, but this world is not a subterranean world. When there's an earthquake down there, there's an earthquake up there. Today, only China has such an outcropping. One of the students interrupted the teacher's talk by asking if there are monsters and zombies there. Except for the absence of modern civilization, people, animals, and monsters are very similar to the planet Earth. There used to be a gateway to the underground, but it's been demolished. The gates were destroyed, causing tragic consequences. Fang Ping asked the instructor why the residents of the bakery had gone to the surface, and whether the underground was an evil environment. Bai Josie replied that the reason for their invasion is still unknown, and only they call it underground. Frankly speaking, it is in no way different from the ordinary world, and even better from the point of view of the environment. All external sources of energy and technological armor will be absolutely gifted. Only the masters of martial arts will be able to beat the dungeon. The clapper began to think to himself that as long as the value of wealth remains, he will have inexhaustible ammunition. Maybe God sent him to fight the world. Or maybe Wang Jingyang should be a soldier. He's the one who's really anchored in society and can grow without a system. Let's move on to Wang Jingyang. He dragged Qing Fengqing after him in the forest, calling the boy names and saying that he had hardly died with him, and that there would probably be strong men there. But Qing Fengqing didn't believe him. Qing explained that he had sensed a great strength the size of a fist, and that meant that they would definitely become rich. But Wang Jingyang was not deterred. If they continued, the Qing would be the same as it was then in the Tianan furnace. The caves on the side of the demon capital are 3 times as bad, and many villages are empty. People may have traveled through the dungeons. But there are many powerful people in this magical city. They needn't worry about it, Qing Fengqin reassured him. But Wang was even more annoyed by these words. He began to shout that if the same thing happened as then in Tianan, the great master would fix the gate, and then they would be stuck in the dungeon. Wang Jingyang remembered when he told his teacher that the president would not want them to follow him into the dungeon, risking their lives. The teacher told him that he was responsible for them. Perhaps the master will mend the gate soon. If they don't go now, then it will be too late. If the master doesn't return, Wang Jinyan must ask for Sister Nini, now that the Tianan cave is sealed. They don't know if the teacher is alive or dead in the middle. Wang is very weak. If he goes to the cave now, he will not be able to walk far by himself, not to mention the fact that he can't even shake the tutor himself. Qing Fengqing suggested that next time they ask Fang Ping to join them, because he's a quick learner and a cunning one. They would have made a great team, but he was a freshman. To enter the cave, being lower than the 3rd rank is not safe. He could only be the bait for the cave monster. Qing Fengqin said he'd forgotten that Fang Ping was still a newcomer. Sometimes he thinks the world would be much more beautiful without people and monsters. As they approached the edge of the hill, they marveled at the beauty of the place. To the training center. Fang Ping and one of the instructors practiced stick fighting. The kid knew that his targets were the chest, heart, and throat, and that he had to hit fast and hard. But his supervisor explained that once the supervisor is in a defensive position, you can start attacking with less force. When the supervisor's strength and attention is centered on the upper body, and then quickly switch to the legs. And then his stick was already near Fang Ping's leg. He threw a punch, and the kid fell down. The instructor continued to explain that the end of the stick is close to the green, and then the regimen itself goes under the attack. It's quick and fast, so you can overpower your opponent. The moves that the mentor made are the main ones. It was mentor Luo Wai Shan, who was in the middle of the 6th grade. The students started laughing and said they didn't see anything, and asked to repeat it again. After the class, the students were given lists with the ranking of majors in the country. Looking at them, the students walked out of the training center. Fu Changding found the rector of his university on the list and said he was ranked 41st. Zhao Shui-mei, who was walking next to the boys, said there was nothing to agree on. The online lists include only those majors whose names are well known to the public. The list includes Holonokomadu Juchi, military officers, ministers, detectives, municipal warta, and many others. It's not a bad thing that the rector is number 41. She showed Fu Chanding on Xiaoma's list, which is number 4, and they realized what a mistake had been made. Looking at Fang Ping's list, they were curious about Wang Jinyan's position. He was very surprised to see Wang in the seat. It seems that even the most powerful people are not the tip of the iceberg in the world of martial arts, but they also speak about the authority of the list. The students began to dream of making it to the list themselves, looking up at the sky or wishful thinking. Fang Ping and Zhao Shui-mei came to Lu's instructor's office. They all sat down together at the table, and she began to tell them that she had returned from the dungeon, and that it would be quiet for some time to come. Fang Ping asked the instructor if she meant it safe there now, but she said there's no reason to worry. The creatures in the dungeon are attacking the entrance to the dungeon more and more often. Soon everyone's resource request will grow. The university will also make it harder for students to exercise. Students will have to collect a lot of papers in the evening. During the afternoon break, the instructor will take them to one place. The students immediately realized that she was going to take them to the basement and were very happy about it. Instructor Lu, upon seeing the students' reactions, said that they didn't know Kung Fu, and if she went into the dungeon, she would definitely go to the other world. She knew that she had promised a gift to Fang Ping if he won the match. They went to the street where a white car was waiting for them. Fang Ping thought it was his present, and he started to thank the car without even kissing it. But it was the instructor's car, and she asked the students to get into the car, and they drove outside the magical city. 2 thugs were standing near the building they had arrived at. After getting out of the car, they went to the entrance, and the instructor immediately threw a walker in the hand of the guard. And he said that the entrance cost thousands per person, but having given up the stroller, which was for blood thinner, the guard let them pass. Once inside, Fang Ping began to explain why the entrance was toll-free. It looked like a typical country house. They drove further along the territory, and the kid couldn't understand what kind of gift he could get here. They reached a building, and entering it, they saw a ring. A bunch of people shouting and two young men fighting in the ring. One hit the other, and he couldn't get up. Zhao Xuemei cried after seeing this picture. Instructor Lu said that if they couldn't even survive this, it would be better for them to leave, so that they wouldn't even think about the underground. But the girl decided to stay behind. Fang Ping remembered the feeling of being killed by your hands. He remembers the girl who attacked him at school. A young boy saw Lu and started to talk to her and flatter her, but she shut him up. Li's instructor pointed her finger at Fan Ping and asked her to prepare everything and take him to the morgue. Some guy told Xiao Zhao to take the little guy to the morgue. Fang Ping was distraught because she had promised an unforgettable gift, and now she's getting a tour of the morgue. The guys who work in the morgue were discussing that before the students from the magical university practice their good deeds, they should glare to death. If these students are put in the ring 1 against 1, they'll die in a matter of minutes. One of them said that these brats wouldn't last 10 minutes. The other one said he couldn't die so quickly because he's from a magical university. Fang Ping was taken to the morgue. When he entered, he saw a lot of bodies lying on the floor and a TV set that was plugged in. The guy was feeling a little frantic, and there was a movie on TV. He walked up to a man who had his eyes open, but he was clearly out of this world. Fang Ping closed his eyes and thanked him for not being in his place. The corpse's hand was big and he was strong and of good stature. He must have finished shrinking the upper torso bones. The left arm, I think, is not so strong. Approximately the bones. Looking at the man, Fang Ping concluded he was gone after the fist strike. The main blow was to the throat, causing the larynx to shatter. The boy was disturbed by the man and decided to look at the other corpses. It wouldn't hurt to take that chance. But the boy's thoughts were interrupted by a strange noise. A dozen corpses came to life and wanted to attack him, but he kicked the corpses and they hit the wall. He saw the wire and could guess that it was used to grill them. They're definitely behind this. He put the bodies of the men on the spot and asked for forgiveness. He didn't do it on purpose. Later, he helped the boys to pack the corpse in a bag, while a new fight was going on in the arena. They were amazed that Fang Ping was not afraid of pulling the body. He was not a fearful bird. Even the Morse didn't frighten him. Unless he had already seen death before that, it was impossible. Fang Ping looked at the man lying in the bag and wondered if he was a warrior without any background or family support. If you want to be stronger, you must be ready for anything. Closing the bag, the boy continued to think that a warrior who has no strength is no different from an ordinary man. Later, Instructor Lu, Zhao Xuemei, and Fang Ping went to a restaurant for a meal. The girl was crying constantly, and Lu said that they would soon get used to it. Fang Ping thought to himself that it would be impossible for them to get used to it if she served them a crooked steak after that crooked scene. Lu started talking about eating dry and syrupy food in the dungeon. If there were energy minerals, we could cook them, but it would be not only economical, it would be easier to replace them with walks. She asked the boy how he felt after spending the day in the Morse. Martial arts isn't as awesome as people think, and neither is he, but it's not the same as playing Mortal Kombat. The life or death tournament will give him more experience in combat, which will be useful for increasing his strength. Zhao Xuemei wanted to vomit, but she asked to participate, but was refused. She cried out that she was not a weakling. She knew the basic techniques of martial arts and has already trained 40 brigades. She will be able to survive in this world and will be successful. She is not afraid of people from today's tournament, not for life, but for death. Lu unemotionally replied that it's not important whether she's afraid. What's more important is that she had not yet experienced true death. After saying that, the girl started eating the steak and said she could do it. But as soon as she finished eating the steak, she broke away and ran to the Vibaralni. Fang Ping asked her mentor Lu why Xuemei was so active. It turns out her father was a stage 4 major who died in a battle in the Tianan dungeon. A lot of people want to take back the business left by her father. If there is no strength, then the family business will not be saved, so she desperately wants to become stronger. Unlike Fang Ping, she's motivated. Fang Ping interrupted, saying she also has motivation. He wants to become stronger and richer, and he also wants to give his family a good life. But Lu asked him to recognize that his motivation is to survive, and she encouraged the boy to try out for a regular seasonal grind. He realized that even if he refused to take part, he would have to take part. The next day, the kid was already in the ring. He was sitting on a chair in the back of the ring, and the man said, "Don't panic. A regular fight is relatively safe. They don't kill specially in it." The guy asked me what prize he'd get for winning. The prize was thousands of yuan per match. It's not that much, but you can also place your bets. The opponent chosen for Fang Ping is a top veteran. The odds are about 3 to 1, and the kid has decided to bet 1 million yuan on himself. Lu bet 5 million yuan on Fang Ping. If he loses, he'll blame her. The man realized that this woman was using the lives of her students as an important means of power. Zhao Shuai-mei said she's also betting on a guy worth 1 million. The host welcomed everyone who came to the fight and asked the contestants to enter the ring. The first to enter was Chornolikius, who was at the top of the first rank. Then the announcer introduced Fan Ping as the newcomer with the nickname Crooked King. Natov P immediately started shouting for the kid not to get angry, but gave in immediately. Zhao Shuai-mei said the boy was given a dumb nickname, so why add crooked? The instructor said no to the girl. He wants to create such an impression about himself in order to deceive the opponent. Luo Yixuan is good with a list, but he can also teach you how to use other weapons. Tang Feng is good with his fists and feet, but he is also good with his armor. Zhao Shuai-mei really thought that if Luo Yixuan had no copy, and Tang Feng couldn't fight with his fists and feet, they would just let others kill themselves. Then they could die without knowing why. When you meet an enemy, don't just think of a nickname. Fang Ping told his supervisor that it's his first time in the ring, and he's a little nervous, and asked him to be nice to him. If he couldn't win, he'd accept a forfeit. But his supervisor stood there with a beige face and didn't say a word, which made Fang Ping even worse, and he continued to say that he was not obliged to fight to the death. But he began to fight his supervisor with his balaclavas. The announcer shouted that the fight had begun. Fan Ping immediately swung in for a punch. He was able to kick him in the head. The Charnolitzik didn't see it coming. He only flinched for a second. Clasping his hands together to protect himself from the blows, Chornolicius realized that Fang Ping was no ordinary boy in the middle class. The supervisor shouted at Chornolicius, urging him to strike the boy at once. Fang Ping asked his supervisor to look at his feet, and he did. He punched him in the face before he went down. The Zarnalisi tried to fight off several attacks by clipping his hands around his face. But finally he got on his knees and said he was giving up. The NATO VP was impressed by such a performance of Chornolitsky, but at the same time Fan Ping wanted to be impressed. The announcer raised the kid's arm up the hill, declaring him the winner. Later on, at the point of receiving the money, the man gave Fang Ping his winnings. There was double the amount of the bet, plus thousands for the match. The total came to 1 million yuan. After he leaves the place, the money will be his. The system automatically calculated the 1 million yuan he had deposited. In 1 minute of the battle, he managed to earn such a large sum, which was not a bad thing. The balance in the system exceeded 10 million, and the system began to update. After the update, a message appeared about unlocking a new ability to shrink the skeins, which can be used now. Fang Ping realized that he can now use the system to grind the bones. The process is very difficult to perform, not to mention the fact that it is not safe. Fan Ping really felt the change. His bones really softened in just a couple of seconds. Maybe that means he's almost reached the top of the 3rd rank. It takes 100,000 to shrink 1/100th of a pair of bricks. And if it's right, it's impossible to reach the 3rd rank. Even to reach the top of the 3rd rank will cost more than 10 million. The world of martial arts is not as simple as it seems. In the late afternoon, Instructor Lu drove the students to Capmus in her car. She told Fang Ping not to think of keeping them. He had only paid a fraction of her bet, so he'd better return them as soon as possible. The boy began to convince his mentor that he wasn't that kind of person, but it was all written on his face. He's now studying at the university and he doesn't have time to spend money. Besides, he has a habit of spending money impolitely. She told him to leave his money from the bet to his big brother to save it for him. Fan Ping called Zhao Shuai-mei a sister, but she started yelling at him not to come near her. Instructor Lu told Fang Ping that he should ask her to meet him. If they were a couple, they could keep a household budget. But the kid said he didn't have time for that. But if you think about it 3 ways, the mentor's idea is not a bad one. The next day, the students went to the logistic department to get their assignments. Mentor Tan Feng said that for the next month they would get their missions here to fulfill them. The students were very happy to have this opportunity to make money. Fang Ping was also happy that he would finally be able to get the role. That's good, because he was getting nervous, not knowing how to increase his balance. Dean Huan Jin, a grandmaster of the highest rank, came to the office and said that the students had been taking this course for a month and were still behaving so leniently. The underground is more dangerous now, which means there's a greater need for strong men. Everyone needs resources, so students must win the national championship, so that the university will have more resources to train new strong martial arts majors. So they need to become more serious and train harder. Now, they will be divided into 5 teams, each of which will be supervised by a mentor. The team that wins, the one that performs the most missions, gets extra points, and the best students among them will represent the university in the upcoming championship. Fang Ping thought that the sparring would start again, but the glory of the university would depend on this championship, and it doesn't matter to them what price they can get it for. Fang Ping, Zhao Lei, Fu Changding, Yang Xiaoman, Chun Yunqi. These students have shown the best results, so they were chosen as team captains. They had to look at the list they would be given and get to know their teammates. Zhao Shuamei was very embarrassed when she saw the list, because she was put together with Fang Ping again. And Liu Dasheng, 40th in the specialty class rankings, was also angry that he would be on the team of the king of newcomers. Fang Ping mused that, without ruining Zhao Shuamei and Tan Sung Tin, the skills of the others made it impossible to expect the best. He was embarrassed by the fact that he had been given weaklings, but the university had decided to honor him in such a way. Fu Chanding walked up to Fang Ping, put his hand on his shoulder, and asked why he was so embarrassed, knowing that it was because of his partners. He felt that it was done in order for each team to have a balance of power. Everything would have been solved earlier. If he could choose his own teammates, he'd choose the beauties. And Tan Feng said he could make a change if he wanted. And Fu Changding immediately started thinking about who he could choose: Zhang Ye, who's on A in the ranking, and Xiaowen Yu, who's Ma in the ranking. But he decided to say he was just playing for keeps, because he really didn't want to change. Zhou Shipin, the mentor of the special class, said that he would help with the completion of the mission. Although he has no students, everyone knew him. Now, the Capitans need to choose a mission. The mentor will be responsible for getting them back alive. The right to choose the mission is granted to the captain of the team, Fang Ping. The mentor told him that he was responsible for their return alive, and that they would not be involved in anything else, so his opinion need not be asked. Fang Ping thought he was giving vent to such feelings. It's fair enough that a mentor can't make decisions for his students. Zhao Shiping, who looks about 50 to 60 years old, does not speak Budena. He does not really teach martial arts at the magical university, which is why he does not have many students. Although he's one of the oldest instructors, his power is great. Fang Ping went to the screen and began to choose a mission. 1 month wasn't enough. The other teams are probably looking for good missions. The challenge is to find a balance between time, hardship, and Vinagaroda. Fang Ping looked at the list and decided to start with the easy mission. Tang Sun Ting, a first-ranked master, was dismayed to be given a mission to capture only first-ranked masters. The result of the mission will be recognized in the general hall of the competition. Tai Nagaroda will have to share on all of them, and through this Disnetzia worthless Shmatochku. Maybe it's better to take the mission from someone of a different rank. Fang Ping asked Tan Sung Tin if he had ever fought with a second-ranked major before, but it never happened. So how come they're so confident they can beat him? It's not a fever. All these villains will fight for their lives, and if someone is left behind, that someone will die. Even if he values his life, something will happen later that will make the mission more difficult. Zhou Shipin said that it won't come to that. Besides, the mentor will protect them. Fang Ping said he's the captain of the team, and he's the one who makes the decision. Also, for the next month, they'll listen to him. He doesn't want to play them in the draw. If anyone disagrees with him, they can come to him at any time. He's decided to familiarize himself with who they're looking for. According to recent sightings, he was last seen on the east side of the city. He was also a frequent bettor. His job was to look at the casinos in the area. Zhao Shuemei said there are a lot of casinos in the eastern part of the city, so if they don't know him. Fang Ping said they have 3 days to do it. If they can't do it, they'll give up. In that case, they'll only get 10% of their wages. He ordered the team to assemble. They'll head out to search in 1 year. Tan soon. Tin began to say that he would not bother for such a small fee. But the others criticized him, saying that he could not do nothing while being in the team. Zhao Shuemei thought Fang Ping wasn't the same as usual. Later, the students went on a search and ended up at a casino in the east side of the magical city. Fang Ping communicated with the team through a special device in the bathroom. We need to divide into teams. If someone finds him alone, it is not a good idea to try to deal with him. And he asked for more information about the situation. Zhao Shuemei was in a team with another student in the hall, but the targets didn't see her. The other group was near the back entrance, but the guards were already clearly paying attention to them. One student said he had no experience in this kind of thing. Even if the guards let them pass, they will still be separated from the gate. Fang Ping asked them not to panic or do anything suspicious. All they can do is just walk up and ask the question. The clown told himself that they're all on edge as soon as they start the mission, because they probably got some experience in it. Zhou's mentor has come to the casino. It looks like he's just going to watch them. His gaze was cold and penetrating. If something happens, is he going to help them? Fang Ping thought not. He wouldn't go in until the students were all killed. Maybe the death of students is exactly what the university wants to see. What it's left with is the same as an exchange. No matter how the mentors tell the new students what martial arts is and what the martial arts path really is. At the end of the day, everything is just a word of mouth. Insecurity and death are only vague warnings. But if someone really dies in front of it, that's something else. A few weak dead students in exchange for the new generation. That's value. But why freshmen? It could be third-year students, for example. In fact, through those who are freshmen are very weak, their performance does not mean anything. But if they show themselves during the mission, they will be evaluated by the school, so it is worth risking their lives. Fang Ping's thoughts were interrupted by a student who said he saw their goal. The kid told the team to gather and follow the man, and the students who saw the target to wait for reinforcements before acting. The man sat smoking and playing cards. Tang Soon Tin walked up to him and hit him in the head with his fist. The man fell to the ground without any sign of life, and Tang was grieved that it was only a waste of time and the cost of some miserable thousands of yuan. Besides, the academy points for the mission were a pittance. As he said, you should have taken a higher grade. Fang Ping said he asked the others to wait for him first, and then he'd do it. But the kid said there was no reason to wait. The man wasn't that strong. If Fang Ping is the leader of the team, it does not mean that he can waste his time. Zhao Shuimei started yelling at Tang Soon Ting. If Fang Ping hadn't divided them into groups, they wouldn't have found the boyfriend and he wouldn't have gotten to him so quickly. The other students in the group began to protect Tang Soon Tin, saying that his words also had meaning. This mission is a real waste of time, and the cost is really a penny. But Zhao Shuimei continued to protect Fang Ping. He cared about their safety, and made sure that all the members of the group remained alive and unharmed. Tang Soon Ting was not moved by the girl's words, and he continued to fret. He asked why he should become a martial arts master if he was so much afraid of death. He needs to be informed that they are students of the magical university, and they are martial arts majors. They are not worthless people. Fang Ping said that the kid can leave the mission right away. He'll ask the university to give him a mentor to prepare him for transferring to another group. Also, if the other boys want to go, they can go with Tang Soon Tin. But Tang Soon Tin knew that if the boy hadn't killed the 2 first-rank masters, he would have dealt with him right away. The first mission seemed very easy. So easy, in fact, that everyone felt a rush of confidence that if it continued, it would not turn out well. At the same time, the mentors were discussing the state of affairs. Everyone talked about his teammates. Some had good results, some not so good. And it came down to Fang Ping. Her boyfriend said he's a really good leader and he's very careful. In sparring, the best candidate for class president would be Fu Changding, but he's not strong enough. When it comes to fighting, he doesn't have the strength to defend himself against Zhao Lei. He asked old Zhou to watch over Fang Ping more carefully, for the next mission would cause a lot of trouble. He wanted to see what the leader of the team would do if there was an emergency situation. Maybe he'll run or beg for help or fight to the death. Teaching the elite genius will be something to behold. The next day, Fang Ping's group gathered at the mission center. Mentor Zhou told the students that this time Tang Soon Ting would receive 100% of all the honors, and the 2 students who found the culprit would also receive 100% each. The other 100% will be divided equally among the 7 members of the team. One student was disturbed by this subversion and started to boil, thinking there was no point in sharing the money. The whole mission was a waste of time. Tan Sung Tin went to the student who had boiled, put his hand on his shoulder and said that for the next mission they would choose someone at the top of the first rank, and everyone will get the prize, not like this time. He went to the monitor and pressed the button to select a mission, suggesting that not only Fang Ping should be selected this time. All the members of the group gathered around the screen and began to discuss the missions. After 3 minutes of studying the choice of missions, they finally chose one. Fang Ping saw what they had chosen, and said that it would be much more expensive than other missions of the same complexity. An evildoer at the top of the first rank. Why then do you need 3 at the top of the first rank to fulfill the mission? The mentor must know something about it, but he's not talking. Maybe this mission is really safe, or maybe the mentor wants them to choose it specially. Fang Ping told the group that they are doing well on this mission, but he wants to warn them that this mission is a high reward. It does not mean that the goal will be easy to achieve. Staying alive is more important than completing a mission, and they don't seek their own death. Tang Soon Ting started to bluster again, saying that they were students at a magical university. It does not matter how strong the opponent. They will all the same overpower him. Regardless of the fact that he is at the top of the first rank, they will overpower him by quantity. It was X Day. Zhao Shuimei and Fang Ping were riding in the car together. The boys' blood and qi levels were about the same as the 2nd grade level. They drove to the village of Yasna Skila in the eastern part of the city. All students gathered in the parking lot. According to information from the soldiers, their meta, who is called Shi Feng, is staying in a nearby village near the sea. Perhaps this man, when trying to get in, will take the ocean route rather than the land route. Zhao Shuimei saw the exact address in the data given by the army. Not knowing this information, they couldn't arrest him. Maybe the underground has become too dangerous, and there aren't enough people to catch everything. Fang Ping realized from the materials the soldiers had given him that it was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. This mission should be under the jurisdiction of the investigation department, but it's somehow attributed to the military. Maybe the person who killed Shi Feng was connected to the military. But why doesn't the military send a second or third ranking major to investigate this? Zhou's mentor listened to the students' conversation and praised them for their good judgment. In fact, the military wants to help the new students to gain experience and to give them a heads up. When the students were surprised, they didn't understand what the mentor was saying. He began to explain that every time there are many new masters with their appointed power, but those who begin to think that they are more special than others. Killing and creating chaos, they don't think about the lives of other people. The military and police departments have given this mission to the university, so that students know that no matter what position they take in the society, if they have committed a crime, they will be held responsible for the consequences. Fan Ping said that martial artists cannot be underestimated. Even if he's a novice, his impact on society is great. Use missions to make students realize their power and responsibility. Fang Ping started laughing, and a girl in the class asked him why he was so happy. But he didn't tell her what he was thinking. There's a lot of people here today. If you put on a halo, you won't get a good impression. So they decided to start searching at night. One of the students, Zhao Qing, suggested that they start the search in the daytime because it was more productive. Most people work during the day, so it's better to work during the day. Besides, their meta is moving at night, which makes it possible to assume that they know about the address given to them by the military. They have a lot of people. A joint rendezvous will immediately become memorable. And he asked them to immediately go to the address given by the militiamen. If the meth is found there, they can attack all at once. Zhao Qing's first mission was to find the meta. Although he has little strength, he seems calm. Before going into action, he first assesses the situation. Tan Sung Tin's full protestations. There's finally someone in their company who thinks things through, Fang Ping thought. Everyone agreed that the plan proposed by Zhao Qing was very good and logical, so the team went on a search. They found the necessary room. Zhou Yuehun, Wu Keipeng, and Zhao Hao were waiting outside the building near the parkway. Tang Sun-ting was to go to the door to the villain. He was quite strong compared to the others and in a position to fight. The more risky it is, the more risky it is. The greater the risks, the better the honor is. Tang Sun-tin was a bit hesitant to sign up because Fang Ping had authorized him to do such an important job. One of the students asked the captain if they should wait for Mentor Zhou. He didn't follow them, but Fang Ping was sure they would easily accomplish the mission, so he ordered them to act. The students took the positions they had discussed earlier. Tan Sung-tin started banging on the door and yelling to see if anyone was home. But there must be something else to make the villain open the door. So he said that someone threw the garbage in front of his house and asked him to clean it up. But it was quiet. Nobody cleaned it up. The bum kept knocking and yelling about the sweepings. And when that didn't work, he started knocking and shouting more loudly, saying he'd call the police because of the smut on his doorstep. And a man's voice from behind the door shouted that he hadn't thrown any rubbish. He doesn't throw out any garbage, let alone in front of someone's door. And you had to think of something else to get the bad guy to open the door. So the boy kept banging on the door and shouting that no one had ever thrown smut at his door before, but since he had moved here it had started to happen. When Fang Ping felt the man approaching the door, he took Tang Sun-ting by the arm and pulled her to his side, so that the villain would not remember him when he came out. The doors turned into a pile of metal. He must have ripped them open and the villain ran out of the building. Fang Ping shouted for everyone to fight for them. Tang Sun-tin ran after the villain, but before he did, he took his sword from its sheath. He was able to strike the man with it. A group of students hiding near the park overpowered the man and started kicking him. Fang Ping realized that the villain was not going to fight them one-on-one. Shi Feng was able to stand on his feet and saw that the students of the University of Martial Arts were following him. He realized he could easily overpower them. He knew that they were not military or from the police department, and they did not appreciate him very much. But there was a silver lining for the perpetrator. Considering the number of students involved in the mission, they are not so strong. So the perpetrator has no reason to waste his time on them. If they had brought more people with them, it would be harder to deal with them. Zhao Shuimei took a swing at the man with a steel pipe. She thought she could hit him on the head, but he began to see a marvelous aura. Fang Ping realized this and shouted for the girl to get away. The evildoer started to run away, and all the students rushed to fight him off. Tang Sun-ting started yelling at Fang Ping because the villain was almost in their hands, and because he told Shuimei to get away, the mission could fail. But if she hadn't gotten out of his way, the girl would be dead. This is a very strong goal, and we must be careful. Fang Ping realized that this man is on the next level. He's completely softened his bones, but it didn't seem possible. In the information for the mission, it was stated that he had moved to the first rank. Tan Sung-tin didn't want to give up, because if they failed the mission, they'd lose points. Even if he's at the second rank, it's only at the initial stage. The perpetrator was angry that the students didn't know he was in the second grade. When chasing the man, Fang Ping said that the information to the mission clearly stated that he was on the first rank. How did he end up on the second rank? Maybe there was a mistake in the system. She made it to the harbor. There was a chowan that Shifeng had prepared in case he had to flee. A strong aura began to emanate from the wagon, knocking the villain off his feet. Shifeng realized that the person who did this had a very high rank. It was definitely a student master, and they must have gathered here to practice on him. And if he's going to die here, why don't he take the students with him? The students saw that the villain had stopped, but they didn't know why. Fang Ping realized that they were being helped by their mentor Zhou, but at the same time he was provoking his attacks on them. All the teachers of the magical university are cold-blooded. Having seen many situations between life and death, they value only their own lives and will watch those who kill others. If the weak in their team die or sacrifice themselves, it will help the others to gain experience. That's why Zhou's mentor uses his aura to force the villain to fight them. Trapped in a corner, he can do only one thing. Killing one is easy. Killing two is even more valuable. Fang Ping knew that if they finished this mission, he would be forced to confront Mentor Zhou. One of the students called Fang Ping and asked if they could defeat the second-ranked major. If they lose, not only will they lose points, they may even die. But the boy said that it's better not to think about the result, but to fight. Just because he is of a different rank does not mean that they cannot overpower him. As long as they don't do anything special, the victory is guaranteed. Fang Ping shouted that Tang Chun-ting, Zhao Shuomei will attack, and the others should stay back. Shifeng has made a warning that your men are the strongest among them, and the one in the middle is probably their leader. And the man decided to start a riot and attack Zhao Shuomei. She shouted for him not to question her and ran to attack him in response. Zhao Shuomei swung the pipe at the villain, but he was able to grab the pipe from the other side, blocking the girl's arms. Fang Ping and Tang Sun-ting saw this and rushed with their swords to take the girl down. But the villain managed to wrestle the sword from the girl's hands with his aura. With his finger, he defeated the attack of the boys. The other students in the squad began to discuss whether they should go to their aid, but came to the conclusion that there was nothing they could do to help, and it would be better to wait. Perhaps the leader will call on them when needed. Meanwhile, the villain hit Zhao Shuomei with a pipe, and Fang Ping hit him to protect the girl, but Shifeng is strong and was able to hit him back. Tang Sun-ting was very angry with the man and tried to attack him by hitting him with his sword. He was able to cover himself with a steel pipe and knock the sword out of the boy's hands, which hurt the boy's hands so much that he cried out in pain. Fang Ping came to Shifeng from behind and chopped off his hand, which was holding the iron pipe. Realizing that it was the most effective method to block the supervisor's armor, he didn't duck. Instead, he swung his sword with his broken hand, and it became clear that the villain had a lot of combat experience. The kid called on the other students in the class to help him defeat the man. That was the difference between first and second rank. Now when Shifeng lost his arm and his leg was injured, he gave up, and the students won. Shaking his head, he said he didn't appreciate the students and didn't think he'd die because of the schmarkachis. But he shouted that if he died, he would take someone with him for company. The kid screamed, asking Fang Ping to clean him up. Fang Ping raised his two fists together and struck Shifeng in the head, causing a big hole in the head and sending Shifeng out into the world. The girls began to cry and rejoice that everyone in the group was alive. Zhao Qing began to check everyone's condition to make sure everything was in order. Zhao Shuomei went over to Fang Ping, who was sitting on the floor, and began to apologize, saying it was her fault. If she hadn't lost her ammunition, no one would have been hurt. Fang Ping said he was a second-rate fighter, and it's not a problem for him to take the equipment. All the other students also began to say that if it wasn't for them, the others would be dead. Zhao Qing said the mission was a success thanks to Fang Ping. Without him, we don't know what would have happened, although they'll have lost at least 10 credits. And they had to find Ju's teacher and talk about the mistake that happened. When the villain was promoted from the first rank to the second rank, Zhou went to the students and said that they were worse than he had expected. Only 3 out of 10 men are carrying weapons, and there have been a lot of unfortunate accidents. This time their meta wasn't so strong. Fang Ping and Zhao Shuomei or Tang Sung-ting could easily handle it, but the mentor re-evaluated them. Fang Ping asked his mentor how it was that the meta was of a different rank. It's not like there was a mistake in the magical university system. Other students began to shout in frustration that the informant had made a mistake, but the tutor said it was okay. He could move or the informant made a mistake. No one could have foreseen that. Fang Ping asked if Zhou had inadvertently forced him to fight with the students when he wanted to leave. But he didn't think the kid could understand his intentions. And he knew it was him. The mission is their work, but the master did not help them, and in fact created great problems, but perhaps there were reasons for it. Shi Feng is not a new warrior of another rank, and the informant was a fake from the very beginning. Fang Ping asked for the school and mission awards to be matched. Tan Sun Tin, as always, began to promise that the school would never use such a thing, because the mission deserves points. Mentor Zhou was shocked that he would dare to say such a thing. Even 3 ranked missions don't cost so much. But he's a mentor of their team, an expert of the 6th rank. Of course, the students don't dare to do anything to him, unless the School of Martial Arts has been dishonest with them. If he was just watching from the shadows, they wouldn't have said anything to him. But the instructor forced the meth to fight, which didn't kill the students. Unless it's against the rules. But if he refuses, the students will go talk to the dean about it. The students wanted to support Fang Ping's promotions. Mentor Zhou said Fan Ping could really do it. As the captain of the team, standing up for the team and wanting to get more points, it's not a bad thing. And he's the first and last time he's done that. The students started to cheer and praise their leader, but the tutor reassured the boy that when he's beaten, he doesn't think about it so much. He who constantly worries about the wounded and dead dies faster than everyone else. Fang Ping realized that his mentor was right. He was being very careful this time. With him and Tang Sun Ting, Shi Feng wouldn't stand a chance. And when he knew that Shi Feng was of a different rank, he thought he'd back down. For a leader who fears death, the result of a battle can be the death of his entire command. Later, the students gathered in the main building in the practice room. Fang Ping looked at the system's interface, where it was stated that the pills and today's winnings had raised his balance to millions, and concluded that the fulfillment of missions would raise his balance much faster than the sale of self-touch pills. One team came to the class and students said that they had even 1 dead and 3 wounded after completing the mission. A flood of students were saying that none of them had ever tried to fight another ranked supervisor. It seems that Zhao Lei will be very self-motivated and chose a different rank. One mistake and anything could happen. One of the students began to say that the master did not help them. They will do something if the student is dying, and they only pay geniuses from the whole team. He began to treat Zhao Lei, saying that he was a piece of Lin, and he would have died instead of him. If he hadn't chosen another rank, Li Kunkong would not have died. Another student took Zhao Lei's shirt for a football, and asked why he didn't die in his place. If he hadn't chosen that mission, their team wouldn't have suffered such a loss. Fang Ping's team accidentally stumbled into a different rank, but no one died. Zhao Xuemei said that everything Fang Ping said before was true, so to win the prize, they put their lives on the line. One of the students contacted Fan Ping said the school never said they had to keep going to the meetings. Maybe it would be better to practice for a few days and then reschedule, but they'll have to work hard to earn the honors to prepare for another mission in the future. Only the strongest will survive. If we stop now, it will mean they're coming. He asked if anyone wanted to leave the team now. Tang Sun Ting shouted that since he had entered the magic school, he had never retreated. He only needed 3 pills to revitalize himself, and he would be fine. Fang Ping thought that this kid might be a little self-righteous and bad, but he has a great charisma. Zhao Xuemei added that they're martial arts majors and it's not their style to give up. All the other students supported their words, saying that they all want to continue to go with Fang Ping to the missions. To begin with, they can rest and perform light missions of the 1st rank to earn points. When everyone has recovered and improved their skills, they will take missions of the 2nd rank, and after that, their light missions began. They searched for and returned the children, helped in the pet cafe to fight with cats, hunted down and caught a first-rate bad guy, killed a first-rate bad guy. While doing one of the tasks, Fang Ping realized that the power of the sword is much better than the power of the cloth. Tan Sung Tin said that Fang Ping had become more ruthless than he was at the beginning. It's all worth a man's life. In the last 7 months, he has killed 4 miscreants and several students in the arena. 6 people in all. Manulius never thought he'd become such a ruthless man. But only with practical experience will he be able to improve his skills. The student group is gathered again in the practice hall. Shi Feng's mission has only moved them to the 2nd place. Even if they tried hard, the 1st-ranked missions would give them very few points. Tang Sun Tin asked Fang Ping if they'd already gotten so good that they'd start taking the 2nd-ranked mission. The boy began to say that in the last hour, relying on the system, he reshaped the bones every 2 days. Their number has increased steadily, and now he has 47 of them. If he continued like this, he would quickly reach the 300 units of blood and qi, in which case he would be a much stronger newcomer of the other rank. If they encounter another villain, he will be able to defeat his self-consciousness. Their team has become stronger over the years, especially Sung Tin, and he asked the students to split into 3 groups. Zhao Xiumei, Tang Song Ting, and Fan Ping will perform the other ranked mission. Zhao Shumei, Kei Ping, Zhang Hao will do the first rank mission. Zhu Yue Hong, Zhang Ping will stay to treat injuries, collect and search for information. When they finish the mission, 10 districts of the city will be given to them. Zhao Shuemei suggested we split into 2 groups, and the girls who were left for renewal were very happy, because if they took part in the meetings, they wouldn't get even 5% of the money. They couldn't influence how he would behave from the very beginning. He could do what he wanted. The next day, the students went to Shijiang, to the construction site of the Ministry of Construction. The mission is to spare the life of a sect disciple named Tao Jing Chen, 40 years old, of the other rank. Rebinding of the fingers and left hand. Ball Vinagaroda. Zhao Shuimei asked why they were just standing there, if they were not easily recognized. Some young men approached the students. One of them was Wang Huaijin from the Danwu University of Martial Arts. He asked if they were from the martial arts school. The kid came up to Fang Ping to extend his hand and introduced himself. He squeezed his hand in response, and Wang Huaijin said they were here on a mission and were students of the Shijiang Magical University. Fang Ping was angry that 2 missions could be held in the same place, but his university is too small to recruit many new students, so the 3 Dongwu universities are working on the mission together. Fang Ping quickly realized that these students have blood and qi of about 1 unit, and began to speculate. They're on par with Tan Sung Tin, they're stronger here, and now he understands. But the question is why 2 different teams are on the same mission, as the system once again made a mistake. A couple of black cars drove up unannounced. They were directors, and more questions arose as to why a mission of another rank requires so many people. A woman got out of the car and asked who was from the magical university. Fang Ping introduced himself and said he was the leader of this team. A woman asked why there were only 3 members of their team performing the second-ranked mission. Wang Huaijin was very surprised to see the students take the second rank. Dan Wu, one of the students from the university, asked why there were only 3 students for such a big mission. Their goal is to reach the top of the first rank. But the woman interrupted the conversation between the students and said she had something to explain. Fang Ping's target is Jin Cheng, the other rank. First of all, he was not active, but had recently started collapsing down Shijiang. Wang's meta is Jin Zhixiang of the first rank. Through the cult, the 2 metas are now together in the middle of this building. The 2 goals are now together, so the mission has become much more difficult. From recent reports, we learned that there are also about 5 majors of martial arts. Their rank is not known. There are also about 10 other sectarians there. The department has already finished preparing the perimeter. Fang Ping asked the other teams of students not to interfere with one another, and Tang Sun Ting to cooperate. The woman asked Wang Huaijin to talk to him alone. After she left, she asked her team to cancel the mission, since at least 1 warrior of the second rank and a warrior of the first rank, without the other cult members, the mission of the magical university is directed from the army. Compared to the police department's mission, it's a lot more important. At first, she thought of asking them to work together. That way the magic students would help them out, but she didn't realize it would only be the 3 of them. The students of the magical university are strong, but the students of the magical university, he's the genius of Dongwu, their hope. The department can't bear to watch them do something as risky as this. If possible, she's hoping they'll refuse the mission. If they fail the mission, or at least lose another rank, then they'll join. Are the new students at the magical university really that strong? They're only first-rank fighters. He's bitten his bones 3 times, but in fact, he's rank 1. Wang Huaijin thanked the lady for her kindness, but he wanted to see the magical university's newcomers for himself during the case. The woman did not hesitate any longer. The perimeter is fixed. The cult members will not be able to enter or chase them. If something happens, they can turn back, and most importantly, alive. One of the students asked Van if they were really going with the students of the magical university. The other pointed his finger at the entrance of the building and said that the magic university students had already entered the middle of the building. Zhao Shuemei, who was standing near the door, noticed that they were looking at her and also went into the middle of the building. After a while, someone came out. The students were preparing for the battle. The man was their meta, Zhang Zhixiang. When the man came out of the building and saw who was waiting for them, he shouted that they did not keep their word. He shouted that he would beat them up and started attacking them with his fists. The students started shouting that he should be stopped, but he didn't say no. After a few punches, they managed to eliminate Jin Zhixiang. The students could not understand why he shouted that they had not stricken their word. Wang Huaijin argued that they hadn't done anything that could have happened. The top of the first rank had just died in his arms. What happened before he went out to them, and he decided to go into the building. In the middle of it, he saw a bunch of men lying unconscious in the middle of a bloody beach. The boys from Wang's team were holding their comrade who had been beaten up by Jin Zhixiang. They asked Wang to leave, because if another ranked fighter came here, they would be in trouble. He pointed at the body, especially the head, which was lying among the corpses, and asked if they were talking about him. The students were shocked by what Fang Ping's team had done, but were fascinated while Wang was talking. They killed everyone. After the mission, Fang Ping and his team drove home in a car and said they should summarize the results, but there was nothing to discuss. Fan Ping did everything himself. Maybe it's time to choose a more important piece of armor. Something like a sokiri or a hammer would be perfect, said Fang Ping. Like chopping wood, the more important the weapon, the better. Tan Sung Ting asked Fang Ping why he had not bitten off all the bones of his legs, how his hands had become so strong. Zhao Xuemei said that earlier in the mission, Tang Song Ting had taken on the first rank and other cult members, so he had not seen what Fang Ping was doing. She was making sure Dongwu's men didn't enter, so she knew what Fang Ping was doing. Fang Ping and Tao Jin were not as simple as he thought. They fought to see whose blood and qi would be the last to die. In a matter of seconds, Fang Ping struck with his sword, and each blow had blood and qi. His enemy was a second-ranked enemy. He's very weak, but after buying blood and chai in the end, he forced his opponent to use all his strength first, and she asked Fang Ping if his blood and qi were infinite, for they were all of the first rank. Even if he had bitten all his bones, the difference was still too great. In truth, it was his limit. From the moment they took on all the others, he was able to center himself in the fight, using too much blood and qi, and Zhao Xiumei seemed to have seen that, so it was good that he had an excuse. Fang Ping said that if he had enough health, then it was logical that his blood and qi had no limits. In battle, having used everything, he can negatively use the system. So at the races, the one who is longer on blood and qi, he will not lose. Those sectarians were too weak. Tang Sun Tin wanted to fight another ranking. Jin Zhi was the target of Dongwu University. His strength compared to Ling Feng was very low. When they realized their strongest member had died, they just fell into a faint. Fan Ping took all the pills and valuables from the sectarians. Tang Sun Tin started looking at everything they took and didn't realize the sectarians were so rich. The girl laughingly said that Fang Ping really thought of Dongwu's students. At that time, the Dongwu students found a bag of valuables near the building. They were very happy that the students of the magical university had thought of them. They also got a lot out of the mission, and Wang didn't think Fang Ping would be a good person. But Fang Ping said he was only helping them. The way Captain Dongwu went to Zhuxiang was not a bad thing. But if that's all Dongwu got, then he shouldn't even think about the national exchange ceremony. But he can win, said Tang Sun Tin. The girl supported him because he was really strong. Fan Ping's cell phone received a list of team leaders. Yi team is in first place, but everyone was happy that Zhao Lei's team was only 4 points behind. They decided to go to the place of the next mission. They couldn't let Zhao Lei's team overtake them. They have to remain number 1 and can't go to another place. The next day, all the student teams gathered in the practice hall. The month they'd had was coming to an end. Now they gathered to recognize the team's scores. The first place team, Fan Ping, scores. The team in first place gets 100 points and the sum of points. But Fang Ping was not happy with the result. If they had finished that last mission, they would have more than 200 points. Zhao Lei's team in second place, Bo Shan's team in third place, Yang Xiaoman's team in fourth place, and in last place Chen Yunshi's team, which scored only 100 points. The students began to boil among themselves, each blaming the other, that they had spent so much effort and time, and could not even divide the 10 points among the members of the team. It seems that Captain Chen Yunshi was the most embarrassed of all. Cheng Shi will be held responsible for that ball. The instructors spent the whole month recording the students' progress. One of the members of the team, Zhao Lei, died because of their carelessness. So they deducted 100% of their scores as compensation for the family. Bo Changding and Yang Xiaoman, on the condition of protecting their companions, also successfully completed the mission. Fang Ping's team split into 2 different teams and completed the mission at the same time. They deserve praise. Chen Yunshi's team has the lowest scores. His team members don't like it. They need to think and analyze their actions. In the places where the missions were carried out, everyone recognized themselves much better. There were killed and wounded, and those who filled their guts with cash. Martial arts majors, all of whom are getting stronger in battle. Also, all month long, the instructors have been secretly testing the students to see who could be part of the squad to prepare them for the next month's competition. These competitions are aimed at increasing the school's popularity. He won't talk about other important things. Now Tan Feng will announce the other teams for the competition. The list includes Fang Ping, Zhao Lei, Bo Shengding, Yang Xiaoman, Tang Songting, Zhao Xiumei, Xu Qikai, Li Zhaoshu, Jin Lei became members of the team. After the list was announced, the students began to murmur. So Mentor Tang named only 3 students, although it had been announced before that there would be 10 people in the team. But instead of announcing another team member, Mr. Tang turned to Chen Yunshi and said that she should transfer to a literary university. The role of a fighter wasn't suitable for him. Even if her bite, blood, and chi are higher than her comrades, she's still not ready to be a real fighter. A fighter must engage in battle, not unite them. And Chen Yunshi's performance this month has disappointed Mr. Tang. Two students were whispering to each other, saying that Chen Yunshi doesn't want to kill superiors who hurt her comrades. So the leader of the team can't be like that. She's a girl from a family of fighters. Her grandfather was a great major. She has many more abilities. Her cultivation is very high, and she can't even protect her comrades. When she sees the enemy, she retreats. She's definitely not fit to be a fighter. Fang Ping said Chen Yunshi has bitten her bones twice. She could be in the top 5 fighters in the class, but she's not. And she's afraid of fighting. Leon Tan said it's better for her to transfer. But the girl surprised everyone when she said she would do her best and asked for another chance. She wanted to join the team. The next day, Fang Ping went to the logistics station. After all the missions in the past month, he scored a point. Plus the perks of a walker and armor. His health has gone up to 1 million, which is a shame. Master Li met him at the logistician's office and asked what the boy needed this time. Fang Ping wanted his armor to be important and tough, but easy to wear, because his blood and chi had become bigger. Master Li asked Fang Ping to follow him to the armor room to choose his armor. The magical university has all the weapons you could want and asked him to buy a halberd made of D-rank metals and a kilogram. Its length is centimeters, but it can be split for greater strength and for easy carrying in a bag. Fang Ping hesitated to buy the halberd, but Master Li was willing to sell it for only $10 million. The boy was very expensive, and he offered to buy it, thinking it was enough. They began to boil. Master Li said this was no place to bargain, but Fan Ping had only points on his card and he could give no more, so he continued to oblige the man. And then Master Li gave up, packed up his halberd and asked the boy to go away at once. The boy was very good at negotiating. He used an old worn-out weapon to pay for it, points and millions of dollars in Goth of Koi, and hardly covers the original value. Students of a magical university often have no stable sources of resources, and the fact that he wants to accumulate points is quite obvious. He's even been using cooking, so he may not really have that many points left. But when Fang Ping was calculating, Master Li felt he had enough points, and he had just cheated him. The next day, Fang Ping came to the practice room with a halberd. When Feng Ding saw the kid's new armor, he was curious about it, because it was D-rank ore. The kid asked Zhao Lei and Xiao Man whether to prepare him to fight them or he underestimated them. Today is the day the new captain is announced, but Fang Ping falsely thought he was the only one developing his skills, while everyone else stood still. One of the students took up his weapon and started to attack and told Fang Ping that he had become much stronger during his training, and that he would be the class president this time. But the boy was able to kick him in the face, thus incapacitating him, and he never tried to attack again. The boy lay on the bed without collapsing and started crying. Fang Ping sat beside him and said that he did not remember that he had become the strongest, for he had not even had a chance to try out his new equipment. A boy asked Xiao Man whether she would fight next, but after seeing him beat the student, she replied that she had never said she wanted to become president. After training, they went to the teacher's dormitory. It was less than a month before the competition between students from other universities, but Fang Ping and Zhao Xuemei were still very weak. Mentor Lu asked Xuemei to take a second grade of blood and Chi to soften her bones more quickly. 1 pill every 2 days, so she can get to the top of the first rank before the competition. Fang Ping quickly calculated that a rank 2 Chi pill would cost thousands of points per unit. If one costs points, it will cost more than his halberd. But Zhao Xuemei promised her mentor to cut the bones of her arms and legs and to reach the first rank before the competition. After she said this, the girl ran off like crazy to get ready, followed by the instrument Lu said she came to cultivate with her every night. Fang Ping asked what instructions his mentor would give him. She asked if he wanted to learn a higher-ranked technique, but he had already reached the first rank and had shrunk the bones of his lower extremities. His chi reached him and he realized he had to learn the techniques. His mentor gave him a book and asked him to look at the mid-level leg techniques and the mid-level halberd techniques. There were 4 boxes of books on her kitchen table, and she told Fang Ping to take them too. That he had learned a low level of palette technology, so he needed to look at the sequencing. A mid-ranking technician has more details and more crocs, so it's better to see how they're done. If he has any questions, he can come to his mentor at night. On one of the books was written Cruel, Bloodthirsty, Loving Blade. The name looked very strange. But the book was written by the boss of the town, Nan Jinzhang, who was ranked 6th at the time. His mentor spoke to him personally to authorize Fang Ping to learn his techniques. You'd think the author of the book was an old man, but he was young and couldn't take his eyes off his mentor Lu. His mentor used to be called Love Stick. Fang Ping began to read the book. Brutal, bloodthirsty, loot blade were simply Chi's constant attacks. There were 7 blade techniques in total. The best they can do is a combination of 7 charged attacks, each one stronger than the last. No matter how much chi, it will all come down to the final blow. If you use all 7 attacks, someone's bound to die. The kid was fascinated by the book. He thought that as long as he controlled his chi, everything would be fine. He wanted to use the new technique in halberd as soon as possible, and was sure that he would be no match for him in the competition. And with his endless supply of chi, he could attack constantly. Now he had to look at the technique of legs. The marvelous croc gradually increases the energy of chi, and he had to come to see the change of direction. Fang Ping was confident that even if he could not win, he could go quickly. It suits his fighting style very well. Later, the kid went to the training room to practice his techniques. At that time, he decided to ask Brother Wong for advice and called him on the phone, who said that Jin Kongjin believes that the most important thing is the location of his center of gravity. To reach Jin Kongjin Fan Ping's level, he had to try to balance on the surface of the water so that his knee did not sink under the water. After that, Van said he was very busy, and without even listening to the boy's answer, he threw a rumor, and he wanted to tell him about the new blade techniques he'd recently learned. We are transported to the magical university, the lower part, to the entrance of the dungeon where Van was. He finished his conversation with Fang Ping quietly, and said that he would always call at the worst possible hour. Qin Feng King was with him, and they were preparing to enter the dungeon. After 5 months, they had finally killed the clan members. Now they only had to kill the 5th rank. They've brought in a lot of monster corpses. That's at least a point. After they kill the clan head, they get a lot of money. Once they leave the dungeon, Qin Feng Qing will become 4th rank. The next day, Fang Ping exercised at the swimming pool. The students watching him train together asked him if they had ever seen a person who swims in water, even in winter. The other told how she had seen the boy doing it not only in winter, but on a regular basis. We wondered why he continued to do it every day. Maybe it's for art, but it's very cold outside. It's not worth it. When he got out of the water, Fang Ping said that Brother Wong had told him to do this exercise to make fun of him. He has recently improved his blade technique, and a single strike can cause chi damage. In order to fully recover, he needs to take close to 1,000 health walks. There were also strength-boosting pills and walkers, and a bunch of other things that cost close to $1 million. You can make money, but now he feels like he's being called a crazy idiot. It's very sad. Later, Fang Ping went to Dongsheng's company with manager Li. The manager told him that his boss was a graduate of Huadongshi University, a master of martial arts of the 2nd rank. They do some piddly things, through which their delivery company cannot rise up. Fang Ping was very angry, because he had been in a bad mood for the past few hours, and had learned new techniques, and he was trying to cause him problems. Then he's just using this fight to test the results of his training. When the company's employees saw the boy, they started yelling at him, saying that he looked like a fighter on the line and that he was in a lot of trouble. Wei Dongsheng, a 2nd-rank novice, came up to the boy and introduced himself, extending his hand to squeeze him. But Fang Ping was very angry, and responded to the gentle greeting of the man by saying only that their company was preventing his company from working properly. Wei Dongxing replied that he is a 2nd-ranking officer, and the boy is a 1st-ranking officer. The company may not have such big problems if its owner came here in person, but they are typical employees. He offered to give his little company to him so he could help. But that's not what Fan Ping wanted. He said martial arts majors don't make deals like that. Instead of bazookaing, they need to work it out like real majors. He gave Wei Dongsheng a challenge. If the man wins, Yuanfang will stop growing. And if Fang Ping wins, Dosheng will do better. The kid was very confident, and Wei Dongsheng suggested raising the stakes. If he wins, he'll buy Yuanfang for $2 million. And if he loses, he'll give Dongsheng $3 million to the kid. Fang Ping has accepted the boy's offer. A group of staff members said that the boy was a bad man for accepting the offer. Wei Dongsheng was brought a weapon and he attacked the boy first, but with a halberd, the boy was able to deflect the blow, or even dislodge the sword from Wei Dongsheng. His hand was weak and he couldn't move the sword to the other hand. Fang Ping put the halberd to Wei Dongsheng's throat, and he could only surrender or die. He was a bit disappointed. He didn't know that the soldiers who live in the social middle class are weaker than he thought. The boy hit the man with his lung. He fell on the ground, and it was clear that Fan Ping had been outmaneuvered. He asked Wei Dongsheng if he was really a graduate of Shida University. The man shouted that he had miscalculated, and that it was not about his university. But there was no one here who dared to underestimate any university of martial arts. But it's better for him not to do that ever again. As he walked away from the company's building, he said it's the manager's job to decide whether or not to take Dongsheng's company. He went back to his room to wipe his halberd. Fang Chunding came into the room and said that the martial arts university competition had already been published. The notice stated that the national competition of students of martial arts will be held on the 10th of June in the gymnasium of the Magical University. There will be sold 1,000 tickets to the live audience, as well as all the competitions will be broadcast on television. But ordinary people can also watch the fights, because there will be a lot of blood. No matter what, Bang Chun-ding has already reached the top of the first rank, but Fang Ping sarcastically told the boy that he thought he had already reached the second rank. But Master Li had long said that the race would be televised. The university will definitely try to reduce the number of deaths and blood. There will be great majors there to do so. Bang Chun-ding knew that Fang Ping's family had no martial arts majors, so if they saw him get hurt, they'd be very nervous. But the kid was confident and said that they would not see him injured. They would only see him applauding the others. Later, Fang Ping took up books to learn techniques. His sister telephoned him and told him she wanted to go to the Magic University to watch the competition, and since he was a student, she knew how to get the tickets. She found out about it from the news. They said there are thousands of tickets on sale. The initial price is for 1 ticket, but some people are ready to buy for 1,000 if they buy all 5,000 and resell them. But Fan Ping said they can't buy all the tickets, and it's the time of the final exams, and he doesn't have time to think about it. He told his sister to give her the ticket if she did well on her exams, and if she did poorly, she would study all winter without rest. The girl dropped the rumor. This bad girl did not think about studying, but only about how to earn money. Where could she have learned such a thing? The next day, the students were gathered in the training hall. Mr. Tan said today was the last day he'd gather them before the competition. 10 of them will be divided into 2 groups. 5 people will be in the main squad, the others in the reserve squad. If a member of the main squad is badly injured or loses chi, the students from the reserve squad will replace them. Fang Ping, Zhao Lei, Bo Shandir, Yang Xiaoman, and Tang Songting will be the main squad. Fang Ping will be the captain of the team. Other students whose names have not been announced will be in the reserve group. Zhao Xiaomei said she also wants to be in the main squad and gave a call to Tan Sung-tin. The boy was amused by the fact that the girl thought he was the weakest in the main group, but accepted the challenge. Zhao Xiaomei and Tan Sung-tin came out and stood 1 against 1. Someone shouted for them to start fighting. The girl immediately attacked the boy, but he defended himself with his sword and thought that because he had cut the bones of his hands, she would not be able to defeat him by brute force, and swung to strike her with his sword. But the girl jumped very high to avoid the blow. The students began to criticize Zhao Xiaomei's performance, but at the same time, they didn't understand why she was trying so hard. While watching the fight, Fang Ping mentioned that Master Lu said that in order to continue the family business, Zhao Xiaomei should work harder than other students. A month ago, she was weaker than Tang Songting, but now they're about evenly matched. At this time, Cui Mei tried to attack the boy, but he held his sword. He realized that the girl had become much stronger, and he had to defeat her as soon as possible. He decided to strike a very hard blow to knock the girl out. Shouting that they had already lost, he drew his sword. Zhao Xiaomei pulled the sword down with her hand. Her fingers began to bleed, but she didn't give up. Some of the students supported the girl, and some of them remembered Tan Sung-tin's exploits and thought that he would win. But the girl continued to hold the lezos with her hand and would not retreat. Tan Sung-tin said, "She doesn't have to be so aggressive because they're on the same team." The girl knocked the sword out of the boy's hand and put it to Tan Sung-tin's head. He said he didn't want to continue the fight any longer. So the girl's victory and the main body of the competition have been determined to remain. Let's move to the 1st of June, to the gymnastics hall of the Magical University, on the day of the competition. Sister Fang Ping and Mr. Tang were on the pipes. There were a lot of people, a lot of celebrities. Fang Ping didn't tell them he'd participate in the race and they were waiting for him. His sister even bought him a seat, and was very angry that he didn't tell her that he wasn't going to sit with them, because she would have sold the seat. She asked Mr. Tan how much she could sell the seat for, as it was close to the stage, and he didn't answer, but she thought it would be 5,000. The host, who came to the microphone, asked for silence, because a combatants competition is not a concert. He asked to quickly take their seats, and not to interfere with the competition. These are the first competitions that will be shown to the public, so we must be serious about it. And the first national competition of new fighters began. It was hosted by Vice President of the Discipline Department Jing Wei Hao, Grandmaster of the 7th rank and judge of the competition. Sister Fang Ping took out her camera to record the competition for him. He's still not here yet. They started announcing the teams that will participate. There are only 4 of them: the Magical University, the Jindu University, the Alliance of Martial Arts Majors, and the Alliance of 8 Schools. The Alliance of 8 Schools includes Huaguo University, Jindu University, and 8 other universities in the Alliance. The Alliance of Martial Arts Majors is composed of universities of 1 country. Competitions will be held as follows. Each team will be represented by 5 fighters who will fight one-on-one. The overpowered will be eliminated. and the overpowered will go on. All 4 teams will be randomly divided into A and B. Further, the overpowered man will face the overpowered man, and the underdog will face the underpowered man. And finally, the final round will determine the winner. The first team is a magical university. The students of the team went to the field, and when Mr. Tap saw Fan Ping there, he realized that only for 2 years the kid was just taking exams in high school. He was not a fighter. And now he's reached the first rank, which is strange in itself, from a university where only geniuses study. He became a member of the command. The sister was upset that Fang Ping didn't tell her he was a member. Then the announcer said that Fang Ping was the captain of the magical university's team, at the top of the first rank. The sister started screaming even more because her brother didn't tell her he was the captain. Members of the magical university: Bo Xin Ding, top of the first rank; Zhao Lei, top of the first rank; Yang Xiaoman, top of the first rank. Jindu University team: Han Shu Capitan is the top of the first rank. Also, Han Xiu has bitten his bones 3 times. Members of the Jindu University team: Li Ran, top ranked; Fan Benxiang, top ranked. 8 Schools Alliance team: Captain Wei Bin, top of the first rank. Members of the 8 School Alliance Command: Sai Ha Qing, top of the first rank, continued to announce the vice president. Yang Xiaoman was annoyed that there were so many top-ranked fighters, such a difference in strength. For example, he would not be able to beat her, even though they were 2 top-ranked fighters. Fang Ping said Bo Shangding is right. Fighters of the same rank have a difference in strength, so there are geniuses of all nations, if he can defeat them and become semi-polar. The Alliance of Martial Arts Majors: Capitan Su Min Yu, starting 2nd rank; Chen Jiasheng, 2nd rank novice. The announcements of team members are finalized. Now the draw will be held to determine the progress of the first round. Team captains will be asked to come to the table. Sister began to worry that Fang Ping might be the weakest for another rank. Pang Tang wanted to calm the girl down and wanted to see what chance the boy had. The girl asked the gods to stop Fang Ping from fighting against the Alliance of Majors. But Fang Ping himself was eager to fight the Maestra Alliance. Initially, he wanted to fight against the first-ranked majors, but no one knew that there would be another rank. So how could you lose this opportunity? Winning another rank will make his name known throughout the nation. Du Hanshu, the captain of the Jin University team, was pleased with his performance at the draw, because Jin University will be against the Alliance of Fighters as he wanted. But now the new students are able to break through to the beginning of the 2nd rank. They don't have enough time to learn new techniques, which means these fighters will be easy to defeat. Han Shui seemed very confident, as expected of a Jindu University captain. He must be very strong. Jindu University and the University of Martial Arts were at the top, always competing for 1st and 2nd place. In this competition, Jinlu University will be their main rival. If they defeat them and become champions, Jinlu University will be obliged to give them 100% of the resources the government has given them. That the fighters who take part in the competition will receive at least 300 points. Fang Ping went to Han Shui and told him they were lucky to fight 1 against 1. But the kid didn't think so, because he didn't think the University of Martial Arts was on a level playing field. Everyone on their team is at the top of the 1st rank, so you have to prepare for defeat. But Fang Ping was determined to get 300 points. And in the meantime, it was announced that the Group A Jindu University and the Alliance of Fighters will now compete. First round: Han Shu of Jindo University versus Sun Min Yu of the Fighters Alliance. Han Shu had the highest scores for the national team. He's bitten his bones 3 times, so he's strong. But anything can happen in a fight. The first round has begun. Xiao Ming Yu went on the attack, but his opponent used a mid-range leg technique. With his speed, Han Shu can't even reach him. The kid hit Sung Min Yu with a one-handed spin technique. The difference in strength was very great. Sung Min Yu had a fighting sokiru in his hands and had the strength to swing it to hit his opponent. If Han Shu doesn't remove his list, the supervisor will cut him in 2. Sung Min Yu pulled the list from his chest and had no strength to strike. Han Shu knew it, but his opponent was not yet ready, so he chopped off his leg. And the Alliance of Fighters is finally defeated. First round victory for Jindu University. Fang Ping realized that Jin University was not safe. Han Shu had a secret weapon, a buried blade. Before he was almost cut, he took the blade and lunged forward. I cut his arm and took his list, but the hands and techniques with the blade of Han Shu clanking fast. But the problem is that Su Min Yu's Sakura hurt him badly. In the end, Han Shu just dodged the strike of the Sokiri. The injuries were also weak, and the next battles were even more brutal. The injured Han Shu had exhausted his chi reserves, so he asked to leave the arena. Almost all the students who went out to fight were equally wounded. Jinbu University's Li Ran against Yang Vi of the Martial Arts Alliance. Li Ran from Jinbu University against Liang Bei Yao from the Martial Arts Alliance. Liang Bei Yao of the Martial Arts Alliance against Jin Chengguan of Jinbu University. Despite the fact that the alliance of fighters is weak, each of them showed a strong will. They are weak, but they still put their lives on the line against their superiors. At Jinbu University, even though 2 students are seriously injured and the other 2 are lightly injured, after the early rounds, half of the spectators left the hall because of the fierce fights of the competitors. Sister Fang Ping and Mr. Tan continued to sit on the now empty grandstand. Mr. Tang realized that fighting was their reality, and they could take heavy consequences. The sister cried because she didn't want anything to happen to her brother. It was the 10th day of the month, and Tan Feng was talking to the students about the early battles. After they fight the 8-team alliance, everyone must be careful and serious. The students of the 8 teams will be in the same mood as the students of the alliance of fighters. You should not negatively evaluate them. Announce that the university against the alliance. The first round is about to begin. Fang Ping of the University of Martial Arts against Jin Guang Li of the 8 Schools Alliance. The superior started to attack first, but Fang Ping didn't collapse. His sister started to shout for his brother to move, but he didn't feel her. He used the falcon step technique and was able to dodge the attack at the last moment. His sister covered her eyes in fear. Mr. Tan stroked her head to calm her down and told her that they must believe in Fang Ping. To demonstrate his strength, the University of Martial Arts sent a captain. Since Fang Ping is the captain of the team, he's strong, but the other team can't play the same way. The best way to defeat him is to destroy his chi. In the next round, Wei Wu has to finish off Fang Ping before his chi is depleted. Guan Lin will fight Fang Ping next. If he can't defeat him, he should at least hurt him. At this time, Fang Ping's supervisor has ducked his punches, but he hasn't even reached him. Before that, Master Tan told him to be careful. The 8 School Alliance would do the same as the Fighters Alliance. He agreed with Mr. Tan, but he didn't think he needed it now. Fang Ping rushed to strike his opponent, but he was able to stop him with his own armor. But after a minute, the kid shattered his armor and caused a wound to the back of his torso, and Jin Guangli lost in Group B of the first fight, defeating the University of Magic. Chang Fengding began to rue the fact that Fang Ping had only thrown 3 punches. The first 2 wasted chi, and the last 2 wasted chi. He spent the minimum chi in that fight. Mr. Tawang was shocked that the boy wasn't hurt, and my sister was happy to be free, only to squirm. Lying on the floor of the arena, Zhang Guangli thought it was not worth it. But the plan still worked. Fang Ping remembered the words of Lu's mentor. She asked him if his blood chi was already more than enough. In one blow, you can maximize the amount of chi, which is about 1/4 of all his chi. Such techniques are called killing. If you use 1/3 of your chi, it will be a final blow. But you must be careful. If you use too much chi, you can die. That's what people think. And having spent all the chi, he only had to take a walk. Chang Fengding said he'd help him deal with the 8 School Alliance. But even if he takes the walk now, his chi will not recover quickly. Tang Feng's mentor questioned whether Fang Ping has any strategy, and how he will fight if he wastes all his chi in the first round. Klopek quickly recovered, and told the referee that he could continue the fight. Chang Fengding was shocked, because he has the ability to quickly ignite the effects of walkovers. The next opponent was Wei Bin, who was at the top of the first rank, and is the representative of the 8 School Alliance. He told Fang Ping that his glaive was too big. He was able to break his comrade's armor. He asked if it was made of D-ranked materials, and the techniques he admires, and how quickly he dropped his blows on chi. Such ability at the top of the first rank is a marvelous achievement, and he was very excited to be fighting the king of the newcomers at the University of Martial Arts. He was particularly impressed by those 3 strikes and asked to repeat them again. The students from the team thought it was very strange that Wei Bin praised his rival so much. Fang Ping saw that he was so flattered and promised to let him try the punches himself. Announced the start of the match. Super Nick was going to attack first, but Fan Ping was the first to attack and he had to defend himself. Wei Bin thought that after the attack, Fan Ping would be knocked out and the victory would be his. Fang Ping said that his attacks are very strong and his chi is completely destroyed, but he continued to defeat the attacks without letting the clapper hurt him. Wei Bin asked the boy to surrender because his chi was almost gone. He didn't expect Fang Ping to take the walk and take it quickly. As they say, you can't fly with tired arms. Fang Ping lifted himself off the ground, and everyone marveled that he could fly. Looking at his rival, he said that although he wanted to outsmart him, he succeeded in outsmarting him. Fang Ping kicked him in the chest and won the victory. And now, they'll continue the martial arts student competition. Recently, the competition of Group B came to an end. Fan Ping, a student of the University of Martial Arts, defeated Chen Hongwei of the Alliance of 8 Schools. Fan Ping is likely to become the dark horse of the competition. 3 wins in a row and no injuries, as announced by the announcer. Fang Ping's father's colleagues who followed the race online immediately recognized that they work with his father and glorify their city. Zhao Xiumei was shocked that the fighters of Jin University were not at all similar to her. They fought better in the morning, and Fang Ping fought 3 times and was never hurt, while other students were angry because Fang Ping prevented them from entering the ring. Fang Ping himself said the national sparring was easy. If it continues like this, Fang Ping's name will be known worldwide. Round 4, Fang Ping of the University of Martial Arts versus Zheng Jindong of the 8 Schools Alliance. The kid attacked his opponent right after the fight was announced, but he was only able to jump away. His punch wastes more than chi, but he uses the technique of heavenly walking and a sweeping kick. Tang Feng thought he was just wasting chi, but Fan Ping struck his opponent and won. Vice President Zheng Weihao asked him if he would continue to fight. He had run out of walks, so he said he had to rest and stop for now. The other students were a little disappointed because now they had a chance to participate. Zhang Fengding told the boy that he would take care of the other 8 schools in the alliance for him, and that he needed to rest. By leaving after the 4th victory, he not only gave others a chance to prove themselves, but also preserved the reputation of the 8-school alliance. If one man had defeated all of them, it would have been a real disaster. And most importantly, he has demonstrated his power. 3 birds with 1 stone, unless he's a genius. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by Tan Feng, who told him not to waste his chi mindlessly. If he continued like this, the school's supply of walkers would run out, but the kid's already taken them all. The school gave only 5 first-rank walkers per student. That wasn't enough, and he asked for more, because he had beaten some of his rivals on his own. This request made the Tan instructor very angry. It was a lot. Zhao Xiumei was wondering if Fang Ping's family were ordinary people. He came here only by virtue of his own hard work and determination. He won their team's respect in the first round. He really did an outstanding job. The kid obviously got a no from Tan Feng and went up to the girl to ask her for a walk because she wasn't batting. The instructor yelled for the kid to ask for a walker at the logistics department, and the girl is just waiting for her turn and will fight. When they thought the instructor was greedy, he decided to rest for a few rounds. Chang Fengding returned from the arena, but he was completely exhausted and fell to the bench. He asked Fang Ping why he overcame so easily, but he was exhausted. When he was fighting the 8-school alliance, he didn't have many injuries, and what will happen when it's time for the Jin University? But Fang Ping was confident they'd get over him. It was the middle of the night. Everyone gathered in the gymnasium of the Magical University. It was time for the 4th stage of the national competition for students of martial arts, Magical University versus Jindu University. In the first round, Zhao Xiumei of Magical University will fight Wei Shuji of Jindu University. Everyone was sure that Xiumei would win, because Wei Shuji had fought earlier, but lost to 2 blows from the Alliance of Martial Arts Majors. Fang Ping was angry that his opponent could not even compare to Xiumei, and he still could not fight. Bai Josie said at the student assembly before the competition that today was the 2nd day of the competition. The Alliance of Martial Arts Majors defeated the Alliance of 8 schools in the early afternoon, and they will fight Jindu University in the afternoon. If they prevail, they will advance to the finals. The school's instructors and administrators have chosen those who will fight for a day. Zhao Xiumei, Bo Jiangding, Yang Xiaomeng, Yang Songting, and Fan Ping as the substitutes. The kid was disappointed with the decision. Wei Shujin was also embarrassed when he saw his opponent wasn't Fang Ping. He told Zhao Xiumei that she was a first-rank novice, and she had only bitten her bones once. So how could a magical university send such a weak girl to the first fight? And a woman like that. In his words, she was not worthy of even shouting at Fan Ping. The whole team was disturbed by the guy's words. He obviously didn't appreciate Shui Mei. The girl replied that it didn't matter whether she was worthy or not. She was the supervisor. When they announced the start of the fight, they threw one-on-one attacks at the same time. The girl fought off the attacks of the boy. The students of Jindu University began to shout that the Magic University would not be able to defeat them, because the girl was so weak. Wei Shuzhi had only used curved chi in the last fight, but this punch wasted about the same amount of curved chi. He was saving his strength. Meanwhile, the kid continued to attack Zhao Xiumei, but she successfully defeated all the attacks. But he still knocked her down, and Wei Shuzhi began to bite her again, saying that she was no good at anything and that the Magical University was no longer so good. Then he went up to the girl and raised her hand and said that she was very weak with only 3 attacks. Her arms were broken and her internal organs were damaged. Where did her shove come from? And how could she even dare to think she could be a good supervisor? The students of the team asked the instructors to give up because Shui Mei was suffering, and others were disgusted with Wei Shuji's behavior. The students of the opposing team were happy that they sent Wei Shuji to fight first. He was fit in the fight, and the morale of the Magical University team was lower than a pincushion. Fang Ping realized that the kid not only wanted to hurt the girl, but also to belittle her. At that time, the supervisor took the girl by her sweater and lifted her up. Clenching his other hand into a fist, he told the girl to give up quickly. But Zhao Xiumei, with all her strength, kicked her supervisor in the groin area. Feeling an unbelievable pain, the boy gave up and Jindo gave up. The girl fell down on the bed with no strength. The doctors took the girl to the hospital, and it was Fu Changding's turn to fight. Young Xiaomen went together with Zhao Xiumei to the hospital. While in the room with her, she wondered why Wei Shuji was so cruel to the girl. Though the girl is very strong, how can all the injuries be worth it to show yourself? Even if she had lost, they are one team. The other students would have overcome her defeat. But now she is older, and cultivation may be much more difficult for her. Zhao Xiumei calmed the girls down. Jindu's goal was to destroy their team spirit. And she'll be fine, she'll keep her spirits up. Fang Ping stood at the door of the ward and felt the girls talking to each other. He thought that Shuomei had realized she was weak, but she kept trying until the end to win them over. Fu Changding came to the hospital hall and said that Xiao Man, the pig-headed man, was all over her. At that time, young Xiaomen came out of the ward and heard what Fu Changding said, and added that his peak was so puffy and blackened. She sent to the ring, and her supervisor said that 3 times too much does not mean that he is an easy supervisor. Like him, the girls are very much worried about the same. Through such a thing is no longer a grin to laugh at them, as masters of martial arts. The girl replied that maybe everyone in Jindu is like that. They attacked the boy to teach him manners. They were both in the same arena, so you have to be respectful of your opponent. He made her fist with his hand, and with the other, he laid his hand on the girl, saying he would let her feel it on her own skin. 2 of her hands are missing because, in his opinion, she wanted to protect her face, and the girl hit his head with her own head. The boy took out a blade and hit the girl in the shoulder, which she didn't expect. He kept on telling the girl to be skeptical, so that she wouldn't think of overcoming. He thought he was the best for her in everything, but the girl smacked him again with her forehead, and the blow was so strong that the boy lost his senses. Thus, Yang Xiaomeng brought another victory to the magical university. Instructor Tan Feng asked Tan Sung Tang to be careful, because he'll be fighting next. Fang Ping said that they fought in 3 rounds, and all the members of their team were seriously injured, but it turned out that way. At this time in the arena, Tan Sung Tan beat a student from Jindu University, and requested another fighter from the magical university. Finally, the turn came to Fang Ping, but he didn't enter the arena for some reason. All the members of the magical university suffered very serious injuries, but only for the sake of winning. As a captain, he specifically used his chi and blood to try to become famous. In the end, demanding more walks, he became a substitute. Through a member of the team who fought before him, he got hurt. He doesn't care about his injuries because he can use the system at any time. Fang Ping's thoughts were interrupted by the instructor Baiju Shi, who asked why he didn't go to fight. The last contestant Jindu is strong. If he can't defeat him, we should save his money and wait for the finals. Fang Ping replied that to protect the people closest to you, sometimes you have to do it any way you can. But still, he dared to enter the ring. His supervisor Fan Wenxiang on the first ranking bout immediately said whether he would really fight with the one who in 3 rounds in a row overcame the alliance of 8 schools. All of Jindu wanted to fight him. If he was defeated, he'd be ruined. Fan Wenxiang immediately attacked Fang Ping with the Heavenly Fist of Pity technique, but he missed and flew past the boy and couldn't see how it was possible. Instructor Baiju Shi, watching the fight, said that Fan Ping's training is very effective. He easily dodged the Chi-Chi and blood attacks, and he told his supervisor that the Heavenly Fist of Pity is a worthy killing move, but it is much stronger. Then he threw himself down with a fierce curve. The supervisor realized that his punch was close to blood and chi. This meant that Fang Ping was already able to utilize the other stage, the boundary rush. Baiju Shi told Tang Feng that the boundary stroke is called the boundary stroke, because one such blow depletes almost all the blood and chi that the master has. But Fang Ping can somehow continue to use the boundary stroke. Fang Ping fought at full strength for the first time, probably to avenge Shuomei and the others. The kid asked his opponent if he still thinks luck is on his side. Everyone from Jindu University thought they were so strong that they could bully others. Each of his men was badly wounded, and like a captain, he would not let his anger fester. And with a fierce and cruel curve, he struck his superiors, and he couldn't get up anymore. Fang Ping had one last walk left, and he took it thinking his opponent would get up. But it didn't happen, and he got angry. The vice president came to him and said that the fight was over. The fight can't be conducted. As he walked out of the arena, he kept shouting that he would force Fang Wenxiang to pay him back for the free ride. It's June, and this day's competition is being held at the Magical University's sports complex. Tang Feng told the students that Jindu University had won the bout in the semi-finals, so they would be their opponents in the finals. He began announcing the new main squad, including Chen Yunqi, Li Jiaohu, Hu Jikai, Zhao Lei, and Fang Ping in the reserve squad. The kid sitting next to them told Fang Ping that the university wants to give every student a chance to prove themselves. Judging from the past battles, all the Jindu students were injured and were in danger of being killed. Moreover, the magical university has him and Fang Ping as its two main players. This means that no matter how the three substitutes bat, Jindu students will still be burned by them. Li Jiaohu and Hu Jinkai are on the first rank, although Chen Yunqi's qi and blood and strength are high, but since she is weak and afraid to fight, she may be automatically defeated, and she will go down early for her. First round of the finals, Chen Yunqi versus Han Shu. Both contestants have been asked to enter the arena. When the students entered the arena, the supervisor told the girl that he had a lot of feelings about her. Her grandfather was the rector of Jinian University and a great master of the 7th rank, who had provided her with many resources since she was a child. But in the opinion of the girl's supervisor, it was for free, as she is not only weak as a person, but also afraid to fight. That's not what a martial arts master should be, and he thought it was better for the girl to surrender. Chen Yunqi replied that she knew that Han Shuya had internal injuries and told her to treat his wounds. Fang Ping was surprised by the girl's response, and she didn't even get angry after the boy's imaginative words. Han Shu asked if the girl was asking him to admit defeat. He got very angry and shouted that he was the captain of the Jindu University team and the strongest according to the results of the martial arts exams, and some girl was asking him to surrender. He doesn't like people looking up to him, and he was the first to attack. The girl dodged, and the students in her team were shocked by Chen Yunqi's strength. But the girl didn't take it into account. The boy misunderstood her. If he doesn't renew his strength now, he won't be able to cultivate in the future. Han Shuya became even more angry and started to hit the girl again, but she was able to dodge again. Fu Changding shouted for Chen Yunqi to fight back. It's not the time to feel sorry for her opponent. The girl realized that all the students from her university had graduated full-time. So why are they still in the dark? She knew who the master of martial arts was and kicked the kid and knocked the weapon out of his hands. Han Suya said he didn't want to look at her too much, but because she's fighting like that, he'd fight seriously. So the girl threw a punch at the boy, and then another one, and the boy fell on the floor. So, the university's magician has taken over. The guy sitting on the podium started talking about how this girl was in the reserve squad and beat Han Shu, although she seems to be very good. Fu Changding didn't understand how the girl could defeat him so easily, because when he fought with him, he could have lost his arm. After that fight, everyone realized that Chen Yunqi was no longer the girl who was afraid to fight. She's now fit to be called a martial arts major. Chen Yunqi continued to show her strength in her later battles. Changing her foot and sword techniques, she continued to defeat Jindu students one by one. The other Jindu students, except for Han Xiao, had been in the reserve formation from the very beginning. And just like that, the competition came to an end. And the announcer announced that the winner of this competition among the newcomers was the Magical University, students who were not afraid to fight. All of them became famous thanks to their skills and strength. Each student today showed what it takes to be a true martial arts major. On this note, the martial arts competition among the newcomers has come to an end. Fang Ping's team was awarded medals and a trophy. The next day, Fang Ping and Fang Wen went to the station of the Magical City. They read the newspaper, and the girl's attention was drawn to something that had been written. After the championship, the ranking of students of the University of Martial Arts was published, which the girl saw in the newspaper. The University of Magic ranked only 6th, which made her sister very upset because they had won the competition. Fang Ping said it wasn't important, and whispered that he was a second-ranked major. The girl screamed in the carriage in excitement, which attracted the attention of everyone in the carriage. The sister already had a business scheme in her head, how she would make money on her brother's autographs. In addition to the money, Fan Ping has accumulated a very large amount of money thanks to the races. University points for the championship, points for the breakthrough to another ranking. At the end of the day, he already had over $20 million. When he got home, he could live with his family for a year without worrying. After a short time, they were back home and seeing their fathers. Fang Yuan immediately told her parents that Fang Ping had broken through to the second rank. They were shocked, but the boy wasn't too happy with what his sister had told them. And she continued to talk about the championship with excitement and how she was apprehensive at first. But when she saw how Fan Ping was doing against his opponents one by one, she got excited. Mom told me that her father got a promotion at work because of Fan Ping's victory, and my sister immediately asked if my father's salary had gone down. She always thought only of money. Mom asked the children to unpack their things and come over to have dinner together. After dinner, Fang Ping and her father sat and drank tea. Fang Mingrong made a riddle about the competition, how Tang Xiongtang broke 2 arms, about the strong student from Jindu University and his aggressive techniques, how he felt when it was announced that he would fight Fan Ping, when he was called by his colleagues to watch his son fight, He just walked away. He couldn't watch his son fight. He asked the kid if the fight was like this. Fang Ping realized why his father was so gloomy all the time. So he decided to worry his father by saying that the championship had become like this due to certain circumstances. They don't often go that far during training, but my father didn't like it, and he replied that he still didn't understand the martial arts majors, why they were trying so hard. Everyone in the bureau has been praising him for the wonderful son he's raised. The fact that he became a champion and moved up to another rank is good. They're all very happy for him, but he and his mother hope that he will be able to return home safe and unharmed. As he poured more tea, Fang Ping asked his father not to worry, and said he wasn't too bad to get into trouble. The sister interrupted the conversation by telling them to watch the comedian's speech on TV. The reason why the martial arts majors are trying so hard to protect their families and loved ones. At this time, the Nanjiang mayor's house was discussing the cultural day of Nanjiang City. Zhang Dingnan, mayor of Nanjiang, said it is necessary to train students who are second-rank majors to go to the dungeon. Lu Fengzhou said that no matter how strong the other majors are, sending them to the dungeon is the same as killing them. She can't allow students to be put in harm's way. But there was no other choice. Now that the battles in the dungeon are getting more and more intense, the cult is using this opportunity to create more problems. Besides, they don't have time to train new students. Besides the martial arts majors, there's also a large number of military personnel in the dungeons, all of whom are ordinary men. The masters of martial arts do not shy away from combat, and do not uniquely characterize it. They are students of martial arts universities. They have no reason not to fight. Zhang Dingnan said, "Zhang, if this is the way it is, the magical university will fight. It's the best of the best." Let's go back to Fang Ping. My sister saw in a magazine that tonight is Chinese New Year, and there will be a fireworks show by the river. My mom said there's going to be a lot of people there. If they are going to go, they should leave early to take a good place. Since the firecrackers were banned, the feeling of a new year has disappeared. But not this year. But Fang Ping didn't want to go because there would be too many people there. And his sister said without crying that it had been so long since the whole family had gone out together, probably before he went to university. Then, Fang Ping's cell phone rang. Later he went to a hotel in Yangcheng, together with Mr. Tang, who had called him. They went to a meeting of martial arts majors to announce important news. Baijin Shan, governor of Yancheng City, stepped to the microphone, greeted and introduced himself. The province of Nanjiang, he said, has approved a document on the introduction of subordinate control over masters of martial arts. First of all, each municipality in the province is obliged to create a municipal team of martial arts majors to undergo tactical training, which will last at least a month. In addition, each municipality is required to conduct a yearly assessment of blood, chai, and martial techniques to determine rank. The man from the Natov Pew said he was against it. Command and family matters take up all the time, and there's no time to practice. Such young majors, like them, are now receiving a stable income, and they will not bat. Baijin Shan was very angry, and said that this was a decree, and that anyone who did not obey it would lose his major's certificate, and could forget about the advantages they had before. Fang Ping said that there are many bailiffs who have gained even a small amount of popularity by simply enjoying the advantages they have. If the city of Jianchen wants to improve, the changes must be made. In any case, they will happen soon, but everything happens very quickly. Maybe they're trying to do something. Later, Bai Jinshan and Fang Ping were walking down the corridor. The boy asked how much he knew about the real world of majors, but the kid realized that the governor was talking about the underground world. In fact, the new policy, which was announced at the meetings, is currently being implemented only in the provinces of Nanjiang, Nanhe, and Nanjie. The reason is that it's connected with the undergrounds. Having studied the time of appearance of the undergrounds in the last few years, as well as the entrances and their locations, she found some legitimacy. It is highly probable that the next entrance will open in Nanjiani, and there is a very high probability that it may occur in the city of Yancheng, which is why the provincial government is rushing to initiate changes in order to increase the local power. Nanjiang's economy is weak. It's hard to create strong majors, but it's harder to get the strongest majors to stay. And if the Underground Railroad opens here, the governor hoped Fang Ping could help Nanjiang and protect Yangcheng. The boy said he would help as long as he was strong enough to fight. At that time, the sister was very worried that her brother would not go with them, but he received a message from his mentor. The father asked to make a video for his son. But the girl was angry and didn't want to make a video for him. But still, she sent him the video, and on the way to the magical city, he watched it on the train. Then they also recorded the video and told Fang Ping to be careful and to buy 3 rice balls of Tang Yuan to eat when he was eating. And when he got tired, they'd wait for him at home. My sister started yelling that her brother was a liar because he promised to join them, and if it wasn't for Mom and her father, she wouldn't have written anything down for him. Fang Ping said that if there was an entrance to the dungeon in Yangcheng, he would have to protect his family, and for that he would have to become stronger as soon as possible. The next day, Fang Ping met his mentor Lu and asked her why she had called him so early. She said she had no more time. At the end of the month, the university will send him to Nanjiang to conduct a study to fight the cult. There's a good chance that third-rate enemies will appear, and second-ranked students may be able to enter the dungeons earlier, but there's no way to get rid of self-destruction. So the most important thing now is to become stronger. The next day, students trained in the practice hall. Fang Ping and Chen Yunqi practiced fighting with weapons. The kid said that after he felt about everyone in the dungeon, he started having the same nightmare. A nightmare in which the dead bodies of Tata, Mom, and Fang Yuan were hanging from the wall. He couldn't let it get any worse. He told the students that he wanted to form a team of other ranked students to carry out the mission. The students were very eager, but all of them had already broken through to the second rank and wanted to take on serious missions. Only Chen Yunqi said she was afraid, even though she had broken through to the next rank. Yunqi said that it would be better for the girl not to go with them, because she would hinder them through her kindness. Fang Ping asked the boy if he was a dog and why he was afraid to be streamed. Fu Changding walked up to the boy and took off his pants. Everyone started laughing. The girls were not happy with what was happening and tried to calm the boy down. And Fang Ping said Chen Yunqi must believe in herself. The girl wasn't weak. She was on par with the others. She got angry, but they told her to do her best. Later, the instructor Lu came and informed us that in the next few months, the second-ranked majors would be performing missions in the dungeon. We should start training right now. It would save us from worrying too much. Zhao Xiumei asked her to let her join the team, but the mentor wouldn't let her because her injuries hadn't been treated yet and she hadn't moved up a rank. The students went to the mission in the evening. The object of this mission is one of the fortresses of the Church of Genesis. The head of the fortress is of the second rank, and there are 3 first-rank majors. Yang Xiaoman and Tang Sunting are in charge of guarding the escape route to block the enemy's escape route. Fang Ping and Zhao Leiyam will take on the second-ranking major. Bo Changding will fight the first-ranking major, and Chen Yunqi will be responsible for the ordinary citizens. Tang Sunting asked if this time there was no mistake about the mission, because last time they did not recognize the great losses. But Fan Ping said you can never fully trust information about the mission. If a second or third-ranked master comes up unannounced, he will take the stronger one on himself. Zhao Lei will deal with the other strongest. If you can fight, do it. If you can't fight, you must run. They came here to earn money, not to say goodbye to life. The students took their positions according to the plan and began to call out through the radios. A guard was sitting near the door of the fortress asleep, and they were preparing to attack. When they quietly approached the man, they saw a wolf approaching his mouth. Fang Ping attacked and knocked out the hunter. There was silence, and then Changding stepped on a stick, and everyone heard a rattle. A supervisor, who was the student's mission, came through the window and started to defend themselves. They had a variety of weapons from sticks to sokirs. It turned out that there were 2 other majors in the front, and regardless of the fact that there were 2 of them, and they were attacking, even if Fang Ping's strength is limited, he has reached the state of standing qigong, so a clash with them is worthless. With the power of the team, they can overpower everyone without even using the balance of the system. He just needs to stream these 2 until his partners come to his aid. And then Fang Ping realizes there are more enemies than there should be. At that moment, a sword struck the boy on the head. When he turned to see what had happened, he saw Zhao Lei attacking the villain and knocked the sword from his hands, which flew into Fang Ping's head. The villain cried out that the sword had hardly stabbed him, but Zhao Lei didn't care. He was attacking to subdue the villain, but he was able to evade the weapon. At that moment, Changding shouted that Zhao Lei had evaded. They started shouting one-on-one, the latter blaming the other for not even hitting him with his list. At that time, young Xiaoman Biuchi clutched the boys without calculating her strength. Fang Ping yelled that his team doesn't know what teamwork is, and he realized they couldn't finish the mission as quickly as he had planned. The boy was forced to use the balance of the system to renew his blood and qi. This gave him the strength to kill one of the other masters. The other began to flee, realizing that he would be the same. But Fang Ping remembered this, and rushed after him, and having disposed of him, the villains were gone. When he came to his friends, he was very angry because he had formed this team to make more money and increase his power. They'll all have to become more serious. Tang Sun Tin, meanwhile, has only just arrived to help them outsmart the enemies. Fang Ping brought a black bag containing trophies worth $6 million. Minus the $2 million they'd spent on the mission, everyone began to feel bad that they'd made so little money, because the amount should have been divided among 6 people. Fang Ping was very disappointed. With a team like that, it was hard to save money. It's been 5 months since then. The entire Fan Ping team gathered at the city's hotels. They had completed 25 missions in the last 5 years, but the fees were low. The kid took a list of the worst offenders and urged others to choose a high-paying mission. Fang Ding suggested that we take the villain with a $7 million bounty. This is also a mission they know about the cult. Yang Xiaoman shouted that he's a third-rate evildoer, so they can't defeat him. But he said Fang Ping was already at the top of the second rank, and there were 6 of them against 1. Chen Yunqi asked to see the villain's number. Yang Xiaoman again became alarmed because this villain is at the top of the 3rd rank, and one of them is a master of martial arts who was killed before. He is clearly a strong evildoer. The other Foxhead is just a local martial arts master who only trades in Confederate information and hasn't killed a single person. The other one's combat experience is slight. He'll be easy to deal with, but the problem is, the location and time of the Foxhound is not specified, so they don't know where to start looking for him. So they decided to choose the mission of the Yellowhead. On Monday, they went to the city park to perform the mission. There were a lot of people there. There was a man who was selling airbags. All the students got to their seats and began to realize that the man with the bags was their meta. Fang Ping said to be careful of the target and follow him. The boys were about to attack the villain, but the kids started running to him, asking their mom to buy them some bags. Fang Ping told them all that they could go to the man earlier for the children. At that time, he also remembered that they had found the Foxhead, so now it was a question of which one of them to catch. The girl had already reached the man and, hugging his leg, asked him to give her a bag. Fang Ping asked him to stay away so the kids wouldn't get hurt. There were already a whole bunch of them near the man, and they were all shouting for him to give them a dollop. Fang Ping realized that as long as there were children around the villain, they could not carry out the mission. Having remembered on the horizon a different target, which they considered during the election, they decided to replace the fox-headed man. When they followed the man, they noticed that there was a hatch in a small place among the grass. The man opened it, took a black bag and went down into it. Fang Ping tried to attack the villain thinking he could stab him with his halberd in the hole, but the man was strong. When he remembered the boy, he used his aura to pull him away from the trap door. While Fang Ping was taking his bearings, the man left the hatch and began to run, saying that a master of another level had dared to attack him. The kid stood up and asked who told the boy that he was a master of another level. The man stopped and realized that he was accosted by the students. He didn't realize there were 6 of them. The blood and chi are already gone. The power is unbelievable. The villain looked at Chen Yunqi and said that if he was going to kill someone, she would be the first. As expected from the top of the 3rd rank, he was able to immediately recognize the weakness of the team. But the villain said he had no one to kill. Fang Ping said they don't want to kill anyone either. They only want millions of dollars for the arrest. The man started to rumble in the bag and suggested we make a deal. He'll give the students millions, and they'll look like they've never seen him. Fang Ping realizes that his rival is trying to avoid the fight, though he must profit from it. And he told everyone on the team to put their weapons down. But no one else but him put it on the platform. The boy knew it was not an option to start a fight. Yun Qi would be in danger. The man gave the bag of money to the students. Fang Ping, while looking through the stacks of cash, said that the man from the robbery was not a bad person. The villain said he had his own problems. The sacred man said that the world forces people to do evil things. The man wanted to leave, but Fang Ping stopped him. Tang Sun Ting put his sword to the villain and he began to shout that they had no such relationship. The kid gave him a wad of cash totaling $1 million and asked him to consider it a gift from them. The man was shocked by this result, but Fang Ping motivated his reasoning by the fact that millions of dollars are bad to divide among 6 people. And this was the case. A man went, and the members of the group were shocked by the captain's death. Fang Ping immediately telephoned Brother Wang and told him he'd given the device to the Nanjiang teacher, Mr. Xiaoyang, and he had to get it. The students were even more offended when they heard about the escape room. They started pouring in the money. All the students were still shocked by Fang Ping's performance and asked him to tell them about his plans, that they wouldn't look like idiots next time. But at the same time, they wanted to charge the boy because they had received money without doing anything. Yang Xiaoman asked Fang Ping whether they would receive a reward from Nanzang University for the information they provided after the capture of the fox-headed man. Fu Changding asked if she really thought the reward was worth anything. Why didn't she go directly to Wang Jingyang and ask him how they could make some money? Fang Ping didn't think so because Wang is already 4th rank. He's sure to find a job for them. Later, Wang came to them in the park. He laughed a lot because 6 students of the other rank had come to Nanzan in broad daylight. The magical university was no longer the same. But the students only wanted to earn money. As the students expected, Wang really had something for them, something that would bring them money and fame. He asked Fang Ping if he remembered what he said about controlling his emotions. Not only can the anger from the image increase chi for a while, it can also help to improve one's abilities. But the students of Nanzang University don't care about that. They just want to have fun. The administration wants to improve. But at this rate, they won't change anything soon. That's why he needs Fang Ping's team, to make them savor the image of defeat. Fang Ping decided to clarify whether he really meant that they should make a call to Nanjiang University. And it was true, they had to give a call for a second-rate fight. The kid started to worry about his team members, but Wang reassured him by saying that he would not lose a hair, because they would each get 3 second-rate Chi-Chi energy walks. And besides, they could request Mayor Zhang and Dean Liu Na Boy. Fang Ping asked the team what they thought about it, and they went to the battle. On the evening of the same day, they gathered at the arena to watch the fight. Wang said that only 5 majors at the top of the second rank were needed, so not all of the team would be able to participate. Tang Sun-ting refused to take part, as he was the only one who did not grind his bones twice. Wang put a lot of trust in the students, but they promised not to let him down. The students realized they didn't know where Fang Ping had gone. Then they saw him talking on the phone far away from everyone else, and they got angry. They were so worried, but he was calmly talking on the phone. After listening, the kid said he had good news for the team. Dean Huan Jin is coming to support them. The team was not very happy about this, and Fang Ping thought they didn't believe him. Fu Changding replied that he didn't think that this was the only reason for the kid to shine. But that wasn't all. As a support for the competitions, the university will see the first-ranked walkers and 5 second-ranked walkers. After that, everyone began to be fascinated by Fang Ping's grip. They announced the start of the race. Chen Pengfei, a third-year student at the Department of Armor of Nanjiang University, came out first. Master at the top of the second rank, second in the university rankings among the other masters of the second rank. Zhao Lei, who is at the top of the second rank. The fight has begun. Each of the students showed himself well in the fight. It was noted by Zhang Dingnan, mayor of Nanjiang City, who spotted by one of them. A man came over and apologized for the execution. The man was Huang Jin, dean of the Faculty of Armor. He came here when he heard about Fang Ping's accident. Liu Xiaojiang, the rector of the Nanjing University of Martial Arts, said the dean should have come later because he couldn't watch the fight. But Nanjing University has already lost to one magical university and will probably lose this time too. The representatives of the Nanjing University were very angry, and they closed with the banal phrase, "We'll live and see." Meanwhile, the battle between the students continued. Zhao Lei's supervisor argued that even though the kid had dodged a swift kick from his right off, he hadn't taken into account where he was going to land, and he tried again to hit Zhao Lei with a spinning back kick. What a surprise to the supervisor when the kid never landed on his list. Fang Ping and the rest of the team watched Zhao Lei's fighting technique with fascination. The kid who was still in the theater hit Chen Pengfei and snatched his list from his hands. After that, the supervisor gave up. Wang said that Fang Ping will fight next. He added that it was imperative to defeat the next 3 to show the importance of reforms at Nanjing University. Fang Ping entered the ring and asked his big sister to have mercy on him. His opponent was Lei Kai-ye, a third-year student of Nanjing University, which is at the top of the second rank. Fang Ping's words made him laugh, and he told him to take up his list. Lei Kai-ye immediately tried to strike, but the kid ducked. He decided not to use the system in this case, so he will not only save money, but also try himself in a real fight. Nanjiang University teachers remembered how Fang Ping performed the technique of fierce curve riding at the martial arts championship. He's a fellow countryman. It's a shame he didn't choose Nanjiang University. Such a talent was missed. Huan Jin said it doesn't matter which university he's from. The main thing is that in the end he'll serve his parents. The mayor asked Fang Ping to call him after the fight for a few words, at which time the fight was still going on. Fang Ping was constantly ducking, which frightened his supervisor. But the kid told him that it was not him who was ducking, but that he could not cut him. Lei Kai-yi could not take it anymore and shouted that he should fight if he had balls. And the boy realized it was time to show his strength. And what the second-ranked master of the Nanjiang University, Fang Ping, using a vigorous blood punch, struck his opponent. He flew with unbelievable force directly into the students who were watching the fight on the stage. The clown asked if he was going to fight him next, and a big-boned fat man with big lips shouted angrily that it would be him next. But as soon as he tried to give his name, Fang Ping interrupted him, saying he didn't have to introduce himself because he didn't recognize such claptrap. He started to run towards him with the hope of hitting him, but Fang Ping was ahead of him. With only one halberd strike, he knocked out his opponent. And thus, Magical University won 3 victories, and Nanjiang University none. Wang was happy with this result. It was in his plans. The University of Magic has always been known for its high performance, but to underestimate the students from Nanjiang is too much. With these words, one boy went to fight with Fang Ping. The kid realized he was a good opponent, but he didn't intend to use the system and his list, because publicity requires bread and views. The fight began, and the opponents attacked one-on-one. At the end of the fight, they clashed fists, and through the force of the blow, they went down 1 against 1. Fang Ping looked at his hand and realized that his opponent had strong hands. The supervisor started to provoke the kid to attack him and he got hung up. He wanted to kick him, but he grabbed his leg and pulled him back. Fang Ping couldn't stay on his feet and the supervisor kicked him in the face. The supervisor's name is Gu Xiong, and he's from a military family. He continued to provoke Fang Ping. The kid was already very upset, and Gu Xiong couldn't get him to go away, and they fought again with unbelievable strength. It looked terrible. Chen Yunqi thought that such a foul sound could be felt when the hardened bones were clashing together. Huan Jin told the man standing next to him that the students of the magical university had to carry more than just the first-class weapons. Without self-control and a desire to develop, even a gifted student like Fang Ping would not be number one. If they continue like this, they'll break something, so let it be nothing. Meanwhile, Fang Ping had less than 1,500% of qi and blood left, but he asked his opponent to beat him. They smashed their heads together, and after that there was only 100% of qi and blood left. Fang Ping was able to hit the boy in the head, and after that blow, he couldn't get up. He won, but he was very weak. Without a system, he didn't even lose. Wang came up to him and said that he should rest. He had already told everyone that he could win. But Fang Ping wanted to keep fighting, even just a little longer. Wang asked him to shut up because Mr. Zhang wanted to talk to him. The boy went to the mayor's office. The man immediately asked if the boy really knew how to use the technique of fierce, cruel, crooked writing, as they say. He said yes, it's quite simple, brutal, and very effective. Zhang Dingnan said he created this technique when he was at the 4th rank. It's not that good. So he further refined it and described it in a book. After lifting the book with his mind, he gave it to Fang Ping. He was fascinated by the man's ability to handle objects at a distance. He took the book in his hands and thanked Zhang for it. After that, the man said goodbye to the boy and left. After a while, the dean came to the office and asked if the student had disappointed the mayor. The problem of underground dungeons in Nanjiang is getting worse. They hoped that the younger generation would be able to resist. We're going to fight. While Fang Ping was gone, the magical university was victorious. The last fight was won by Xiaoman, and the boys from the team praised her very much, but it was easy for her because her opponent was a schmuck. Wang told the Fang Ping team that this time the students of Nanjiang University lost to a certain bai of students from their magical university. He entered the arena and asked why they were entering the University of Martial Arts in the first place, asking the kid to the Nanjiang students. Fang Ping knew why he joined, to become strong and protect the weak. Wang continued to belittle the students, saying that they would always wipe their feet on the students, and that they really wanted to keep losing. There was a sensitivity to the words. Of course no one wanted to play. Fang Ping said that his old brother Wang asked them to fight with them to raise their morale, but he must have learned a good lesson. If the students of Nanjiang don't want to be hunchbacks, they should think more carefully about their future. Fang Ping continued to think, and decided that he had to become stronger before he could return to university and break through to the 3rd rank. The next day, the kid was sitting on the sidelines of the magical university building on the east side. His team has made good money at Nanjiang University, and now he has $1 million in points. But there's no telling how much money it'll take to get to the 3rd rank. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by his mentor Lu, who came up to him and asked him to follow her. They went into the bay where 2 boys were fighting. One of them was Feng Qin, who was now at the top of the 3rd rank. The instructor was asked to watch the fight. Fang Ping wondered who Qin's brother's supervisor was. He was Shi Li, 3rd rank, and the only student of the magical university who had strengthened his bones 3 times. The rivalry between the boys was very heated. Shi Li was very angry with his opponent. They started to collide one by one. Feng Qin hit him in the nose and he flew away. Feng Qin sarcastically said that even though he had shattered his bones 3 times, he didn't see his nose. Fang Ping was impressed by Feng Qin's strength, but he could see something else. He could control his qi and blood very easily. Mentor Lu said that the 2nd-ranked masters were only shrinking their ends. They could not so easily control their qi and blood. Their energy was scattered, which was not the case with the 3rd-ranked masters. At the 3rd rank, there will be a strengthening of the tuluba, which will allow you to control the ends and change the body in general. That's why 3rd-ranking majors are assigned to the elite. At the top of the 3rd rank also changed the blood and body. We can say Qin is now a hallowed people. That's why he is impenetrable. But Shi Li has only shrunk his tulub. Fang Ping was fascinated. He didn't know he'd have so much to do at the 3rd rank. It was getting more and more fun. Later, Fan Ping and instructor Lu went to the energy room. The gym attendant told them that they would be charged points for 5 training sessions in the gym, and that they would need a major certificate to pay for it. The kid was a bit shocked, because he didn't think he'd get so many points. But the instructor told him to pay for it himself. When he handed in his certificate, he remembered how hard those points were earned. After paying, they went to the gymnasiums, and Fang Ping realized that he had wasted the money. When he entered one of the gyms, he felt a sense of renaissance, as if he'd been revitalized. The instructor explained that by melting the energy ore here, it is easier to absorb chi and blood energy, as well as strengthening of the bones is easier and more effective. In order to break through to the third rank, he had to grind his spines together, and in no case should not stoop, because his life was at stake. In case of emergency, his mentor was by his side. Fang Ping sat in the lotus posture, closed his eyes, and began the transformation process. Instructor Lu was very surprised when she noticed that the boy was controlling the energy flowing through his veins. It's not often that only 6th-year students are able to do that. Is Fang Ping really the great master of the future? Thinking it couldn't get any worse, his mentor gave him a good scolding. He felt a pain in his tire, but the mentor put her hand on his neck and told him to sit down. It's time to go read for a year. The system notified him that he had been promoted to the 3rd rank. The tutor praised the student and asked him to figure out what he wanted, and left the room. Fang Ping argued that the use of the energy room was only for the purpose of conserving energy, but it was too expensive, and he decided to try to break through to the middle of the 3rd rank. With all the money he spent, he needs to use this opportunity for good. As he began to power consolidate again, his nose bled. When Instructor Lu came out of the flood, Teacher Li was watching her. He knew that the client in this hall had already begun to improve, and he wondered what rank he was at. At that time, in the hall itself, Fang Ping tried to sit up without looking at the blood dripping from his nose. He recalled the dream of his family being hanged, but his attempts were futile, and after the last attempt to sit up, he started coughing up blood. Teacher Li thought he was asleep because it was so quiet. A girl who was a bay attendant came up to him and told the man that the hall near where he was standing was not the right one. The discrepancy was in the other room, but the man has already corrected it, and he just liked this room. The girl said the gym was in session, but the boy's time was up. He didn't come out of the hall, and they decided to come in to have the hall dismissed. Teacher Li had a strange bad feeling. When they broke down the door, they saw Fang Ping lying on the floor and not collapsing. There was a trickle of blood near him. The girl was very worried and asked the elder how to help him, but the man knew what to do. He took a stroller out of his bag and put it in the boy's mouth. Then he put his hand on his head and used his aura to help him wake up. Fang Ping was disturbed by Instructor Li's presence. He was surprised that the man was so strong. He started to thank him for the pardon, but a simple verbal tribute didn't satisfy the man. He asked for a proper tribute. Li's mentor asked the boy to hit the floor. When he put his hand into a fist, he felt an unbelievable force. When he hit the pidlog, it created a huge hole, and the boy realized that he had reached the middle of the 3rd rank. Instructor Li handed him a piece of paper that said 1 high-quality marmor tile and gym doors, worth a total of $1 million, and asked him to pay in 7 days. Fan Ping was very shocked because it was the Instructor Li who told him to hit the floor, and it was not him who broke the doors. But the man didn't care. He also told him that the clown cared about his life. Let's move on to the next day. Fang Ping came to Lu's mentor in the gourd dwelling and told her that he had risen to the middle of the 3rd rank, and the mentor was very happy to hear this news. He began to flatter her by saying that he had a good teacher, and that was why he was there. Lu realized that this kid really had a big future ahead of him, so she should look out for someone better. On the next mission, they'll be supervised by Instructor Tan Feng. They'll have to go back to Nanjiang province. Fang Ping didn't want to do that, but that's where the subterranean earthquake struck. Many martial arts majors have come to Nanjiang, all because they are waiting for the entrance to the dungeon to open, so they can meet the creatures with open arms. The mission will be carried out by 3 major universities: Nanjiang University, Magical University, and Jing University. They will act as a team after their victory over Nanjiang University. But they're going to work together because a common enemy brings you closer together. Is one of the lessons Fang Ping must learn on the road to becoming a major. The next day, the students were far away from the city. The students were laying out outlines and cleaning the zroblia. The students who had been beaten by Fang Ping were not happy to see him, but he felt nervous and waved his hand to them. But he did not expect them to be here too. But the students turned around and walked away without even responding. They were still angry with the boy, but it should be forgotten, because they had gathered for a mission. General Lu Shipin of the Nanja Military District asked all the students to be quiet. He announced that they would have to follow 3 rules. First, obey the commander's orders. Second, don't run away from the battlefield. And last, don't take trophies. The military training of martial arts fighters was organized by the army in the town of Tsangshan. The students' destination is a small village in the mountains. The village is inhabited by a group of soldiers, which is equal to the number of students. Their task is to destroy all of them before the end. The students were able to do it, but they need to develop a plan of attack. Also, not a single instructor will go into battle. They will be located at a distance of 5 kilometers. After the general and Tang Feng got into the car and drove off, leaving the spontaneous students behind, Fang Ping realized that, even though the students were used to working in teams, it would be chaos without good strategy and leadership. Yu Chen, a student of the Capital University of Martial Arts, asked to discuss a plan of action for tomorrow. He is the captain of his team from the Capital University of Martial Arts. The members of this team are the strongest in comparison with those present. The students' lookouts were located about 5 kilometers away, as promised. With the help of cameras, they followed the students. The general was not at all pleased with the students because they did not recognize the sentries. Ponton was not surprised by this, because the students had no experience, but behind every commander are majors of martial arts. It was the first of the worst Zagarbnitsa missions. This mission was specially designed as a test run. The enemy's base is only a kilometer away and they can easily reach the students. They had to give lessons that the horses will never forget. Meanwhile, the students had already gone to bed in the village. Fang Ping saw someone in their hiding place and stood up sharply and thrust his halberd at the boy. It was Gu Xiang, but it was closed for the visit and the kid asked him why he was here. The other students also freaked out because he woke them up, but Gu Xiang just wanted to let them know that maybe their tent was going to be cleaned up and asked them to go to the police station. All those who were awake went to the house to check. Gu Xiang said that in big battles, the taboras are often cleared out. In war zones, the majors always saw, and the others just went to sleep. All majors at the top of the 3rd rank were sent here. He had already been here for the bloody battles, many of whom were killed or wounded. Then he realized that they would never be able to finish the war against the catacombs. Gu Xiang said he took Fang Ping's team because Wang had said they could be relied on. His promo was interrupted by a noise. Everyone halted to listen for the sound. The villains were sitting in a tree, waiting for the moment to attack the students. They came down to the ground and noticed that there was a group of martial arts majors in front of them. They were attacked by the soldiers at first, and now these students decided to glare at them. One of the boys realized that there were not so many superiors down there. They were never here before. If they're taken away, they won't be able to vibrate, and they'll be able to stop these students. Another villain suggested to kill all of them one by one, and to take the last one as a handler to give them an advantage. They turned around and saw that they were being followed by a clown. The boy asked how long he'd been standing there. Fang Ping said only that they would take their lives. They began to fight. The villains had the upper hand over the students. They struck with swords. One of the villains swung at Fang Ping and said it was time for him to die. With a halberd, he was able to deflect the blow. Zlotsiniak is in the middle of the 3rd rank. After reaching the 3rd rank, he had never had to fight such a level before. Fang Ping asked Gu Xiang to keep him here and help Fu Changding and the others. At that time, Fu Changding successfully stabbed the villain once. When he tried to strike the villain again, the villain ducked and his weapon was stuck in the ground. He tried to pull it out, but all was lost. The villain decided to take advantage of it. But Gu Xiang appeared and shook the villain by punching him in the nose. Gu Xiang said that now they really understand what it's like to work together. While Fang Ping continued to fight the strongest villain, the fight went into a deep corner. Each of them was very careful. The boy started to get upset and began to provoke the villain. The villain asked the boy if he was really so self-confident, and then he attacked Fang Ping, who managed to get away. He thought that the villain's reception was very good. Fang Ping dodged a little, but the villain threw his sword at him, but with a halberd. To win, he had to spend thousands of dollars from the system balance to rebuild. All the students in the municipality were awakened by the Gumnomovits, then announced that the base score for this task is points. Points will be calculated for all students from the Faculty of Tactics and Strategy. Points will be calculated for all others. Gu Xiang will receive points, Fu Changding will receive points, Zhao Lei will receive points. Fang Ping gets a point, the announcement is complete, and the students have gone to rest. The next day, the students gathered to discuss their plan. Judging from last night's Nalot, it should be recognized that the students underestimated the risks, and should have taken them into consideration. Gu Xiang suggested attacking the village right away. Fang Ping said that waiting is not a good idea. Who knows how many times they will attack them. Wu Xianghua asked which side would be better to attack. When they took out the map, they found that they were about a kilometer away from the village, and there were no cars left. They realized that this mission was a test for them, because the conditions were similar to the underground. The students started walking through the forest. Yang Xiaoman started yelling at Fang Ping because he didn't keep his own. She and Yun Qi didn't take her and Yang Xiaoman on a hike. They were charged for nothing. Fang Ping justified himself by saying that he was forbidden to go to the girls' places. But that argument didn't satisfy the girls, because they had cell phones. Chang Fengding started to connect the girls through the Bali. Yang Xiaoman was very angry and began to strangle the guy, and he had to vibashti. Fang Ping told the girls that there was a chance to score, but they would have to kill a few people. For Zhang Yunshi, it was very difficult. Large stones began to fall from the sky. They realized it was an attack, and they flew straight at the students. Everyone was in a panic. Something caught Yun Chi's eye, and she stopped. Young Xiaoman saw a stone flying directly at her and yelled for her to move away. The girl moved away and the rock fell in front of her. They weren't wearing any clothes. They were getting very angry. Fang Ping was sorry he didn't remember the danger, so they fell into the pasture. The villains began to emerge from the bushes. One of them, Fang Ping, was knocked out with a single blow. The villains became so numerous that they took away Fang Ping, Cha Fengding, Yang Xiaoman, and Yun Qi. A fight broke out. The students beat all those who attacked them and were not even injured. Gu Xiong called out to the students. When they walked further, they saw that some students had been crushed by stones, and some were lying without arms or injured. In total, there were 3 injured, 3 killed. Fang Ping was disappointed that they hadn't even gotten there yet. But they were already suffering losses. Gu Xiong said we should make up our minds. It'll be hard in the dungeon. Rather than discussing the enemy, it would be better to think about what to do next. Often, military tactics are not suitable for masters of martial arts. The advantages of their style are strength and speed. They decided to split into groups, and then clean up the village and attack the enemy, and they would squint at the Misholovka. They really had the strength to beat back the point attacks. But if it goes on like this, they'll be eliminated before the battle starts. Fang Ping argued that a change in battle strategy is understandable under difficult conditions. Sometimes it's necessary to adapt to the conditions of battle, so that the strongest of them have a better chance of survival. And he suggested that the village is located in the mountains. They can split into 3 teams and attack from 3 sides. 3 universities will take part, so there will be 3 groups, each with 1 man, the strongest majors of the 2nd and 3rd rank. And all the others will move around the perimeter, depending on how it goes. Others will come to help or retreat. The students divided into teams and went to take positions as agreed earlier. On reaching the buildings on the outskirts of the village, Fang Ping's team saw an old man. The students stopped and asked what he was doing here. The old man shouted and the villains started running from all the buildings. He ordered them to kill the students. Gu Xiong said that their team was only children and old people. All the other teams said that they were the same. Yu Cheng told them not to hurt the children, to kill them and move them to the hideout, and all the others should not be kept alive. A very big fight began. Villains came one by one. Fang Ping also punished his team to kill the adults and exclude the children. After killing all the active attackers, 3 men stood nearby. After they had disposed of their fellow villagers, they began to run away. But no one was going to pacify them. They had to finish the mission. Fang Ping said it could be a pastiche. We should take the children to a safe place. To kill innocents, such a true master of martial arts. Hypocrites who are hiding behind their virtue. They've made them into good meat for training. This is a day they'll never forget. Fang Ping sensed the enemy was close, but couldn't recognize his exact location. Yu Chen shouted that it's not for their sect to judge martial artists. Someone on the radio transmitted that the place where they are located has already been replaced. Fang Ping ordered them to retreat and help the wounded. The students retreated from the village into the forest. Yu Chen felt bad for not remembering the bombs earlier. Then how many people could have been killed? One of the students said that the Pidrivniki were written about in the sect reports. They were not yet familiar with this tactic. Then on the battlefield, he was only rushing forward. Zhao Lei shouted that we should swat the creatures, but Fang Ping said the village was under the sect's control, and if they simply went there, they would be cut off one by one on the narrow streets. Forcing them to fight openly is their only chance for victory. We need to take away their advantage in the local area and demolish the village. Gu Xiong reiterated what he had said, saying that the demolition of the buildings could only be done by majors starting from the next rank. Sectarians can attack without hesitation, even if they don't have time to renew their strength. Fang Ping quickly learns the renewal walks. If they are enough, the renewal of strength is not a problem. If all others are ready to give him the walks, he will tear down the village alone. At that time, the men who were leaving the students came to the preacher to inform him that the students would demolish the village. The preacher didn't see any threat in it, because it was just a purchase of delinquents. While pouring his tea, he calmly accepted the fact that the students were destroying the village. The students went to demolish the buildings. Fang Ping stopped and began to wonder how much was left. He knew that the sectarians were not so dumb that they would not attack them after they were overpowered. The students look like they're renewing their strength, although he's the only one spending it. But if they continue to ruin everything here, suspicion may arise. The clown warned the students that if someone feels that he is approaching the border, he should return to the base and not make an attempt to renew the forces. If they attack, there is a great risk of becoming a soldier. The students called to enter, but the sectarians drove them away and there was no way to get out. The preacher ordered to finish the students, to conduct the so-called battle christening, which they want so much. But the preacher didn't expect the students to kill almost all his brothers. Never underestimate your enemy. Gu Xiong was running towards the guide at the time, but the man kicked him in the face. The boy managed to cover himself with his hand, but it didn't help much. Gu Xiong realized he couldn't do it on his own, as the man was at the top of the third rank, so he called for help. Fang Ping rushed to help him because the preacher was about as strong as Qin Feng Qin. The preacher knew that the students were at the primary stage and the middle stage of the third rank. The man began to provoke them to attack them, for their victory was slim. Fang Ping tried to use the technique of stabbing, but the man is very strong, and the boy was simply thrown away from him. Zhao tried to attack right after Fang Ping, but the man hit him so hard that he started spitting blood. The boy got angry and asked him to keep the preacher quiet and cover him up. He stood behind him while the others were encouraging the man. He gathered all his strength in his fist and gave him a strong blow in the back, but he did not even flinch. It seemed that he was not hurt at all. The guide was like a hallucinogen. He was no worse for his wounds. He wounded the students one by one, and at one point, only Fang Ping was left. The man swung his sword at the boy, but luckily he had a halberd on him. Gu Xiong said he's specializing in spotting the bad guys. The third-ranked majors have nearly 1,000 energies, and they've completely calcified their sinews, bones, and flesh, so it's almost impossible to defeat them. To defeat them, he relied on his strong body. Every one of his punches is equal to the most powerful moves of students. It's not worth it to go on like this. Unexpectedly, one of the students shouted that there's another supervisor on top of the third rank and asked all those below the third rank to come over. To beat one master at the top of the third rank requires the third rank masters, and they will be caught if it continues like this. And Fang Ping has decided to deal with the other third-ranking major on her own. The evil one is in the middle stage of the third rank. He has no more energy. He also has 2 or 3 times more damage than him, and if you fight one-on-one, and in a couple of punches, he can overpower him. While Fang Ping fought the villain, the other students dealt with the rest of the villains. The preacher continued to provoke the students, saying that the bird had the power of the Mizkis. Fang Ping realized there was a big difference between them, but he took a risk and swung to hit the preacher. The man was only amused, but he wondered what the clapper was really capable of. The kid still managed to land a powerful punch, and the man wondered how he did it. Fang Ping said he'll tell you if the man is on his knees. Fang Ping threw another punch and the man was blown away. His arm was torn. He couldn't shake the energy left in the guy. If he wasn't that great student. He realized that it would be more pleasant to finish him alone and not a bunch of other and third-ranked pikemen. Then he started to run towards Fang Ping, who was calm. He renewed his energy through the system and was able to dodge all the attacks of the villain. The clapper encouraged to attack the man and inflicted injuries and wounds on him. But he was resilient, and to recover from a single blow would have to spend 1 million. He'd already spent millions in total. The kid was already on the edge, although energy can be renewed without end, but even his patience had a limit. The guide asked whether the clapper had the strength to continue fighting because he had stopped for some reason. The man punched Fang Ping in the face, and he fell to the ground. When he came up to him, he tried to kick him, but the guide hurt his leg and shattered his shirt. He did not expect that the majors at the top of the third rank are so strong. He spent 5 mil in a single bowl fight, and his E-alloy shoes are finished, even if he does get away with it. His suit is already in for unwarranted harm. And then the brothers will come to help when they've dealt with the third-ranking masters. The preacher interrupted his thoughts by saying that he was having fun watching the boy, but he would probably be able to deal with the third-ranking major's corner. But here and now his career as a martial arts major will end. The provost gave Fang Ping a very hard blow to the chest, breaking the boy's halberd, and the boy fell down and was never harmed again. The preacher was very angry that he had swatted some genius of martial arts, but he was pleased with it. The preacher's writing has gotten the students' attention, and the man continued to shout that his crowning blow of the organism in the Zimyatka, after such any major of the third-rank Krishka. Yun Qi thought Fang Ping was dead, and started to run to him to see if he was dead, but she couldn't believe it because the boy was very strong and couldn't just die. The girl took out a stroller and started shoving it in his mouth, asking him to roll over. She hugged him and cried, but Fang Ping got over it. She let him take a walk of life force. With it, both open and closed wounds are renewed. The preacher continued to fight with the students. They would already be badly beaten, but he did not. They couldn't seriously injure him, and the students were less fortunate. Fang Ping was able to get up and shouted for everyone to get away from him. He began to strike one by one, but it wasn't easy to stop him. Gu Xiong knows that Fang Ping won't be so easy to kill. He was so surprised by the boy's tactics that he didn't even believe he was only in the middle of the third rank. One punch and one more, as if his energy is boundless. The provocateur made bombs out of children. He fooled old people and killed students who were friends of Fang Ping, a martial arts major. He's the reason the kid's shoe was shattered. And how many points did he spend to beat him? The boy was already so disillusioned the fight seemed not to end forever, and he decided that it was necessary to strike a blow, which is enough to destroy the villain. He finally succeeded in chopping off his head. The students were very happy that Fang Ping had finally been defeated. He was very sick and needed help. Looking at the system's interface, he realized that he had consumed about 10,000 points of energy. Chang Fengding and Yun Qi helped the boy to walk by holding his hands. They praised him a lot, but he did not care. They had lost a lot, and the Walk of Life Force cost points, and there was nothing to pay him for it. The girl needed nothing to replace her. She was glad to have spoiled Fang Ping's life, but the boy couldn't. He offered the girl a part of his third-rank energy walks. Gu Xiong told all the wounded to go to the base, and he and the other students, who were not seriously injured, would deal with the evil villains. Meanwhile, Fang Ping still gave Yun Qi 10 of his third-rank energy walks to sell. The girl was pleased because she just wanted to spoil his life, but she realized that he would not budge and accepted the strollers. But Fang Ping wouldn't be Fang Ping if he hadn't started calculations. If we convert it into points, then 10 such walks cost points. Minus points for 1 walk of life force. Then the girl will be guilty to him of 5 million millions of dollars after selling them. The girl tried to say that it was a pleasure and nothing was needed, but the clapper only asked to give him the 5 million afterwards. The fight was over. The students gave one-to-one medical attention. Cha Fengding asked Fang Ping why he was so cheap. Yun Qi told him about their conversation. The girl didn't need the money, and she didn't understand why he kept offering them walks. Why he couldn't just accept the stroller as a gift when she was giving it to him, because he was her friend. Fang Ping remembered that the instructor once told him that martial arts majors should only have a working relationship. At first he thought it was very cruel, but when he was on the verge of death, he realized she was right. They're only human, and will all play in the box once. And if someone gets attracted to someone, it will be hard to let their friends go. Gu Xiong said that the first-ranked majors, the second-ranked majors, and 3 third-ranked majors were all killed by sectarians. 6 of the student command were killed in battle, and all the third-ranking majors were badly wounded. On the mission, they took millions of dollars worth of supplies and ammunition out of the total amount of millions of dollars they spent on Fang Ping energy supplies, and $3 million in compensation for each family of their fallen majors, which leaves approximately millions of dollars in total. Mr. Yun Qi suggested dividing up a portion of the money between the 2 families. Chang Fengding started to get angry, because millions of dollars should be divided by 300 people. They spent a lot of money in the battle, but they get back a pittance. Gu Xiong wanted to calm the boy down, saying that in this case, it's their victory that matters, not their earnings. Yu Cheng was also rebuked, saying there's no victory. They said they were the best students, but in truth they were just useless, and if Fang Ping hadn't taken the big guy, they'd have lost more than 6 people. The students were approached by Instructor Tang, who was disturbed. He called the students not majors, but a bunch of self-dealing assholes, and they didn't know what the strategy was. They have a list of fusible nakanets at their base, but the students didn't know about them. The mountainous terrain is also very suitable for paste installation, and none of the students even thought of such obvious advantages. He marveled that they had learned nothing of what they had been taught at the university. More than the second-ranked majors were not even allowed to fight, and Fang Ping went on his own to fight the third-ranked major. The likelihood of his death was very high. It's not enough to win by brute force alone, you must also use your brains. Fang Ping went to Mr. Tan and said that we shouldn't blame others for his mistake. He signed up for the match. There was no other way out. But this argument didn't change the instructor's mind, and he took him by the ear and told him what kind of protection he was yapping about. Out of all 300 students, he considered him the biggest pain in the ass. He wondered how the kid got so much energy. Fang Ping had to guess something, and he decided to say that before the walks were absorbed into the body, he could use them gradually to gain energy. And since he knew that the mission would not be easy, he drank 10 walks in advance. Mr. Tan was even more disappointed, because after that many walks, the boy was going to die. The instructor said he wouldn't ask any more questions, but there are a lot of witnesses here, and he'd better think how he'd explain it to others. If he doesn't want to be experimented on, Fang Ping knew that there were many witnesses, and if he was really asked to repeat the lesson, he'd have to take 10 walks. Whether he'll survive is not known, and as a matter of fact, someone will be asking a lot of questions. Fang Ping's thoughts were interrupted by a man who informed him about the call, and that he had to leave in a hurry. He recovered a broken cell phone from the stall and realized why he hadn't been dialed on his cell phone. But it was still very interesting to see who thought of calling him now. When he got to the phone, he felt the voice of Lu's instructor, asking if the kid had really beaten a major at the top of the 3rd rank. Fang Ping didn't expect his senses to go off so quickly, but the instructor didn't call to praise the kid. He threw his supervisor a hard punch, and Mitevo renewed energy without walking, picking up pieces of energy from the bottom. Such is the power of only great majors, so it's a mystery how the boy managed. Great majors not only have a bone marrow like Mercury, but also a clear view of life. They must be willing to be radicalized to do such a thing, or else they must be ready to become a bottom-feeding squint. Fang Ping started to ask for help from the instructor. He could not become a piker. He also asked about bone marrow like mercury. He didn't know about it. It was one of the great major specialties. When they reach such a level, the bone marrow becomes as powerful as mercury, which gives them full control over vital energy. They are able to recharge and leave the body of a major. Also, the muscles become as strong as a diamond, and the bones as smooth as jade. This way they can accumulate zing so they have maximum zing. While Fang Ping listened to the instructor's explanation, he looked at the system interface and realized that this option was not yet available to him. Instructor Lu suggested that he meet a major who has a jade bone marrow that can help him. The next day they had a meeting in the cafeteria. The major the instructor Lu was talking about was Wang Jinyan. He said that his bone marrow had never been rejuvenated and that he had been born that way. Fang Ping was very disappointed. Obviously he can't leave the lab. Wang had an idea, but it all depended on whether he was willing to spend a lot of money for the experiment. It's possible to take energy ore for cultivation. Under certain conditions, the energy released by the ore becomes rhydinium, and in this state, it can possibly cement the bone marrow. The ore was only worth $1 million apiece, but that wasn't all. The main catch is that energy in rare state, even though it penetrates into the bone marrow, but stays there for a while, because there is also a chopper, which he has not fully cemented. And here we can try to direct the ore with the help of spiritual power. It was a good idea, because Fang Ping could control energy without ore. His spiritual power was like that of a great master. Wang was very surprised. He couldn't understand how it was possible. There are a lot of important individuals in the world, but it was getting interesting. Of course, Wang didn't take the guy's word for it. But if he did, they had one less problem. Fang Ping asked Wang how soon he'd make it to the Grand Master, but Wang didn't have the money to do it. The boy thought it would be easy to get the energy ore if he had more pounds in his system. He realized that he had already pumped the system twice, when the amount in his account first reached 1 million, then 10 million. And sooner or later a new modification would be made, after 100 million. And he'll be able to upgrade his bones 100 distances after the next pump. But again, it's all about the money. Somehow, we need to get the balance up to 100 million. Fang Ping went to the logistics center of the Magical University of Martial Arts in the evening. He brought his robes and halberd and complained that they were not of very good quality. Teacher Li knew that the items were damaged, not because of poor quality, but because the boy had fought a major at the top of the 3rd rank. And Fan Ping decided to push his pity, saying that it was because of him that the university won the match. He showed the injury to the teacher and asked if the clothing and Alberta could be repaired, because treatment is expensive. The man offered to pay for the repair of the halberd. The boy was frightened, for before he had bought clothes for 40 points, and now they were worth nothing. He asked the teacher Li if the university had ever thought of opening an online store. Nowadays you can buy everything on the internet, so why don't they, martial arts majors, start trading? Every time you go to the university to buy magical weapons. Maybe the administration will support his idea if he creates an online store for the university's logistics center and also delivers the goods. Li's teacher was a bit surprised by the student's idea and the fact that he wants to do the delivery of goods himself. Fang Ping has his own delivery company and they deliver everything without having to find people. The teacher suspected that this was a way for the kid to build up the university, maybe steal expensive contracts. And although the kid is from a rather poor family, he does what he can and decided to help the university, and at the same time, earn money. Nowadays, a lot of delivery services are being opened. The sphere is developing well, but it is quite important to run a business. The clapper realized that it is important for them to trust him to deliver goods worth tens of millions of dollars, but he asked to give him a chance. We could start with delivery within the university's territory, and if anything is lost, the kid will take care of the damages. And he had a plan for future growth. As soon as delivery is set up, it will be possible to realize the possibility of borrowing goods on credit. Students know that there are many things they just can't afford, but they are not too eager to make money. But with a delivery, they will have the opportunity to quickly try the first-class goods. And besides, most everything the students sell at the logistics center comes from the catacombs. With new armor, protection, and walkers, it will be easier for the students to replenish the warehouses of the center with goods much better than now. In order to pay for the money, students will bring valuable references to the center, because everyone knows that people who are thieves will tear their souls to avoid living in the Borgs. Fan Ping's arguments convinced Teacher Li that it was a good idea. Older majors are not fully aware of the advantages of online trading. Giving students the opportunity to try out the potential of owning beautiful magical objects is a good idea. The teacher asked Fang Ping what he wanted to get out of it, and he modestly replied that he would take a small percentage of sales. But the issue was serious, and Teacher Li had no authority to make such a decision. So they went to Dean Huan Jin's office together. Fang Ping outlined his plan and assured them that if they followed the plan, they would quickly move to the top of the list of the 3 major martial arts universities. The application was good, and the proposal did not sound bad. But the dean told the boy to take care of himself and do cultivation. But business helps the boy to develop his strength and spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to Fang Ping, the dean's aura caused him to fly away and hit the wall. As he fell on the couch, he realized the power of his strength. He is not a great major for nothing. The dean was angry that the 3rd-ranked major was blocking his spiritual attack, which is why businessmen and politicians find cultivation easier. It's not hard to cultivate a man so that he doesn't stand still. It's good to stimulate the work of the brain. That's how Rector Lu was able to mend his spiritual mind so quickly. Teacher Li asked the dean to put him in charge of the university production. But the dean didn't think it was worth it for Mr. Li, as he still had students to teach, and he was already making a great contribution to the development of the university. Fang Ping realized that the dean was humoring Master Li, and he was amused. The dean didn't believe that business would increase his spiritual energy. It was difficult for him to concentrate. When you can't earn money, you have to put your head on the line to get together. It's the only way to gather spiritual strength. The dean gave the go-ahead, but he wasn't too keen on making money off the students' money. Fang Ping felt it was necessary to change the dean's mind, and said that they would take a small amount of money, but that it would only motivate them to work hard to reach their goals, and that it would have no effect on their manners. The university will allocate 100,000 points for the opening of the online store. 100% of the income will go to the university, and the proceeds will be used for shipping costs. Fang Ping was happy that with their capital investment and 10% of the profits, he could make a few million yuan. But the dean said that the university would be subject to conditions, namely that a strong martial arts master would be in charge of storing the goods, and that it would be impossible to trust delivery to people outside the university. The boy was a little disappointed, realizing that it would be really hard to make money. Fang Ping bowed to the dean and they left the office together with Teacher Li. He was very grateful to Master Li, but it was for nothing. For if Lu Fengzhou didn't help him, he'd throw the whole thing under the cat's tail. He was sure that his mentor would be okay with it, but if the university didn't allow outsiders, he'd have to hire someone from the students, which made Fang Ping very uncomfortable because they won't work for 3 kopecks. Teacher Li suggested organizing a martial arts club for the boy. There are a lot of first-year students who want to get a chance to at least talk to a major of a higher rank. They are not very interested in money, because when breaking through to a new level, you need to have not just resources, but know how to use them properly. So much more important is information, which is possessed by more knowledgeable, successful majors. It is necessary to let your senses that there is a search for people among older classmates to gain experience in the club of the strongest first-year students. After that, he's got his turn. Fang Ping realized that the man was a genius. But why bother with wages when you can motivate people to work for free? But if you think you're just helping out your fellow students, it doesn't seem so dishonest. Fang Ping is the strongest first-year student, and he's the one who has to take care of the less successful students and create the right conditions for them to grow. A bus pulled up to the building. Mentor Tan and the students got out of it. He asked Fang Ping to come up to him for a chat. He asked the boy who allowed him to travel separately from the group, and he should stop bothering Mr. Li for cause or not. The tutor thought that Fang Ping was asking too much and thus bothering him. But the boy just wanted to promote trade. Mentor Tang didn't understand what this had to do with Major Li, because he couldn't change the prices set by the university committee. And it's Master Li who pays the cost of the university equipment they lost from his pocket. Mentor Tang announced that the students should go to the Shishun main hall. Fang Ping's phone received a notification of a cash transfer from Chen Yunqi in the amount of 5 million yuan. He saw the girl in the student's Natov PI and paid tribute. Everyone gathered in the hall, and Mentor Tang began to announce the grades. Zhao Lei Ball, Wu Tian Ball, Bo Chang Ding Ball, Fang Ping Ball, Yang Xiaoman Ball, to pass this challenge. And more than half of them failed. It was a shame, because they were recognized as the best of the best. But since they came back victorious, those who passed the score will get an extra 100% of the score. Fan Ping quickly calculated that he has scored points. He gets more, and this levd will be put on a couple of renewal walks. Initially, additional distribution of points was not planned. The university already went to the meeting. Fighting evil is their duty, and the students don't have to think about asking for money. Fan Ping asked how they'll cover the losses incurred during the mission. They are only students and they do their missions to get points. And those who don't get bonuses, how can they cultivate further? Not everyone has a father who is willing to pay at least some of the costs in such tasks. Fang Ping told Jiang Fengding that he also had something to give, because he didn't want to live on water and bread alone. The boy raised his hand and supported Fang Ping. They spent a lot of money but didn't get anything good. All the students began to rumble because everyone needed to train without resources. Some had poor parents and could not even help them train. Due to the pressure of the community, Mentor Tan promised to add 100% of the accumulated points from above. Those who have not passed the threshold will be obliged to complete at least 2 missions of another rank by the end of the month. They will only be able to become better by facing up to the danger. Fang Ping asked if we knew when they would be going to the dungeon. Master Tang said that they would be leaving in November. Until then, we must complete all the missions. Tomorrow they will begin to study the course on learning the geography of the local area and types of underground deposits. It's a little over a month away, but the clock is ticking. We have to get ready to score a lot of points. The assembly was over, and the students had all their cases. Fang Ping called Lu's mother to tell her about his business plan and to get her support. The next day, he was on the street recruiting students for the club. He was approached by a man who introduced himself as Guo Sheng. He recognized Fang Ping, who had been told he was a genius. He said he was organizing a club to train with his peers. Guo Sheng, reading the brochure, couldn't understand why they were recruiting ordinary students, because he felt that they were often recruiting recognized majors, not that they wanted to rob him of his money. He immediately told Fan Ping that he didn't have any money. He only had enough to get to the university, and the boy went on his way. Fang Ping stood up abruptly and shouted, asking for a moment of respect from the students. He said that only majors are considered students at the university, and it's not easy for freshmen to become majors. It's easy only for those who were born in a rich family, but they're the worst. Though they have little money, they often lack a good mentor, a high-ranking major, or just a comrade a grade higher, so he offers them his help, or if they want to graduate as regular majors, so that others can't be of any use to them. All the students are very excited about Fan Ping's promotion, and they all want to become great majors. The boy told the students that they would achieve everything on their own, because he was the best student on the campus with no money. He is now a third-ranked middle master, and next year he will give a call to the current president of the martial arts club. He will issue a challenge to the current president of the martial arts club, and gave the word that he would take his place. Through the open window, the other students sensed the boy's promo and thought it was nothing but a Morena. For Zhang is a 4th-ranked master. Fang Ping sensed the boy's words and replied that if you can't do something, it doesn't mean you can't do it. Asked him to come down and talk, and we solved the problem like true masters. The kid was very happy, but he had just reached the next rank, and his victory was impossible from the word go. Fang Ping continued to tell the students that he was from a simple family, but he never gave up. Sooner or later, he would become a great major. There's a club called Ping Yuan, and anyone who wants to be a member can join. They will walk the path of a great warrior together, sharing their experience. Club members will be able to talk with students and high-ranking masters of martial arts. He hoped that one day each of them could be called a major. All you have to do is fill out an application to join the club, and you have to do it quickly, but only the first 100 will join the club. Students rushed to the table to take applications. Yang Xiaoman, Chang Fengding, and Zhao Shuimei watched what happened and were thrilled. Yang Xiaoman's family is usually short of money, but you can't say that about him. Only recently they bought millions of dollars worth of strollers from him. They expected to make at least millions of dollars a semester just by selling the strollers. Zhang Fundin asked the girls if they would join the Fan Ping Club, but they didn't realize what the point was. But because they knew Fan Ping, he wouldn't do anything that wouldn't benefit him at least minimally. At that time, Mentor Tan was in the dean's office. The dean told the mentor that when Fan Ping first entered the university, he was not a promising student, but now he was expected to have a great future. Mr. Tan asked why he wanted to start the club in the first place. The dean immediately knew why Fang Ping had started the club, because the university had forbidden outsiders to deliver magical warfare, and he was unlikely to do it himself. But he wouldn't sit idly by with his hands folded. And he might have been clever in persuading the students to join the club. But it would be good for them, too. The dean thought it would be better to do so than to try to gain the same knowledge at the risk of living in the dungeon. Mentor Tan said he's probably getting rid of the boy for nothing. They need more people who can turn things around, like Rector Lu. The dean didn't understand what Mr. Tan meant and thought he was just marvelous today. At this time, Mr. Fang Ping continued to motivate students to enroll, saying that there were no seats left. The first club meeting will be held tomorrow. He will send a notice about it and ask the students to go. The students were disgusted, but the boy said they wouldn't regret joining his club. Fang Chunding and the girls went to Fang Ping's house and started to boil because he didn't tell her about the club. And the boy refused to accept them because they weren't suitable. Fang Chunding was very annoyed that all those who had not even become majors were hired and they were rejected. They could have advertised him for free through word of mouth. Zhao Shuimei said they spent a lot of money on the last meeting and that this club was a way to pay them back. And yet Fang Ping accepted them into the club, but warned them that he would not allow them to leave work. Yang Xiaoman asked what kind of work. The clapper was going to give them a job with the newcomers. For example, if someone takes a strike, they'll have to own everything. But if it was important to them, they can refuse now. They needed the money, so they all agreed to what Fang Ping suggested. The boy was pleased that they wanted to help him so much. The next day, all the students who had been admitted to the Fan Ping Club gathered in the conference room. The guy announced that the first meeting of his club was officially open. He announced that the club has been joined by students who will become future majors. Fang Ping said he was doing a great job, but he had managed to sign a cooperation agreement with the university's logistics department. They need volunteers to help with the delivery of goods. The students were not happy about the prospect of working as ordinary trainers. Fang Ping rebuffed them, telling them that the regular cadets don't work with martial arts majors every day. Their clients will be senior students and professors. Especially professors are not easy to approach, so we can't miss this opportunity. Later, they will be able to make friends with the teachers and may receive a rare teaching aid. And the students are easier. Most of them will be happy to answer all the questions of the newcomers. One of the freshmen asked why Fang Ping is so sure everything will be as he says, and that if they don't want to talk to them, it could happen. Something will fall on all of them. There's nothing to worry about. If you work hard, the club will give a discount on the Walks of Life energy. They take points for that, but they get them for only. The discount on walks has been overcorrected, and many students have realized that it's a good idea to stay at the club. Fang Ping sighed and said they had no idea what he wanted. The dean was very afraid that the university property would be stolen and wanted to take a deposit of $5 million from each student. But Fan Ping was very careful and asked Major Li to vouch for them, so the freshmen can't let her down and lose their faces in the baguette. There will also be a credit system in the store, so it will be easier to study and cultivate with them. It is customary to buy something expensive on credit, but the rate will be reduced for all club members. For example, if you take 100 points on credit, in a month they will be guilty of only 101 points. The offer was so good that even Yang Xiaoman appreciated it. Fang Ping said that all the conditions were very favorable for the club members. Fang Chunding whispered to the girls that the boy was not lying to them. They would get a lot of benefits from the club. Fan Ping announced the end of the training camp and added that students who didn't meet the conditions could leave the club right now, but no one left. He was pleased and decided to divide the duties and positions. Zhou Yuehong will be in charge of the staff and will take charge of the order of people. Bu Sheng will be in charge of delivery. Bo Changding will be Fang Ping's deputy and head of public relations. Zhao Shuimei will be in charge of negotiations. Yang Xiaoman will supervise all departments, evaluate the work, and recognize the best ones. And Fang Ping himself will be in charge and responsible for all of them, but he's not willing to do anything for them. It's necessary to make you realize that you can become a mayor without a rich parent. I'm sure they're no worse than the rich. They can be better than the rich. Fan Ping is very angry that everyone reacted in such a way. All the money is already in his kasheni. It is only necessary to return to training. Only the strongest will be able to lead a flood of people. You have to start somewhere so that one day, all the martial arts majors can become his. Later, Fang Ping trained in the gym. He had bought some Zahidni walkers and took them along with steroids of the 5th rank, but a baking pain started, which he was not told about, and the sweat drained from his countenance. But it only grew worse, for power requires such sacrifices. Yet to protect his family, he must work harder on himself. His body has been working hard, then he'll have to take a little vacation. And now he had less time to work on his strength and vitality. If he could just shrink his backbone, and then it would be easier to break through. It would cost 35,000 points to work 1/100th of his strength, which meant he'd have 1,000,000 points in his account. He had thousands of points and thousands of yuan in his account, and he needed $40 million to grind his spine, which he didn't have. The next day, the students were taken to the Center of Military Simulation and Planning. The teacher was giving a lecture on the underground. The sea is located to the east of the Universitätszeit passageway to the dungeons, and on the east side of the dungeons, at a distance of 5,000 kilometers, their cysts are scattered. As a matter of fact, in the radius of 100 kilometers from the passage of the island, there are no skeletons. The underground is twice the size of China, but most of it has not yet been explored. Fang Ping asked the teacher if the sunlight penetrates the underground. The teacher said that there is no sunlight there, but there is a similar light to theirs. There is only the sunset and others. Night changes from day to night middly. Their technology doesn't work there. You have to learn how to model. Fang Ping was shocked because the terrain was monomaniacal. How could I learn it? Fang Chunding went up to the boy, and put his hand on his shoulder and told him that it would be difficult for him to learn because he had a poor knowledge of the local area. Fang Ping asked the boy to practice with him tomorrow at the martial arts class. The teacher went on to say, from the invasion of the underground by thirds of people, there are guard stations located along the passages. Tan Men Wall is the closest fortress to the guard station. It has 2,000 men, 200,000 soldiers, and 25,000 majors. But there's less than 5,000 people in the checkpoint. One of the students said that 5,000 majors could easily defend even a fortress. But the teacher denied it, because it wasn't just a matter of defending the fortress. They attacked their enemies and pushed them away from the fortress, but the fortress would fall down if they did. Only a group of brave majors will be able to defuse the situation. 70 years ago, 40 magesters banded together to go to war in the dungeons. The strongest of them survived, but the magesters were killed in battle. Every year there are more and more outstanding majors in the country, so their main task is to help them develop and give them some time to do so. The teacher gave each student a book and said that the material should be memorized. There are many things that can survive in the underground, such as energetic stones, herbs, and the book describes how to fall in love with wild game. And energetic stones and their use should be studied carefully. They are very helpful in many ways. They can be used to make walkers. Depending on its purity, energy stone is categorized into two types. One is uninterruptedly fashionable to replace the usual stones. Unclean stone is not suitable for training. Prices for stone also vary in purity. Later, students will be able to train, because the underground is just a place where there are useful artifacts. Maybe someone will be lucky enough to break through without training. The students were also shocked by the teacher's statement, because it was impossible to break through without training. They began to rant about the fact that no one had ever told them about the artifacts, and how many of them there were. Other information was a state secret. There were more and more students, so until they realized they were worth more, the teacher would not tell them anything. The students were very motivated to get to the dungeons as soon as possible, and to defeat all the dungeons. Fang Ping said that we should study this book very carefully. Maybe he'll find something worth thousands of points. A student wandered into the auditorium unnoticed and told about the arrival of the professor from Lanshi Wei. All the students went out into the street and saw Yu Ren, the rector of the magical university, at the top of the 8th rank. But there were many buses with students and bodies of the dead. They were all wounded and very embarrassed. One of them went to the rector and said that they would fight for their country. Yim managed to kill 3 Lanshi Wei majors of the 6th rank. We have killed the 5th-ranked majors and the 4th-ranking majors, thereby protecting their honor and the honor of the magical university. 6 majors who fought to the last stand gave their lives in battle. A student was in despair over the loss of his brothers. The rector came up to him and told him that he was already home and that the main thing was to go home. He ordered us to honor the memory of our fallen comrades. The students put their fist to the crown, and the rector added that the University of Magic expresses its sympathy to the families of the fallen. Someday other students will be able to defend the honor of the country on the battlefield. The rector is already in a bad age. Even a minor injury can cost him his life. Chen Yunqi saw Baiju Shi among the mentors returning from the dungeon. The woman was standing without a hand. A girl came up to her, hugged her, and started crying. Instructor Lu came over and said Baiju Shi was alive, so cry like that. People die and they too can die like this, but don't let your guard down. If they really want to do something bad and want to be remembered, they should clear the underground. Baiju Shi announced that Yun Qi's new mentor will be Mentor Lu. The girl was very disappointed, but her mentor's internal organs are damaged. She will take at least 2 years to recover, and she can't teach any longer. Lu's mentor will be able to supervise her, but she will not be babysat. If Baiju Shi had reached at least the 6th rank before she entered the dungeon, it might have been all right. Yunqi realized that the woman had gone to protect them all, and felt that she too was responsible for what had happened. But the woman only repeated that everything was fine. All new students, especially the hopeful ones, need a good mentor for their classes. And Master Lu will support them as best he can. And since they've already been baptized in combat, they'll have to take care of themselves. She asked the students to leave because she and her mentor Lu still had to say goodbye to the dead. Fang Ping wondered if it would be the end of them in the dungeon. None of the commanders had ever lost friends in the catacombs. Maybe they would all return home after the battle. Maybe not. A number of glorious majors have fallen. It was not easy on everyone's soul. Anger was bubbling in the blood. The desire for revenge was what drove them onward and upward. It seems that no one closed their eyes to the magical university that night. The next day, the students went to the Court of Residence to tutor Lu. She evaluated the talent of her new student, Chen Yunqi, because she had already scored points. Her talent was abundant and her family was good, but she had never made it past the middle of the second rank. If it wasn't for Bai Juxi's special request, she'd never have taken her on as a student. Fang Ping decided to cheer her up and suggested a party in her honor, but Mentor Lu was very strict and refused. They gave Chen Yunqi the task to shrink her bones to 100 by the end of the month, and the girl immediately went to fulfill the task. She had to reach the top of another rank before going to the dungeon. Bonnie struck to sell the family business to her uncle, because he has long been on it, and with the proceeds to stock up on walks and start training quickly. But the girl didn't like this idea at all, because it was her father's company. The mentor asked if the girl wanted to follow her father to the grave. Training should be a priority for them now. The market value of her company is $200 million, and with this amount of money, Shuai Mei can easily reach the top of the third rank, and then return the spent money without any effort. Fang Ping was shocked. 200 lamans. He didn't think the girl was so expensive. You can really buy a bunch of strollers for that kind of money. Lu's mentor saw Fang Ping hesitate and asked him how much money he'd gotten from his training. He was wasting a lot of time, and a third-rate walk costs 40 points, so it's expensive for him. And his family had no company to sell to. It was all on his shoulders. But Lu's mentor knew the kid was lying. She knew how much he had invested in his company, millions of dollars, but he hadn't made any money from the sale, so she offered him a job. If he had to kill someone for her, he could get 1,000 points. Fang Ping asked if he had the strength to kill someone who couldn't be killed by his mentor. He could do it when he's stronger, and the boy was curious about who he was going to kill. They gave him the information on the paper. They'll pay him back later, and if he dies, he won't get anything from his family. Fang Ping said that to earn 1,000 points, you have to work and work, but if you're talking about a distant future, there's nothing to lose. And yet he's decided to take the job. He had 1,000 points in the Kashani. The master is so generous. The boy went to the logistics center to pick up his comrades. Maester Li said that the masculine armor from the skin of the creature of the 4th rank underground and armor for the legs and arms of the rank. It will be ready in 2 weeks. Fang Ping realized why most of the majors had no money, because he'd paid $1 million. And he asked for more Chi-Chi energy walks. Master Li was very pleased that the boy didn't even haggle. Fang Ping was very happy to report that Master Lu had paid him 1,000 points in advance for the service, and gave him the paprika he had received from his master. Li's teacher was very pleased that the boy went to the task for 1,000 points. He knew well the man Lu had picked up. He was her arch-enemy and his too. He was a master of the 3rd rank, the head of the Tianmeng Foundation. Fang Ping thought that Lu's mentor was a very wise woman, because she knew that he was destined to become a 5th-ranked major. But he wondered how the head of the fortress, Tianmeng, became his enemy. The man said he had killed Lu Fengzhou 10 years ago. The man said that he had killed Lu Fengzhou 10 years before, but he had not been able to stop him, and had miraculously survived himself. Fang Ping was shocked because her mentor never told him about her daughter. Maybe that's why she became so cruel and merciless. She lost her family. It's not easy for anyone to go through that. Teacher Li asked why the kid stopped practicing. He said it was because of his business plan. But with each rank, practicing became more and more important. But the business also influenced it. The man asked the boy to follow him because he had a case to tell him about. They came to a room with a big slope. Behind the slopes, they saw the boy, who was tied to a couch, with a lot of doctors standing over him. At some point, the boy's body started to twist, and he managed to break the straps he was tied with. Teacher Li said that the people who died on the ground are moving back to the catacombs, but nothing happens to those who died there. Scientists are trying to solve the problem with the help of research, so they're studying the link between the brain and the spirit in living people. But if they find that the spirit has a link with the brain, it may be easier to become a mayor. And since the kid showed his worth on his last mission, and the military department wants to take his experience from him, so maybe he'll be the subject of research. Fang Ping was flustered and began to say that he was just a normal student, just more gifted than others. He had already explained before that he had drunk more than necessary, but Teacher Li didn't care. Everything had been solved. It was the results of the laboratory tests that were needed. They weren't going to kill him, just cut out a piece of flesh, some of the bone and spinal cord, and analyze it. Lu Fengzhou said that the boy would be able to clean up the catacombs and that the soldiers had not yet come for him. No one is pressuring him, but he is obliged to convey the value of his life if he is cut into pieces, and he can't even give why they need him. Teacher Li asked me to follow him. He wanted to show Fang Ping something. They went into a room with a lot of different kinds of stone. He went to one of the racks of energy stones he'd seen for the first time. When Fang Ping picked up one of the stones, he felt uneasy. The teacher asked him if he'd ever absorbed spiritual energy before, and he replied that he had. During contact with the spiritual energy, the stone swells. Maybe that's why he felt anxious. When he becomes a great master and the spiritual energy will be stronger, it will be possible to anticipate dangerous situations. Fang Ping didn't even realize that spiritual energy was so useful, but he didn't know how to become a great mager. According to the teacher's words, it would be possible after the skull had been softened. Then he would be able to separate spiritual energy from the body and mix it with vital forces. This would mean that he had become a great mayor. Third-ranked majors can't grind the skull. He must reach at least the 8th rank. Then the spirit will be immortal and no one can overpower it with power. Just because someone is unmatched in battle doesn't mean they can't be brought down. The head of the fortress, Tianmeng, has taken down the rector's deathless talismans. Fang Ping said he also felt that high-ranking majors cannot attack, only defend. That's why Maestress Li can't be in charge of her daughter. To do so, she must become a great maestro. The boy forged the energy stone he held in his hand. Teacher Li got mad because he wouldn't let him do it. When he picked up Fang Ping, he realized why they're so expensive. Because in a few seconds you can hold a lot of energy. The teacher pulled the boy to the door and asked him not to say anything about it, because it would cost him a lot of money. The next room they went to was filled with plants and fruit. The gentleman thanked Major Li for the tour. The teacher said the university had high hopes for him. Fang Ping said he'd like to earn more. Li's teacher was very disappointed because the kid didn't understand anything. The most important thing is the training. He got so caught up in his business he had to fix it. Fang Ping had an argument with Li's teacher, but the teacher didn't care that the boy didn't have the money to cultivate. The next few days, the students went to lectures and studied the people of the underground. They attended training sessions where they fought one-on-one and studied the geography of the underground and the military. Were transported to the northwest corner of the magical university. Fan Ping came here to rent the hall for 3 days. Master Song said it would cost the boy a ball. He asked if there was a discount for majors in the middle of the 3rd rank. The man praised the boy for his accomplishments, but he still got a point. Lu's instructor was standing away from the boy. He remembered her and realized that she was waiting for him to cry. They went to the training bay. Once the training is complete, the boy's bones will be united into a single unit, and then it will be possible to rejuvenate the bone marrow. The dean, Deputy Dean Wu Guisheng, and Teacher Li came to watch the training. They appreciated the boy's technique, as he was exercising not just one, but all his bones at once, using his backbone. They suspected that the boy drank walks, because he was unable to do so. Instructor Lu said she was sure he wasn't drinking. It doesn't look like his body is storing energy on its own. He did very well in Nanjiang. He must have a secret. Fang Ping continued to train under supervision, and after a while he began to use spiritual power to collect energy. Wu Guisheng was very angry, but his power was weak. He could gather it, but he could not exert it. Fang Ping used the system to transfer his spiritual power. He was down, but the instructor didn't stop him, if she could help him, because she knows how hard it is. The only explanation of the miraculous renewal of vital energy is the use of spiritual power to control the flow of energy. According to the system, he had a spiritual power score and was hesitant to develop it. He couldn't bear it any longer, but it couldn't get any worse. His eyes opened and he could see the energy coming out, but he did not collapse. Wu Guisheng ran to the boy in the hall, followed by all the others. No one realized what was happening. Fang Ping was caught in a crouch with his arms outstretched, and his eyes could not be seen. The deputy dean said that with his level of spiritual power, he could only feel the streams of power, but not control them. But there was a surge of spiritual power. He said that the power could hurt the boy's brain. Often lower-ranking majors cannot create a surge of spiritual energy, but Fang Ping somehow managed to do so. For him, such a surge would be deadly. Wu Guisheng put his hand to the head of the boy, and with the help of spiritual power, made attempts to check to Svidamisti. At such a pressure, the body may not be able to survive. Now only his spirit decides whether to live on or not. All hope was on the will to live Fang Ping. Li's teacher went to the boy and began to tell him in his ear that he would give him 10,000 points off and give him a walk of life energy at no cost, believing that it would help to wake him up. But it didn't work, and he decided to tell the research team that they had visited together earlier, and it worked. Fang Ping came to them and immediately checked the data in the system. He was able to develop his spiritual strength and needed to concentrate. As he continued his training, he learned to control energy, and by looking at it, he accumulated 5 points of energy. The teachers who watched the training were shocked by this, as a third-rank master is not capable of such a thing. But if there's more spiritual power than energy points, you can't get more energy. It's still a mystery to them how he got back to his old self. Fang Ping argued that the renewal of spiritual power is more expensive than life energy, but the replenishment of spiritual power cannot be seen with a sharp eye. Maybe he'll be able to deceive the teachers. Wang Jinyan has a shrunken skeleton, Li Han-song was born with a fully shrunken skull, and Yao Cheng-jun has an army of 4th-rank warriors who can control the flow of spiritual power. So Fang Ping has the characteristics of a great master. His spiritual power is not yet fully understood, but just by watching him, They can't recognize anything. And the deputy dean suggested that we call for a major of the third rank. Instructor Lu was against it because he was her student. She knew what Fang Ping was capable of and wouldn't let him take the trouble, even though the deputy had already assaulted his daughter. Wu Guisheng was incensed after the accusations. He shouted that he didn't want her to die and he really didn't want her to die. But he didn't do anything to make her better. Maybe he also shut those students down. The dean said that her students are also their students at the same time. No one wants them to die, but sometimes it's inevitable. Instructor Lu said she's about to find out the truth. Master Song, who was watching the teacher's conversations with a stick, thought it would be better not to cross the road with Lu Fengzhou. It'll be a few minutes. The training continued, and Teacher Li and Lu's mentor continued to monitor him. The teacher asked Fang Ping to focus on the bone marrow now. The boy's body underwent a dramatic modification, as a result of which he broke through to the top of the third rank. His skin became thicker. He could feel his blood and his bones changing. The system notified him that the cultivation was complete. There was little money left in his account because he had spent over $1 million. The system notified him that he had made it to the top of the third rank. The mentors came to the room. Teacher Li said that he had practiced well, had grown his skin and muscles, but that it was a pity that he had not made it to the peak of the third rank, and that his bone marrow had not shrunk. Fang Ping replied that he had done all he could and now he had no energy left. He remembered that the teacher had promised to give him points and a walk of life energy, but the man said he had dreamed it. Now the boy needs to seriously train wrestling, because he still needs to control his body, and the breakthrough to the top of the third rank is coming. To learn to overpower easily, you must first learn to control his great strength. He has already been familiar with the vibe of spiritual power. Now for this, he has only 40 units of energy. That's the end of the benefits. And in order to calculate for more, you have to work hard. Only a self-respecting master can use the guarded fighting technique, controlling the energy in hundredths of an inch, and all others are just drills. Fang Ping asked if his skills would qualify him for a third-rate training class. Master Li took out a knife and put it to the boy's chest. He screamed because he didn't realize what was happening. The man replied that he still had to learn to fight, but his body was strong, and a master of another rank would not be able to hurt him. But Teacher Li is a 6th-ranked major and now he's bleeding. The teacher did it accidentally. He just wanted to give the kid a good thrashing. Fang Ping thought he wasn't being mean, but he was more concerned about the balance in the system. But now he's officially the elite master of martial arts. The next day, Fan Ping met with Li's manager to discuss investments. A company had recently inquired about their delivery service and offered to sell 100% of their shares for millions. Fang Ping said the market value is worth millions of dollars. Since the company's inception, they've spent millions on organization and advertising. And now a lot of people are interested in our services. And with the growth of the internet, there are more people interested. He offered to sell 100% of the shares for millions of dollars, even though they are not worth it. By selling things online, they are not really selling them. They are more likely to sell ideas. Put a price tag of 100 million, so let them pay 100 million. They say that the match is worthless, so it is worthless. Fang Ping really needs the money, so he decided to sell the shares. Later, they went to meet with investors. Li's manager promised that they would not be disappointed with the partnership, especially because they would help Fan Ping with their investments. Their decision was needed as soon as possible. Fang Ping was about to go on leave. No deal can be struck after he leaves. We're moving to the 5th of November, the day the university's online magic store opened its doors. In the history of the logistics department, achieved its highest sales figures ever. Meanwhile, Feng Qin had a falling out with Bo Changding because he didn't want to be shortchanged. He's found some really cool strollers and weapons, but not enough points. Now you can't buy them at all. Other students came over and were also dissatisfied with the fact that students of the 1st and 2nd rank could use their services, but not them. Feng Qin asked the boy to call Feng Ping over here with his head. Bo Changding was very angry and couldn't think of anything better than to say that Zhao Lei was really Fang Ping's best friend, and that he was the one who could call him. But he denied it. At the same time, Fang Ping was in the dean's office. He reported that in the 3 years since the service was launched, students had taken out loans for thousands of points, which means the system has a censor. The dean asked why loans are not granted to 3rd-ranked majors. Fang Ping explained that they do, but there are restrictions. There's a lot of paperwork and more different institutions. I'd like to send 3rd-ranked majors to die in the catacombs, but they must be watched. A lot of them are already self-confident, so sometimes they behave themselves without work. Maybe they'll get a higher interest rate on their loans, and it would be necessary to develop a mechanism of stripping. If many of them die in the catacombs, they will go bankrupt, unless, of course, they do not see additional financing. But the university has no grades, not enough money to start the new school year, and the freshmen need to stock up on armor and walkers. But Qingwu wanted to give 10% of their materials, but that's not enough. And Fang Ping suggested that when the university turns a year old this year, we should organize a graduation party. There are a lot of influential people among them. You could get millions to $1 billion. And for Fang Ping, it's a chance to make friends. The dean was interested in the kid's proposal. It would also be good for the new generation of majors. Fang Ping also offered his help in organizing the meeting, but the dean asked him to leave. Later, Fang Ping had a meeting with instructor Lu. While he was waiting for the woman, he was learning new techniques. The woman walked up to the boy and saw him with a book in his hands. A lot of wars, when they are in pain, take a lot of blood in their mouths and use it for the enemy. But it does not work against strong opponents. The curved pistol is a deadly technique. The woman had a stone in her hand and she blasted the technique on the spot. The kid was shocked. This technique was designed for him, so he could break the chopper in close combat. Lu's instructor said that many people think about this technique, but no one has been able to repeat it, because it's not about blood pumping, but about training the spines. When training the spines, the chopper remains untrained, which means a weak flow of energy in this area. Crooked pistol is the ideal solution in this situation. The technique is secret and no one can learn it. It's not that hard to train the shay, it's already described in the book. Fang Ping learned the material and started training, but it was still weak. Instructor Luck told the boy, as a minimum of points to break the chaperone, and need to try again. But he already repeated this technique 10 times. His throat was sore. In the worst case, he can't speak for 3 days. He needs to work on improving his curved blade and his sprightness. At the top of the 3rd rank, he must master the celestial croc. If he wants to surpass in speed, he must work on speed. Without it, even if he is as strong as God, he will not be able to defeat anyone. Fang Ping knew it would take some time. He could be his weakest opponent, but he had to be faster than them. Fighting techniques are not words, they are actions. And actions require energy. He must take care of himself to recover and use walks to increase his health. It is very important to do so. Fang Ping asked his mentor for a few extra walks for today's intensive training, but she just walked. It's the 10th of June, the final list of Chinese warriors. This year's list is different from the previous ones. The achievements of the warriors are also indicated in it. The internet is going crazy, because it's been reported how many murders were committed by the majors during their missions. The managers told them simply. The students of the martial arts community had the right to do so, and they only killed bad people. From the friendly matches to the formulation of tasks for the participants, to announcing their achievements, China is gradually communicating the truth to the citizens. If everything had been disclosed at once, they would have been greatly shocked. The main goal is to make people understand the warriors' work as much as possible. When she heard the statement on TV, her sister immediately called Fang Ping and asked if her brother was the killer. But he reassured her that it was the bad guys. He asked her not to think about it and asked about the final substitutions, but they weren't due until tomorrow. My sister asked if Fang Ping would come home. The boy promised to come home soon, and if the sister would do well in her studies, he promised her a present. Later, Fang Ping and his manager Li went to Yuan Fang Group for a meeting, with Xin Wu's deputy director Zhang Yuan Hao, who's at the top of the 2nd rank. Yuan Fang Food Team, which belongs to Fang Ping, is promising in the market. He's going to become a great major. They sat at the table to discuss the terms of the deal, and Mr. Zhang was to voice his demands. Mr. Xin Wu is interested in buying Fang Ping's company, but they have some concerns and need to add a few sections to the contract. If Fang Ping's share in the organization changes, and he ceases to be the CEO of Yuan Fang Food, their investment will be marred. If this happens, Mr. Xin Wu wants to compensate for the amount of investment, which will triple. Fang Ping knew he'd never sell the company he'd been building for years, but he agreed to the terms. And Mr. Xin Wu invests millions of dollars in Yuan Fang Food and buys 100% of the shares. When he signed the contract, Mr. Fang Ping asked for the money today. Within a minute, the guy got a notification on his phone about a charge of millions of thousands of dollars, probably millions of dollars in taxes. Selling hundredths of a share gave him the knowledge of the real value of his company. He could work harder to grow the company. Once he reached $1 billion profit, he would never have to worry about money again. Fang Ping concluded the meeting by talking about money. Millions more will be spent in the dungeon. He is still short of 100 million. He must be very careful how he spends his money now. Meanwhile, Qin Feng didn't stop trying to find Fang Ping. Later, Fang Ping came to the professor's gourd. There were other students such as Ye Jing, a student of the advanced course, School of Armor, at the top of the 3rd rank. Liu Meng Zhao, a student of the advanced course, School of Manufacturing, in the middle of the 3rd rank. Liang Huabao, sophomore, Oz Bruno School, mid-3rd rank. Liang Fenghua is a student of the advanced course, School of Armor, the top of the 3rd rank. They met Fang Ping, a freshman, Oz Armor School. top of the 3rd rank. Zhao Shuimei, freshman, armor school, middle of the 2nd rank. Chen Yunxi, 1st year, Oz armor school, top of another rank. The seniors admired Fang Ping and said he was a genius, but instructor Lu told them not to chew the schmear. She had students, now there are only 7 left, and she asked the students not to die anymore. Feng Hua will soon reach the 4th rank. He should work with them instead of going to the army. Hua Bao and Meng Dao are just reaching the 3rd rank. Ye Jing has just reached the peak of the 3rd rank. There's nothing to do in the dungeon. Fang Ping, Shuimei, Yunxi have never been to the dungeon before, so they must go. And they must realize they have no future if they die. Instructor Lu knew that while they were studying, many teachers would tell them to fight like real soldiers and not to be afraid on the battlefield. And in the dungeon, they would tell them to fight until the end. But it's stupid. Fan Ping, before everything, he should think about his own safety. Think about the team. The others are not important. If he realizes that there is no chance to win, then he will go for it. Shuimei Yunxi, she told him to follow Fang Ping even faster than him. Fang Ping didn't know if it was an image or a compliment. He's a warrior, and they're his teacher, who teaches him how to weave. But she's never said anything like she cares about them. And the boy promised that he would never leave the girls behind him. Instructor Li sent everyone to training, but Fan Ping asked them to stay behind. She informed him that the bell ringing had started and he had 5 days to go. It was decided that the exact date of their shipment would be on Thursday. Tan Feng will be the leader. He has the 6th rank. He's weak in mind, but he'll still be able to protect him. She gave him a photo pendant. It was a gift from her father, who died in the dungeon a year ago. They may have asked for his help if they meet him. He's reached the top of the 7th rank. Fang Ping was pleased with this gift from the instructor. As there are only great majors at the highest rank, he will definitely be able to help him. She also asked her to protect Yunqi and Shuimei. She specifically told them to go with Fang Ping. Mr. Chen has 6 or 7 sons and only 1 daughter. You'll do anything to keep her alive so that you can be near her at all times. Also, his security detail must be unique with other professors, especially Lu Sheng. He wants to protect humanity at any cost. Moreover, she has many enemies, and God only knows what's in their heads. They may sacrifice her students as well, and Fang Ping is one of them. They want to kill Mentor Lu's students, prevent them from becoming masters, and get rid of anything that might interfere with their plans. They knew that Fang Ping was sensible. If he was in trouble, it would be necessary to consider whether it was a malfunction or malicious intentions. Fang Ping wondered why his mentor was saying that, if things were so bad. These people want to protect their country and he understands them. He did not think that everything is so bad as they say, but he still needs to be careful. He told his mentor that up to this point he had not been so anxious about going into the dungeon, but now he thought that there were enemies around and he could die at any moment. Maybe she had something to keep him alive, such as a book that can help him defeat enemy attacks with a single hand, or a special piece of ammunition used by high-ranking maîtres, or perhaps some kind of walking. Apart from the walks, the mentor didn't have anything, and she showed him some special pills with life energy. After taking 1 walk, the life energy will increase 2-fold, but after that they will do great harm. If you renew 3 times the energy before its effect is over, you may be alive, but you may also suffer a large number of serious injuries. And even after the nurse's warnings, he still took a walk. But Fang Ping didn't realize how expensive they were. 3 walkers cost $1 million. Maybe he can sell one for $2 million. The kid asked Lu's mentor for more walkers, because others might need them too. But she didn't have any more. So she asked him to go home because there wasn't much time left. If he died, the school would support his family. The next day, Fang Ping traveled to his hometown. He waited for his sister outside the school. The girl walked up to her brother, followed by a crowd of girls. They greeted Fang Ping. Then they shouted that it didn't matter what their intentions were, or which way they were going. Yan Chen will always honor him. They will be honored for their strange work. They must be strong. 3,000 schoolgirls, and they are all warriors. Fang Ping thought that before this Pingyang was only 1,000 and now 1,000. They want to sleep their own country. My sister said they wanted to join. They weren't forced to, and she didn't even want it. The girls started the club themselves and asked for help. And then they even charged admission and wanted to transfer all the proceeds to her family. They told them they didn't need the money, but they said that if the girl refused, the girl would cry in front of the school. But this story did not faze Fan Ping. He knew that his sister was lying to him. He couldn't allow a girl to control so many people, and he'd have to tell Uncle Tan. The sister said that Uncle Tan was the one who asked for his daughter to join the club. Fang Ping was shocked by this news. Then he asked his sister to just be careful, not to talk to people and not to be kind to strangers. The man took out a pink box with a bow and handed it to the girl. It was the very gift he'd promised earlier, But when the girl opened it, she was disappointed. It was books. They were books about the best fighting techniques a true warrior should know. When a girl becomes a real martial arts major, she'll read the lowly Rivuk. Then, when a girl becomes a master of martial arts, she can read Vybuchovya Kinjal and Krivoyu Pistula. If she becomes a good warrior, she can go to Makmao or Nanwu. If she goes to Nanwu, Wang Jinyang will help her prepare for the tests. But if she goes to Makmao, she can learn from her teacher, Lu Fengzhou. The girl said she found a friend who works in Major Li's logistic department. She couldn't guess his name, but she could always ask for help simply by saying that she was Fan Ping's sister. He asked me to tell you about my mom and my tat because she's old enough now. He said he's going away for a while. He did not plan to die, but if he got lost there, he would not be able to come back. The girl hugged him and asked him to leave, but it was impossible. Fang Ping asked her to keep practicing. The next time they meet, the sister is obliged to become the most powerful among her classmates. It's November. Fang Ping was in a magical city. It was already evening. The students were eating at the cafe. Bo Changding said that everyone did not worry because they were soldiers, and it was their duty. We should relax and enjoy ourselves. Zhao Lei said that he should relax. He said that they are soldiers, and through this, they may risk their lives. Fang Ping decided to calm everyone down, saying that they should use their senses to survive and learn more information as they need it. We should not be heroic. We should not start fights, the end of which is impossible to foresee. I asked them to keep an eye on themselves and to make sure everyone was in place. A happy couple passed by their table. The girl was carrying quiches. Bo Zhangding asked if anyone had ever thought about what an ideal partner should be like. Fang Ping said that a person should be kind. It would be good if she was a martial arts major and they had common interests. Yi Her's strength is not so important. Yang Xiaoman said that her boyfriend was centimeters taller and taller, prettier and stronger than her. Also, that the partner should be Turbot Livni, talented in cooking and photography, liked to drive, and the girl was not to be spinned. But Bo Changding still beat her and said he wants a pretty girl. He doesn't care if his girl is a martial arts major, but she has to be in shape. Then the boy took a cup and said that a soldier should not drink alcohol, but his grandfather often drank before going to the dungeons. He drank from a glass, but the alcohol was wet. The man had never spoken about his grandfather before, and Fang Ping asked who he was. He's the director of Jingyu, ranked 6th, but the kid still hasn't been to McMao's. Yunqi's father is also a big shot. He's the director of Jinan University, and she's like Bo Changding studying at McMao, and it's not just them. A lot of students join McMao because they don't want to study at their parents' universities. They don't want to be witnesses to their father's deaths. Everyone knew what happened to Mentor Lu, and if her daughter hadn't died in front of Master Wu, everything would have changed. Bo Changding's grandfather didn't want him to become a warrior, but he kept practicing. Now that he knew how dangerous the dungeon was, he realized that his grandfather just didn't want him dead. The underground was very different from their world, and he wanted to see it with his own eyes. But he is afraid of death, for he has not yet finished what he wants to do. Zhao Lei said that there would be so many other level warriors. Master Tang would not be able to cope with all of them. Fang Ping stood up and said he didn't know if he'd die in the dungeon, but there's danger at every corner. Natural disasters, accidents on the roads, broken food, falling objects can happen. 1 second you're laughing, the next you're dead. He raised a glass of alcohol and suggested they drink to try to survive. They clinked their hands and all said they would try to live. The next day, on the Black of June, all the students gathered in front of the university. The rector of the magical university, Yu Ren, announced that today the students standing in front of him are the soldiers of China. He never wanted to send them to the dungeons, but there is no other way out. The warriors in the dungeons are as strong as ever, and they are the strongest of their kind. It is their duty to fight the enemies. On behalf of all the teachers and other students of McMao, he wished them luck. The students boarded the buses, and after a short time, they arrived at the entrance to the Mowu dungeon. There was a lot of military equipment there. The military officer informed the students that they had to register, show their stamps and certificates. All mobile phones and other electronic devices are prohibited. They can help the enemies to defeat the enemy. On this mission, they will fight for their country and its citizens, and victory is in their hands. Bo Changding said that all these rituals make him nervous, but everyone was nervous. Fang Ping walked down the corridor and saw the task board. They arrived at the entrance to the dungeon. Pang Tang said that it was a metal chamber made of grade A alloy to keep out all the evil forces in the dungeon. The entrance itself is in the middle of nowhere. 1 kilogram of D-grade alloy costs millions, while the value of A-grade is impossible to estimate. Fang Ping went to the door and began to poke at it. If he hadn't misunderstood, their trading company doesn't have grade A alloy. A man with a scar on his face asked Fang Ping if he wanted to take the doors with him. Fang Ping said yes. As long as they clean Mo Wuyu's dungeon, no one else will need those doors, and then they can take him away. The man asked Tang's mentor that he had never even recognized real fun, or perhaps he had never been with a woman. Liu Jiangping whispered in Fang Ping's ear that there was nothing better than this, so he should try not to die. Mr. Tan was very uncomfortable with the boy's words, but he was shouted at. He apologized, saying that he was just getting the newcomers ready. The first time is always so rough. The students lined up and came in one by one. After a while, they reached the dungeon. It was clear from the blue light. Fang Ping said they had reached the magical entrance. Pantang was surprised that the boy could talk. The boy could talk, but he felt a strong energetic pressure. He thought he could overpower her. Mr. Tan forbade him to do so. He doesn't care how strong he is. If he uses his strength here, he'll upset the balance of the goal. The gate can keep the balance, otherwise no one can pass through it. Last year, the Tiannam dungeon became much more dangerous, because some masters used spiritual energy to close the entrance to it. They wanted to stop the people coming from the underground, but Fang Ping didn't understand why they did it, because that way they could stop the enemies, and they wouldn't have to send people to their deaths. Why couldn't they just isolate the underground from the outside world and stop worrying about it? But they couldn't do that, according to Mr. Tan. The power of the gate is constantly increasing, so they are obliged to maintain its stability. The path that connects the two entrances is about 1,000 meters long. The two entrances were identical. They were separated by large protective walls made of alloy. The only difference was a small tree near one of the entrances. The first thing Fang Ping saw was the dungeon sun. It was different from the usual one. The students arrived in Siwan City and the general headquarters in Madu. They were greeted by Shu Mofu, the general of the Madu dungeon. He told them that their headquarters had thousands of soldiers, and less than 1,000 soldiers. Tianmen's army was 4 times larger than theirs, and attacked them 5 times a year. Tianmeng's headquarters is on the east bank, about 1 kilometer away. There are also several villages not far from their headquarters, whose soldiers are also constantly attacking them. They need to secure their country from the enemies and animals from this dungeon. It is their duty as they are the soldiers of Bashiwan's headquarters. Pang Tan added that their first and only task is to stabilize the underground. They will go on a 3-day reconnaissance 10 kilometers away from headquarters to get a better look at the local Tabiran army. Then they'll go on a 3-day journey and leave the headquarters at a distance of 10 kilometers. After that, the students will be free. They'll be out of here in a day. Fang Ping asked if they could take whatever they wanted and find out where the energy stone mines were. Prof. Tan replied that all the stone has already been taken, and there is little chance of finding anything. The mines are infused with potent energy, which makes them a good place for training. But there are a lot of strong beasts of burden there, so Fang Ping should not go there. The boy realized that even if he found the energy stones, he could hardly take them. The students and Mr. Tan passed through the great metal gate. Logically, even a warrior of the 1st or 2nd level could penetrate the stone wall. The ground is soaked with blood. Fang Ping could not have realized how fierce the battles had been. When they reached the jungle, their guide taught the students how to find water, look around, make pastures, and much more. The plants were similar to those that grew behind the dungeons, but there were some that the students had not seen before. The animals were also similar in appearance, but there was a spiritual energy among them. During this journey, they would also be close to the army. They had a great interest in everything new, so they had forgotten how dangerous the underground was. Mr. Tan ordered the students to go to bed for a rest. The air was so fresh. But Fang Ping was disbelieving that it was the wind at all. Yang Xiaoman immediately realized that the boy was skipping class, but they said that the scientists had studied the environment and confirmed that it was the wind. Fang Ping asked Mr. Tang, if there are no roads in the underground, why can't they travel on horseback? The smell of horse's blood is strong. It will attract other animals. And besides, during the battle, the horses can slip and fall in, and you can't use the underground animals because all animals with spiritual energy can think. They can be tamed, but sooner or later they'll die. They used to have a big alligator at their head, which didn't destroy Siwan's headquarters. Since then, the army has not used animals from these places. Fang Ping's dream of taming a pet from the dungeon is ruined. If the head, being a major of the 8th rank, couldn't stop the alligator, he'd have to be a major of the 5th rank to have any hope. The night in the dungeon is blacker than tar, and it was true what they said. They're coming in mittens. Chang Ding looked out the window and said it's a month in their world, but the nights are dark. If they were to go out now, they would never find the right direction. He asked the boys how badly they'd be punished if they sneaked into a woman's bedroom. Fang Ping said that 4th-rate soldiers have night vision. The boy fell on his bed and started yelling that he was bored because their phones had been taken away and there was nothing to do. It's only been 1 day, but the dungeon doesn't seem so dangerous, but it was only the beginning. They've only gone 1 day. Fang Ping began to train and thought that everything was still going very well, and that something was definitely going wrong. It became noisy outside the door. Someone shouted that all soldiers of the middle level should go to the gates to kill the enemies. All those below the 4th rank will remain in the center. The boys began to discuss whether they should go out, and they decided to wait 2 years. Fang Ping ran into the street and heard shouting about the enemies coming. He saw a blob of energy high in the sky and realized it was a wind attack. All the other boys went outside, and Cha Fengding asked where Fan Ping was. They couldn't see anything. There's a warrior just a few meters away from the ground who looks like he's going to fall from the wind. Tan's mentor came up to them and told them to go back to the building. Master Lo also came with the mentor. He had injuries on his chest, but he was fine. The others are injured and are now in the infirmary. The enemy killed one of their middle-ranking soldiers and an inhaled soldier. Fang Ping was shocked. And Maester Lo, a second-rate warrior, not so badly wounded, not so good. The kid asked how it often happens. Mentor Tan said that attacks could happen at any time. Now they were attacked by skilled foes. They killed several. Their losses are much less. He told Fang Ping to go back to his room. His questions won't help anyway, and to train and rise in rank as soon as possible. The kid asked about the flying man. He must be a great master. He wasn't sure, but he seemed to have a strong spiritual energy flowing from above. Master Lo was pleasantly shocked, as it often takes long training for the middle ranks to learn to see in the dark. Lepeki skipped this stage and was able to concentrate his energy in his eyes to sharpen his vision, but he's not strong enough, and in this battle all his spiritual energy is marred. Fang Ping still went and said that Master Luo was always very unhappy about his students. He did not believe he could become a great master next year, but he must definitely deal with Tang Shiji. When he was far enough away, Mr. Tang said that he had to protect all the students and that there was nothing to be done. The next day, the students discussed what had happened during the night. Chi Wan is one of the biggest staffs to attack him. Master Tan and Master Lo came. One of the students asked them where his teacher was, but he was on an important mission. On the 3rd day, the army marched outside Siwan. It was the first time the students saw Tang Shiji in action. Tang's mentor helped the army fight. He took down the superiors one by one. The students were shocked. They did not know that the mentor is so strong and brave. Tang Xin-chi was so easy to deal with the middle-ranking soldiers. Even if Fang Ping was a 5th-ranked major, he could easily crush them to the ground. The soldiers were digging graves. Mr. Lo said that their bodies could not be cremated right here, and it was very difficult to take them back to the headquarters, so they were buried right here. They fought for the honor of the country, and will be buried here as a sign of victory. Fang Ping argued that they can't even protect their headquarters in the dungeon, which the master says is a sign of victory. It's not worth it to fight in the dungeon, because they're only training to become stronger. Only then can we protect ourselves. After burying the dead, the students and mentors went to the headquarters. Mentor Tan said that a dozen mid-level warriors attacked them, something that had never happened before. They're losing the war and can no longer wait for them to get used to the locality. He suggested we split into 2 teams. Maester Lo will lead the other level of warriors. Master Tan himself will lead the 3rd-tier warriors into the center of their territory. They will fight, but they must remember that it is also up to them to preserve their lives. The 3rd-level warriors will fight the people in the dungeons. That was the plan from the beginning. They taught them everything they know. Overprotection and overprotection will not lead to anything good. Fang Ping won't be able to protect Xue Mei because they will be on different teams, even though he has Yunshi's walkers. And he asked Master Tang if he was sure that they should take risks and not follow the initial plan of action. Master Tan was very receptive to the boy's question, and he replied that he could go there alone if he was not satisfied with his team. In general, he believed that he should have started beating the enemy a few years ago, instead of sitting idle and doing nothing for so many hours. Master Tan had been working with 3 of his students before them. They entered the battlefield in 2 days without waiting for his orders. Or Fang Ping just wants to be on the other level of warriors to feel superior to them. Lu Fengzhou and Zhang Sheng thought that he was a gift to them. They thought he was a prodigy, but they were mistaken. He is not even trying to become stronger. Wang Jinyang and Qin Fengqing went to the dungeon to fight the enemies being masters of the 3rd level. On the 4th level, they fought the warriors of the 5th level. In the opinion of Mentor Tan, in order for Fang Ping to become a good warrior, he must train himself to be safe. He won't become anything without taking risks. Fang Ping said he needs to become stronger to protect himself against such risks. But according to Mentor Tang, with such an approach, he can't become a major. He continued to belittle Fang Ping, saying that he had killed as many 6th-rate warriors as he'd never seen in his life, and how the boy was helping them. And the man told him to stay with the 2nd-rate students, and the 3rd-tier students to follow him. Fu Changding tried to calm down Fang Ping, but the boy was already very upset. He didn't care that Tan Feng thought he was afraid of him. Xiaomun said that if she had been a 3rd-rate soldier, she would have gone to the battlefield without waiting for orders. Fang Ping asked if the enemies were very strong, would they blame him for not being able to deal with them, and what they thought of the bonus awards. Fu Changding said the kid was much stronger than the others, and he was sure no one would blame him. Fang Ping thought for a while, but he disagreed with Tan Feng's thinking. He was mad because he thought he could protect all of them together. Their fathers are warriors, they can protect them. So what's he for? And he decided to go with Tan Feng's team and ask them to take care of him. The poor man ran in the same direction his team went. Master Lo was convinced that Fang Ping was not so reckless, and that he would realize Master Tan's words much later. Everyone realized that he would not be the strongest if he stayed with them. They may support Fang Ping's decision for his sake, but Yunqi noticed that Master Tang had gone to the east, and Fang Ping to the east, and Master Luo decided to follow Fang Ping to find him and bring him back. After wandering through the jungle for some time, Master Lo did not find Fang Ping's traces, and decided to return to the students. Some called Fang Ping empty-headed, others supported her and believed she had reasons for her behavior. Meanwhile, Tan Feng said that if Fang Ping liked being on the low level, he should stay there. He asked his team to move quickly, because they had to get to the destination before dark, and would not return to the headquarters. Fang Ping had been wandering for some time when he reached the battle site, and thought he was close. The thought of turning back passed, but he could not allow himself to let everyone think that everyone was afraid of him. He felt a noise. He started to look around to make sure there was nothing there. He asked if there was someone here, but thought it was probably the underground soldiers. I don't understand his language. The underground warrior swung his sword without hesitation, but Fang Ping managed to dodge. With only one blow to his chest, Fang Ping was able to spare the life of a man. When he calmed down a bit, the boy felt his tire bleeding. He had to concentrate and cauterize the wound. He went up to the soldier and tore the medallion from his neck. He also had 3 swords, and Fang Ping said that he was a third-rate novice. The wood on the medallion is their symbol. He also has with him an E-ranked sword, 1 10-gram energy stone. It doesn't even cost $2 million, and for that, he rescued his life. But even that didn't help him become the strongest. The warrior and Fang Ping are about the same level, but he was so quickly outclassed. Another man came running up to him. His face was quite severe. He is a 4th-rate warrior. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Master Tan was showing the students how to deal with the dungeon warriors. It is important not to be afraid when you see mid-level warriors, and not to try to attack them immediately. If they see them, they will not meet their opponents later on. There will be more enemies to come. In such cases, you must go back for help. There's plenty of mid-level warriors in these places, so the enemy will immediately recognize them. He found it surprising that there were more middle-ranking soldiers than usual. Tianmen's headquarters is preparing to attack. Let's go back to Fang Ping. He's so fast he's rushing out. The teacher said mid-level warriors are rare both on the surface and underground, but he saw him. He's just out for a walk and he's seeing them through. His abilities allow him to cover meters in 1 second to get away from him. He may have been condemned. How did a third-rate soldier survive in such an environment? And it's all because of Tang Shiji. If it wasn't for him, the kid wouldn't have come here. I rubbed his stupid lecture and his words about the fact that he should not be in the team. He almost died, and now he's being retraced by a middle-ranking soldier. Another 4th-rate warrior has emerged from the hedge. He tried to throw a punch, but Fang Ping stepped up and avoided it. His kick landed on the stone and made a hole in him. It was a primo pistol shot. The boy remembered the woman, who was a 4th-rate archer. Fang Ping started to run and wanted to understand why there were so many 4th-rate warriors. They were following him. He realized he had to get out of here quickly, or he'd die. He'd always been told not to go into the forest. Shanlin is a good hiding place, but there may be more dangerous enemies there. But is there anything more dangerous than your warriors? But if you run around the open countryside, you can kill more enemies. The dean is flying in to look for Fang Ping. Lu Fengzhou asked for him, but there was no sign of anyone. The dean realized the boy was probably in some kind of trouble. Tian Hu, Tian's general of staff, came to him. He tried to attack the dean, but they clashed fists and it caused a huge riot. In the dungeon, Jiaozhou Square is a training field for low-ranking mid-level warriors. And if a high-ranking warrior comes here, it won't be easy for him to survive. They kill everyone in their path and prepare for war. The supervisor released energy in the form of a tiger, but it wasn't enough to teach the dean. He saw another enemy in the sky, but first he decided to deal with the general. The dean knew that if he upset the balance of his life energy, he would kill him, but he would not be able to attack him. He will be condemned to death if he fights 2 warriors of this level. But now he cannot return to the headquarters. There are many warriors on this territory, and his loss will lead to more deaths. He has decided to fly away from them. Let's go back to Fang Ping. He decided to stop fighting and fight the warriors. He began to provoke them to attack them, but he realized that they had different languages. And he remembered that long before that, he had asked his teacher Lee to teach him the warrior's language. He needed to do it to tick them off. It was a psychological trick. If they would run away from him, he would shout at them to come back, and the teacher only uttered one phrase, Naya Soka Lee. Bang Ping thought it sounded very annoying. In teacher Lee's words, it meant, come and kill me if you're not afraid. He uttered this phrase several times, but the soldiers just laughed. The little guy did not understand why, and continued weaving. But one of the soldiers realized and inflicted a great wound across his back. Night fell. Bang Ping was hiding behind a tree. He was lucky that he wore fourth-rate armor, so the wound was not so deep. He thought he was safe, but his life energy was running out. He was wounded. They won't find him, they won't kill him, and most of all, they think he can't see in the dark, but he has spiritual energy. Now it was his turn to attack. In the light of day, there is spiritual energy, but not at night. In the dark of the day, he could sense the energy of his enemies and recognize their location, but with 3 of them, he had to take them out one at a time. With millions of dollars left in the system, Fan Ping couldn't spend it, so he split them up to make them see the power of energy. The kid needed the X-ray vision, even though he thought the technology was cheap, but he shouldn't be too quick. They were able to set up some pastes, so you need to be very careful. The warrior with the blade stands on the spot, the archer a few miles away. At any moment, they can pawl one by one for backup. Only the warrior with the list stands far from them. He thinks he can kill him, but Fan Ping kills him first. It will take 1 or 2 more minutes for the 2 to reach the 3rd. It is necessary to strike 4 strikes per second to make a total of about 500 strikes. Fan Ping sat in his seat and waited for the warrior. The man sensed his energy was concentrated on the list. A fight started between them, but they could not prevent serious injuries to one of them. Even though the boy's energy was on the edge, he had the urge to renew it and kill him. He drew all the blood in his mouth and let out a crooked pistol. Fan Ping learned this technique in training, and he managed to kill his superiors with it. 3 standard energy stones, 2 utilized energy stones, and 1 medallion of a 4th-ranked warrior. Maybe the warrior thought Fan Ping was just spitting blood, so he closed his eyes. And now he's gone. He can't let the other soldiers know that he killed them with a crooked pistol. Didn't think his armor was made of D-grade alloy, even a metallist. It weighs about 1 kilogram. It was thought to be more valuable than the blade of Fan Ping Phoenix Orion. He left the poor on the tree and hoped it would help him find his way back. The 2 men will fight together, and he must kill them as soon as possible. Fan Ping had more advantages at night, so he used a guerrilla move. One of them wanted to leave. They were losing their spiritual energy and strength. But these soldiers are not so stupid. They also wanted to kill Fan Ping as fast as they could, and stab him without looking at the armor. They didn't really kill him once. It was hard for them, because their spiritual energy was almost exhausted. After a great number of attacks from the boy, they gave up and decided to go into the forest. But Fan Ping wouldn't let them go. He appeared in front of them, and the warriors were badly separated. The man launched a search pistol at Fan Ping, who was watching him. The boy lost a lot of his reserve energy when the pistol slammed into his shoulder, but he managed to block the warrior's attack, but still got hurt. The warrior severed Fan Ping's veins, and he could no longer use his left arm. The boy regained his spiritual energy and continued to fight. With his right hand he swung at his supervisor, but he caught his halberd with one hand. The warrior calmly stepped in the hands of the boy, and the archer swung. In the darkness, she didn't realize what she'd hit her ally. Fan Ping remembered that she had absorbed the energy stone with her own blood. The boy ran towards her to kill her, but he couldn't because she had broken her heart. She didn't want Fan Ping to take what was hers. This time, the kid took some grain and an energy pill with him. His internal organs are damaged and will need to be renewed by walking. Later, he decided to see what kind of armor those warriors had. He found a D-ranked yataghan, a bow and pistol, 5 energy stones, each with 1 unit of energy and 3 used, each with 10 units of energy. He's already estimated he can sell it for millions of dollars, and now his balance in the system is over $1 million. He also had weapons and spears, which he buried. Maybe he'll be able to increase his balance sheet. Also, he fancies he has the crystallized heart of a mid-level warrior, but the only thing he would care little about now is life, because he's in the war. He's determined to do whatever it takes to get stronger. It's daylight saving time. Fan Ping decided to find his way back by the marks he'd left on the trees. Digging up the weapons, the system showed a value in the millions. If he sells it, he'll make even more money. While on the battlefield, Mentor Thane watched the students in battle and said they were unaware that killing these 4th-rate warriors would take a lot of time. They can't win the hour, and more enemies will come to him. Master Huang flew in to tell him that 4 4th-rate warriors from Tianmen had been killed last night. He dismissed them, but we can't take the students here anymore. I have to go back to the base. Tang Feng also noticed something wrong with the number of middle-ranking soldiers. Also, the dean reported that Fang Ping was dead. Master Tao Seng was shocked because he was to stay with Master Lo. When he left, Fang Ping went to the eastern side of the river. He was followed by 3 fourth-rate warriors and came to the Jiaowan forest. The dean wanted to follow him, but Tian Hu and Gu Tsang spotted him, so he was lost. Mr. Tang said the boy must be dead, and if he was alive, he couldn't get out of here. The dean told the major that he has at least one student to talk to about them, Fang Ping sign, and if anything happens to him, McMahon will be in great trouble. And Master Tang said he'd look for him, but he wouldn't be able to. Tianmen will declare war on them, and they must return to Fort Siwan. Master Tang will take the students and follow him. He will return before the war begins. In the Jiaowan forest, a bunch of high-level warriors will have to be careful. While Fang Ping wandered through the forest looking for a way out, when he reached a place, he realized the energy level had increased dramatically. Fort Siwan doesn't have much energy, but here it's over the top. He was in the depths of the dungeon. He had to find another way out. He ran to the other side and felt his energy level dropping, so he's on the right track. Fang Ping's sorry he has such a high level of intelligence. If someone else had been in his place, he would have gotten lost a long time ago. He remembered the high-corrected beast, which had used up all the energy, and he was fuming because he didn't remember it. The beast was looking at the energy stone that Fang Ping had. He had no strength to fight, so he gave the stone to the animal. The animal forked them over, and the boy didn't cry at all because the $1,000,000 stone was gone. The beast kept looking at the boy, but he had nothing else in him. If it wanted to kill him, it would have attacked him long ago. But as long as he's alive, he probably wants the kid to feed him his spiritual energy. The animal released a lot of energy, which made the boy very angry. The dean, who was looking for Fang Pan, found 2 warriors and realized it was the handiwork of the boy. This place is kilometers from the entrance to the forest, but why is he still in it? There's a fearful beast at the top of his level. Even a warrior of the 8th rank fears him. He goes into the woods, he will not be favored. After 6 renewals of energy and over $6 million, the beast is satisfied. Fang Ping calmed down and realized that he was in the Jiaowan forest and the beast in front of him was the king of this place. So he decided to take a break here, but he followed him with his energy. The beast did it to survive, but he doesn't want the boy to stay with him forever. If he has no energy left, he's doomed. The beast looked like a lion, and it had great nails and horns. The animal threw itself, and Fang Ping told him he'd find someone stronger for him to give up his energy. He has little blood, and if he loses the blood he has, he will die and no longer be able to feed the beast. But Fang Ping didn't know if his beast understood, but it didn't attack him, and that was a good sign. The beast approached the boy and he bowed to him. Then the beast lay down peacefully and fell asleep. And he realized that the beast had heard his words, and perhaps he replied that he had understood his promise, and if he returned, the beast would find him and deal with him. Fan Ping rushed away from the beast. He was angry that he had been so easily deceived. He decided to run in the opposite direction from the beast and leave the forest. A year passed. Fang Ping had just emerged from the forest, and just as he was about to regret it, he saw the battlefield. On one of the warriors, he saw a Maladian with 5 swords, which meant that he was a warrior of the 5th rank. The boy realized that the forces were not equal, and it was impossible to win, so he ran towards the beast. But the warrior ran into the forest and stopped. Obviously, he was afraid of the forest Jiaowan. Fang Ping began to entice the warrior to follow him. It worked. Within a few minutes, the boy was at the beast's side, telling him that he had brought him a source of energy. The beast had great strength and brought the 5th-rate warrior to his knees. But why didn't he do that to Fang Ping? Maybe he's too weak for him. Using the power of the beast's energy to lift the warrior into the air. Watching this, the boy thought it was very cruel. Now he understood why the beast did not kill him at once. He is waiting for his spiritual energy to grow, and he will get more food. The kid had already beaten him before. Every time he ran out of energy, he started to collapse. And the clapper would call him dumb, as if he had a lot of energy at the moment of the meeting. At that moment, the beast had drained the warrior's energy, and he lay without life. The warrior of the 5th level, who had more than 100,000 spiritual energy, was completely devastated, and the beast didn't seem to be interested in peace. Fang Ping looked at the warrior's belongings and found a C-rank gauntlet and a rank 5 warrior's badge. It's worth a lot of money. He held them in his hands, but his balance in the system did not increase. That meant he didn't have it yet. He came up with the idea of asking the beast for permission to take the mittens for himself. The beast only sighs, and the balance in the system changes. And the kid realized he could bring more people to the zoo, enjoy the show, and take their things. Though he took his energy stones, but the speeches of these warriors are much more expensive. But this beast is uncontrolled. Who knows when he'll want to eat, or maybe he won't. It's not safe to be in this forest. He'll look for other warriors and bring them here. Fang Ping has decided that as soon as he reaches the $100 million mark, he traveled outside the Jiawan forest to find new victims for the beast. He saw Tianmen's army. They were large, but where they were going, they were not preparing for war. Jiawan forest is on the east side of Fort Tianmen, so they don't need to go that way to attack them. Fang Ping said their plan to attack them is to take the long way. Along with the army were a few of the hired men, and the boy thought that if he could defeat them, he would be the strongest. He couldn't let the whole army go after him, so he didn't want to draw the attention of all the soldiers. And members of the regular army are Marnie, but a small group of 4 warriors are approaching. Fang Ping threw a stone at them and got their attention. The warriors chased after him and made it to the beast. They suffered the same fate as that 5th-rate warrior. The energy of the 3 of them seemed to be endless, but it had run out. Fang Ping has taken all the warriors' supplies and increased their balance. He was very angry because his balance was now significantly reduced. Later he saw another warrior. Once again, the bastard provoked him to follow him. He shouted to get his attention. And then everything happened as it always does. The man took the warrior's sword and increased his balance. It was night. Fang Ping renewed his spiritual energy. The Zhuir sagged and begged for food again. The budget had reached 1 milliard and the system had been upgraded, so that every characteristic could be improved. This meant he could train his bones even better. The brain would shrink, the chaperone and the level of Intekletku would increase. Klepets was a few years before he became Grandmaster. 1 million to maximize 1 bone. The bone will cost him millions of dollars, but 3rd-rate warriors with maximally trained bones are uncommon. What's more, he'll need to have his backs painted, and that will cost millions. A 3rd-rate warrior beating 1 3rd-rate warrior, 6 4th-rate warriors, and 2 5th-rate warriors. It's horrifying. The race is on. Fang Ping told the beast he was on his way to find new victims for him. He had to sell his armor because he would lack spiritual energy, and the beast fell asleep. Fang Ping had seen the Tianman army from that side, so he had to come out from the side of Donquai Fort. Donquai Fort is located on the east side of Jiawan Forest, so the boy can safely reach Siwan Fort, but he will have to go a little farther. He started running and planned to reach it in a few years, but something went wrong. He came out in a place he didn't know, and didn't realize where he had come from when he was looking for Tianmen's army. Fang Ping took the medallions he took from the soldiers to check the inscriptions on them. They were inscribed with sunfish, which meant they weren't from Tianmen. The man was near Fort Donquai, and it was the Donquai army. Maybe they teamed up with the Tianmen army to attack their headquarters. They haven't fought the Donquai army that often, and the army is definitely not ready for this. Fang Ping knew he had to tell everyone about his suspicions because they couldn't defend against 2 armies without preparation. But after walking a few meters, I realized that this road led to Fort Donqui, which meant that the road to Fort Siwan was in a different direction. But after a minute, I realized I was going the wrong way. And after a few dozen meters, Fang Ping realized he was running to his death. We're going to Fort Siwan. There, the Dean and Master Tang met after looking for Fang Ping. Tang Feng said he had not yet died because of the 3 6th-rate warriors in the Jiawan forest. He could smell the breath of a high-ranking warrior. It was very strange. The high-core warriors of Tianmen have not gone anywhere recently, and now they force all the warriors to return to the fort. They always attack them from the front and tried to open the gate, but now they are clearing the area on the sides. The Dean said we should talk to General Shu, and they went to the Special Operations Department. The Rozvedniki returned with new information. They're not only coming from the middle of the river, they're also blocked by Tianmen's army. They want to take Fort Siwan once and for all. The Dean asked the general if they'd survive this time, since they'd been fighting in Tianmen for so many years. But there was no answer. It is not important what they are going to do. It is important that they are ready. The army is already assembled and Zheng Wu will help. Tianmen can attack them, but they will never prevail. The Dean suggested that Lu Fengzhou be called upon to command Master Wu. The general was shocked that the student who had been killed by Lu Fengzhou's mentor. They had more than a dozen students from McMahon, and he was the one who died. It would have been better for someone else. Lu Fengzhou and the deputy dean arrived at the dungeon at that hour. They were met by the general, the dean, and Tang Feng. The general said he was worried about the war, but Lu replied that if she were in his position, she would send Commander Li, Mr. Zhang, and a few tanks to Tianmen's army to deal with them as soon as possible. The deputy dean said they can't just storm Fort Tianmen. They're stronger, and moreover, parts of the army withdrew after the Battle of Kyoto. Many people died, but after the battle, the people of Kyoto built the largest fort in the world and lived there. The army had already made up its mind and people's lives were not important. And Instructor Lu decided to call her students together to talk. She asked them not to click on her at the town hall meetings, but no one told her that Fan Ping was dead. The deputy dean asked if the other students were doing well, but he didn't care about Fang Ping. Tan Feng recognized that his death was his fault. He had urged him to face all the dangers of the underground self-storage facility. The deputy dean asked Mr. Tan to stay here and not cause any more problems, but there is a war on. Later, Mentor Lu met Xiaoman and Yun Qi. They told her that Fang Ping had died and how it happened, but unfortunately, no one knew how it happened. Instructor Lu was not at all surprised that the kid had done such a thing. Grandmaster, 2 6th-rate warriors in a safe zone and her student was killed. The dean went to Lu and said it was just an incident. He followed him, but the kid ran away to Tianhu and Gugun. Lu's mentor criticized his courageous behavior. She promised not to do anything to the Tianmen fort, but said she would get into the depths of the dungeon. Her father died, and her daughter was killed by her husband. And after all they'd done for McMahon, they paid her back by sending her students to their deaths. She strongly believed that Fang Ping was the only one who would survive if all the others died, and they told her everything was fine. The deputy dean, that Master Huang fought against 2 high-level warriors to kill him. Everyone must die to kill Fang Ping. He blamed Instructor Lu for being a hegemonic and romanticizing everything. She asked Xue Mei to keep an eye on the army, not to step forward. Just help them defend themselves and stay close to Chen Yunxi. Chen Yunxi was told not to lose Xue Mei. If she died, she would not forgive herself. After that, the guidance counselor went. The deputy dean asked me to invite you to Xue Mei and not to let her do anything stupid. The general didn't realize how Fang Ping, being a third-rate soldier, could get to Fort Siwan, he was warned. Let's go to Fang Ping. He was just trying to get to Fort Siwan. Tianmen's army, divided into groups of 100 men, really took the fort. They seemed to want to prevent outsiders from entering the fort, so they were making their speeches like this. Fang Ping needed to break through the blockade, but he was behind the rocks. He had to have his bone marrow and lower extremities rejuvenated. His budget is limited, but it will be enough to paint him. It will be able to run faster and do more damage. It'll have to paint the bones. It'll cost millions. And the densification was painful. His bones and cystic fibrosis are bubbling, but he can't smell them. It's killing him. As the bone marrow grows larger and the skin shrinks, the hair dies and begins to fall out. The blood system begins to reshape itself. All warriors who have reached the 8th level lose all their hair, except for their eyebrows, the limit for a warrior of the 3rd level. Even after the improvement of bones, no one can exceed it. It can be exceeded only when the spiritual energy becomes one with the body of its owner. The improvement of the lower extremities was complete. Fang Ping had more health points and his legs began to weigh over a kilogram. He thought he could beat any tall warrior with just one leg. But he was still not used to his legs, and he even warmed up. During the warm-up, one of the bones rumbled very loudly and attracted the attention of the underground soldiers. Fang Ping began to fight them, but he had no sense to kill them all. So when he could, and the soldiers were far away to attack, he flew away from them. Now he was attacked only by 4th-rate warriors and a couple of 5th-rate non-combatants. He had about 100 miles to go, but he couldn't get in. As he was running, he spotted a wind warrior. He followed the boy and attacked him directly from the wind. He was able to escape, but he lost all his armor. Fang Ping started to run again to get to headquarters, but it wasn't long now. But in his wake, the warrior threw his sword but failed. He was sure he was going to die. It would be better if he stayed in the forest and never left it. A few minutes later, Fang Ping saw Fort Siwan. He was already convinced that he had come across a Shastarized warrior, and from an unimportant number of warriors of the 4th and 5th ranks. This warrior tried to hit the boy, but he was able to stop him with his halberd, and though he managed to block his blow, he was still hurt. Fang Ping decided to launch a crooked pistol because it was a killing technique, but the warrior caught the pellet with his hand and broke it in a minute. The boy realized he couldn't get away from the soldier, and he only had to cheat him. He decided to throw away his equipment, which he has with the warrior, because it will not be useful to him if he dies. After throwing away everything he had, the boy started to run and call for help, but the warrior overtook him and punched him in the back. The energy of his back didn't help. He kept running and clicking for help. His internal organs will die if he doesn't swallow the pill that his mother gave him. His spiritual energy will renew and heal all his wounds. But he was afraid not to stop. Tan Feng flew in and struck the warrior, but didn't kill him. He was able to enter. Fang Ping was very angry that he didn't kill him, because he thought he could kill a 6th-ranked warrior like him. He, a 3rd-rate boy, killed a 6th-rate soldier. And how could Tang Feng beat a 5th-ranked warrior? After he had beaten the 4th and 5th-ranked warriors, and Mr. Tang still thought he was afraid of him. Master Tan began to beg the boy to return to the fort, but he wanted to collect his equipment, which he had lost. The man offered his help, but Fang Ping was angry with him and wouldn't accept it. Master Tang took him on his back and began to carry him, even though he could not walk. Though he survived, he still thought of the armor he had lost. He asked Major Tan to put him on the ground when they reached Fort Siwan. A few minutes later, they reached the headquarters. Fang Ping showed all the medallions he had taken from the soldiers to make sure they were killed. He started shouting at the enemy that he had defeated a 6th-ranked warrior, and they had no idea what he would do when he reached the 4th rank. Tan Feng is the only one who has seen Fang Ping fight a rank 6 warrior. He must let everyone know if he can get money for medical treatment. When we entered the territory, everyone was glad that Fang Ping could come here because the Tian men had taken the fort. He said he had traveled through the blockade to pass on important information. Ba Changding, Xiao Man, Yun Qi, and his mentor came to see him. They were very happy that he had returned. He told them that he had killed a warrior at the top of the 5th level and several weaker warriors, but he had come back alive. Lu's mentor asked the dean if he had instructed the boy to go out and kill the 5th-ranked warriors, but the dean had no reason to do so, because it was a dangerous mission. Fang Ping of Makmao, a warrior on the 3rd level, broke through the blockade to Fort Siwan, killed a warrior at the top of the 6th level. This news has spread throughout Fort Siwan, as soldiers argued over whether a 3rd-rate warrior could beat a 4th-rate warrior and he could beat a 5th-rate warrior. We wondered how such a thing could be possible. The melodions he brought with him signify the strength and stature of a warrior from this dungeon. As long as the owner of it does not die, no one can take it away. They also collect the medallions of the enemy after a murder. The guy could find them lying on the ground. We're going to the ward where Fang Ping is being treated. Lu's mentor boiled the boy because she had asked him to take care of himself, but he just walked away from the team. He explained that he left because Master Tan had turned him into a fearmonger. He couldn't allow the professor to humiliate him in public. But the tutor was not fazed by this explanation. She was a child's child. She asked why he couldn't find his way to the fort. Fan Ping said that he had a very important intelligence report and that he had destroyed all his armor and energy stones. Fort Don Qi is collapsing. They've been set up against their fort. He was at the Jiaowan forest and saw their army and showed a medallion of a Don Quai warrior with a picture of a snowberry. The deputy dean went to give the general new information, and Master Tan came over and gave the kid a slap. And everyone was shocked. Tan Feng said it was very important information. Fang Ping was supposed to tell him right away, but the kid didn't trust him. He would have been a spy who would have wanted to kill him. The dean praised Fang Ping for thinking Master Tan could be a thief. The chance of that being the case is very low, but if it were true, Fang Ping would be dead. Master Tang kept yelling at the boy because he could tell when they had arrived at the fort. The mentor tried to calm the master down, saying that they had learned the information. He needed to talk about the mistake he'd made, and the man became even more angry. Fort Dongwai attacks them. The war will end the existence of Fort Siwan. Fang Ping lost his senses for a moment, and his mentor came to him immediately. But he said that everything was all right, but that the 6th-ranked warrior had hit him in the head because of Master Tang's blunder. They gave him only one pill to renew his energy. Not all patients are treated like that. The dean said that they would like to be treated as soon as possible, but the war is coming soon, and money is needed for other things. Fang Ping asked the dean for only 2,000 points and 2 energy pills, and not even a rank B instead of his 2 rank C weapons. Taking into account the value of Fang Ping's armor, then a B rank and the best-case scenario will cost 2,000 points. His armor costs about 1,000 points. Together with his other desires and other benefits, everything will cost more than 1,000,000. Moreover, only warriors as capable as Lu Fengzhou can use B-ranked armor. He has lost his armor and energy stone in the pursuit of this information, and asks nothing for this loss. Only one piece of armor. Realizing that it doesn't work, Fang Ping added that he almost died coming here, and used up most of his walks, and what might have happened if he hadn't come back. And if some other 3rd-rate soldier had tried to break through the blockade, they would not have said that everything was so important. Even a 4th-rate soldier might not have survived the battle. No one else would have told them about Fort Don Quai. If he had met a 3rd- or 5th-rate warrior, he would have wanted to fight him. Fang Ping started yelling that he just wanted to be able to train to become stronger and help others. The dean asked Mr. Tan not to say anything, because it could only get worse, and he said he'd give whatever Fang Ping asked for. Though it was expensive, the information he gave was priceless. The martial arts majors often ask for money, but the kid did it wisely. The dean told him to get reinstated and treated, and he had to go back to McMao and report everything. But Fang Ping decided not to go back. He did. People would think he was afraid. Before the dean left, the kid asked for his guns and ammunition right away, because he wanted to get back to work as soon as possible. You can't spend money in the dungeon, but he saved them. If he's gone, the family will have them. Fang Ping thanked Master Tan for protecting him, but it was through him that he took the risk, and asked if he wanted to give him a few walks. Mr. Tan promised to fulfill his request, but only if he defeats the major in a fight. Instructor Lu praised the boy for throwing a challenge to Tang Shijing. She said Fang Ping should come back because he was badly injured, and they were facing 2 forts, and war would soon break out. Fang Ping knew that if he went now, he'd learn to deal with more important situations, as there are many high-ranking majors fighting on Fort Siwan's side, because of the Clapper's disclosure of important information to his superiors. In mode of forts means there's at least a minimum of level 3 warriors. The enemy has about... As soon as the war starts, the high-ranked warriors will come out of the depths of the dungeon and wipe them out. The only reason Fang Ping wants to stay is if everyone dies. No one will know of his exploits. But low and middle-ranking soldiers die most often during wars. And if he survives, it's a sure death, and he's too early to die. Fang Ping asked whether Lu's mentor had not noticed that he had shrunk his bones. She lifted him up with one hand like a sheep and said that his weight had also increased. Fang Ping's friends came to pay. He told them that it was his decision to leave the group and that they were not to blame, but that they had wronged him. He asked Yunxi for 3 energy pills as an emotional distress. The girl gave the boy a walk without any reservations. He didn't expect Yunxi to give them away so easily, and said that he didn't need the walkers. Yang Xiaoman said she wouldn't give Fang Ping any money, but he didn't ask for it and told everyone else to give 10 pills each. Bo Changding asked if it's true that he killed a 5th-rate warrior. Not that he believes it, but if you think about it, when the war comes, everyone will know that Fang Ping killed a 5th-rate warrior, so he will have to fight the same enemies with his strength, so it's better to tell the truth now. And Fang Ping realized that the boy had a point, and he recognized that he had used outside forces to defeat a rank 5 warrior, but a rank 4 warrior. Zhao Shuimei sensed that the boy had the medals of the 4th-grade warriors, and wanted to see the medals of the 4th-grade warriors. The boys and girls were shocked and realized they were much stronger than they were. Fang Ping asked not to try to buy the medallions, but his friends were impressed. Fang Ping received the medals he had asked Master Huan to give him. His Bali, energy walks, and armor multiplied. He used a list worth millions. He's got enough points to shrink his bones. Everything ached, especially his left arm. He decided to fork out for more strength. By strengthening his bones, his body and spiritual energy would recover more quickly. 8th-level warriors have a strong defense and rapid renewal of energy, so they have such an impenetrable skeleton. When his spiritual energy is reached, it begins to increase even more rapidly. Higher limes mean greater power for powerful and effective strikes, but Fang Ping can still wield the Holy Blade more than 4 times, and his regular strikes do no more damage than that. He can beat up 4-level warriors by attacking faster than they can react. But he can't do that with a really strong enemy. Klopek can initially swing at the supervisor, giving the impression that he is making an ordinary blow, and then activate the Holy Blade. But there are many drawbacks to this tactic. Strong warriors can easily Zupan at him, and he was not able to inflict much damage, and he does not have an infinite energy. He does not even believe that he will be able to fight one by one with the strongest warriors of the 3rd level. The days he spent away from the fort taught him that the dungeon is the best place to train. He must have advantages in this warfare. He must learn to make the Holy Blade blows in succession. Then he will be able to deliver powerful blows to the scores. When he leaves here, he will be at the top of the 3rd level, and he will learn techniques that will help him kill enemies in a single blow. He believed he could sleep as one of the best 3rd-rate warriors in the world. It's only a matter of time before he and Wang are on the same level, and Feng Qing is probably no better than he is. The next morning, McMahon gathered all the students and teachers. There were many newcomers among the teachers, though their number was larger than usual. There were 60 3rd-grade students at McMao, 40 of whom were here today. The situation seemed to have taken a serious turn. Otherwise, they would not have had so many 3rd-rate warriors. Mentor Tan said it's the right thing to do. The deputy and the director are on assignment, and he could tell them. And the main task now was to prevent them from uniting. Apart from the entire Tianmen army, its soldiers continue to advance, dividing into small groups. They can strike hard, and once they're here, Fort Siwan will be in trouble. Despite the fact that Fort Siwan is made of reinforced steel walls, 3rd-level warriors can easily overrun them, so we must get rid of the catacomb warriors outside the walls. Nearby, to the east-west of them, was a Tabir. There are close to 300 warriors of average strength. Though the Don Qi army is still 200 miles away, we must get rid of this Tabir. Teachers at the 4th and 5th grade levels, as well as students at the 3rd and higher grades, have been designated to be responsible for the mission. Students below the 3rd level will help defend the stronghold. Fang Ping raised his hand and asked how to proceed when the 6th-rate soldiers arrive. But there is no need to worry about them. Even if they encounter such a warrior, the teachers of the 5th level will deal with them. The student's task is to stop the warriors of the 3rd level. Fang Ping said that if there weren't so many people here, he would have a fight with Mr. Tang, because he was already being chased by the 6th level, and he didn't want to try it again. Qin Feng, who was sitting next to the boy, said that they should only fight if they had the guts or just bring them to the teachers. But don't forget that if he brought them all to the teachers, they would be killed, and so they would be killed too. There's no need for speed, it's just a small tabivre, it shouldn't be important. Honestly speaking, these soldiers are only a little stronger than the soldiers. There is a superstition of the rules of leveling up among the catacomb warriors. Not many people are able to master their techniques. Most of the warriors are not that strong. The techniques are not very different. Fang Ping wondered why only teachers were not sent there. If they were so strong, why send students there? Qin Feng explained that the dungeon has its own rules. If there is a war, the soldiers will go against the soldiers, and the leader against the leader. They will kill their weakest warrior if they kill them, regardless of the difference in the number of forces. It's happened 3 times before. They pay for genocide with a price. They say the gates to the dungeons are not connected, and it's difficult to move from one place to another. So they're waiting for the gate to open so they can go through and kill people. Qin Feng asked Fang Ping to go with him to kill someone of the 4th rank. He thought it would be tedious to beat the 3rd level, but he couldn't make any money on it. Fang Ping starts with a blast, then 2 of 2 to 30 volleys while Qin Feng reloads. Then he kills with the final blow. But Fang Ping's life energy doesn't grow on trees. He needed to walk and resources. But Qin Feng couldn't promise that, and the boy refused the offer. Qin Feng was reluctant and offered him 60 CDs, but he would only get 40. He began to convince him that killing a 4th-rate warrior was equal to killing 10 3rd-rate warriors. This information shocked the boy. Besides, you can get points for a 4th-level heart and over 1,000 points for a 5th-level heart. And Fang Ping realized that he had spent a lot of time on that icebreaker. And if you think about it, when he got the 4th-level heart, the system didn't charge him very much money, so he thought there was no value in it. But in the future, he will be able to get a little bit of money by exchanging skill bars. It's night. The students went to the battlefield. Qin Feng asked if the boy would agree to his proposal and suggested that they go to Tianmen from the Teal. When Tianmeng's army advances, there won't be many warriors left in the hollows. Last time he and Wang Jinyang found a refined energy stone the size of a fist and at least 1 kilogram in weight. For 1 kilogram of such a stone, they give thousands of points. That's 4 to 5 milliards. But Wang Jinyang only kept a small share of Qin Feng. But that's still a lot of money. Then he would have been on the 3rd level. To reach him, Qin Feng would have to travel to learn the techniques and the 8th-level sword, and it's not cheap. He can do enough damage per blow to kill a 4th-rate warrior. A student in the neighborhood sensed the conversation between the boys. They fought him, because they were risking their lives. 60 kilometers from Fort Shiwan, the underground warriors crashed the tabir. Qin Feng asked that if the 6th-ranked warriors were there, the teachers should stop them because they could not defeat them. But he would take the 4th and 5th-ranked warriors on himself. Teacher Wu said that the 2 of them were always talking about killing the 4th-level warriors, and the other 3rd-level students couldn't do it. If the 4th and 5th-level warriors get to the spot, they will kill all the others. He asked Fang Ping and Qin Feng to go with him and stay far away from the others of the 3rd level. He added that they would continue to collapse after 2 minutes. No matter how long they were in the air, they would retreat after 15 minutes. The teachers won't let the mid-level warriors leave the tabor at the cost of their lives. Fang Ping wanted to say he didn't want to go with him, but he only wanted to. He wanted to kill the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-level warriors because he needed money. They approached the battle site. Teacher Wu instructed the students to attack. Qin Feng asked Fang Ping to just follow him, but he thought they would kill someone first, and then, when they were discovered, rejoin the group. They'll be mid-level warriors, and Fang Ping can't fight them unless he's more than a few times stronger than them. They will not be able to enter the territory of the tabor unmolested. It is strength that is needed there, not stealth. Teacher Ubuchis has ordered to dismantle the basic security of the tabor. First of all, the 4th and 5th level warriors must be eliminated. Fang Ping was worried because his teacher was always so friendly, but during the battle he was a different person. Qin Feng saw the boy hesitate and shouted for him to hurry, for they had only a few minutes to spare. He called Fang Ping to run after him, for he realized that Master Wu was fighting with 3 middle-ranking soldiers, one of whom they were going to take on themselves. Qin Feng came to help the teacher, but one of the soldiers started to chase after him, and although Fang Ping had not yet responded to his suggestion, he was forced to help. If he doesn't do anything, he'll go to the 3rd grade. He started fighting with the warrior, and quickly realized that if he continues at this pace, he will only be able to kill the 4th tier if he finishes destroying their life energy. The kid started to provoke the warrior to attack him, but Qin Feng only took him down with a single blow from his back, and Fang Ping didn't even remember how it happened. Qin Feng went to take the warrior's heart, and Fang Ping had to cover him up because he'd never forget. After a few minutes, they were flagged down by 2 soldiers at once. Qin Feng was still working on taking the heart. At first, Fang Ping tried to deal with them both at the same time, but things did not go well. Qin Feng took one of the warriors on himself, Teacher Wu asked Qin Feng to encourage them as they were very strong, and he couldn't fight them himself. Qin Feng told Fang Ping that he would fight the warrior he had fought so often, even though he had already beaten him. The boy's new opponent is much stronger than the last one, but he started to run away from Fang Ping and asked Qin Feng to catch up with him. But the kid was angry, so Qin Feng didn't beat him up. Qin Feng told the boy that he was running fast, but his attacks were very powerful. His blood-bearing blade is a fast attacker, so he should use his senses and try to anticipate his opponent's moves rather than wasting time trying to defeat them with his armor. During the battle, their life energy resonates with him, and you just need to use your senses to sense it. But Fang Ping didn't remember how to use his senses. He used to focus on learning about energy. Life force, energy impulse, Teacher Li used to talk about it. He spoke about the possibility of using intellectual abilities to anticipate possible danger. Maybe it's the same thing. Fang Ping tried it right away and succeeded. He was able to anticipate the warrior's actions. He attacks from the left. It gave him the ability to anticipate not only the moves, but also to see the weaknesses of the warrior. He could see his next moves, so he could dodge and counterattack. Qin Feng asked Fang Ping to weaken the warrior 3 more times and he would finish him. And he will have to help him with this boy, because he will not be able to take him down after he has used the special attack. But if Fang Ping fails, he will follow him to the end of his days. Fang Ping was obviously fond of Qin Feng Qin. He trusted his teammates. But if Fang Ping lets him down, or if he continues to trust him, they took down one warrior with their combined forces. But Qin Feng was immediately attacked from the back by another and could hardly escape. He asked Fang Ping to accompany him, because he needed to renew his strength. He could not fight any longer. They began to boil, because Fang Ping wanted Qin Feng to strike at least one more blow, but he was a 4th-ranked warrior and not so easy to beat. The warrior chased after Qin Feng. He realized that he would not be able to kill him. Qin Feng, watching him, told him that his specialty was very weak, and that if it wasn't for him, he would have been killed, and called him a fool. But then he realized he couldn't do it without Fang Ping, and asked him to play for him for 3 hours because he was really weak. 100 hits in a row, and 1 unit of damage. Not much more than his simple attack. Qin Feng said he should stop hitting the warrior with his armor. If not for his vitality, he could take out dozens of his kind. When you strike with your sword, it turns back to its original position before attacking again. He has to anticipate the moment when the sword will return to the out position, then use his strength and attack at the right moment. It is necessary to use full armor, as it is right. Its level of life force is equally distributed along the entire length. It wasn't easy for Fang Ping because the blade is not part of his body, and he can't control it the same way he can control his ends. But Qin Feng continued to say that the blade can become an extension of his hand, after which he needs to concentrate all the power where necessary. With a grade B blade, it's not that hard. Fang Ping has a good weapon and an excellent level of life force. He can do it. He said that if he had been Fang Ping, he would have reached the level of 100 years ago. Fang Ping began to convince himself in his brain that the blade was an extension of his hand. He could feel the energy of his weapon. He felt the energy circulating through his body, and the blade became an extension of his arm. By means of his intellect, he was able to concentrate the power in the blade. Through guidance, he was able to overpower the warrior, and Qin Feng praised him. When they turned around, they saw that Teacher Wu was being wounded. Qin Feng stopped walking and immediately rushed to kill the warrior who had done it. He was overpowered by the evil. Qin Feng King said these warriors were weak. One of them had hit the 4th level with a single blow, and the other McMahon teachers were facing the same end. Fang Ping thought the teachers were in control when they entered the catacombs. But the truth is, they're not impossible. They're just ordinary mortals. They can be injured, which will prevent them from continuing to do their work. He didn't think about it until he saw the blade embedded in the teacher's heart. He thought he was missing something. There are no victors in war, only innumerable casualties. To be wounded in the catacombs is a bad omen. Only vigorous training and self-development can change this course of events. Fang Ping threw himself on the battlefield and accidentally clipped one of the students. Fang Ping warned him. But Fang Ping explained that he was using a special attack, and if they didn't die, he asked him to finish them off. One of the soldiers hurt the boy's arm badly. Another student helped him get rid of the soldier. Fang Ping stopped for a moment to check how much blood he had wasted. His life force can be restored, but the loss of blood makes him sick. There's over 100 and 300 warriors. That's a lot. He can't kill them all. The teacher has announced it's time to retreat. After a few kilometers, they came to a halt. Fang Ping asked how much they had lost. The teacher replied that they had lost 4 teachers and 2 students. Their bodies can be taken after the war is won. Now they have used up all their life force. It would be very unpleasant to go back for their bodies, and sooner or later, for everything, without depth. They lost 6 soldiers and killed 200 enemies. The 1st and 2nd tier warriors are down. Only the third and fourth remain. They must kill them all and complete the mission. They haven't had time to collect their gear, but they'll be given a few walks when they return. Qin Feng said that every year many soldiers of the first and second rank die in battle. We have been entrusted with this mission, and it is a great honor. Fang Ping took out a pot with a few stones and sticks and asked his brothers to take them, but they took it because they were grateful for what he had done for them. But Fang Ping didn't think he had done anything. The soldiers were weak. He has plenty of resources so they can use the walks. The warriors went to see Master Tang. He praised the boys for their excellent performance during the mission, but the school needs to bring back the other level of students as soon as possible. Fang Ping will go with them. He's a newcomer, and it was his first mission. He's done enough. And Qin Feng Qing must return to help fight off the first attack. Teacher Liu, Teacher Huang, Teacher Wu, and all the professors are here. Principal McMahon plans to end the war. He's McMahon's future. They can't let him die. Fang Ping waited in the corridors for Qin Feng to talk to the professor. When Qin Feng came out, the kid told him that Teacher Wu had gone on the mission with them, and now his body was left there, and they were here. And when it was all over, he wanted to shake his body. His strength grows much faster than the others, which means he doesn't have to sit here with his pants down while others are on the front lines. He didn't want to go back to school and hang around the walls. His reputation is important, but he didn't want to die. There's so much he couldn't do. And who's going to care about his family? They're at the heart level nowadays, unless he, being at the third level, will be able to cope with them. Or if there's a sense of waiting until he's stronger. Teacher Tan is right. The teacher is strong, and the professor is even stronger. But while they are waiting for the professor's strength level, they will all be killed. Qin Feng wanted to calm the boy down, but it was not that difficult. He was just thinking too much. If he wants to go, no one will sue him. The teacher died a hero's death. From the moment he stepped on the ground, they knew what they were getting into. But it was his first mission as Fan Ping. It's normal to die when family members and friends die. Qin Feng asked the boy if he'd ever heard of him going into battle alone. Fang Ping knew that since the moment he met him at school, he was always on his own. Qin Feng began to say that when he first came here, the leader was a level above him. He constantly reprimanded him and said that he was stupid, and he thought that if the leader was not higher, he would have killed him long ago. But when he did get beaten up, a mile ago he was reprimanding him and he denied it, and then he was behind him in shock. He couldn't believe that people could die like that. He wanted to take revenge. He wanted to kill everyone in the dungeon, but soon he lost the urge. And Fang Ping is also getting used to the time. It's only death. He won't be angry if the boy is killed in 2 seconds. As Qin Feng was about to leave, he told Fang Ping that he had to share with him. He was going to get his share. Fang Ping immediately realized that the fellow wanted to take not only his share, but also to get more than what had been agreed upon. He's talking about 3 to 7, so he needs to get the points. And those overmobilized warriors couldn't even take their armor. And he asked if he could give him the points. Qin Feng said that he could get about 100 points for a 4th level assassination, and if so, he could get an energy stone with a gram value. Qin Feng was about to leave and even said goodbye, but Fang Ping stopped him because he needed the points. He still needs the boy's help to beat the reject rate. He gave Fang Ping 7 standard energy stones to sell for 100 points and 6 purified ones for points. Qin Feng asked the boy to follow him, but Fang Ping realized he didn't want to fulfill his part of the bargain. He said he knew that Qin Feng would be guilty of millions of dollars, but Qin Feng was no longer indifferent. He had already started to pull away from Fang Ping and said that corpses have no borrows. No difference in how much he would be guilty if he stuck his hands together. As soon as Qin Feng was gone, the system confirmed the account recharge. The battle lasted for only a few minutes, during which time Fang Ping was forced to constantly use special attacks until they finally retreated. He spent more than $1 million and recovered thousands of life force points, which is the equivalent of a third-rate warrior. Even though his attacks were more effective than the rest of the team, it was a great expense. Later, Fang Ping went to the logistic department. A female member of the department reported that his teacher had told him that the boy had made an excellent appearance at McMao's mission. The military speaks before entering the war, and gave him 3 life renewal walks, as well as achievement points. For information about the Don Quai stronghold, another 3,000 points. And at the end of the achievement points, Fan Ping asked if it meant that if he joined the army, he'd become a commander. The girl confirmed that it's an honor to work with people like Mr. Fang. The system of achievement points is significantly reduced from the points earned during the battle to increase reputation and rank. The number of achievement points determines the rank of the owner from the lowest to the highest, such as lieutenant, commander, and general. To become a commander, you need to be a warrior of at least the 4th rank, and to become a general, you need to get the 6th rank or higher, as well as gain 1,000 points of achievements. Third and fourth ranked soldiers, who were killed yesterday, brought them achievement points. It's very obvious that it's not easy to accumulate achievement points. He has the opportunity to become a commander and become famous. It should be recognized that all this sounds very tempting, but the commander is forced to stay in the dungeon and follow a number of rules, and not for Fan Ping. He placed a bag on the table and asked to see the items to exchange them for a 6th grade hide armor. The armor was damaged in battle, but it can be repaired, and the C-grade gauntlets were not used at all. A set of hide armor of the 6th level will cost from 5 to 10,000 points. All these items will cost only 2,000 points. The girl suggested exchanging them for the average pumped-up 5th level. And energy stones are a necessary resource for development. It would be better to keep them, but Fang Ping refused because energy stones are used to renew life force, and in this case, he does not need them. Let's go to the strategic planning room. There was a discussion between professors and teachers. One of them said that everyone knows that Fort Tianmen is their main enemy, and they must attack it. Another said that they should try Fort Donkei first. They have been fighting the Tianmen warriors for years and know them well. If you go to attack their fort, they will not know anything about them when it comes to Don Quai. The first professor was in denial, saying that they could not forget what Tianmen's soldiers had done. They would avenge the crime. The rector of the magical university thought it was necessary to attack Tianmen's stronghold. They are very close to them, and with Don Quai they will meet them in any case. This war will be long. They don't know anything about Don Quai, and they can't be sure they'll be rewound. If everything goes according to their plan, they will be here by the second half of the day. Then Yun Ren will be able to kill Army General Tian Meng, Teacher Bai and Zhang at the 8th level. They'll take on 2 more of the top 3. The others will have to prepare to beat the 8th level. They must show Tianmen's army what they can do. In Chuan, who is the guardian of Nanfang, a third-rate professor said it was their fault, but he was interrupted by the other teachers who said he had nothing to blame himself for. They are just a bunch of old men who, if they don't fight now, will never be able to take that chance again. He's got to take out the 3rd level. The old ones can't handle these creatures. They've also decided to send the 2nd and 3rd graders back to school. The war began. The warriors who would be sent to fight in the dungeons had finally been identified. It seemed they were familiar with the whole situation. The atmosphere outside Tianmen was not what they thought. It was not calm. A military officer announced that the soldiers behind the army and the mid-ranking soldiers should go to the strategic planning room for a debriefing. Low-level warriors must proceed to the gate and receive their assignment. We're being transported to Fort Siwan. That's where Fang Ping and the other students receive their tasks. High-core warriors can separate their life energy from themselves, but it can be channeled into armor. Their task will be to control the crossbow by using their life force and kill anyone who tries to interfere with it. Fang Ping wasn't sure if they would be able to deal with the attack, since all of the wind attacks were above the 4th level. But if they have enough life force, everything will work out. There's a limit to everything. We need to form groups of 2 and use the crossbow to attack each other. It was the first time Fang Ping had participated in such a thing, so he was nervous, but all the other soldiers and students supported him. Tianmen are confident they can break through Shiwan's defenses. Even if their soldiers are weaker, the Nabogot are better than their superiors. The head of the army said to stop thinking about Tianmen. They were going to meet with the Dongquai soldiers today. The order was to destroy the Dongquai warriors. The students were motivated to win. They were on vacation, so there's no need to worry about the life force limit. Fang Ping said that this crossbow has great power, and with its life force they can't be overpowered. We're moving to the entrance to the dungeon. The students were about to leave. Bo Chang Ding asked the teacher where Fang Ping had gone. He said that he had decided to stay in the dungeon because he needed to raise his level to 4th. The only thing left to hope for was that he would return safe and unharmed. His friends were shocked that the boy was already at the top of the 3rd level and how he had managed it. The teacher couldn't explain it because Fang Ping was different from them, and they shouldn't judge. They will resume training after returning to school and reach the 3rd level. We return to the eastern gate of Fort Siwan. The Varozha army has already arrived at the gate with 3 of Tianmeng's strongest warriors. The dean of the university ordered them to attack. The students, together with Fang Ping, prepared a crossbow for the attack. The battle in the dungeon was over sooner than they thought. Both sides were able to avoid meeting the soldiers and retreat. Before the soldiers could do anything, there was an explosion. The middle-ranking soldiers easily dealt with the enemy. The hostile sides kept an eye on who to kill and tried to uniquely target the low-ranking warriors. As they said, warriors against warriors, leaders against leaders fought against leaders. On the east side of Fort Siwan, there was an active battle. The enemy soldiers threw their drabinis to get behind the walls of the fort. The students began to fret, but their aim was for the middle-ranking soldiers, who don't need to use drabines to climb the walls. And they spotted a warrior flying right at them. They were preparing to direct the pistol in his direction, and they managed to hit the warrior. They were all captured. The crossbow was great. They hit a fourth-rate warrior with ease. But that got the attention of more warriors. They started flying by the dozens. After reloading the crossbow, they managed to kill one more warrior, but the pistols ran out. I thought they were ready for it. Tian Men must have told them about the crossbow. Fang Ping began to shout that the warriors were outnumbered and needed to be reinforced. But their task is to defeat crossbow attacks. Fang Ping is under orders that he cannot leave his post without the lieutenant's permission. Otherwise, he'll be accused of desertion. Everyone understood that the boy wanted to help, but it could be done at the cost of his life. Besides, all of them had already used half of their life force, and they would die if they decided to attack him. Fang Ping didn't want to die, but he couldn't bear to see his soldiers being slaughtered one by one. And he told the others that he was the one who had killed the soldiers of the 5th level, and that he was strong even if he fought on his own. And the head soldier let him go. He immediately rushed to fight one of the soldiers, but was under the crosshairs of the enemy's sword. The soldiers who followed him appreciated his talent. They were too old for such a thing. Meanwhile, a great battle broke out between the warrior and the rector of the magical university. The warrior almost killed the old man with one blow, but only because he was wounded. The warrior, having an advantage over his supervisor, by means of his aura dissolved the spirit, which is an invisible golden armor. But the rector was stronger. He transformed into a man made of gold and was able to kill the warrior with his aura. After the victory, the old man simply dissolved in the wind. Everyone thought that the 8th level would live on, but it seemed that it would never come back. Having learned that the 3 strongest had been slaughtered, Generals Tian Men and Don Quai began to retreat. They retreated by streaming. Most of the high-ranking soldiers were killed. There were more than expected, but Tian Men and Dong Ke continued to retreat. Those who flew to their aid, the soldiers overpowered their men. A lot of low-ranking superiors were killed. In Chuan, the leader Tian Meng was killed in their stronghold. 3 of the strongest were felled, and their anger rose a mile ahead. The raid had only lasted for a mere 1 year. Qin Feng Qin stood on his knees and wept. His hands were bleeding, but he was crying not because of physical pain, but because of the pain of loss. Everyone was told to leave the battlefield. Fang Ping went to the boy and told him that he should have his wounds cleaned, but he didn't care. Wu Chuan asked for respect, for they had sacrificed their lives for peace. Mentor Lu cried through the principal's eyes. He told them not to accept death close to their hearts, and now he's gone. To the god of the Golden Warriors, the 8th or the 9th level, there is no difference, because they can also die, and they didn't even find their bodies. Wu Chuan, weeping, said that 7 high-ranking warriors had been killed this time. The Dong Quai were out of the war, but Tian Men would not rest on that. We must gather, for the war is not yet over. After defending the fort, McMahon was ordered to remove the 3rd-grade students from the dungeon. At first, McMahon had 40 students who had reached the top of the 3rd grade, and only 55 of them could return. According to Shi Ji, they will be able to return to the dungeon for only a few places. Fang Ping asked where the scarred man was. The man who met the students near the exit said he was pulling the women out of the dungeon. Fang Ping wondered if he was still alive, because in such conditions it was hard to know who was alive and who was not. In the evening, Fan Ping went to the Mokmao High School of Martial Arts. His friends met him there. When they saw the kid's injury, they started to worry, but it was just an injury. The dean of the Faculty of Literature asked one of the students about the war. He was unable to shed tears and said that 7 high-ranking soldiers, including the director, had been killed. Yim did not get to know their bodies. 3 of the most powerful have been killed, and the 5 generals who were left behind. The bodies of teacher Wu Jiaping, Lan Yuwuj, and Zhou Hezhong were left in the dungeon. They couldn't get them back. The dean cried because the chancellor had been at McMahon University for 60 years and now he's gone. Last year, at this hour, stood under the gates. They looked forward to the future, but now the future was not so bright. But in the depths of their souls, they still had faith. The next day, Fang Ping went to his room in the Gortojik and realized that he had gone to bed without taking a shower. He thought everything that had happened to him in the dungeon was a dream. After taking a shower, he went for a walk. He met many students who had joined his club. The members of Ping Yuan's team were not strong, so they did not know what was going on in the underground. The only thing they knew was that many students had gone to the task. What they didn't know was that the magical university had lost 7 of its high-caliber warriors. To avoid pandemonium among the students, the military did not publicize their deaths. The deaths were a standard for them and were considered unforgivable. They had to wait for the dungeon to open to tell the truth, but only their names remain. He couldn't wake up from the nightmare. Fang Ping decided to visit Teacher Li in the logic department. He told the kid he wasn't allowed into the dungeon. Even after his own death, he still fears for it, ironically. He knew that the old man wanted what was best for him, that he should make a breakthrough. If he could, he would have done it long ago. He sipped his drink and said there was nothing here years ago when McMao first opened. Their old mentor was the first director. He was a level 5 and he went underground. At that time, the school was understaffed and they didn't get much support from the community. The headmaster was one of the best students and was eager to become the next headmaster when he reached the 4th grade. No one took him seriously, but he took the job. He wanted to make McMao a prestigious martial arts school and fight in the dungeon. Now, Fang Ping saw for himself how tough the people in the dungeon were and how naive his dream was. But he wasn't so quick to ask McMahon how many years. McMao's teachers are much more powerful than teachers at other schools, but they're paid differently. Their teacher devotes his whole life to his work. For them, he's their standard bearer. They have to look up to him. The principal was cunning. He told them how noble it was to be a teacher. And they were 25 years old, and they believed every word he said. They hated the government. The businessmen wanted to become teachers at the magical university. After the graduation, Teacher Li did not want to stay in school, and then he convinced his parents that he would be well paid. He even knocked him before he left, and promised to break his leg if he dared to leave them. And so, willingly, he became McMahon's teacher. He did everything he could to keep the students here and make them teachers, which is why McMao became a better teacher. At that time, the school was ranked number 2 in the rankings, and how many times the dean was injured and couldn't walk, and once he almost died. Teacher Li knew it would happen someday. High-ranking soldiers, sensing that death is near, go to the dungeons and sacrifice themselves. And when they said that the gates to the dungeon would open soon, he wanted to go there with 2 young soldiers. Teacher Li hoped they still had time, but the 2 thieves' armies had joined forces, giving them no chance to live any longer. The rector was a liar. He said that the school would clear the dungeons, but he himself had not killed a single army. He lied to them for years, and died trying to beat the 8th grade. Teacher Li started crying because he'd been following the dean for years. He asked Fang Ping not to tell him what he had just experienced. Fang Ping said that he had come for a reason. He was troubled. His physical strength and vitality are not high and he can't launch 5 times the attacks. But something is wrong. Teacher Li told him to go to the training hall, know the book Diamond Fist, and start training. If he mastered it, then he would really be at the top of the 3rd level. And in the summer canicule, know someone and fight. If a warrior wants to reach the middle or high level, they must train and become unconverted masters, and all their skills will become interchangeable. In other words, they must fight. He knows that he has beaten level 4 warriors in the dungeon, but they can't match them with warriors of the same level. The average mid-level warriors are trained to fight under duress. They are forced to fight others in order to survive. And the warriors in the dungeon reach the 4th level by using energy stones, so you can't raise the level when fighting them. Fan Ping needs to fight with someone stronger than him. Fight and become a champion. That way he can become the best among his classmates. Fang Ping asked if there's an explanation why Wang Jingyang is so popular in the middle of the night. The teacher said that Wang had challenged the people of the Midlands to a martial arts tournament, but at the same time he was eager to take over the Midlands. There is no concrete answer to this, but all his opponents were weaker. He was not a champion at the top of his level, and Fang Ping will defeat 10 of the most powerful 3rd-rate warriors in the world and make McMahon famous. They have suffered great losses. The 4th grade graduation is approaching, and the bodies of Teacher Wu, Hong, and Lu are still in the dungeon. McMahon is weaker now than ever. Not many of them will choose to stay, but they all want to fight in the dungeons. We can't say for sure which decision is right. Fan Ping replied that there's a difference between a community and a family. Everyone wants to help the world. He also wants to fight for the good of the people, but he also wants to protect his family. He wants to get more for his family and friends and keep them safe. But he couldn't interfere with his life force, Teacher Li interrupted. He asked the boy, if he had not had an incomplete amount of life force, he could have beaten all the soldiers of the same level as him. It was possible, but he could not become a champion if he doubted his abilities. When warriors become professors, they find the strength of life, but physical strength remains in priority. Commander Li is strong. He fights with 3 warriors and is capable of beating a 3rd level. A good 8th level is capable of beating and even beating a 5th level. If Fang Ping doesn't want to reach the 8th level and be beaten by a virgin, he should trust Teacher Li. In the future, don't rely on your life force. They won't help you. Fang Ping realized the teacher's words had a meaning. If he is beaten by an 8th-ranked warrior at the 9th level, won't that be demeaning? He asked Prof. Li what Nyaguka Li meant when he said it in the dungeon. but the man asked him to leave, saying he had a lot of work to do. Then Fang Ping asked if he had a job. The teacher said it was obvious. The school has left some teachers and professors who will work instead of him. Fang Ping has gone after all. Meeting him has lifted Teacher Lee's spirits. McMahon spuds. The principal was very worried about the students. They won't let them down. Fan Ping immediately went to training. Diamond Fist is a single combat technique developed by a group of monks thousands of years ago. It focuses on unity of body and mind, fearlessness, and rashness. The curved blade requires more than strength. The succession of blows requires a high degree of sprightness, which is not easy. With a Diamond Fist, it's different. It's not about sprightness, it's about power. Fang Ping fell to the ground after trying the technique. It was important to him, and needs more experience in battles. Otherwise, he could control his body and mind without learning these techniques. There's still a little over $1 million left in the system's balance sheet. He still needs to refine his skills, which is a minimum of millions of dollars. The summer canicule has begun. The ranking of the best among the 3 levels was updated. There was a rush on the web again. Wang Jinyan, reading the comments, said that if we ignore the war rumors that are flooding the web, sooner or later they will have to recognize the existence of the war. China's trying to gain control over the public mind. Becoming a soldier will involve killing people, not the kind of work that was thought of before. The girl who shared a meal with Wang Jinyan said that this Fang Ping was a great guy. When they first met him, he wasn't even a warrior. When Wang Jingyang first met him, he was just a bad schmuck who thoughtlessly used walks. He only remembered him by thanking Huan Bing. He would never have thought that the boy would reach the 3rd level in a year. If he continues like this, he'll soon be his father. We'll go to Yang Chen's control center. It was at this moment that Fan Ping's father was appointed deputy director of the Ministry of Education. The next day, the gates of the dungeon opened, and the bodies of the dead soldiers were returned. Later on, a funeral was held at McMao's vault in the east. The dean of the literature department announced that these good soldiers had fallen in battle, but they did not know fear. They did not want deathlessness or power, and they were not greedy. It is impossible to be a warrior for 1,000 years. Life is short. After the farewell ceremony was over, McMao's students went in different directions to inform the families of the dead. When Fan Ping watched his family suffer, he saw himself. He did not want the urn of his death to be brought home, nor did he want his family to mourn him, holding a grudge against others. He had no motivation before, but now, Fang Ping has defeated the 3rd and 4th tier warriors and will definitely become the champion of the 5th tier. Fang Ping arrived home the next day. His sister was asking why he had come home, and she said that he didn't pick up the earpiece when she was on the phone, but he just wanted to pull her by the cheeks, as he often did. Mom came to the apartment, and when she saw Fang Ping, she didn't say anything. She just lifted up the sleeves of his sweater and saw a lot of scars. She started crying and said that she should have gone out into the street when she heard about a talented 3rd-rate fighter who was fighting with a 6th. There were enough warriors there without him. He was old enough, but he still played the hero. His sister started crying too. Fang Ping tried to calm her down, saying that injury is a must for a soldier, and the scars will heal soon. And Director Tan is at the 1st level now, when he's already at the top of the 3rd. Maybe in a few years, he can become Nanjiang's commander. Mother said she didn't care about Commander Nanjiang. She thought he was just a normal person. She didn't want Fang Ping to fight the 6th rank. To lighten the mood, Fang Ping asked his mom to make him something nice since he hadn't been home for so long. In the evening, Fang Ping went to meet Wang Jingyang at a cafe. They discussed the fact that the clapper had thrown a call to someone from midnight. The dungeon opens in a couple of minutes and the kid has to raise his level by then. The opening of the dungeon means danger, but at the same time, it offers great potential. Wang Jinyan asked whether the clapper had found a valuable plant or animal from Modu. Fang Ping told him about the beast. Wang Jinyan then added that the old dungeons have been open for many years, and people come to go deep down to find something valuable. As for the new ones, it is easy to reach higher ranks there through resources and average level. He asked if he had chosen his opponent. Fang Ping was about to go to the Yunmeng Academy. Wang Jing didn't recommend that he go there on his own. It would be better to ask his teachers to accompany him. The clans there are very conservative, but that doesn't mean they won't hurt him. But if Fan Ping shows up in front of their gates like that, it'll turn them off, and they won't accept him. Plus, you can get caught up with an extremist. But all the teachers were in the dungeon, and Fang Ping thought maybe Teacher Lee could help him. Wang Jing interrupted his thoughts by suggesting a friendly sparring match. But Fang Ping wasn't ready, and Wang had an assignment from McMahon, and soon he'll get points for his performance. He's already a soldier, and he's sure they'll both have the right spirit. Fang Ping said that Wang Jing was the first warrior he had met, and that he was the best example for him through his peers. His strength is growing rapidly, but he needs someone to support him. Wang Jin praised the clapper for reaching the 3rd level in just 1 year. If he has already decided that Wang is his application, he will be waiting. Thanks to him, everything's getting interesting. They said goodbye in the late afternoon. The next day, Fang Ping traveled to Beihu province. China has 3 major military academies, and among them, Yunmeng is the 3rd largest. Despite the fact that it is less well known, the level of education at Yunmeng is no better than at the other 2 academies. In addition to the ranking of each school, China has a national ranking of 3rd-ranked warriors. The places are occupied by warriors with the same level of strength, but it does not mean that they took part in battles. Fang Ping should start with Cheng Jiawan to get an idea of the situation. The objective of this journey is to break through from the 3rd level peak to the 4th level peak. Fang Ping approached the guard and asked to be let in. The man told him that the entrance was for staff only, and that if he wanted to meet someone, he should write his name, and then he would be contacted. The guy wondered if this was the right way to find a supervisor, and when he comes to him, then inform him about the fight. It's unlikely that champions do that. Fang Ping telephoned Wang Jiangyang and asked how he could get in touch with him about the fight. Wang asked to send them an official note, so to do according to the rules of Yunmeng, and to wait for him to send and all prepare for the meeting. But he may also be denied. Not everyone is ready to help him to gain experience, and not everyone is ready to participate in the meetings. Wang Jinyan suggested one option for how to make sure that the soldiers would do the right thing and asked them to trust him. In this way, the soldiers would come to him to fight, and he could gain experience. After the conversation was over, Fang Ping went to the entrance of the military academy and shouted that a 3rd-ranked warrior was nothing to him, and he wanted to fight with the warriors at the top of the 3rd rank. A number of students came to his shouting. They were all disturbed by Fang Ping's words, and a boy called Yao Zhanyu, a 3rd-rate warrior, stepped out of the crowd and accepted the boy's call. The fight began, and Fang Ping with 2 fists in his stomach struck his supervisor. Yao couldn't continue the fight. Fang Ping said that anyone below the top of the 3rd level is not his supervisor. They can stay away if they don't want to get killed. Fang Ping was approached by the director, who said that if he showed up in front of the academia gates, he knew what was waiting for him. He ordered a soldier named Zhu Wenlong to deal with him. But Fang Ping was not satisfied because Zhu was only on the ranking. He planned to deal with him first, and then with the strongest Yun Meng. Fang Ping threw his opponent to the ground and started fighting without him. The director immediately recognized that he had more than 1,000 life energy. His physical and intellectual strength is higher than that of any warrior at the top of the 3rd level. The force of his blow could be the alloy of D-ranked armor. Someone feels his curved blade is very good, but he struggles in hand-to-hand combat. Maybe he's honing his hand-to-hand combat skills for the Poedink. The director said his diamond fist wasn't that strong. Maybe he hadn't practiced enough, but he was already into fighting. Meanwhile, the fight continued. Fang Ping did not have enough life energy to concentrate. The technique of diamond fist is also not strong enough, and Zhu Wenlong's life force was combined with his fists. Moreover, he would use the spirits to inflict more damage. Fang Ping thought that if he could sense his opponent's energy, he could anticipate his attacks. And then, it will be easier to defeat them, because their strength is on the same level. Other students discussed that Fang Ping is weak and does not deserve to be in the ranking of the best, and his skills in combat are very good. Zhu Wenlong has lost his edge over his opponent because he has learned to counter his punches with close-range attacks. Fang Ping could see how he would attack with the energy flow of his opponent. The director realized that Zhu Wenlong was losing. He used the diamond fist technique, and his life energy was enough to damage the supervisor's internal organs. Zhu Wenlong's hands began to bleed. No more strength to fight. He let go of the list, which meant he was giving up. Zhu Wenlong said he'd wait until Fang Ping was allowed into the dungeon to see Fang Ping fighting at full strength. Chen Jiangwang, who's at the top of the 3rd level, has emerged from the dungeon. Fang Ping has renewed his life energy with the help of the system to keep on batting. The clapper asked his opponent to fight without equipment because he needed to perfect his hand-to-hand combat skills and make a breakthrough. Chen Jiangwang quickly threw the first punch. At first, the clapper was able to dodge, but still the supervisor managed to hit Fang Ping in the life of the equipment. The supervisor was much stronger than the kid expected. A really good supervisor. The director was angry that the volume of vital energy increased without any additional actions. He felt that by combining his intellect and life energy, Fang Ping had learned to anticipate the enemy's attacks. That's what McMahon explained. But they probably don't know. Most of McMahon's teachers are in the dungeons, and the headmaster and most of the most powerful soldiers have died fighting the enemy. It's not a good time to talk about their boy. When the teachers return from the dungeon, they bring McMahon's card and report back. At least they have the right to do so. Meanwhile, Chen Jianwang hit the guy in the chest with a list. Fang Ping couldn't use special attack techniques, but if he relies only on them, the breakthrough can be forgotten. He must concentrate the power of his intellect. Body and spirit must become one. Their fists clenched, but Fang Ping's strength was lacking. He had improved his diamond fist technique, but he was still a long way from his opponent. Fang Ping attacked again and again, but he couldn't do any serious damage to his supervisor. But he had a plan. The director appreciated the boy's efforts. They both have already exhausted energy. Physical force will become crucial. Fang Ping is only physically prepared. Maybe Chen Jianwang will yield to him. Fang Ping has won. Immediately after the fight, he shouted that the warriors of the third level are not bad, and he is ready to fight further. Natov P was stunned by this insolence. The deputy director told him that Fang Ping thought he could speak with the knowledge that Chen Jiawan was weak. But he's going to make a breakthrough, and it's in his plans. His teachers taught him not to misuse his energy. Now he's provoking his opponents to fight, which is to his advantage. But they didn't stop him. At the time, Fang Ping shouted that all the fighters who reached the third level went forward, but they did not come forward. The Odarzu fighters started attacking the boy. He quickly renewed his life energy with the help of the system. During the fight, Fang Ping punched a girl in the chest. The girl started screaming that the guy has no respect for women. The soldiers of the academy were very annoyed by this behavior and attacked the boy with unladylike force. Fang Ping was punched in the face for the first time. He said there was nothing to write about because he had never punched an academy soldier in the face. One of the academy soldiers gave the boy a spear and shouted that he had given them a call, and now he is not happy about something else. Fang Ping used his aura to throw all the fighters away from him. They fell to the ground and flew away with great force, but they could not fight any longer, and the clown was overpowered. The system received a notification that the third-level summit had been breached. Afterwards, the director ordered them to stop and warned Fang Ping that if any of McMahon's students came back here, they would not be favored. Fang Ping thought he'd reached his energy limit while he was fighting, but there was no use in practicing hand-to-hand combat. First checkpoint. Mission accomplished. The bastard still had a place to raise his voice, and he went there. He decided to improve his skills and come back to defeat the strongest opponent. China's martial arts community was formed by 3 groups: majors of martial arts, soldiers, and clans. Clans and soldiers from different regions have similar duties. Their task is to protect the entrance to the dungeons. Fang Ping's next meta is Chengzhou, the place where most clans are clustered. Among the people he wants to fight are 2 clan warriors, one from Changyang village and the other from Wanshan Pagoda. But the clapper decided not to go to the road, because that clapper on the 7th place in the rankings, and his fists are still not strong enough. It will take experience and practice. Fang Ping went to Changyang village, which is divided into 2 parts: the tourist center and the villagers' residence. The residence is hidden from public view, and ordinary people can never find it or enter the territory. Meanwhile, Fang Ping was on the grounds of the Changyang Martial Arts Training Center. He immediately told the men that he had been seen, and that he had come to give a call to Zhang Chenghua. The man told him that last year Wang Jianyang from Nan had already seriously injured Chenhua, so he remained at the top of the 3rd level. And then Fang Ping came to give him a challenge. The man made a judgment that the boy thought that Chang Yang was weak. Fang Ping was surprised that Wang was here. Maybe that's why he told him to go to the clans with his teacher. The boy told the man he wasn't coming to meet them, just for a dinner party. The man told the boy that the warriors of his clan are not like martial artists, and if he loses, he'll be forced to give his blade as a trophy. Their clan doesn't have to help him. If he makes a challenge, they have to offer him a price. Fang Ping asked what would go to him if he won. The man was furious because he had come here to fight and achieve his goal. He threatened the boy that if they had his weapons, even the teachers would not be able to return them to him. Fang Ping said that his monthly B rank blade was worth millions of dollars and he didn't want to give it up. He has someone who can help him. The man asked them to follow him. They walked around the clan for a long time, and the boy realized that he would never get there on his own. They got to the place where the clan members were training. Their techniques were not bad, but the boy found it amazing that their life energy was much greater than that of ordinary people. The man who escorted Fang Ping went to the head to talk about the match, but when he felt about it, he started yelling at the guy that they don't have time for bad meetings, and the man told him that if the clansmen fought back, he'd give them the blade. The clan chief was interested in this proposition and ordered him to call Chenhua here. Now the boy understood why Changyang was not the most powerful village. Changyang has a good reputation among the clans. They are competent in their work. Fang Ping was able to meet with the 5th-ranked middle-ranked warriors, as well as 3rd-ranked warriors. But in Changyang, there were no middle-ranked warriors among the thousands of people. except for the students of the center, a lot of wounded who are about to return from the underground. Unlike academies and schools, clans are not sponsored by anyone. They have to work harder for the sake of resources. A lot harder. A Fang Ping B rank blade is not cheap, so they'll have to pay a lot of money for it. The Yun Meng match was just a warm-up, but it's different here. It's not necessary to kill one, but it's a daily routine for warriors. The two girls who were watching from the podium recognized Fang Ping. They had no idea that they would see him alive. One of them said she felt that Fang Ping wasn't interested in girls, and when a nice girl came up to him, he beat her. The kid listened to their conversation. He immediately realized it was about Yak Xiaoman. He sensed something was wrong in Yun Meng. He must have sensed it here. He'll make her pay for it when he returns. Fang Ping was approached by Chang Yang, the warrior at the top of the 3rd level. He immediately declared that he was not going to lose. Last year, he lost to Yun Meng, but his opponent suffered just as much, so he was forced to take a break. But soon he will reach the 4th level, so Fang Ping should think twice about whether to fight him. But the boy was already trained to fight, and nothing could stop him. The fight began. Superman attacked first. Fang Ping immediately recognized his level. His strength was great. His blows with taunt were heavier than metal weapons, and he put great power into them. Only a warrior with good physical training can take them as armor. Super Nick continued to attack, but Fang Ping was able to dodge the blows. Fang Ping took the arm of the warrior Chang Yang in the hope of throwing him on the ground, but could not destroy him from the place. Super Nick is strong and has an excellent sense of balance. He was never injured. He was very angry. Fang Ping was quick to dodge and quick to move. Fang Ping understood the intentions of his opponent to get rid of him as soon as possible. With the help of the power of Aura Clapper called the supervisor sight for a few minutes. With a diamond fist technique, he hit his supervisor in the back with unbelievable force, after which the coach shouted that the fight was over. Warrior Chang Yang could not turn around and continue the fight. Manhwa was raised by his brothers. There was a Pidloga near him. The coach went up to Fang Ping and said he's a real genius. The way he fought exceeded their expectations. The kid's techniques in the 3rd level amazed everyone. Fang Ping didn't expect this. He only wanted to machete Zheng Changhua, but unaccountably, his power of intellect had influenced his mind. And it's nothing to do with the system. It's his personal technique. The kid only used it for a few seconds, but it was enough to counter his attack. If it was a real fight, the supervisor was dead. The coach told the kid to go because he got the match. At the end, the man said his techniques are those of a real major. Fang Ping said that's what he expected, because he beat their best warrior. They won't ask him for a cup of tea afterwards. All of Chang Yang's warriors left, but the coach sensed the power of the aura and shouted for Fang Ping to get out of the way, or he'd beat him. Another man asked him to calm down, but they all stopped at the same time because they saw something. One of them said that it was the 3 great masters in the dungeon. They're genius. Among those who are at the top of the 6th level in Mokmao are the unbeaten Master Wu, who has never won a single defeat, the famous god Tang. But before these two became famous, the most famous of them all was the swordsman Zhang Sheng. One swing of his sword was enough to teach a 5th or 6th-rate warrior, but Zhang Sheng was defeated in the dungeon. If he hadn't lost then, McMahon would have 6 great majors, and the director wouldn't have sacrificed himself. Then he was the strongest. Now he's considered an average 6th-rate warrior. His power of intellect has faded, as has his dream of becoming a great major. He might as well start a prisoner's journey to the underworld. If he survives, perhaps not all is lost. We're going to Yuntai Mountain, Wanshan Pagoda. Fang Ping was met at the entrance by a man who said he'd been waiting for a long time. Fang Ping said that he felt about the fact that Master Hua does not stream his power, and the only one among the warriors at the top of the 3rd level who was given the nickname, as well as the one who saw the activation of Bagua on his own eyes. And they say that he likes to zalitsiatisya to the girls. But the man says it's all bullshit. Master Hua said no Chunzhou warrior could kill him. They'd meet anyhow. He suggested they fight right here in the middle of the tourist crowd. His country is in trouble, and it is his duty to make people care about martial arts. Fang Ping realizes that he can't use the blade because of the heat he's watching them, but he must show them the best performance of their lives. The battle has begun. At the top of one of the buildings, 2 important men were watching him. They were not interested in the fight, because they thought they were turning it into an amusement. The battle in the theater looked very cool, but not as good as the battle in the postel. Let's get back to the fight. Fang Ping has been knocked out of the hands of a supervisor. Fighting in the pavatry is much more effective, but requires more concentration, and the boy needs more vitality. If the fight lasts like this, it will lose the advantage. Fang Ping asked his opponent to go to the ground, as the fight in the center of the ring had reached a dead heat. an unidentified man took out a camera and started filming. He seemed to be talking to himself, describing the events. Meanwhile, Fang Ping swung his blade and left a crack all over the wall. The superiors were close to 2,000, commented the man. He was fascinated by the fact that they reached the 3rd level at that age. Then he turned the camera on himself and said that to find out about the third-rate warrior, you should watch the video on his channel. Let's get back to the fight. Fan Ping took a few punches and decided to launch a curve pistol. His skills are strong and fast, and he has the advantage of being able to stop it with one hand. Fang Ping realized that he had to act rashly, because otherwise he could not win. He started hitting with a 6-punch sequence technique, but his opponent is strong, and was able to defeat all the attacks of the boy. He blocked his aura, and Fang Ping could not sense his spiritual and mirror his attack. Fang Ping still managed to hit 6 punches. He flew in with such force that he broke through the wall. He wasn't ready for Fang Ping to really hit him 6 times. Fang Ping thought that maybe the diamond fist technique helped him control the force, which allowed him to deliver 6 successive blows. He has no reserve of life energy, and used his own strength to kill a monk of the 100th rank. But he had to use all his techniques, including the power of the intellect, to do it. Fang Ping has decided to go further to the bottom and get stronger, and when he comes back, he will definitely become the 3rd-ranked champion. On June 1st, the Chinese Association of Martial Arts updated the rankings. Fang Ping overtook GSC and moved up to number 2 in the rankings. And meanwhile, a video of the 3rd-ranked warrior's duel has gone viral. All of Fan Ping's accomplishments were written by the author under the video. The video also said that Fang Ping's next duel will be with Yu Zong and Pei He, the only warriors of the Supreme World. The author was going to follow Fang Ping's journey to the east, but he needed money to do so and asked you to watch the video until the end. Fang Ping watched the video in his apartment building and was very angry because the author did not ask for his permission to share the video. But he realized that ordinary people were so interested in the warriors that 10 million views would be enough for him to get real money. This time he decided to be the first to record, and when his video is trending again, he will be able to carry out his plan. Later, Fan Ping went to the store to buy groceries. When he went back to the store to buy groceries, he noticed that someone was following him. He stopped in the middle of the street and said that he remembered the interrogator. The boy got out and they went down an alley where there were no people at all. Fang Ping immediately showed his dismay at the video that he had posted on the internet. He started baiting him that he was calling for a fight and that he had no right to refuse. But they decided to negotiate peacefully. Fang Ping asked me to help him with his work. He'll give him permission to officially film him at the parties. But before he does that, the kid has to do 2 things. The first one is to find reporters and let them know that Fan Ping is going to fight Lin Yi, the main beauty among martial arts majors, and to add a touch of romance, like Ling Yi wants to avenge Han Shu, her lover. His friend is to call the owner of a place and tell him that Fang Ping is a very famous person, and he wants to help them get new customers, for which they'll give him money, and the fight will be held on their territory. The boy realized that Fang Ping loved money even more than he did. He didn't like the idea of the senses, because he might get in trouble for it. Fan Ping said that it will never be uninteresting, but he is confident that the stockings will become popular before he uploads the new video. Also, Fan Ping was going to wear a t-shirt with the Audio Comics logo on it, and tasked him to find out if the company could be trusted during the duel to convince everyone that he has a really strong opponent, as well as to emphasize that he has become so strong. The bastard has a different idea of a warrior. A warrior like Fang Ping shouldn't spend his time fighting and working on improving his techniques, he thought. But now he's telling him to hire reporters, let the chutki and publicize his company. And of course Fan Ping didn't forget to monetize the video. He said that everything would be divided by a percentage of the profits going to him. When he saw that the clapper was not satisfied with such a meanness, he suggested to share it because he would risk his life by fighting all those soldiers, and the clapper would only watch it. There was also a risk that someone else would also film Fan Ping's fight without asking his permission, but against such he was set up more resolutely. It was up to anyone to judge. That's when the boys went their separate ways. After several requests were made, a lot of companies responded. Pei He Hotel offered $5 million. The amount is not so great, but it is only the beginning. It is necessary to show their potential benefits. Fan Ping's opponent this time was Pei He, head of the university's martial arts department, the 4th-ranked warrior. Thanks to his skills, Liu Dali's sensitivity, and the spectators, the match was over in a matter of minutes. Liu Dali's video went viral and trended immediately. Now everyone was watching Fan Ping's prices and betting on whether he could climb to the top of the charts. After that, Fan Ping sent the list to Yu Shen, who took the 5th place in the ranking among the warriors at the top of the 3rd tier. Being a hope for the vice president of the company, Yu Shen, who has the mind of a businessman, immediately realized everything. The Shiwan Hotel was fully booked, and a flood of people crowded into the plaza. Business is business, but a pact is a pact. Yushun should have been respectful, not doing whatever she wanted. The two of them were seriously hurt during the duel. Fang Ping was able to hit him using his physical abilities. The next day, Fang Ping went to see Teacher Li. He was astonished that two elite warriors were fighting in front of everyone's eyes. Fang Ping was looking forward to a future relationship with Ling Yi, and he wanted to give at least 100% of his attention. They're not the kind of people who can be fooled. She killed a 4th-level dungeon warrior, which puts her at the top of the 3rd level. And if Fan Ping loses, he will lose the chance to become a champion. But his breakthrough does not stop him. Now when he meets Lin Yi again, it will be more important to fight him. Fang Ping replied that his physical strength, vitality, and intellect are higher than those of his peers. He needs to work on his skills, but still. After all these matches, he's learned a lot, and his techniques have improved. And he's not afraid of Lin, and he hopes she can't influence him. But Li's teacher is only worried about him. At a place we don't know, a girl was watching a video of Liu Dali. The author of the video said that Han Shu defeated Chen Yunxi during a friendly meeting between universities, and then people started talking about Lin Yi's relationship with Han Shu. Maybe Fang Ping and Chen Yunxi will also meet and there will be a dueling Pomsta. Ling Yi won the match against Xu Xiaoping of the Zhenwu clan, but whether Fang Ping can beat her. The video ended, and the girl dropped her phone in love because of the untrue information about her. This girl is Lin Yi. She's a member of the Martial Arts Association in Qingwu. The girl started yelling at Han Shu, accusing him of releasing these sensitivities. The boy was very annoyed and he asked the girl if she really thought she liked him. Ling Yi was angry because she's the most beautiful of the martial arts warriors. Li Han Sung, who's at the top of the 4th level and the president of Wodai Martial Arts Association, asked the girl how she would deal with Fan Ping, but the girl was confident. Even Qin Feng didn't dare to challenge her. When he became the 4th-ranked champion, she didn't bother Fan Ping. The kid got injured after the match with Yu Sheng, and if she hadn't been told about it, she wouldn't have known. Chen Sufen and Guo Xuan are the only good opponents for Ling Yi. They have a lot of experience, and the girl would like to fight with them. But Fang Ping is a new generation warrior, and she couldn't underestimate him. Schools and academies of martial arts evaluate their students according to their abilities. Most of the students are made up of elementary 3rd level. Haraski does not mean that the 3rd-tier warriors are better prepared than McMao's warriors. But if they are going to lose consistently, it will be a problem. Last year, they had to pay 100% of McMao's tuition, which is not a small amount. Ling Yi realized that Fang Ping had to be put on the spot. Besides, he doesn't mind fighting with a girl, and she'll realize that women are not so simple. The first person to talk to them was a boy who brought a leaf from Fang Ping. Li Han Song sensed that the man had gone to the academy in Changyang's village to send a message to the students. But there were more than 20 warriors at the top of the 3rd level. If Fang Ping came to them without an official request, he'd be dead. They opened a sheet. It said the venue was the Grand Hotel at dawn. The hotel was not a suitable place to hold a dinner party. Li Han Sung questioned why the Grand Hotel, as there are plenty of places in the capital where they could hold the party. They agreed to ask one of the majors to accompany them in case McMahon was up to something. They were sure to win the game and make sure that he wouldn't play dirty. The new recruitment has not yet happened. Plus, the current champion of the 3rd level is the warrior McMao. People will think that they are better than McMao, and this could lead to their talented warriors wanting to transfer there, which would be a real disaster for the association. Let's go back to Fang Ping. At this hour, he received a notice about the money transfer from the Grand Hotel. He's made millions in just 2 months. Bo Changding came to his room, sensing that Fang Ping had made a call to Lin Yi. His grandfather told him that she could not be defeated even by 2 warriors at the top of the 3rd level. If Fang Ping overcame her, it would mean he would make a breakthrough to the 4th level. But he was not sure that Ling Yi would allow him to complete all 7 of his technique's final strikes. He was going to train with other opponents if he could win, but the 2 warriors who had left the military academy were no match for him. After Bo Changding said he'll go through with it because Yun Shi is coming tomorrow, who lives in Chinan, it's not far and she can't miss Fang Ping's fight. In addition, some media reported that it was a duel for the sake of revenge. Director Chen was very angry. He said as soon as he finds out who released these sensations, he'll kill the bully at the first sign of trouble. Fang Ping, left alone, argued that even though he had landed 6 consecutive punches, it was still not enough to defeat Ling Yi and more practice was needed. An already damaged bone will cost $1 million. He won't be able to recover during the match, so it's worth saving up for it. Approximately millions of dollars, so you need to save 6 more. The kid called Li Dali and asked him where he was monetizing the video, because the video he had uploaded had gained millions of views. Li Dali started to think of rebates. He thought that part of the views were collected through live broadcasts, and the money from the streams is one time. Once the streams are over, no money. So the income is not more than $500 million. But Fan Ping didn't believe the boy's words. He said that he is waiting for his $10 million, and that he has not spent the money he received from sponsors. And if there is no money, someone is already looking for him, and he may be killed. Fan Ping said Chen Yunxi's grandfather is looking for him. He asked Li Dali to emphasize the relationship between the students, but instead of doing so, he talked about the war between the East and the East. The masters of martial arts of both the East and the East are interested in him, and he can tell them about it, I'm sure. Li Dali grumbled and said he had only $500,000. He offered to take it and leave him to his own devices. After the conversation was over, Li Dali decided to see if anyone was really looking for him. He couldn't believe that one of the martial arts majors had a worthless third-rate warrior. The kid said he'd take his majors, but that's too much for Fan Ping. They have no official contract, he can't verify anything. So he decided that he could make money on the match tomorrow, and then leave with the money. It was spring, the day of the match. A large crowd of people gathered at the hotel, which greatly surprised Lin Li. It was as if they were going to a concert, not a party. Han Shu thought that Fan Ping's fearlessness was the only reason why he was so quick to raise his level, and that the public dinners were a kind of training for him. Li Han-sung said that the kid is confident in himself and is not afraid to perform in front of such a large audience. And in this way, he is improving his intellect power as well. Someone in the city shouted that there are soldiers flying in the air, and that's a frightening thing for ordinary people. The rector of the university, Qing Nan, Chen Yaoding, and Professor Li. They said Fan Ping was a fearless warrior. But Profro Li knew that if they told him how he had made money by thanking his sponsors, his opinion of him would change. Fan Ping went to the podium and called for Ling Yi to come out. He was not her opponent, but she was only here because he asked her for a match. The host welcomed all the guests and said that Fan Ping has recently gained a lot of interest due to his rising prices. Ling Yi interrupted her because she felt that the host had called her a little girl. And without waiting for the announcement of the start of the fight, Lin Li attacked first. The lead lioness managed to escape before she was trapped. Chen Yaoding and Profro Li discussed that Fan Ping is fast and his punches are very bad. Profro Li mentioned that the barbed blow was the first technique he had ever seen. In the dungeon, he was able to defeat a sixth-rate warrior. Fan Ping's pace is poor, so it won't be easy for Ling Yi to win. But if speed is Fan Ping's only advantage, then the victory will definitely go to Ling Yi. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Fan Ping used the curve blade technique, then 6 punches, but Ling Yi defeated all the attacks. Even managed to hurt the boy. The girl wondered if Fan Ping's attack was special. His punching technique is average, he made a lot of mistakes, which amused Ling Yi. The girl hit the boy hard in the chest. It was because Fan Ping relied heavily on his intellect. When the power of the intellect is used, it's different from a game. They could hit each other one-on-one. Fan Ping could fight on, regardless of the injury. After an hour of hitting, he was able to replenish the power of his intellect. Teacher Li asked him not to use his life force, but he didn't say anything about the power of the intellect. The boy's recovery process is much higher than a typical third-grade pike. The broken ribs have already matured, and he doesn't feel any pain. Chen Yaoding was encouraged that the boy could regain his health during a blow, even though his intellect is weak. Even a warrior at the top of the 6th level is not able to use the full potential of his intellect power in combat. If the supervisor realizes that he will be attacked in such a way and attacks, it will be impossible to fully recover. Even among majors, death is imminent if you mess up your intellect in battle. Fan Ping was debating whether to call him a cheater, as long as he didn't use the power of his intellect. The girl was stronger than he expected. He wasn't afraid of hurting her. He was beginning to fear they'd hurt him. At that moment, Lin Li tried to strike, but the boy dodged, and the blade of her weapon stuck in his back. The girl shouted that he was afraid, and didn't seem to mind fighting girls. Li Han-sung said that they have not even done any damage to one person, but have already exhausted the limit of all their abilities. They won't be able to continue fighting Fan Ping. Meanwhile, the kid's got a bad aura. It was the same as Qin's aura that he had when he was killing those 4th-rank warriors. Fan Ping tried 7 final blows and 7 curved blades, but the girl defeated the attacks and retaliated. The clapper didn't realize why nothing worked against her. But when he foolishly said 6 blows, it worked. His diamond fist is strong enough for this attack. Master Li shouted that the soul and the body must become one. The power of his intellect is not so strong, but that doesn't mean it should be forgotten. And the kid realized that the teacher is right. He doesn't have the energy to do all 7 blows, but he can do it. It's not the time to rely on the system. Yoma managed to deliver all 7 blows of the girl. During the last one, he flew in with great force and broke the wall. She didn't expect that the boy would really be able to do 7 blows. Fang Ping said he didn't want to kill the girl. He thought she wanted to continue the fight and suggested that they fight without weapons. The girl attacked first. It's not a fight to the death. It's just to help Fan Ping make a breakthrough. Bo Changding's grandfather, watching the fight, said that Fang Ping is not so easy. His bones are not tarnished. When he reaches the 6th level of strength, he can overpower even the 7th level. Bo Changding didn't believe that the kid could rise from the 6th level to the 8th. His intelligence is still not strong enough. He's moving up a lot more than other warriors, but it was thought that such a further distribution is unlikely. The difference between the 7th and 8th ranks is only in the intensity of the gold form. To become a warrior of the 8th level, and to get the golden form, it is necessary to refine all the abilities and tarnish every bone of the body, and even the internal organs must be particularly vitriolic. Thus, the body will become a unified system with the over-controllable power of the intellect that controls the system. Fan Ping, all bones are softened, including the bone marrow. The strength of the intellect has reached the average level. Chen Yaoding also noticed that Fang Ping's bones are all fused to a single bone. He only needs to achieve the same result with the skull. Li began to think and realized that when he had last fought the boy, his body was not so strong. Let's go back to the duel. Fang Ping and Ling Yi continued to beat each other with their fists. The guy managed to hit the girl in the chest, and she stopped and said that she had expected him to be a dork like everyone else. Now he'll have to kill her to end the match. Fang Ping started to think if he hit her in the head right away, he'd be killed. There's no sense in hitting the end. The only place to hit her is the chest cell. Li Hansung realized that after 7 blows, the girl's internal organs could be very badly damaged. Her vitality is lower than Fan Ping's, and he decided to stop the fight. He went to the girl and told her that he would not continue the fight. If Fan Ping wants to become the 3rd-ranked champion, he will have a lot to learn about death matches. I don't know who this guy is, but I knew right away that he could be the head of the martial arts ensemble, Li Hansong. He said that if you compare him to the military, and even Lin Yi, he is a very ignorant warrior. Although he could have killed the girl about 10 times during this match, he gave up the priority to show her respect. Li Hansong knew that the only way to defeat Fang Ping in a fight was to move quickly and not allow him to regain his strength during the fight. If he can't be hit during a deadly fight, his opponent risks dying first. Ling Yi said she'll stay away from the boy, but when she reaches her level and becomes a true major, the boy's vitality won't be a problem for her. But no one who Fang Ping has beaten in terms of strength is even close to beating him. If the girl wants a rematch, he'll wait until she becomes a major. After that, the girl and the boys left, and the announcer announced that Fan Ping had won the game, and Bo Changding and Chen Yunshe came to congratulate him. But the kid was modest in accepting the greeting, and even said that he had made a lot of mistakes and was far from being perfect. He was going to continue the meetings, as he had never been in a meeting with a military officer. This practice will help Fang Ping to improve his skills, and he will be able to gain experience and learn how to fight without actually fighting. In the past, he used to kill those who were weaker, or he used to take the world by the eyes of a stronger opponent. He had no time to think about his actions. Fang Ping remembered that Li Dali was taking them off, and he screamed that he was the one who had released those senses. Chen Yaoding went to the clapper and said that he is a kind of media and can realize that fakes are around, but it does not mean that he can create them himself. Professor Li wanted Fan Ping to go to the lab with him, but the kid wanted any kind of refusal or not to do it. Studying his organism could be very useful, and he didn't have to be afraid of the examination. Scientists don't follow him only because they're afraid. And when the old people leave this world, no one can stop them, so it's better to let them study themselves now. Professor Li fell into the ground. It's the fault of the bad aura. He told the boy that he should reach the 6th level and avenge him. Master Chen, because Qin Nanu is very strong, but Qin Wu regularly lures talented warriors to him, and no one can rely on their transition, and the school becomes weaker. In their place, Professor Li would compare their school to the earth, and on that note, they all decided to leave. In parting, Professor Li asked to return to McMahon to be examined. Fang Ping said that when they were in the dungeon and he had used the control on the 5th level warrior, he easily lost his mind, while Master Li was at the top of the 6th level warrior, although he wanted to come. But there was a look of disappointment in his eyes. Later, Fang Ping was in his room in the Gortojiku, and looking at the system interface, he thought that since the last upgrade, he had not checked the upgrade costs. Last time he had to spend 1,000 points to renew 1 unit of life force. He wondered if something had changed, and he increased his life force by 1 unit. His body began to change. This time he lost 10 times more, but the result was worth it. Before that, his body was not sufficiently vitriolic. Now everything is different. Although the changes are not obvious, he felt he was stronger. He can now fight at the 6th level, being a 3rd-level warrior, and he doesn't even have to build up his internal organs to do it. But you have to remember that the system's support is limited, and it's not certain that the intellect will be the same. Last time, when Fang Ping wanted to break through his intellect power and get an extra unit of power, he was left without memory for a while. This can have a negative effect on the brain, so it's better not to risk it. Fan Ping's thoughts were interrupted by a message on his cell phone. The video with Ye is not enough to reach only 1 million, and the clapper telephoned Li Dali to solve the problem. But the caller is unavailable. Then Fan Ping decided to call the tech support to check the video monetization statistics. The operator informed him that his video had been bought by Mr. Liu for 6 million, and in total the video had earned 1 million. The kid realized that they had no contract, and he authorized the use of the video himself. There's no way to prove it. But Fan Ping was not relieved. He was very angry with Li Dali. It's better not to let him get in his face. He's probably collecting money to make a breakthrough on the 3rd level. That means he'll soon be heading to the dungeons as well. At that time, Mr. Liu bought a pair of walkers for strengthening the bones, 2 walkers for protecting the lungs, and 3 walkers for increasing the vitality of the 3rd level. He planned to make a breakthrough and have a duel with Fang Ping. Let's go back to Fan Ping. He was at a meeting with a man who told him that he had been opened the road to becoming a true major. The main method in winning the title of champion is the purpose of tanning the body and spirit, learning to control them. If at this rate he reaches the top of the 6th level, it will be much easier to become a major. No one refused to let him join. They all agreed to work together, all because they also want to become champions of the 3rd level and also try to pass the way of the most important support. Teacher Fan Ping is trying to do the same, but one try is not enough. Not everyone can become a champion. A champion can be called anyone who has no failures. And if someone does lose, they remember their title and become even more old. A guy asked a guy if he knew why Bai Yasi brought Yun Shi to Li Fengzhou. Chen Yunxi is Chen Yaoting's granddaughter. Director Han has figured it out. Chen Yaoting's granddaughter reminded Chen Yunxi of her family's character and even talent. She wanted Fengzhou to ask her to find out the truth about her daughter's death and help her find peace. Fang Ping remembered that Lu's teacher told him that McMahon's teachers were not very eager to break through. McMahon has 4 great masters. Now that the principal's dead, there's only 3 left. Wu Chushan, Han Jin, and Lu Halo standing between them. Wu Chushan wants a natural selection. He wants to organize a deadly competition among the newly arrived students who have just reached the 1st level, and the only one who survives will become the new major. Huang Jin is of the same mind as the director. Those who are strongest are sent on missions, and the lower-ranking soldiers gain experience and strength. He wants Lu Fengzhou to make the breakthrough because he believes in her, but she's still thinking about it. All the president said to Fang Ping was because he's from Nanjiang. If he wants to survive in Makmao, he can't tell anyone about his plans. Fang Ping is about to reach the 4th level. His bones are all strengthened, and his life force is endless, so he's no longer a flameless warrior. Even Lu Fenzhou, Li Jiangsheng, and other majors have a lot to fear from him. Fang Ping asked the president what he expects from him. He replied that he hoped the boy would have more privileges and respect when he became a major of the Makmao Fighting Arts Association. The association will represent the interests of the students and the soldiers, and teachers will listen to the words of their leader. If war breaks out in Nanjiang and no one comes to help, Fang Ping will have the right to use his position to call on the soldiers to help him. Fang Ping said he doesn't think it's worth waiting for him to become a mayor, but for him to become a director. But it's not easy to become a director. It requires a general understanding and a concept. In fact, they do not care whether he stays in the school after graduation. If he is interested, he can return when he reaches the 5th or 6th grade, and then he can easily become president of Nanjiang. Fang Ping told the president he'd come back later to ask for training with a crooked blade. The president got up from the table, walked over to the boy, and put his hand on his head. The latter could not turn around and felt himself unstoppable. It was a technique of intertwining of the mind. The president explained that techniques at the level of the boy have a disadvantage. The supervisor can evade his special attacks. In a warrior of medium level, the power of intellect does not match their concentration. And those warriors of the 4th level, whom the boy killed in the catacombs, are no different from ordinary street fighters. But the elite warriors of the 4th level will beat him with the power of intellect alone. There are not many elite warriors here, and often they do not go out and spend all their time training in the dungeon. If you go farther, you can meet them. Fang Ping said that the Modu dungeon was 2,000 kilometers long and 5,000 wide. The Great Jiawan Forest literally surrounds Fort Siwan from all sides, and that monster is already level 8. So how far into the dungeons? In the dungeon is the right thing to do. Warriors do not kill those who are weaker, and therefore it is not a problem to recognize that the supervisor is weaker. Now Fan Ping understood why Master Li said so, but I must say thank you that it was not the 4th and 5th level. It could have been worse. Fang Ping and the president's meeting was over, and they said goodbye. When the kid left his office, Wang Jingyang was already waiting for him. They got into a car together and started driving somewhere. Fang Ping asked Wang if he knew about the McMao School's advertising post. It helps students save time and encourages them to develop their skills. But at Nanu, there was no such resource and it was impossible to make a similar purchase. Fang Ping would like to build a similar open platform for all institutions, starting with Nanu. McMahon has a room of power and a lake of life energy, but Nanu has nothing like it. Even the Library of Technology is not good enough. Many soldiers talk about their techniques, but most of them are forced to rely on themselves. The situation is getting worse, so all the schools and the University of Martial Arts should unite and become one big family. McMao can share resources with Nanu, but Wang Jinyan found it hot. Everyone fights with the garbage collectors, but everyone has the right to complain only about themselves. From what Fan Ping said, it was clear that McMao is a prestigious school. You can't just share resources. Fan Ping believes that the reputation and ranking of schools should not be created to belittle others, but to help them become stronger. Now he cannot make a decision of this kind, but he hopes that in the future he will be able to. He intends to become stronger and get support to convince them, and now he will settle on an open platform. But Nanyu will not allow outsiders into their facility. If access is opened, all the information of the students about their level, strength, and tutors will be spent in McMao. Wang Jingyang believes that Nanu itself will create a similar platform and recognize the head of the educational department as responsible for it. Fang Ping realized that things could get complicated and even lead to conflicts if the head of the education department is held responsible. But if you organize everything only among students, there will be fewer problems. He didn't see any problem if someone took a look at the profiles of the students and asked Wang if he could make Yuan Feng responsible for them, but at the same time keep the independence for Nanu. Wang Jingyang didn't expect much. They and Fang Ping have some common interests, and if their schools work together, it will be very useful. But trying to combine on one small platform of institutions will be marred by the fact that they are not independent. He asked Fang Ping how long it would take him to reach the 4th level. He replied that it will take him an hour to perfect the technique of the 7 last kicks and become a 3rd-level champion. He must be ready for everything. To take 1st place or 3rd, no difference. Only high-caliber warriors can get into the hearts of people and get the general glory, and therefore more privileges for the development of new heights. Given Fan Ping's current popularity, he'll have a whole club next year. In years to come, people will remember Fan Ping's club, which means he'll be able to take down the martial arts club. A kid can't sit on his hands if he wants to survive in the dungeons. You have to seize every chance you get to be the strongest. He wondered if they knew all the mysteries of the dungeon, or if they knew all the plans of the decision-makers. And he wanted not only to know and understand, but to be a part of this process. Power, influence, and knowledge are all necessary. That's what makes a warrior great. Without these 3 qualities, a man is just a jock. Fang Ping returned home at the end of June. His finances were tight, and he had to renew his energy with food and sleep. He was lucky that life energy can be renewed with energy particles, and my power of intellect. He began to train to perfect the technique of 7 final blows. It took a lot of time, but it was not too long. On the 5th of September, there was a minor disaster in the outskirts of Juyang. Fortunately, no one was injured after the ground collapse. The storm caused only minor damage. After the news, Fang Ping went for a walk. It was drizzling in the street, and the boy said he could feel the energy level rising. Juyan is only a kilometer away from Yangcheng. The Nanjiang Underground will open soon. The next day, Fang Ping went to the Eastern Division to meet with a soldier. The poor man gave Chen Sufeng a call, and the fight began. Super Nick attacked first. He immediately launched a special attack, but Fang Ping gave him the upper hand. Chen Sufeng's techniques were simple, but at the same time very powerful. He's fast, strong, and decisive. True soldier. And Fang Ping chose the right time to learn the 7 last kick technique, which won him a victory in the unification match. Chen Sufen wanted to understand how the clapper with his right hand mirrored his attack, but he could not resist the blow with one left, and what is the indicator of his vital energy? The boy said it was more than one. Chen Sufen was astonished. Maybe his intellect is also high, because he was able to make 2 attacks, but his heart is good, because he did not kill the supervisor. But it's just a duel. There's no need to kill him. Chen Sufan's strength is not much higher than Ling Yi's, but he has more ruthlessness. He didn't deflect any of his blows. If the two had met in a deadly confrontation, Chen Sufan would have been badly injured before hitting Ling Yi. One of the soldiers asked Fang Ping to train with the Beijiang army. Although he's strong, he's not experienced. But Fang Ping declined because of his business in McMahon. One of the soldiers asked me to follow his brother Guo Sheng. The kid was shocked because I didn't know he had a brother. He would like to become a warrior, but in truth he was very worried about his safety. The most important thing for him is the safety of his loved ones. Another soldier said that it is better to become a major, because one major can kill 100 soldiers without force. If there is one more master in the country, it will increase the chances of victory in the war. But if it were so easy to become a major, there would have been over 3,000 majors in the last 100 years, especially since most majors are long past the 8th of September. After an hour, Fang Ping went to the logistic department to talk to Teacher Li. But there was a nice girl sitting in his seat, who informed him that Master Li was currently the deputy head of the armor department. Fang Ping went to the armor department to talk to Professor Li, but he was very busy. He asked the boy to take the samples to the lab and go. All soldiers of the 8th and 5th level should take blood samples to the laboratory after the breach. It is not related to the uniqueness of Fang Ping. It will only help to improve the developmental walks. He didn't know that even the big majors go through this. If old Li had told him about it earlier, he wouldn't have felt so uncomfortable going to the lab. Before leaving, the kid said he had a question about going to the 4th grade. Teacher Li thought that the time was flying fast. Not long ago, this boy had passed the exam for the division of the School of Martial Arts, when he was not yet a soldier. Not even a year later, and he's already planning to break into the 4th grade. To reach the 4th level, you must learn how to build up your internal organs. Learn to create internal channels and transmit life energy through them, while continuing to strengthen all internal organs. The 5 organs in his body, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, as well as the large and small intestines, the jejunum and the sanjiao. Ties are a way to transmit life energy through the internal organs. Sanjiao is a kind of 3 gates in the body. Like the power of the intellect, they have no physical form. As a warrior's body grows older, the body will require more energy and will need to seal its sanjiao. But Fang Ping didn't realize what Master Li was saying. He was too young to know everything. So the old man said to ask questions about the 4th level. You can create 5 links in total, the old man went on to say. When he can create his first link, he'll be the 4th level. And when he was able to create all 5 links, Fang Ping could be called a 4th level mid-rank warrior, beginning the internal rejuvenation of the internal organs. It is customary to start from the heart, as soon as it is possible. Then you can call yourself a warrior of the 4th level of the high rank. And when all the internal organs pass the process of softening, the top of the 4th level. To reach the 5th level, it is necessary to grind 5 bowls in the organism. There are, of course, some risks during heart hardening. This process requires more expenditure of vital energy. It is easier to occupy the lake of vital energy. Fang Ping only needs to smoke a few pigs to protect the internal organs. But the kid didn't have any money. Master Li advised him to build all 5 links at once, because genes don't develop croc by croc. Fang Ping thought that an ordinary 3rd level warrior should seek help from the lake of life energy to create at least 1 link, but his teacher told him to create 5 links at once. He could have reached the middle rank at once, but the kid didn't have any basic knowledge. The old man probably thinks that his life energy comes from nowhere. He took the book from the teacher to study the information, said he had to earn more money for the breakthrough and left. When Master Li was left, he began to think about how the breakthrough and the money were connected, but he couldn't get away. Later in his room, Fang Ping said that millions would be enough for his breakthrough, but old Li urged him to make all 5 links at once and go to the 4th level of the middle rank at once. If he succeeds in this task, he will be able to challenge Zhang Yu as a 4th-tier mid-rank warrior. But the most important thing was to fight Wang, who was now a 4th-rate high-ranking warrior. But the only problem was where Fan Ping could get the money. There's no suitable job for him, and he can't get any more income from the video. So he decided to do commercials. His first video was about hitting a monster with a single unit of damage. When Lin Li saw it, she was shocked. She couldn't believe she lost to this guy. It was so strange that a 3rd-ranked champion was running around to beat the evil monster. When Fan Ping's sister saw the video, she immediately realized that he needed money badly. She still has some money left, but it's nowhere near millions of dollars. Chen Yunxi also watched Fan Ping's commercials and was even more fascinated by him because he didn't care that he was making gainabony things. The next day in the eastern part of the magical university, Li's teacher pulled Fan Ping's ears because he had also seen his commercials and videos. He was embarrassed that a kid who was a 3rd-ranked champion was starring in another commercial. Fang Ping began to explain to the old man that his reputation was nothing compared to the money the company paid him. He's already made millions for 2 commercials. Teacher Lee was shocked that money was so easy to come by now, but Fan Ping overrode him. He's completely exhausted his potential. All he did was siphon off the leftovers. He was afraid that after the shoot he'd be useless. Professor Lee said that a fool with a 3rd level of strength, a blade equal to B, and a 5th level of armor. Only a fool will believe that he needs money, even though he may not have enough resources. The old man told the boy he was no longer his teacher. Lu Fenzhou has pride. She won't let him go for nothing. Fang Ping knew that warriors value strength, and as long as he tries to reach the 4th level, she'll have a chance to do so. They entered the room. The man who works there brought them to the room, where there is a lake of life energy and a power chamber. He explained that the energy chamber provides energy, while the lake of life force takes this power from the magical stone and allows you to immediately pour it to support its work, using the heart that beats of the underground warrior. Fang Ping realized that underneath the lake itself were living reservoirs of energy, and it was dangerous. Teacher Lee asked Master Sung to supply Fang Ping with 5th grade energy, but Master Sun was not sure it was right, for if he dried him to the point of death, he would be obliged to replenish the supply, but the teacher said he would not hesitate. When they had finished talking, Fang Ping came into the room. Sitting in the lotus posture, he thought that the 3rd level of the breakthrough was to unite and protect all meridians and vessels. Now his task is to develop the 4th level, to open and replace new meridians with the help of vital energy. He's made so many gabby speeches for money, and if he can't make 5 links this time, it's a shame. Master Sun and Master Lee followed Fang Ping across the slope. Mr. Sun said that no one had ever done it before, and that he was forcing the boy to make those 5 links. But Teacher Lee knew that Fang Ping needed incentive to act. He just suggested that if he did, it would be a surprise to everyone. McMahon's best result amongst McMahon's warriors is 4th high rank, and if Fang Ping can make 5 links, maybe McMahon will have a chance to be among the students and the 6th ranked one. Fang Ping had a hard time getting his heart healthy. He spent a few units and even bought some energy, but no results. Master Sun reported that the boy has actually used up all of his life force, but he still hasn't made the connection. Let's go to the entrance to the dungeon. There the Dean, Maestress Lu, and Master Tan were watching the Rekmala with Fan Ping. Lu smashed the soldier's laptop with her mind and went to the dungeon. The soldier who had shown the video told the Dean and Major Tan that Fan Ping had become the 3rd-ranked champion and had appeared in several commercials and publicity spots. Men were shocked by the fact that the boy became a champion, and the military officer asked to send him here so they could guard the entrance together. The Dean said Fang Ping couldn't be allowed to guard all of them, because he'd have to pay a fee every time someone entered the dungeons. Master Tan was very amused. He even said that maybe he would also lock up everyone who entered the dungeons, and then he would charge them a fee for leaving. If he has such power now, it may soon become so, because it is necessary to be strong to resist the masters of martial arts in trying to get money for entry. Let's go back to Fang Ping. He's renewed his life energy through the system, but he's used up over 1,000 units of life energy by creating 3 links. Even the lake's reserves are at 0. Lu came to the mansion where Fang Ping was sitting and asked how long the boy was there. The men said 3 years. She realized that Xue Li had managed to make 3 connections when his vitality and intellect reached their limit. The screen showed a warning sign. Mr. Sun said that the heart is not a flake. Lu asked to take down the barrier so that the energy would refill the lake. The links created by the clapper will stabilize and start to absorb the new energy. It's the special rice of a mid-ranking martial arts major. After a short time, the system notified me that I had reached the 4th level of the intermediate rank. Even taking into account the life energy he received from the lake, he spent millions of dollars, more than he expected. His vitality and intellect increased quite rapidly, but the internal organs are absorbing energy and life force. Even if he does not report the effort, the volume of life energy will increase. These are the advantages of creating internal links. As a freshman, he's reached the 4th level of the middle ranks. Not long ago, he was an innocent student, but now he's practically calling out old Wang. Even afterward, the boy never left the room. At one point, his clothes were torn into little pieces. Fang Ping was embarrassed when he sat naked in front of Major Lu, Major Li, and Major Sun. He didn't know he would be naked when he reached the 4th level. He decided to buy stronger clothes for the next breakthrough. After the breakthrough, Lu and Fang Ping went to her gourmet stall. While drinking tea, Lu told them that right after the boy left the dungeon, Tianmen was attacked several times. They killed 50,000 soldiers out of an army of 200,000, in addition to killing a major of the highest rank. The leader of the point is wounded, and the entrance to Tianmen is very likely to be closed. The Duikuchen army did not attack the city after the first retreat. With their current forces, and if they hit a couple more high-ranking soldiers, it will be the end of them. That is why they want to get away from them, but it will not be without problems. The war is now temporarily suspended. There are no troops in the other 1,000 towns, and no unions in the underground. 2 days later, Wu Jinshan will become the school principal, and Han Jin will become his deputy. Mistress Lu asked what Fang Ping thinks about it. He said he wanted to be vice principal himself, but not this time. Mistress Lu was annoyed by the boy's humor and lightly slapped him on the head and said that she was talking about how in the period when young people are replacing old people in office, he should learn to fight and defend his rights. And she knew that the boy wanted to give a challenge to Zhang Yu, because Zhang Yu plans to resign as president of the Martial Arts Association. His successor is expected to become Chen Wenlong, but there are many who may not be in favor of this. Fang Ping can take a chance if he becomes the president of the martial arts community. He can speak out boldly in Makmao. Because Zhang Yu is soft, the community has not reached its full potential. In fact, this organization has much more influence than he thinks. Fang Ping can even head the school principal's impeachment and keep in touch with the ministry. Teacher Li told Fan Ping earlier that the school might oppose his candidacy. But since he's reached the middle rank of 4th grade, everything has changed. Apart from the 3 great majors, there are only 8 high majors of the 6th rank. Maestrina Li supports the candidacy of the Clapper, as does Li Changsheng. Luo Yichuan also thinks highly of him. She was going to try to convince Tang Shishi to take his side as well. It won't be too hard for the boy. In fact, Lu Fengyu had another reason to help Fang Ping become the president of the martial arts community. The mentor wanted him to change the quiet room rule, because she had been denied access to the quiet room by the decision of several grand majors. When the kid becomes president, he can challenge and demand a second vote to set the rules. After the deputy director is removed, the people may want to elect another Grand Master, and if all goes well, the ban on Lu's majesty will be lifted. The room of silence is created by using the heart and the power of the intellect of a high-ranking warrior, and mainly to minimize the effect of the power of the intellect on the supervisor. Being under the influence of this force for a long time favors the own force of the intellect in its strengthening. Feeling that there was a chance to increase the power of the intellect, Fang Ping decided to take advantage of this chance. He asked if it would be enough to defeat Zhang Yu, but it's only a possibility. In a few days, Zishan will be gathering students for the lineup. Then Fang Ping will be able to challenge Zhang Yu to a duel and defeat him in front of the entire school. It looked like a public humiliation, but since all the students and teachers will witness Fang Ping's strength increase, they won't do anything to him. Even Zishan will not dare to go against the popular opinion. He will be the first director, and he will have to listen to the majority of people's thoughts. Fang Ping asked if there would be a gift in honor of him reaching the 4th level. Mistress Lu said he could get 1,000 credits from the school, but she had no money. Fang Ping had already started to get on her nerves, and she threw him a Sunday walk. Fang Ping gathered all his friends around a table at a cafe. He thought there wasn't enough food and went to get more. His friends were shocked because Fang Ping was always stingy. He stood up at the table and said that all the talented people were here. In Zilei's team, no one could reach the 3rd rank, while there were already 3 people with the 3rd rank in their team. All 3 of Zhao Lei, Yunxi, and Fu Changding have reached the 3rd rank. Once Xiaoman and Xue Mei reach the 3rd rank, their team will have 5 people with the 3rd rank. Even Zhang Yu's team doesn't fight. Last year, the senior comrades showed a great breakthrough. Their team had even soldiers at the top of the 5th rank. But this year, they do not have even at the top of the 4th rank. That's why Fan Ping thinks their team is beautiful. It's time for them to be the face of the school. Bo Changding asked the kid to just say he made the breakthrough to the 4th level, or he hoped someone would ask him to do it. But Fang Ping didn't think he was enough. He said he called everyone to talk things over. Everyone knew what had happened to the former director, and now his place would be in Zishan. And the boy thought it was time to renew his life in the martial arts community. As you know, no senior student is allowed to be president of the martial arts community. It is the right of all schools. However, Zhang Yu plans to propose Chen Wenlong, who is a senior student, as president. Chen Wenlong chose to attend the Army Academy to further his career, but it has nothing to do with the development of martial arts. Fang Ping's team can also propose a candidate for this position, and senior comrades will present their candidates for this position. He will soon reach the 5th level, Fang Ping continued, and he has big plans for the school, for the sake of the school's future, and to provide a good example of recruiting warriors. Bo Changding interrupted the kid and said that they understood that he wanted them to vote for him as president, but he understood that their votes were of no value. But Fan Ping believed that they represented thousands of other students of the same level and rank, and their votes could not be disregarded. but everyone seemed to be unmoved by Fang Ping's words. Only Xue Mei told him to eat because he was talking too much. Everyone began to eat, and for a few minutes there was silence. But Fang Ping said that he would soon be the leader of Macmao, and his friends were not happy about it. Bo Changding asked him to be generous and serve them expensive food like a president, instead of talking about their teeth. And he asked them to stop doing commercials, because he's doing them, and they're embarrassed. But Fan Ping just needed the money. He did not steal this money, but simply found a Pedro Beatcock. He did not think it was bad. A simple walk for the 4th level costs a few $100,000, and he has no money. Chen Yunxi supported Fang Ping in the fact that he earns money on his own. Besides, she thought the kid was talented in advertising. She even wrote to a magazine. They told her that Fang Ping had spread the news about her, but Yunxi didn't believe it was him, even though everyone else knew that Fang Ping had done it. The next day, the students were discussing who would be the president of the martial arts community. I don't know why this community exists. The school announced that the election of a new president will be held soon. At that time, there was a meeting in the martial arts community. They were discussing who would become the new president. Zhang Yu said that the students should not be the president of the martial arts community. Zhou Yan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the martial arts community, said the community does not need a new president. Another martial arts championship is planned, and if the participation in it is limited to members of the community, the president will not be able to participate, and this will undermine the power of the organization. Mr. Qin Fenqing, a member of the martial arts community, said that if the issue is not discussed, it is a matter of force. In his opinion, Fang Ping has been interfered with by the fact that he is going to nominate himself for the presidency. He's also taking part. Zi Lei, vice president of the martial arts community, said that they should talk to him before running for president. Zhang Yu asked what all members of the community think about Fang Ping's plans to become president of the martial arts community. Liang Fenhua, vice president of the martial arts community, said that now the presidents of the martial arts community are students, and at the same time, he cannot concentrate on his studies or the work of the community. In such a case, there is nothing serious in the change of the president. Sile asked Liang what he knows about Fang Ping. He should not treat him so badly just because he is also a disciple of Maestri Lu. Looking at his actions, trading in strollers and appearing in commercials, Z concludes that Fang Ping is a hesychast and that he is only interested in achieving his own goals. Moreover, he's in violation of the school's statute. But Fang Ping's family is unavailable and the catacombs are now closed. Thus, he has no money to develop his skills. And one member of the community sees no harm in earning some money. And his trading platform helps the students with their development. Zilei has achieved a body that's only a level above Fang Ping, but he's not even close to as good as him, so maybe he'll be a pain in the ass. The game is for publicity or personal goals, but Zilei is clear as day. Qin Fengqin interrupted the dispute and said that if Fang Ping wants to become the president of the martial arts community, he will trust his strength and skills and hope that he can be an example for others. All this discussion started because for a year in the role of president, Zhang Yu has not been able to reach the people's admiration. And if Fang Ping reaches the 5th level this year, who will dare to give him a call? He said that his fighting skills were strong enough to make him president. He didn't think there was anything difficult about running a school. Zhao Lei said he would resign soon, but Qin Feng still needs to study to become president. The president must be the one who has great power. He wanted to propose Wenlong for the presidency, but Wenlong had already decided to join the army as commander of the soldiers in the catacombs. Then Zhai Lei suggested that he should be able to win the presidency by his own power if everyone wanted it. And if they can't defeat him, even if he resigns, the presidential seat will remain vacant until a worthy candidate emerges. It's September. From the very beginning, the school gathered all the teachers and students. Wu Guisheng, deputy dean of the Magical University, greeted the students and announced that the development of McMao was the principal's main goal and his last will. For years he had been striving hard to achieve this, and even at the end of his life he could not help thinking about the school. Black Year's Day. Everyone remembers this date. On this day, a lot of people, including the principal and the strongest majors, left this world. Many students were surprised by the announcement because they were not aware of the death of the principal and some of the majors. The dean's assistant continued his promo saying that the dead cannot be brought back, but McMao can continue to develop. And today he and Wu Zhishan will fulfill the last will of the honorary director and officially accept the position of McMao's director. Huang Jing will take the position of deputy director and become the head of the armor department. Mr. Liu Polu will retain his position as honorary head. Tang Feng and Li Changsheng will take their places as deputy heads of the armor department. Lu Yichuan will become head of the strategy department. There will be no changes in other departments. Fang Ping came out of his chair and said he had no plans to disturb the director, but he had gathered his strength. When he first joined the Pingyuan Club, he promised himself that he would one day become president of the martial arts community. And now the time has come. Today he announced his intention to become the president of the martial arts community. The members of the martial arts community are wondering why they can remove Zhang Yu so easily. The president of the martial arts community is also the head of the school's educational board. And what was Fang Ping's contribution to McMahon's Rosy Talk? Fan Ping stated that Mokmao is not a university. Its director, deputy directors, heads of departments are the most powerful people. The same goes for the president of the martial arts community. He must be the strongest among the students of the school. He considers his victory in the championship as his contribution. Not so long ago, he also took the prize in Sino, and last year he defeated the strongest warriors of other schools and raised the prestige and influence of McMao. Zhang Yu stepped out of his chair and said he was accepting the summons. The clock is ticking. McMahon wants the strongest student fit to be president. But the victory in the match doesn't mean that Fang Ping is the strongest, and he asked if he'll accept the clown's challenge. Zilei jumped out of his chair and said that the clapper should talk to him right away. Wu Guisheng has given the go-ahead for the duel. Xi Lei has the right to fight first because he is the vice president of the martial arts community. The two men went head-to-head, and Fang Ping said he'd beat Xi Lei in 3 punches. Fan Ping defeated all of his opponent's punches. Fan Ping blocked Zilei's punches and threw a strong punch to his stomach and knocked him out. The crowd started to murmur, and everyone was shocked that Fang Ping had beaten Xi Lei by only 3 seconds. The headmaster was also encouraged that Fang Ping had been able to develop the power of mental control. Huang Jing was also pleased with the boy's strength, because when he first saw him, the boy could control energy easily. Liu Polu said that Fang Ping would be the president of the martial arts, because Zhang Dingnan had already met him and was impressed. Even Principal Jinan recognized his results. Teacher Li agrees that there's no better candidate. Only mentor Tan Feng was unsure if Fang Ping would be able to meet the president's challenges, but he recognized that the High School of Martial Arts supports the community. And if Zhang Yu is truly compromised by Fang Ping's strength, it's time to replace him. Zilei asked Fang Ping if he had truly reached the 4th level. When the other students heard about it, they were shocked that the student had reached the 4th level so quickly, as he had only recently started his studies. Fang Ping called Zhang Yu to fight. They went to the middle of the square and stood 1 against 1. Zhang Yu seemed to be speculatively set up, but the call was already accepted. Fang Ping once again tried to influence the mental state of the supervisor, but he did so in the same way in the repetition, and the blow did not succeed. Fang Ping managed to hurt his opponent. He made a gash across the entire tulube. The dean watching the fight said that although Zhang Yu had almost reached the top of the 4th level, he was not so weak. Even if a 4th-tier warrior has the power of annihilation, it will be difficult to defeat his opponent if he uses mind control. Meanwhile, Fang Ping threw a strong punch to his opponent's stomach, who flew away, and the kid told him that it was only a friendly fight, and they could finish it. Jia Yu realized that the difference in strength was great, and that even the higher ranks could not cope with such a strong intellect. Now he wondered what would happen if Fang Ping met Li Hansong in a fight. He sank to one knee and recognized the defeat. Qin Fengqing said that without any high-caliber fighting techniques, he could only fight in close combat to lean on Fang Ping. But in close combat, he would definitely use the power of his intellect on him, and then he would be the next victim. The principal asked the student body if no one would favor Fan Ping becoming the new president. There were no objections among the students. Wu Guisheng asked for formalities to be formalized as soon as possible. The meeting is over. Fang Ping was chatting with his friends when Qin Fengqing said he would soon take his place. But Fang Ping said he wouldn't accept the call unless he paid the $1 million fee. Qin Feng felt very uncomfortable as Fang Ping said in front of everyone that he was guilty of the money. He couldn't get such a sum. He said he was only guilty of millions of dollars. Fang Ping said he now had witnesses as to how much Qin Feng was guilty of. Qin Fengqin sensed something was wrong. He knew why he blamed the money. But he had the feeling that he really did blame the boy for the $10 million. The students began to disperse. Qin Fengqin began to say that he was guilty of the money, but he still couldn't remember when he'd taken the money. He'd probably taken money into the bank before, but not exactly millions of dollars. He certainly could not take such sums. Fang Ping went to see Zhang Yu the next day to learn about the presidency. He told him that the entire martial arts community had 1 president and 4 vice presidents. The president has 6 areas of influence. The president is the leader of the military staff and has the right to direct the members to a particular task if necessary by order of the president. Zhang Yu handed him a packet of documents containing a list of McMao members, financial regulations, and a list of past community members. Of those who had reached the 4th level, One was at the third level, and the others had only reached the second level. As for finances, the community has millions of dollars, a number of strollers and weapons, and an additional allowance for thousands of credits. Zhou Yan added that the list of past community members is very important and asked not to lose it. In case of corrupt activity in the school, theft of community funds, weakening of the authorization of the martial arts community, they have the right to return the former members of the community to their former positions. In a community made up of third and fourth ranking members, they can't control the Grand Masters. Fan Ping asked what advantages the president has. The girl replied that the president receives a $1,000 salary in the amount of 100 credits. The woman was angry that it was so little. Zhou Yan began to explain that their task is to organize the competitions, distribute benefits and financial aid to community members, and control monthly expenditures. It's very expensive. Every month schools give millions of dollars in loans and 2,000 credits to the community of martial arts. And all that is left in the budget now is the result of the president's economy. He hasn't put a dime in the kisheni. Zhang Yu interrupted the girl and said that Fang Ping has the right to change the situation with finances and talk to other educational institutions. Fang Ping realized that the resources and budgets that have been saved are not being utilized, and the community is getting worse. The clown asked if the president had kept something when Zhang was in office. But back then the community was in poverty. Zhang Yu asked what Fang Ping planned to do as president. He replied that instead of reducing expenditures, he would increase revenues. Their meeting is over. Zhang Yu and Zhou Yan looked out the window to see Fang Ping walking. The girl said that if it wasn't for the martial arts community pulling him down, he would be the strongest of them all. Zhang said he was the one who pulled McMahon down. Over the past few years, McMahon's influence has weakened considerably. He has already decided that after his resignation, he will go to the underground to develop his power. The old director died. Director Wu took his place, and Fang Ping became the president of the martial arts community. On the same evening, Fang Ping gathered all the members of the community in the hall and announced that from today onwards, he would become the president of the martial arts community. This will allow Brother Zhang to develop himself and his strength. Sister Zhou will be unable to fulfill her duties as vice president of the headquarters and internal affairs department due to the necessity of completing her internship. The vice president Sei will also relinquish his position on an hourly basis and will no longer be recruiting students. Since the head of the finance department, Hu, has been very busy, he resigned, and Liu Meng Yao will take his place. The head of the disciplinary committee will be Ye Qing. Chen Yunxi will be recognized as a staff assistant, and Fu Changding will be appointed head of the Department of Internal Affairs. President Zhang was previously in charge of the military headquarters. Fang Ping, in addition to the presidency, will be in charge of the military staff and will be in charge of recruiting students. Fu Changding whispered to his neighbor that Fang Ping did not give the past leaders a chance and that he might cause problems in the future. Students, all the top students, all the top warriors, all removed from their posts. The clapper said that the wisdom and strength of young people now rests on the strength of the one who speaks. Similarly, Zhao Lei, who was about to enter training this year, was beaten up by Fang Ping. Fang Ping continued his promo by saying that the change of commanders is the initial meta. The other is to increase the income of the community. In the future, cross-sectional members of the community will be able to receive loans every month. Those at the third and fourth levels will receive loans for leaders, vice presidents, and the president. Zhou Yan jumped up from his seat and shouted that the school only gives 2,000 credits per month to the community, and his system will lead to a waste of more than 7,000 credits. And he'll take 3 positions, and he'll get credit for a lot of money. The suspicions that Fan Ping took the presidency with ulterior motives. But Fang Ping doesn't disagree. He just wants to increase everyone's income, not just his own. In the past, each member of the community received 1 walk and 3 loans per month. In the community of martial arts, everyone has something to do, but the income is only decreasing. He asked if all members of the community are satisfied with it. The girl didn't have an answer. Jia Yu asked how Fang Ping would deal with the budget constraints, because according to his idea, the budget of the martial arts community should be at least $2.5 million. The clapper said that first of all, it is up to the school, and if the prices go up, it will be easy to get more millions of dollars. On the other hand, many people are interested in learning martial arts. They will open additional courses in the city, so they will find something to do for those who have only reached another level. Just 2 educational groups will be able to bring an annual income of hundreds of millions of dollars. Thirdly, nowadays the places in the housing estate are divided in the following way. Part of the rooms are given to successful students, part to those who are ready to pay for a room. From now on, the fee for a room for scholarship students will increase. He has no plans to go out on his own to recruit new students. This also falls on the shoulders of senior students. A lot of underclassmen suffer from the lack of work and don't give them credit. Even when really talented freshmen enter the school, and the school provides them with all the conditions for life, for unknown reasons, they remain at the first or second level. Fang Ping decided that the places in the Ruditku will be given to talented students, but they will have to fight for them. From another room to a room will be given to students of advanced courses and to rich students with a yearly payment of thousands of dollars. If someone doesn't want to pay, they can return to the school's rent-free housing program. Under his plan, if the rooms are paid for, that's millions more in revenue, which means the total income will increase by more than 200 million. Also, Fang Ping planned to hold singles. The training sessions that are currently held at the base of the martial arts community are not the best in terms of training, but this year they will return McMahon to his former glory. The boy took a book in his hand and said that it described all the school's expenditures over the past few years. Often, competitions and events for sharing experience rank first in terms of the number of expenses. He was angry because he believed that it was not possible to spend money through own financing by organizing events on the basis of the school. He wanted to find sponsors and hold competitions once in 3 places. Introduce a sponsorship fee, advertising fee, broadcasting fee, and entry fee. The championship is accessible to all residents of the country. A lot of aspiring warriors want to be remembered. They will take part in any case. In the case of a community, they won't have to pay. They will find someone who will act as a referee and judges. Fang Ping also knew that many students hesitate to wear sponsor uniforms because they are afraid of looking shallow, but no one thinks that becoming a mayor, you can encourage the wind, opanuvativativu force crushing skeleton, or force the sea to go to the shores. Who then can remember to think that they have a shallow appearance? Moreover, there is a great variety of ways to make money, all depending solely on desire. That's how they can earn millions of dollars, which is not enough for the budget, for the students. They liked Fan Ping's conditions because they had the prospect of getting loans for places and millions of dollars for a year. Zhou Yan stood up again and said that paying thousands of dollars to the president was too much for the president, as Fang Ping will hold 2 posts and is entitled to 2 salaries. And Zhou Yan promised to pay her a loan during her term, but she refused. Then he moved on to the topic of increasing strength. For students who have not yet reached the 3rd level, the community will conduct a regular talent assessment. The community will not be insulted under the phrase, "Once you join the community of martial arts, you will always remain a member." Those who are still below the 3rd level, most of those who are stuck on the other level, and some of them reach the top of the other level. Fang Ping gave exactly 1 year. Those who fail to reach the 3rd level during this time will be excluded from the martial arts community. There are a couple of non-simple ways to reach the 3rd level. Fang Ping was going to tell them about them and give them time to practice. Take part in other schools and universities' competitions. Fight one-on-one. Challenge warriors of different martial training to a duel. If you win, they can start their own martial arts department at the base. If you lose, you have to keep trying. Zhang Yu shouted that the kid was violating the martial arts order, but the clock was ticking. The world of martial arts is now more like a water body with stagnant water, and Fang Ping did not see any order in it, and the management can probably appreciate it. Fang Ping hurriedly concluded the meeting and asked those whose names he was about to call to leave. The students came out of the bay to discuss the new terms of the community. Everyone liked the new terms and agreed with Fan Ping's thoughts. Fang Ping left Qin Feng King and Shi Lei in the hall. He handed them the document folders and said that he had a task for them. Their task was to find sponsors among those who had just graduated from school. For great majors, the standard rate starts from millions of dollars. For soldiers of medium rank, not less than millions of dollars. For those who are low-ranked but have results in training, or millions of dollars. And moreover, there are some businessmen. They could go to them on the pretext that they have finished school, even if it is not true. If they don't believe, that's their right. If they're interested, they'll recruit honorary alumni after they collect their entrance fee. It's all for the future of the school. If they manage to earn close to $1 billion, the number of 3rd-level students will increase significantly. Qin Feng immediately asked what they would gain from this. Fang Ping replied that more sponsors means more income, and if the community's budget is less than $1 million, it can't be called income. He gave the other students the task to tell everyone about the new distribution of rooms in the housing estate at the beginning of the new semester, to take photos of the free and paid housing and the housing estate of the community of martial arts. For comparison, they could take a photo of any room in the rent-free gourmet housing in their own room. Chen Yunxi, Fu Chanding, and others organized the work of the Ping Yuan Club. For example, to find an instructor for martial arts classes, organize a championship among the new set of students, and call it the championship among the warriors of the 5th level. After that, the task was over, and Fang Ping said he was tired. Fu Chanding thought he was tired, gave himself a monthly payment of millions of dollars, and did not even mention that he could get a bonus from the school administration. The next day, the information about the changes that will come into force at the beginning of the new semester was published on the internet, and it's expected that people will start to worry about the cost of a room. None of them can estimate in a proper measure how much it will cost for the masters of martial arts. Fathers of future students who have seen the photo of a rent-free housing, they are ready to pay for a room with normal conditions. In addition, the media reported that the rooms with paid accommodation have already been reserved. The next day, Fang Ping trained in the gym. In order to increase the level of strength of the intellect, it is necessary to spend thousands of dollars. And after spending 7 million and the ability to raise the frequency of strength to hertz in the system, no longer displayed a plus sign. It seemed that the boy had reached not only the limit of physical strength on the average rank of the 4th level, but also reached the limit on all the main indicators. As he took a shortcut, the pads cracked under his leg. His body was not yet adapted to the changes, but he was able to feel himself better pumping the power of the intellect. Fang Ping had a headache and was drowsy. He started to run to his room for fear of falling asleep in the training room. It's already the first day of spring, and the new intake of students are entering the school. Fathers of the students gathered near the entrance asked to come to the grounds to see the living conditions in the food hall. Zhao Lei shouted that McMao has very strict rules and they must follow them. Parents are not allowed on the school grounds, and if they are not satisfied, they can take their children away. All members of the community gathered with Fan Ping to meet the new students. When he saw the new students, he said that new groups of students were arriving day by day, and that they were stronger than the previous ones. It seemed that this time the entrance requirements were really high. This time, the martial arts community will not be left behind. From the very first day of training, they are going to take care of new students and conduct serious training. In addition, they will not forget about the top warriors, thus increasing the strength of the school. Fang Ping asked to inform the new enrollment students that they have 2 years to sort out all the documentation and gather in front of the main building. Liang Fenghua, who was standing beside Fang Ping, said that the president has no plans to let the new students rest and settle in, as they will have a lot to go through this year. But Fang Ping didn't think he was too fussy. Liang took out a paper tag stating that for the good of the school, the president would have to pay a fine of millions of dollars for a few weeks. McMao has a lot of students in need. No one cares about the fines. And the compensation for embezzlement of state property must be high. But as president, it is impossible to avoid fines. Otherwise, he risks losing his influence. Fang Ping said he would pay the fine as soon as they could recover millions of dollars from Qin Fengqing, which he thought would be enough to fix the holes. The disciplinary committee has no authority to help the president collect the borrows. Liang Fenghua said that Fang Ping has another 500 loans in his account, which he was given at the beginning of his term. Just enough to pay off the fine. Fang Ping was frustrated because paying the fine ruined his plans, and once he paid it, he wouldn't be able to increase his income. He has promised to pay the fine, but the disciplinary committee is obliged to conduct a regulatory review. Look at all places where students gather, including places of training. For a small violation of the law, there should be a serious punishment, and all the fines paid by students should be spent on repairing the school's infrastructure. And do not make a fuss about it. Teachers should not be aware of it, and should send the thieves straight to the headquarters. Liang Fenghua thought that Fang Ping now wanted to take advantage of others through his fine. In any case, he was willing to pay a fine of millions of dollars, which means that the policy of punishment is working as required. Fang Ping asked all members of the community to follow him. After he took a leap, the pavement cracked again, and a hole appeared under him. They went to the admissions committee for the new enrollment and announced that all new students should meet in front of the main building in 2 years. Those who show up or don't show up will be punished. In 2 weeks, all the students gathered in front of the main building, as they were punished. When they saw Fan Ping, they began to murmur because they were watching the warrior's reintroduction, and he shouted for everyone to get quiet and enjoy the power. Finally, he found himself in the place of the principal and the teacher. Then he asked Zhao Lei to take roll call among the students. He was spontaneous, because there were about a dozen new students, and he didn't even have a microphone, but there was no way out. He began to shout the names of students, and they replied that they were present. And so for 2 years, all the newcomers were confused. Some of them hadn't even seen their classmates yet, but they had to stand on the roll call for 2 years. Fang Ping has asked everyone to calm down, and anyone who continues the bazooka will be expelled. In Makmao, new enrollees are entitled to a credit payment, which is thousands of yuan. It is fashionable to use the credits to purchase transportation or other resources. This will allow students to make a breakthrough from the first level. Fang Ping asked Liang Fenghua if he had written down who violated the order. He confirmed that they could get less credit. The guy announced their names, and the students started to shout and were disturbed. They thought that no one had the right to take down the balances, but Fan Ping said the president has the right to make such decisions. At school, the martial arts community is in charge of all student affairs, and if they don't like it, they can continue to martyr themselves, but their payments will get smaller and smaller. The first thing he wants to teach the students is that the strongest is honored and deeply respected in McMahon. If they are not strong enough, they can retreat back. Their old comrades used to tell them about the way they were taught at school, but this year, everything changed. This year, there are new rules. All new enrollment students who cannot reach the first level during the school year will be reprimanded. Since they are now McMao students, in addition to learning and developing their own strength, they are obliged to contribute to the development of the school, so they will fulfill the assignments they will receive in the logic department. Also, there will be a rating for the new enrollment. The students who will occupy the top of the ranking will move to a special elite class and will receive increased payments to spend in this class. Students can compete for a place in the ranking 1 against 1, and those in the bottom of the rankings will be excluded. The ranking will be updated every place. Those who take the last 3 places 3 times at a time will be reckoned. This year's new students. Fang Ping said he didn't like the number. He liked it better. A system of assignments and poses will be available this year. This will allow students to earn their own money for resources. Those who work odd jobs will never be reimbursed. In the past years, new enrollment students could choose a mentor immediately after enrollment in school. This year, there will be no mentor until they become majors of martial arts. Only when they become majors will they be able to choose a mentor for themselves. Fang Ping paused for a moment, thinking that at the end of the last war, they would have more than 300 teachers, and most of them would be in leadership positions. This year, there will be a lot of newcomers, so this is the only way to reduce the pressure on teachers. It is necessary to put an appropriate pressure on them from the community of martial arts. He continued his promo and said that's all the rules. Now all the students need to gather in the training hall for the rostering. Fang Ping turned back to the community members and told them not to be too relaxed because they are the leaders for the new students, but they are not the strongest. But if later they lose to a newcomer, it will be a shame for the whole community. He himself was a newcomer last year, and now he's standing here as president of the martial arts community. We'll proceed to the training building. There in the office were all the instructors and Fan Ping. He told Teacher Lee that there were 100 students in the group, and that his group had only a few more students than the previous one. The new set of students is getting stronger and stronger every year. Teacher Lee. Listening to the boy realized that he had already taken on the role of a great principal. Then the boy told the teacher that he felt that Tan Wen was the daughter of one of the teachers, so that it would not appear that one of the teachers was overstepping his authority. He asked that Tan Wen not be assigned to the armor department. Master Tang was angry when he felt this, because he thought the boy was sticking his nose where it didn't belong. Fang Ping realized from the man's reaction that she was his daughter, and said that Tan Wen was a miniature and lovely. She insanely praised her mother's genius and promised to fight about her. But Mentor Tan did not like it. He ordered not to get close to his daughter. After the conversation was over, Fang Ping raised his hand and turned to Director Wu and said that his previous request for a waiver of restrictions had not been considered. He said that Teacher Lee was one of the strongest warriors who had not reached the level of a Grand Master, and suggested that we discuss the possibility of lifting the restrictions for her. Director Wu immediately asked for a show of hands for all those who agree that the restrictions should be lifted, and then for those who oppose it. But Fang Ping jumped up from his seat and said that he had prepared the ballot papers that could be stamped and thrown into the box. Wang Jing thought that Fang Ping had done the right thing, and that everyone could vote without fear of being judged. Everyone hoped that a new great master would emerge in Macmao. The removal of restrictions is necessary, and Fan Ping collected the ballots. After tallying the votes, he realized that the people voted in favor of removing the restrictions, but the director said that the restrictions cannot be removed. He also added that the exclusionary rule is not applicable. He didn't think it was worth waiting 3 months for this to happen, so we can take into account the students who will occupy the last 10 seats in each room. Huang Jing disagreed with the principal and suggested that the students be given 3 months to improve their position, because they can't just pay them back. There was a discussion among the students. mostly all in favor of Principal Wu's opinion. Fang Ping thought that they could not keep so many students, but regardless of the fact that Wu Jinash is an 8th grade martial arts master, he does not have much power, and people often listen to Huang Jing's thoughts more often. For students, it was announced that if they could defeat Tang Wen, Gu Lunfei, or Luo Sheng, they would receive 1 to 10 credits each. And if Tang Wen and the others are victorious after 2 weeks, they will be paid credits for each one of them. Those who excel in the singles will have the opportunity to gain privileges and choose a mentor among the 6th grade teachers. Fan Ping announced the beginning of the division. Tang's mentor was shocked by the boy's announcement, but he was confident that the talent evaluation would be tedious this year. Last year, if it wasn't for Fang Ping, Zhao Lei and others wouldn't have been able to reach the 3rd level in such a short period of time. At that time, he had earned enough loans as a loan, for which he was grateful to Dean Huang. Huang Jing said they can study as Fang Ping wants. It will be good training for the new intake of students. Fang Ping went to take his seat and told his mentor Tan not to worry about his daughter, because Tan Wen is on the top of the rankings. But it did not calm down the teacher and the student to make his decision with the school. He didn't realize that Lo Sheng is also the son of one of the teachers. Fang Ping gave them a chance to get loans. There's no other way to do it. At that time, there was a big fight between the newcomers. Someone was beaten, and he surrendered. Fang Ping went with Teacher Li to the logistician's office. The guy asked why he was back at his old place. The teacher said that as a result of a trip to the dungeon, his team collected credits. They earned enough, but there were a lot of losses that need to be compensated, so they will receive less than they earned. In addition, Fan Ping already had loans from the martial arts community, and the online lending platform has already brought in 3,000 loans. In just 3 months, you'll be able to get 300 loans as a dividend, and he also wants to make a contribution. The teacher thought the kid knew how to make money, considering he'd only been in the dungeon once. As a matter of fact, soldiers who regularly go to the dungeons receive much less. He asked the boy what he wanted to contribute. Fang Ping said that many students do not have enough loans, and they have to pay thousands of yuan to get one. He wanted to offer to buy one loan for thousands of yuan. The teacher praised the boy, but the school didn't want the students to exchange the money for credit. If he wants to help his students, it is necessary to lower the price even more. For example, up to 1,000 for a loan. Fang Ping thought that he himself had bought loans for thousands of dollars and wasn't too bad to lose his own income. He said that he doesn't have that much money, and he can't make a big discount. He needed money for the community, to support the platform, and to buy resources, and Fan Ping wanted to go to the catacombs to get new items. Teacher Li doesn't understand why the kid is so eager to go to the catacombs, but the kid had no other option. Wang Jinyan and the others are already at the top of the 4th level, and he only has a middle rank of the 4th level. As president of the martial arts community, he felt he was losing. Teacher Li thought the kid was asking too much of himself since he had reached the average rank of 4th grade in his first year of school. Probably no one else will be able to repeat such a leap. At the same time, there was a lecture in the linguistics department on subterranean languages. Li's teacher told him to attend the lecture because it would help him learn about the current situation in the dungeons. Fang Ping went to the lecture. Sitting in the auditorium, he was thinking that Zhao Lei had let out a goal like a friar in the past, so he should have said a few words to him. Their conversation always ended in the training room as soon as he became stronger, then remembered calmly, calm down. If Fang Ping can become the strongest, he'll have a chance to beat Qin Fing Qing. He sent him out to find sponsors, and he only brought trouble. Fang Ping's thoughts were interrupted by a teacher who began his lecture. He said that thanks to the research, it was found out that the catacombs were built in cycles, and the size of the given stake has not been measured yet, as there is a sea near the catacombs themselves. The catacombs' periphery is divided into separate territories. These territories are magical catacombs, the capital of the catacombs and the catacombs of Tianan. If you leave the park on the periphery, you can get to the central area, which is located in the very center of the stake. Thus, if you want to move from one catacomb to another, it is not enough to simply change from one area to another. It is necessary to move deeper and deeper, and only then the central area moves to a new location of catacombs. The periphery is separated from the central area by high skeletons, and there's only one passage. The passageway is accessible only from the central region, while the periphery is inaccessible for ordinary people. Teachers assume that all control points are located in the central area. Fang Ping raised his hand and asked the professor if those who had gone deep into the catacombs were so strong, or if the ones they had met were weaklings from the periphery. They could not reach the central part and did not want the people of the central region to have power over them. That's why they attacked the land and tried to establish their columns here. The professor replied that Fan Ping's point of view is interesting and similar to theirs. However, if the catacomb dwellers had invaded the Earth and killed its inhabitants, they would not have gone so far in their plans for invasion and servitude. Maybe there is something on the land they need. They may be killing Earthlings for sacrifice. Moreover, the Earth itself is very important to them. There are plenty of planets and stars in the universe, but only on Earth is there life. On Earth there is life, and there is a time for this life, while in the catacombs there is nothing of this. The inhabitants of the catacombs may have reached the final stage of evolution. Fang Ping asked the professor why humans can't negotiate with the catacomb rulers. But they won't negotiate with the catacomb rulers. The catacomb dwellers' first reaction when they meet humans is to kill them. They don't want power. They see humans as objects for training. The desire to become stronger and get into the central region. Bo Chengding asked the professor if a spy was sent to the catacombs, who could get into the catacombs and get reliable information. But the people and the catacomb dwellers look alike, but they are of different races, not to mention the language. Aura is the main race that distinguishes them. The low-level warriors of the catacombs develop a flow of energy, while humans are focused on life energy. However, these changes are disappearing. If we only reach a high level, there are ways to recognize these discrepancies, but only in the human world. If an unknown great master appears, we can say that the authorities have already tried to solve them, but the hierarchy of the catacombs is very strict. Most of the forces are just hanging around the entrance to the catacombs, so the information they receive is not confidential. Fang Ping thought that this professor was not so competent, saying a lot of information without truth. Perhaps the government is trying to prevent mass disturbances. Similarly, the masters of martial arts keep information about catacombs from ordinary citizens. The most important information from this lecture for Fang Ping is about catacombs. The next time he goes into the catacombs, he will be able to talk to the inhabitants of the catacombs in a respectful way. Fang Ping met Qin Fengqing after a lecture at the martial arts community. When he entered the office, Qin Feng was already waiting for him, who was furious because Chen Yunxi had brought him cold tea. Fang Ping said that her grandfather was waiting for her on the street. He felt that the big masters could hear even the sound of an ant running hundreds of meters away from him. He told the girl not to take Qin Feng's images, for she had reached the 3rd level, and if Vice President Chen sensed this, he would not take these words to heart. The girl went to meet her grandfather, even though she thought it was strange that he arrived without waiting for her. Qin Fengqing realized that if Yunxi's grandfather was really here, he was finished. Though the great master might not beat him, but just in case, he shouted after the girl who was on fire. He also started to confess to Fang Ping, saying he had good intentions and wanted to encourage the girl to suffer more. Then Chen Yunxi came back and said there was no grandfather on the street. Qin Fengqing was very angry because he realized that Fang Ping had deceived him. Si Lei joined them, and they sat down at the table to discuss the results of the task Fang Ping had given them earlier. Si Lei said he had contacted companies and received offers totaling millions of dollars. Qin Fengqing made millions more than Si Lei's offer. But Fang Ping didn't praise the boys, saying that some conglomerates are run by big majors, and the companies are run by Chinese martial arts majors, and they couldn't raise even $1 million from the sponsors. Fang Ping thought that they had already spent most of the budget collected under Jiang Yu on social benefits. $1 million would be insufficient. He thought he was still on his feet as president. Qin Fengqing was dismayed by Fang Ping's reaction, as he had said that big majors would not ask for less than $1 million. Mid-ranking martial arts majors could ask for $10 million, and he did, as the boy said. Fang Ping took the list of sponsors Qin Feng had passed through, and checked who had paid how much. Many of the children of the sponsors study in Mao, and Fang Ping decided that those children whose fathers had not paid enough would be sent to the catacombs upon reaching the 3rd grade. He wasn't afraid to convert people if he did that. Many teachers and students died in the battle, but their children continued to study at Mao. In his opinion, they should have given their all to the school, otherwise they are entitled to privileges. Fang Ping picked up the phone and wrote down the list of sponsors and called and thanked them for their donation of millions of dollars to the school. And as a sign of gratitude to the school, decided that the Department of Armor will not cooperate with them. This is due to the fact that there are losses. The man on the other end of the phone asked for millions more donations. Zilei said Mr. Zhang doesn't even have anyone studying at Mao or earning money at the school. According to Fang Ping, it wasn't like that. He was using McMahon's reputation as an alumnus. That's why he works with Mao's armor department, and his income often amounts to several $1 million per year. He gave a new list of the kids' sponsors and said no phone calls were necessary, just to spread the news about Mr. Zhang and tell him about the additional contribution of millions of dollars. In addition, He instructed that McMahon is ready to return everything he's owed. For example, McMahon's gun and ammunition companies. Martial arts majors go into the catacombs, gather resources, and sell them to these two companies. And the prices at which these companies buy resources are 100% lower than the market price. Thus, a lot of money goes into the pocket of companies and graduates. And if it works out, Fang Ping will propose a waste recycling plant in the city. All the achievements of the teachers and students belong to McMahon, and he wanted to expand the production of strollers and make the school self-sufficient. Qin Feng King said that everything Fan Ping says is just a rumor. The school is always supplying resources, and he's planning to squeeze for a living. But he wants to take risks, because to get a decent result, he must get rid of those who are just profiting from them, or they will have no prospects. Qin Feng King thought that Feng Ping was not like Zhang Yu. He wanted to keep abreast of all the processes in Makmao. And if his plans come to fruition, he will earn money for the community's budget. But if not, it will be a stinging defeat. Fang Ping didn't intend to act on his own. He was going to propose the plan to the director. Moreover, he has a gold armor at the 8th level, and if he can't do it all, he can't control McMahon either. 2 days passed. Fang Ping went to the main building to meet with director Wu Ta Hongjin to talk about the fundraising. The school has provided financial support for the graduates, and now the school's budget amounted to 1,000,000 yuan. Hongjin said he knew that Fang Ping was threatening to send their children to the catacombs to lure more donations. But Director Wu was in favor of Fan Ping. These people are profiting from McMahon's name, and they should pay for it. Hongjin asked about the resubsidization and expansion of the McMahon-named strollers and ammunition production for the first 3 levels of strollers, the only way to rapid development. However, the number of these walks is not enough to provide them for all school children. According to the statistics and flow budget, each student can only use a particular walk once a month, and in order to achieve a quick result, it is necessary to live these walks at intervals of days. In other words, the school must increase production to thousands of walks per month. Fang Ping hopes to make the school self-sufficient by increasing the production of strollers. Hongjin said it was impossible. His idea is to set up a production line with a yearly profit of billions of yuan. To reach the goal, millions of billions of yuan worth of raw materials are needed, which in turn is the main income for the year, which the students and teachers supply to the 2 most important companies. The government transfers approximately 1 billion yuan to McMao's budget every year, and the school in turn provides walkers and equipment for its students, and spends approximately 1 billion yuan on this. This is due to the fact that all production comes from these 2 companies. The school itself is making ends meet, but they can't talk about all these grievances and come to an agreement. But Fang Ping continued to persuade the dean, saying that by making the students stronger, the income and resources would increase. In such a case, it will be possible to organize production and supply of resources in the usual quantity to 2 companies. He did not understand how the companies get such a great income, because the master of martial arts has to get valuable resources by sweat and blood. Martial arts masters are compelled to fight at any moment, and now that the development of the students of the McMahon school is becoming a real problem, how can they fight? He did not need money, Fang Ping continued, nor walks, because his level of development was already high, but others were less fortunate. He did not want to watch those who were sent to the catacombs, and there they would lose their lives because they were not strong enough. The last principal is dead, and the new principal and dean have taken their places in the office. This is McMao's chance for change. But if the school representatives don't support this idea, he'll make it look like this conversation never happened. Who will find their home in the cold earth in a young storehouse? Fang Ping himself will live on, and all these losses will not affect him. Director Wu interrupted Fang Ping and said they can understand without him. The main problem is that although he and the dean have reached the 7th and 8th levels, they have little knowledge of this matter. Fang Ping knew about Wu Chuan's guardian, who was at the 8th level, and who had been trained by the headmaster as his son, so he could not refuse to help him. And if he did, Fang Ping suggested that he be removed from McMao's list. Director Wu was shocked by the boy's Zuchva as he threatens to expel a major at the 4th level. It's scary to think what he'll do when he reaches the 4th level. Fang Ping continued to confront the principal and dean, saying that although they look at the situation from different angles, he is not only looking at the future, as the government officials do, but he knows very well that the bodies of many students and teachers have died on foreign soil. Fan Ping paid tribute to the conversation and said goodbye. For a few minutes, the men sat in silence, and then Principal Wu said they could try. It's their only chance to change McMao. But the dean didn't want the students to be the center of attention, and said he had another suggestion. Later on, 3 great majors flew over the magical city, and in the meantime, Teacher Li boiled Fang Ping down for being able to fight mid-ranked warriors to gain experience. But Fang Ping was spared because the teacher was so angry that he was not invited to the meeting of the big majors that he forgot about the boy. Big majors gathered at the Kyoto-Windsor cordon. The head of the Ministry of Education, Zhang Tao, was disturbed by the violation of the rules of Majors Makmao. They wanted to file a petition to expand production, but they didn't have time to do it. They needed results. Tian Mu, who holds the post of Deputy Minister of the Military Department, came out and said that the catacombs of the capital are under the protection of the great city. This year, there have been great losses. They're just about to make ends meet. But they're being sued because they turned to other people for help. They've lost more than 100% of their teachers. It's never happened before. Last year, the Tian'an Academy of Martial Arts destroyed the catacomb fortress. But even then, their losses were not as great. If you don't come back today with nothing, how can you face your comrades? Zhang Tao is now on the level. All his children are great masters of martial arts, and he does not need to worry about resources, but what to do McMahon's students. All schools and academies of martial arts are subordinate to the Ministry of Education. And if Zhang Tao will not work in the interests of this institution, then how can he then even be the minister? Tian Mu's words made the head of the ministry angry. He asked him to follow the rules and wait for a decision, and not to rely on the government to give an answer here and now. Director Yu added that everyone is unreliable. The catacombs have opened again, and the students and their tutors are forced to continue to fight them practically with their bare hands. If this continues, soon there will be no one to give advice. At this time, the application for the opening of Makmao's own production line is on the first place, because they want to get access and control their guns and armor. In addition, they need teachers, and the director expects that the Ministry of Education will help them hire 100 teachers of average rank. Over the past few years, the level of education in Macmao has become much higher than in other charters. At the same time, the school's finances are still in need of improvement. Last year, one was charged 1 billion yuan, while Macmao was charged only 1 billion yuan. The director recognized that he was not competent enough to meet the expectations of his senior mentors, and asked the ministers to find the most suitable person to manage McMahon. Zhang Tao replied that they have the same goal, but one cannot exclude the fact that some contribute more and some contribute less. But in Director McMahon's opinion, McMahon is contributing enough. The others don't know how hard it is to get medicine and armor in the catacombs, how much blood is spilled to get these resources, but the others use them with reluctance. Tian Mu pointed his finger at Zhen Minghong, the head of the pharmaceutical company, and shouted that Director Wu was talking about him. Because he's the head of the company, so he can't have any legs to stand on. And if it's really him behind it, Tian Mu won't give him a fatal blow. Zhen Minghong was distraught at the accusations that he had killed a large number of enemies in the catacombs. But Tian Mu said that he did not respect the man now, because all his merits were in the past, and now he was worthless. Zhang Tao thought that if Director Wu's application was reviewed according to the rules, nothing good would come of it. If their application is also reviewed with the same application from another institution, and then the companies producing strollers and weapons will be finished. But as for the warriors who don't go to the catacombs and just train at the Academy of Martial Arts, then he said that on a yearly basis, the warriors are expected to give more than 10 billion yuan worth of resources to armor and walking companies. This is all he was willing to settle for. In the opposite case, the country could be called a country, and the soldiers would not learn anything. Director Yu paid tribute to the minister and together with his team departed. The team of the Minister of Education remained spontaneous with the minister's decision, but he explained that Macmao ranks first not only in terms of mortality rate, but also in terms of the number of enemies killed and resources provided, so he went to compromise with them. But for the first and last time, the principal and the supervisors returned to the school and immediately announced a new policy of conducting business in Macmao. In short, it became easier to get loans. Once the mission was complete, the resources for growth were doubled. For a while, the whole school was happy to be rejuvenated. The atmosphere was exciting. Sitting in his office, Fang Ping boasted that McMahon was lucky to be president of the martial arts community. Because he's modest, he won't take all the credit, but he thinks most of it belongs to him. He'll let old Wu and his team enjoy themselves. At this point, Chen Yunxi interrupted the kid and said she had great news. The new set of loans sold to students totaling millions of yuan. Actually, Fang Ping already knew about it because he saw the balance in the system. He was glad to have sold everything before the new school policy was enacted, because the value of the loans had decreased, and then he would have lost the money he had bought. Qin Fengqing came into the office shouting about the grants promised to Fang Ping, which he never received. Fang Ping replied that they needed to increase the organization's income and asked what the budget was. At that time, the budget of the committee was already 5 billion yuan, and he couldn't get enough. Fang Ping changed the subject and asked about the catacombs. Qin Feng said that on a mountain about 300 miles to the east-west stood a great building, and he looked around for herbs. That's where he was with Wang Jingyang. If there was someone nearby, they'd try to kill them. Qin Feng didn't understand why the boy was looking for a safe place in the catacombs, why it was easier to fight for a cause than to search blindly for resources. In fact, his skills in finding the loot should be highly appreciated. He didn't even ask Fang Ping for extra money, and when they found these energy mines, Wang Jinyan didn't even pay him for the information. Fang Ping spat on Qin Feng King, because most martial arts majors can't walk miles in the catacombs, but he could walk hundreds of miles and come back in one piece. And even if someone lives like that, Feng Qing continued, it is the middle-ranking warriors, because the high-ranking warriors do not need any valuable creatures. And now, when the value of resources has increased and they will be able to collect the whole field, then there will be no need to worry about the rise of the 6th level. And as he said, Wang Jinyan also knows about this place. If he gets there early, they'll bite their licks. Fang Ping asked him what his running speed was to better understand his actions. He told him, and they agreed to go together the next time. Fang Ping was sure that he was the strongest and the sprinter behind Feng Qing, and if they came upon the enemy, they would trample him first. They have decided to share all resources and fight together against the 4th and 5th levels. They decided to leave in 2 days, as soon as the high Korang warfare skills were renewed. Qin Feng King saw all Fang Ping's shortcomings and thought him unsympathetic and uncomplaining. But it was better to be a true villain like him than a lessomer among his comrades. Fang Ping was at a training session with his mentor Lu in the local park. It was a well-located place with an open area, just what was needed to cultivate the boy's strength. The mentor raised a stone to see how Fang Ping had developed his mana attack and whether he could make a strike. The kid hit the stone with his fist, and it fell apart. It seemed that after his power had grown significantly, he was having trouble controlling it. The mana attack was very different from the stone attack. His mentor had taught him how the attack should look like, and after the blow, the stone in his hand would remain intact. With the help of life energy, they destroyed the stone from the middle. The difference between high and low-ranking combat attacks is the ability to deploy their own life energy. When Fang Ping fights with the 3rd level, he does not worry that someone can break his defense from the middle, but why the 4th level and the 6th level that he met in the catacombs did not use this technique. It was because not all martial arts majors can master high-ranking combat techniques. Super Nick can learn this technique, but not use it in combat. At the 6th level, the internal organs could be damaged, and the supervisor closed Sanjiao's gates and did not fight at full strength. As soon as the master of martial arts reaches the 6th level, 3 gates are formed in his body, through which the power of intellect will be circulated and wasted. 6th-rate warriors must close these gates at all times in their bodies, so as not to lose the power of the intellect. Each time when closing the Sanjiao gate, a great amount of intellect power is used, and if the gate is not closed to the end, it will open wide again and lose intellect power. Fang Ping's internal organs are not weak, and his body is protected by armor, so the supervisor will not risk his own strength to beat him. Thanks to that, he survived. The mentor gave the boy the task to concentrate on refining the mana blows and controlling the force, which is perceived as the introduction of vital energy into the body of the supervisor, and tomorrow she promised to teach the technique of snow catching in the royal way. They sat on a bench, and the mentor gave Fang Ping a book and told her that strong vibe, royal-style snowballing, and sword without meter are all Rubalni techniques. Sword without a meter, a technique that is used by the power of the intellect, which requires the highest level, but still has not reached thoroughness. But the king's snow catching is a high Korang martial arts technique that Fang Ping needs. Looking at the book, the kid thought that snow catching in the royal way is too much. Zhang Dingnan, the author of the book, a general from the government, but it wasn't the only technique. The royal snow trapping and violent shock were designed by Zhang Dingnan. They're from the same area, and he can easily learn them. But Fang Ping didn't want to learn them. To properly learn martial arts, he needs a lot of practice. Lu's teacher has a very unusual sword, and the kid wanted to practice with it. He asked if there were any techniques other than the curved sword that he could learn. The mentor 2 years ago developed a technique called unstoppable blow. You can read about it in the library. But she was not sure that the boy would be able to master the technique of the 8th level. Fang Ping spent the next few days studying martial arts. As his body has already developed divine bridges, even without training, his body and organism will improve and change. And at the same time, McMahon himself began to change. The manufacture of guns and armor had finally taken off. Second and third level soldiers took part in the exchange program and participated in some martial arts competitions. The strongest third-tier warriors traveled to the northeast to issue a challenge to other strongest third-tier warriors. And the international martial arts competition among the first tier, hosted by the Manhwas, was on everyone's radar. The capital's TV station offered millions of yuan for the right to broadcast live during the competition. Fang Ping is coming out of training. Chen Yunxi was waiting for him on the street because he didn't take his hearing aid, and there's no one in the administration. He can no longer train on the school grounds. He will be forced to pay a fine for the loss, so he trained on the eastern side of the street. Chen Yunxi said that the TV stations had set up an auction for the international competitions among the first tiers, and the TV stations offered them 100 million for the purchase of the live broadcast of the competitions. And Fan Ping has to make a decision. The girl was very surprised that they were willing to pay such a large sum for the live broadcast, but it was too early for Fan Ping. Today, there are so many online platforms that would like to broadcast live, but do not have the money. You can't sell something for millions of dollars and get 100. Such a sum was only allowed as a redemption of rights. He asked me to tell you that 100 million yuan is the amount for the purchase of the rights, and that the broadcasting license is not included in that amount. Now the Manhwa are preparing for the international competitions in the first level. Chen Yunxi wondered what benefit they would get. Fang Ping didn't think it was enough to stay afloat. Not even Manhwa can follow all the trends without problems. But this time they came out on top in the race. And others. Progreshimi. Sisamao is under the control of a bunch of old people and is more inclined to politics. This topic is interesting. Until the government announces that the competition at Manhwa base will be held in the future. In the future, if they encounter such problems, it will be necessary to turn for help to the School of Social Sciences. Besides, all the strongest students of the first level are seniors, so they were not even given a chance to participate. Moreover, it's easy to get loans now, even if they don't get better. In the next semester, Fang Ping plans to get rid of all the first ranks among both freshmen and sophomores. Chen Yunxi asked whether it was normal, because the first level is the main core of any martial arts school. Among the young and senior courses, there are about 2,000 warriors of the first level. The brass won't be happy with the kid, but he was going to talk to the teachers. Now it is necessary to go around 3 installations, and although the armor department has created all the conditions, even there are still 300 soldiers of the first level, and it was fighting Fan Ping. The guy said he had to go and didn't even let the girl get a word in edgewise. Meanwhile, on the Manhwa campus, students were discussing that Fang Ping was going to conduct a sweep of young and old students, and that all those who did not reach another level in the next year would be reprimanded. They've all trained hard and have been well equipped. Fang Ping even sent someone to attack the Gurtogatok, motivated by the fact that the students would be able to hone their skills and improve their reactions. Fang Ping went to the logic department to talk to Teacher Li. He wanted to buy something like spacious equipment or inventory rings, but all the equipment is only related to the theory of space. In order to get it, it was necessary to wait until the higher orders did not reduce the space emptiness. It was impossible, but the entrance to the catacombs. There is behind the catacombs and behind the earth as a whole. Only 2 points connect the 2 worlds. This means that the world can be destroyed, and if they can't do it, it means that all their efforts have been expended. Fang Ping thought that the government could destroy the emptiness of the space. He wondered if the martial arts majors were capable of it. Last time in the catacombs, he managed to collect a lot of armor, but he could carry only 2. Storing gear is clearly a problem. He took out his master's card and asked Teacher Li to give him 10 1/10th level walks and body and internal organ improvement walks. A mid-level warrior needs to rejuvenate his internal organs, and this time the system does not allow him to use the chitty, so the kid could only rely on walks. But when Teacher Li told him the price for the walkers, Fan Ping was shocked and started shouting that he was the president of the community, but there was no discount for him. The teacher asked him to leave if he wasn't going to buy anything, and the boy had no choice but to buy the strollers at the price the teacher said. After buying the strollers, Fang Ping went to the Bay Garden. There he met a young woman who showed him a house. 6 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 4 bathrooms, a bayside, a basement, and a garden. 1,000 a square meter, no bargaining. She said that this house is perfect for him because he was on the east side of the river and fought with the strongest warriors and had a good reputation. And Bay Garden is famous for its villas, which are not accessible to ordinary people. And the road to McMahon is only an hour's ride. The price was expensive for the boy, and the house had no furniture. The girl started laughing because she thought the boy was complaining that it was expensive for him. But Fan Ping signed the agreement to buy the house and asked the girl to help him renovate the furniture in the house, because the head of the company is a Manhwa graduate and is now on the 6th level. If he became successful in his real estate business, it will not be important for him to talk about his young comrades. They responded to Fan Ping's request. The girl asked the head manager if everything was all right, but he said that the head would not mind such a talented boy, who even did not pay the money. After the meeting with the realtors, Fan Ping sat in the car and called his father to tell him about the purchase of the house and suggested that he move in if his family wanted to. Every time the soldiers go into the catacombs, no matter what they do, they can do it for the last time. Everything that needs to be done must be done, even for the majors. His father asked Fan Ping to be safe and refused to move, because in his opinion it's not about money, but about worrying about his health. The guy calmed down his father, and the conversation ended. At first he purred that 1,000,000 yuan was a lot of money, but now he only has 5,000,000 yuan left, but he's bought his own house. Bay Garden is 5 kilometers from the city's military zone, and Makmao and Shnu are close by. A large number of martial arts majors are also stationed in this area, and once the catacombs open their gates, it will be the safest place in the world. The next day, Fan Ping met Qin Fengqing. He immediately felt that he had reached the 4th level of the middle rank, and now they were on the same level. Last year they met at the head gate. Qin Feng was at the 3rd level, and Fan Ping was a newcomer. But in 1 minute, they were on equal footing. But everyone has his own path, and for some to become a major is not just 1 minute, but dozens of years of training. When they arrived at the entrance to the dungeon, they were greeted by a guard who was watching a commercial in which Fan Ping had previously starred. He asked him when they should watch the next commercial, because they were already tired of the old videos. Fan Ping decided to leave so the guard wouldn't ask any more questions. On entering the dungeon, they met a soldier Liu, who told them that the Tianmen army had retreated and was not attacking at the moment, but that their army was close to the Dongkai army. They may move closer or even join forces. Sivan's side is as quiet as ever. Now the soldiers are keeping a watchful eye on every point of operation, and if there is any suspicious movement, they will remember it immediately. They thanked us for the information and left the fortress. The Siphon stronghold is about 1 kilometer east-northwest of the port of Sivan, and their task was to get much closer. Apart from the strongholds in the catacombs, there are small towns and villages. High-ranking warriors are found in towns and low-ranking warriors in villages. Cities with populations over 10,000 people will have a few high-ranking warriors. And in the villages, if you're a middle-ranking warrior, that's fine. If you want to raise money, you should go to a village of medium size. In such villages, there are many masters of martial arts, which develop their skills. Thus, you can even get energy stones. In addition, there are medicinal herbs with a high energy content. Standard villages are inhabited by women, children, and the elderly. Despite the fact that there is a large-scale war between them and the catacombs, they have no desire to kill innocent women and children. Then the village they've gone to is pretty strong. On their way to meet warriors of the 5th level, through this, it was not possible to get beyond the gate. Tianmen and Feng Qing absolutely accidentally passed through the garden. Fan Ping remembered the great deep pits that had been created on the day of the Battle of the Sivan stronghold. Many of the most powerful warriors had joined together to join the battle and were killed by a smattering of good men. Then the energy surges stretched a few kilometers away from them. They started to think about what level they should be on in order to defeat any underground warrior. But there was no time for that, and they continued to rush to their destination. When they reached the forest, Qin Feng stopped abruptly and told them to disband. Fan Ping did not realize what was happening because there was nothing around. Qin Feng took some things out of his bag and gave them to the boy. It was like a catacomb dweller's disguise, so that if they were lucky, they'd be unnoticed among the soldiers and wouldn't be killed by a ranged attack. But these clothes should not be worn within Sivan. Some soldiers are stupid. They can follow him around until he is killed without a word. Fan Ping began to unbuckle, and underneath his clothes he wore the hide armor of a wild white beast of the 5th rank. Qin Feng asked to wear it for a few days, but the boy wouldn't let him. He couldn't let him buy one for himself because they're so expensive. But if Fan Ping becomes dead, Feng Qing will ask for his armor in return for his payment. Having fully put on the clothes of the dungeon dwellers, Feng Qing noticed Fan Ping's military bag, which immediately recognized him as a stranger, and asked him to leave it. It was night. Qin Feng found something on the ground and put it in his purse without even bothering. It was generating energy, and he thought it would be good for him. They reached the Mountain of Wolves. Qin Fengqing did not warn Fan Ping that they would pass it. He was frightened by this, because there are many wolves near the mountain, which are fighting in a game and can be dangerous. But Qin Feng calmed the boy, saying that the mountain is small, and it will be important to bump into even one wolf. And then Fan Ping saw the wolves approaching. By the time they got to the place where the boys were standing, they were already gone. After 2.5 kilometers, Qin Feng King tried to defend himself by saying that it was only a small village of wolves, and they could have killed them. But Fang Ping was not appeased by such arguments, and he said that if they encounter the fourth-ranking wolves again, they will kill them immediately, and they will do the same with the fifth-ranking, and if he enters again, they have seen the eyes that they bought. Eat, even if you want to see. But they were given to the man they came here for. There were energy lamps, and those who have them in the catacombs are supposed to be rich. There was a herb garden on the grounds of the building. Although it was foggy, Fang Ping sensed a lot of energy. Last time Fang Ping had a run-in with a high-ranking warrior in the catacombs, but this time he was with Qin Feng Qin, and there was nothing to fear. Qin Feng was too tired to sit and watch, so he went first to the courtyard of the building. When they looked behind the pumpkin, they realized they were being robbed. On the way here they did not encounter a single wild grass, but here, all the grasses grew. At least a minimum of 1,000 species of herb, which is about 1,000 credits. They climbed across the park and started picking herbs, but immediately they heard a noise. The intruder alert went off and they decided to flee. A group of soldiers ran out of the house, saw that their beds were empty, and rushed to overthrow the villains. 4 of them were of the 4th grade, and 1 of the 5th. Those of the 4th rank are not fast enough to capture the villains, and they are far behind. Now that the 5th level is as close to them as possible. The warrior had already overtaken him and tried to strike him, but the boys managed to beat him back. They sensed that this warrior was of the 5th level of the middle rank, and that it would not be easy for them to take him down. Feng Ping shouted to Qin Feng whether he could handle him. Even if his rank was not great, he was still of the 5th rank. But the warrior began to attack Feng Ping, and he had to beat back the attack. He could not retaliate because the warrior blocked his attack. Feng Ping's attack was lessened by the power of his intellect, and he was able to retaliate. The warrior realized that the boy was a great threat to him, and decided to kill him to get rid of him first. He began to strike one by one, and the boy even managed to hit him several times in response. But his ineffective Mani kick is not effective for a 5th-ranked supervisor. His internal organs and bones are completely weak, but Fang Ping had an advantage in the form of the system, and through it, having renewed the power of the intellect, he began to influence the supervisor, and the latter could not ignore who he was. While Fang Ping was attacking the warrior blocked by his intellect, Qin Feng was moving closer. With the power of his mind, he managed to send out an impulse and cut the warrior's throat with the power of his aura. Fang Ping's hand was covered in splinters, and it was more important than he thought to fight the 5th rank. His 9 internal organs still hadn't matured. If the warrior hit him in the stomach, it would be the end for the boy. Since Fang Ping had suffered more from the warrior in the fight, Qin Feng told him to take the dead man's heart. Other soldiers came up behind them. The boy thought that if it wasn't for Qin Feng King's fighting skills, he'd be completely useless. Besides, he shares his profits with him, and he's always using them. And he rushed to attack the soldiers who came. Having blocked their attacks with the power of his intellect, he was able to put them down with only a few blows. From the warrior's speeches, they were able to obtain 3 items of rank D armor, 5 energy hearts. Fang Ping took them all for himself because he had killed them. But Feng Qing didn't like them, and they started to boil. Then the boy gave him the warrior medallions. Medallions are a symbol of a warrior's virtue, an indicator of his glory among the other warriors of the catacombs. Among them, there is a medal of Piatogo level, so they're not small value. And in the Department of Military Affairs, they can be exchanged for balls of military glory. But Qin Feng didn't like it, and asked for at least a couple of 4th-rate hearts, or their agreement would be cancelled, and Fang Ping had to tear it up. For a few minutes they walked together, and then realized that someone of the 6th level could follow them. But if he was really in the house, he would have killed them long ago. And if the enemy had come home to him, they would have all rushed to his defense. They decided to go back to the house to get what was left. When they entered the house, they saw 3 soldiers. The wife asked who they were, but they just walked towards them without saying anything. The woman shouted that if they killed her, the chief would not forgive them or let them go alive, because they were soldiers of the Sivan stronghold and did not want to drag it into the war. Fang Ping said that the woman must have realized that the 5th level is dead if they are here, and maybe she is talking about those who have not yet taken part in the war, but through them can be dragged into it. The boys started attacking the soldiers, and the woman screamed that the chief would take revenge for her. Fang Ping killed her with a single blow from a crooked pistol. He thought she knew where they were and was bluffing. She hoped they would think about what she said and let her go, but Qin Feng King thought that she was talking about someone specific, and if his order of command included soldiers of the 5th rank, he himself was at least on the 6th. They went to the 2nd floor of the building to check the rooms. After walking around for a while, they found the library in the last room. Fang Ping was going to take them away. A book is the best way to record and transmit rare knowledge. They're priceless. Weak people don't have books. People spend years in the catacombs. There are no more useful books, so the study of such books is almost completely condemned. Flowing out of the house, they were generating energy, and the wolves, sensing them, were chasing them. Meanwhile, the mayor of Yaofen, Mr. Fen, was sitting in his house. He said there were two towns, Yaokui and Yaomu, had asked them, Yaofen, to form a counter-alliance to attack the Sivan stronghold together. Together, they can open a path to the Resurrection Lands. But in the head's opinion, they couldn't do that, because Yaoma had already entered the Land of Resurrection once, but had never been able to harvest the revival plant. He thought it was all idle talk. These sensations came to them from the Forbidden Lands, but there was no official news. Even if the resurrection seed is real, it's for him, Yaoji, not them. And they do not only want to open one way, they are trying to create tracks in other areas. So the resurrection plant is not a single meta, and unless they know what they really want, they cannot join the war. Then the mayor called the commander of Tianlang and asked his thoughts, because he had been in the mountains for a long time to establish contact with Yaomu. I think it's worthwhile to forge a mutual alliance. The last time the Yaomu suffered a miserable defeat at the walls of the Sivan stronghold, 3 generals, Hu, Bao and Lan, died in the battle. Maybe they will have a chance to overpower the Yaomu and take over their capital. The dead General Lan was the young brother of the commander of Tianlan, and he thought he was trying to form an alliance for the sake of Sivan. There are still many warriors in the lands of the resurrection who can show their strength, and Yaomu has an unheard-of number of dead and maimed. Radnik asked the commander why he had stayed so long in the mountains, and when he found out about the alliance, he returned immediately. Tianlan replied that the time spent in the mountains was spent in defense of the closed cordons of Yaofen. The Golden Horn Volodar from the Wanderings went to them and invaded all the new lands. That's why he returned to Yaofen. But the Lord Fen has long ago warned of the invasion of the Lord of the Golden Horn. Even if he continues to invade, it is Yao Kui and Yaoma, not them, who are to blame. Their conversation was interrupted by a soldier who ran into the room and shouted that he had a term message. He said that the beautiful people in the Tianlan Mountains were roaring without stopping, and it seemed that it was about to start. Tianlan's commander went out of his room to sort things out. The commander said that Tianlan's heart is no longer tied to Yao Feng, even though he has the title of general of their town. But the Tianlan Mountains have long since fallen to Yaom. Let's turn to Fang Ping and Qin Feng. They have been traveling from the wolves for a long time, and realize that they have got that part of the forest in which they have never been. Qin Feng King said that this was the place of Jiao, which meant that in a few kilometers they would return to Siwan. They decided to run through the knot so as not to go into the forest. There's a beast in the forest that Fang Ping used to eat when he got lost in the dungeon and took the wolf's energy. She didn't like it as much as he did, because low-ranking animals had an ogitic flavor. Zhuir sumoed for the clapper. He not only gave him life energy, but also cooked it with relish, and it was not necessary to cook it. An odor began to come, which pleased the starling, and he remembered that he had smelled it before. The flock of wolves that was following the boys stopped, but they could not understand why. After a minute, all the wolves fell to the ground and never stirred again, and a beast stood in front of the boys. The last time Fang Ping had seen him, he was already strong, but his current form was as mesmerizing as at least an 8th rank. Qin Feng King already thought they would die now. When he went to the dungeon, there were no such inconveniences. He calmly robbed the catacombs, but as soon as he went with Fang Ping, all went scareberty. Fang Ping bowed to the beast and said that he had a gift for him and gave him energy. The beast was satisfied, and Qin Feng Qing was reassured that the beast had succeeded in breeding him. Fang Ping looked at the balance of the system while the beast slept. The beast really had a beastly appetite, and he could feed him for $5 million, and if his appetite did not diminish, he would only last 3 days. Qin Feng asked if they could go, but the boy had told the wizard all the same, so he would not eat them, but if they decided to flow, they would be his fear. When he becomes hungry again, they will wait again until they run out of life energy, and then they will become his dinner. Tianlan, the commander, called out in the courtyard and saw the beast, which was a golden horn with the boys. He was reassured that the golden horn hadn't killed the men beside him. He knew that the gold hound and the soldiers of the Sivan military base had killed his wife. Commander Tianlan rushed into battle with the golden horn shepherd. Watching them fight, Qin Feng King realized they had looted Tianlan's house. They took all the loot, and while the battle was still going on, they began to flow. They began to flow. Fang Ping shouted to the star to go look for someone of the 3rd grade for him, and then he told Qin Feng that if they survived, he would never again go on an outing with him. Qin Feng King himself was thrilled by this time in the catacombs. They not only robbed the dwellings of the strong warriors, but also prevented them from becoming the prey of a high-ranking star. After a few years of fighting, they reached the fortress. Their approach to the gates was watched by the commander of the catacombs, Hu Banjiang, and the army. As they approached the fort, Fang Ping shouted that they had lured the two strongest enemies into the Golden Horn's pasture and got rid of them. When Ku Banjiang felt that the Golden Horn was not their ally, he said he was sorry that they could have dealt with the enemy. These two boys are only mid-level warriors, but they have wreaked havoc in the Middle Kingdom. It shows that the students have some skills. Doesn't matter who dies, it won't be a great loss to them. The main thing is for one of them to die. The commander of the catacombs said it's better to watch how the situation develops. They're still young. It is highly doubtful that they can reach great heights. If such talents disappear, they'll be the ones who suffer. At such a young age, they've reached a mediocre level. The school won't teach them anything new. They need a strong mentor. But all mentors are busy protecting citizens. They don't have time to help young people. Only those who have been through the hard times are entitled to the title of master. Hu Banjiang hoped that these two would achieve much. At this hour, Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing were already standing at the gates, and he shouted again that they had lured the two strongest enemies into the Golden Horn's pasture and had got rid of them. The soldiers who were to open the gate at first thought that they were frying, but one of them still believed and ordered to open the gate. But then one of the men remembered that the boys were wearing catacomb warriors' robes, and according to the rules, they had to deal with them. Fang Ping thought that they had been punished to meet the heroes properly, for to lure a high rank into a deadly pasture is a great feat. One of the soldiers pointed his finger at the boys and shouted that they were saboteurs from the catacombs and should be arrested. As soon as the three approached Fang Ping, he fell to the ground and spat on the soldiers. He told them that he did not come from the catacombs, and that he had survived the enemy, but he was shunned. Ku Banjiang told them to let them in, then he will meet them in the assembly hall. After entering the fortress, they went straight to the Sivan military headquarters. There they met Teacher Bai. She rested for a long time after being wounded, and when she felt she needed a teacher in this department, she stopped working. After the expansion was approved in McMao, they were able to transfer to the school everything they had received and earned. It is no longer necessary, as in the past, to transfer everything first to the military department, and then to a company that produces strollers and armor, and they owe it all to the president of the martial arts community. Fang Ping is on camera. He asked about the teacher's hand. It could have been repaired, but the battle was fierce and they couldn't find it. The boy felt that at the 8th level, he would have special transformation skills, and then he would be able to turn his hand back. At the 8th level, the ability to rejuvenate parts of the body really became apparent. But the question is whether many people could reach the 8th level. Mentor Bai pointed out that the boys were carrying very large backpacks full of medicines. They began to read everything they had brought, and at that time General Shu came over. Among the things they had brought were a lot of energetic stones, a bunch of weapons of different classes, azure, and a lot of medicinal herbs. Everyone was shocked by the sheer number of different items. Qin Fengqing said they had accidentally taken a herbalist into the city, and he was a high-level warrior. They took all these herbs from him. Teacher Bai began to calculate how much credit Qin Fengqing had gotten for his share of the loot. It came out to a total of credits. It was a lot for him, because last time, when he went with Wang Jingyang, they had only received 5 months' worth of credits. Then the boy told Fang Ping to show what he had brought to see how much credit he'd gotten. Teacher Bai again did the math, and the total came out for all the items Fan Ping had brought in and received credits. Qin Fengqing was astonished. They returned together and traveled the same road. So why did he get 2 times less for Fang Ping? But that wasn't enough for Fang Ping. He asked the teacher why they received 3 times more credit. Because they had invaded the lair of one of the warriors of the catacombs of the highest level. It was worth more, in his opinion. General Shu, watching this, thought that these 2 soldiers had earned such a large sum in a day, and complained that they were underpaid. Not every mentor could do that, but the military training department was a great way to earn money. Qin Fengqing couldn't be satisfied that he had received less credit for Fang Ping. He showed him this place, and for this he began to ask him for credits. But Fang Ping shook him off, and they agreed that through this, he would take away everything. General Su went to the table, and in one of the bags he found the books of the catacombs. The people immediately began to pay a large sum for the books, but the general said that there was no money in the budget. It is their right to negotiate the price with the military department, and the school will not help. But they should remember that martial arts were mostly financed by the government, as they will learn them as students, and will be financed by the government itself. And of course, the government spends huge sums of money on them, not to make their lives more fun and interesting. Only in the last few years, the budget is shrinking rapidly, and the students are full of energy. So maybe it's time to take it up. The students were given the right to be the first to familiarize themselves with the information they received after studying the books. Fan Pin looked at the interface of the system and thought that his balance would soon be more than millions of dollars. It was necessary to calculate everything: the loans received, millions of compensation from those fools. At this rate, it could be up to millions of dollars. Qin Fengqing argued that he had made more money this time than any previous time, so he should continue to work with Fang Ping. There were many disadvantages of working with him, but the main big plus, a quick and high salary. He decided to postpone this decision for later, because now he will have enough money to move to the 5th level and a new sword of the A class, and a better hide and skin paint than Fan Ping's. The boys traveled to the operations division of the War Department. There they met Tian Mu, a graduate of the School of Military Arts, a general of the military department, and a top 8th-ranked soldier who was even stronger than Wu Qishan. There's been a lot of casualties here lately, so the general has been transferred from midnight to here. Ko Banjiang asked to get to the point and asked the soldiers where they were. Fang Ping replied that they were on a mountain in the middle of nowhere. It was a surprise to everyone that there were 6th-rate warriors on the high mountain. At that time, Commander Yu came to the office. He knew that the soldiers of the 6th level were hiding on the mountain because there had been several big ones, but they did not show themselves. They began to discuss what had happened to the boys in the dungeon and found out that the gold torch had reached the 8th level and through this time was rapidly expanding. Before arriving here, Commander Wu thought that he should contact the head of Qianmen Municipality and stop the expansion. But Deng Qi had instilled fear in him all the time, and if it were not for the immediate help, people would have been eaten by beasts. The inhabitants of Catacomb have their own hierarchy of ranks. The 7th rank is usually addressed as a commander, the 8th as an honorable, and the 3rd is called a Voladar, and the Golden Horn is called a Voladar as usual. All monsters of the highest level are called Voladars. Fang Ping understands why he was so calm when he called him a Voladar, and everyone realized that Fang Ping talked to Voladar the Golden Horn, but the boy said that he had known him for a long time. He told how he had been raping his life energy and blood, and everyone was shocked that the beast had not killed him. When Fang Ping was still at the middle level, he lured many warriors of the 4th and 5th levels to him, whose life energy and blood the beast had plenty of. Through some mutations, its life energy and blood renewed imminently fast, and it can be continuously provided with blood and energy for growth. It seems he regarded the boy as his own personal food supplier. Qin Fengqing jumped up from the table and shouted that Fang Ping himself had not killed the 4th and 5th ranked warriors, but the boy did not deny it. He said earlier that he had lured them into a deadly pasture. The commander said that the actions of the head of the town of Tianmen prove that the warrior from the eastern mountain is related to them. If so, the number of high-ranking majors has risen to 8 men. Qin Fengqing took out the medallions they had taken from the slain warriors. They looked at them and saw that there was a medallion of a siphon warrior. This gave them the opportunity to realize that now the city would be not 2, but 3. The commander had no time to report this to the Highlander, but it was necessary to begin to closely monitor the actions in Siphon. After that, the meeting ended and the boys were thrown out into the street. Fang Ping said that when Qin Fengqing had a case, he would not forget about him. His chances of survival are better with him. He felt that once he and Wang Jingyang had been beaten up badly, and in addition, they had taken a large amount of money for medical expenses. They decided to reach the 6th level and only then go again. According to Qin Fengqing, the path was about 1 kilometer long, but he didn't say where it was. Fang Ping thought that 1 kilometer to the east is already the territory of Qianmen. It is unlikely that they will need to go there. To the east, the sea is probably lower for them. On the east side of the sea is the town of Dengqi. On the east-west side of the sea, there is a well-built and large garrison. If there were diggers there, everyone would have known about it long ago. If it's not the right place, then it's the right place to go. Then he asked Qin Fengqing if he had seen large mers with human heads in the wasteland. He said that he had not heard of them, and Fang Ping concluded that he had not been in the wasteland, for they are found there. Thus he knew that the diggings were about 1 kilometer away, and he decided to go without Qin Fengqing, but not until the next time. The 2 men returned to the entrance of the dungeon. There they were met by a guard who asked them how things were going in the dungeon. They told him that they had completed their mission and received their loans, which made the man very happy. Fang Ping said that they had not received even $1,000 for the 2 of them, and that if they did not receive $100,000 next time, they would not come back again. The guard did not realize what the boys were doing in the catacombs to earn such large loans. It's not so easy to earn them nowadays. It appears that the catacombs are relatively safe, and he thought of going there himself. But then the wounded soldiers came out of the dungeon. One of them said that the situation in the catacombs had deteriorated, and at every crossroads one could fall into the clutches of a middle-ranking warrior. If it continues like this, they will not go there anymore. Meanwhile, the first-year students were glad that Fang Ping had gone to the catacombs. They thought it would be a minimum of a day, and they would be able to rest. But one of the students saw Fan Ping at the edge of the lake. The girl started crying because she thought school would be cool and easy. It had only been a month since she entered, and she was already being harassed. And their housing unit suffers the most. When you get to the third level, it's like this puzzle begins. But at some point, the girl decided she'd reach the top of the first level by a month. Fang Ping himself was a newcomer last year, so if he can beat the others and become the president of the martial arts community, she can beat Fang Ping. One kid said that Fang Ping reached the top of the first rank in 1 semester, and after 1 semester, he had the average rank of the 4th rank. In order to surpass it, she has to reach the 5th level before the next year. The girl cried. Immediately after returning from the catacombs, Fang Ping went to the mentor's quarters to meet Teacher Lu. They were discussing cultivation. The heart is the most important stage of the cultivation of the 5 organs. The process of giving life energy to the heart. The difference between cultivation in humans and catacomb warriors in the direction of development. Catacomb warriors replace blood and flesh with life energy, produce universal energy for the body. They in turn turn the heart into their own motor, a transit mechanism. The heart is made up of several chambers. The development and improvement is based on the fact that all these chambers are combined into a single whole. Such a perfected heart will quickly absorb energy from the outside world and then convert it into the energy they need for life. But the complex structure of the heart is like that of a fish. For example, it's simpler. The cameras are smaller. Fang Ping asked his mentor if combining the heart like this is not degradation. From simple to complex and then from complex to simple is progress. A complex heart is suitable for ordinary people. But for them, who are looking for new stimuli and new openings for their bodies, such a heart is not suitable at all. And besides, the union of the heart is not as simple a process as Fang Ping thinks. There are a large number of capillaries and nerves in the heart, and each of them must be handled with the utmost care, and then joined together where the walls of the single heart will be, so that the complex system becomes simple and easy to use. At the end of the day, we'll have to create a new pathway for energy transfer. It sounded too important. If you mess up an artery, you could die. Fang Ping, now it's clear why everyone is so slow in the middle of the 4th level. The work here is a pip. The boy has a steady flow of energy and blood. The process itself will be very simple, but most of the risks are in stopping this flow. So Mentor Lu is willing to easily delay the process of maturation, so it will be safer than repeatedly killing the guts with the other 4 organs, because the heart is the key and the foundation. After the conversation with his mentor, Fang Ping immediately went to the east side of McMao's curve where the training room was located. He stayed there for 3 days. Teacher Sung had to stop the boy's training because his loans were about to expire. Even though Tian Feng has a history of revenge, he's always picking on his daughter, and if the teacher transfers him now, they'll want to get even with him. Bo Changding came to the teacher and asked if Fang Ping was out, because the international competition among top-level warriors is about to start, and he is expected to attend the opening ceremony. Thousands of first-rate warriors have signed up for the competition. The government demands that they start the competition promptly. Fang Ping, as community president, has to compile a nationwide list of first-tier warriors, and has scheduled the 2nd and 3rd-tier competitions for next semester. Teacher Sun thought Fang Ping had great ambition. Since Fan Ping became the president of the martial arts community, everyone in Macmao has had a lot on their plate. If the ranking of the top 100 is not at least 10 students, every first-ranked student will go to the mines. Chen Yunxi was sent to Jingnan for the exhibition competition. Zhang Chao is now in Beijing and Huang Zhao in Donglin, but Bo Changding himself has never been called, because Fang Ping told him that the 3rd level is not enough. He should at least go to the 4th level first. Now there are more people on the 3rd level, and more warriors on the 2nd level, and more people on the 4th level now, more than 2 more than before. Bali has become easier to earn money, and loans can be saved, and Fan Ping is now training the 1st level. All in all the conditions are in place for everyone to move up to the 2nd level as soon as possible. Bo Changding knew what he was up to, and said goodbye to Teacher Sun. Wang Jinyan and another representative of their university Nanwu escorted the students to the international competition, which was held in front of Macmao School among the freshmen and has become the biggest and most popular event in the country. Everyone who is in the top rating gets a walk of energy and blood of another level. a walk of strengthening of bones of another level, whose market value exceeds 1.5 million. Those who made it to the top warriors also get a body armor. Those who made it to the top also get additional D-class armor. The warriors who ranked first, in addition to all the above-mentioned charges, will be allowed to undergo a session of body toning. It's also an opportunity for students to become stronger. All they have to do is just do their best. The prom was over, the students got on the buses and drove off. The student asked Wang Jingyang why McMao High School was doing this. Wang replied that it was not the school, but Fangping himself. By the end of the year, there will be another great competition, and Nanwu School will have to do a good job. McMao School is being advertised as the top school, but if Fanping can't beat Li Hansong, all efforts will be wasted. The higher you go, the harder it is to fall. As for Nanwu, everything depends on the time when the catacombs will be opened on their territory. If they are opened after the competition, then they will take part. If they are opened before the competition, then they won't be able to take part again. There are only 4th-ranked warriors in Stolichnaya and McMao schools. There are no 5th-ranked warriors anywhere, but that's enough. Wang Jinyan knew he had to try. If he could win over the 2 famous schools, he would be able to buy resources for his school. That's what happened last year with McMao, and they can do it too. While Fangping was at home, his young sister told her father that she wanted to go to Majikno Municipality to watch the competition. But her father knew that they would last a long time, and suggested that she wait until the top races were over, and then return to this conversation. My brother could not take part this year, and she was not on the first rank. She was disappointed that someone else would take the first place. Her father thought that Yuan Yuan was very proud. She's already thinking about how to get to the top. He thought she was very self-confident, because she was sure that she would reach the first level. The daughter said that the prize for first place was millions of dollars, and Fan Ping told her that the main prerequisite for development was money. Her father said it was too early for the girl to think about earning money. At first, she should do well in her studies, not fall behind in class, and then she would probably be asked to participate in the top competitions. Fang Ping bought a house, and they're going to see it at the same time. But before that, the girl wanted to let the union go to the people and return all the money she'd collected. Yunyun started telling the truth, that there were only thousands, but dozens. The monthly installment is only yuan, and she has to pay rent, which is all she earned last year. Let's go back to Fang Ping. He was still in the training room, when the system notified him that he had reached the top of the 4th level. He realized that it had already been 6 days and 6 nights. If it were not for the system, which constantly renews his strength to stay in his mind, he would have long ago disconnected himself. When he came out of the bay, he saw Lu's mentor. When she saw the Viznajeno boy, she told him that he should rest well after such a long process of curing. Teacher Sun listened to their conversation and was encouraged by Fang Ping's rapid breakthrough, as he had been waiting for 3 years to reach the 4th level of the world. Fang Ping was about to leave, but Teacher Sun stopped him, saying that he had to pay extra credit. But as always, it was expensive for the boy, and he asked if there was no discount for him. When he was refused, he took out a card with millions of dollars on it and quickly started walking to the door, saying that if he added the million that Teacher Sun had blamed on him, it would be enough to pay the loans. But the teacher wasn't to blame for the money. Fang Ping went out of the building and hid behind the column, thinking that Teacher Su would follow him, but his mentor Lu came out. He was very angry that the teacher had saved him money, but the teacher said it was not so and asked why the boy did not want to spend the money he had saved. She blamed him for spending money like a madman, and he treated the energy room like a hotel because he was stuck in it for a day. Fang Ping didn't want to talk about it, and said that the tournament was coming up soon, and he hoped his mentor Lu would help him organize it. But she didn't want to help him, because the martial arts community had already accumulated $5 or $6 billion, and if they weren't going to spend it, they should give it to the school. Fang Ping thought the community's money was his and thought the principal wanted to take it from him. He said he would first pay all members of the community a year's worth of material aid. For example, his aid is a loan for a year, which is 1 million yuan. Looking at the system's balance sheet, he argued that he was still a long way off, but he had to try to accumulate $1 billion and see if he could increase the system's savings. Qin Feng Qing could earn more this time, but it was not easy to carry everything in his hands. The next day, Fang Ping went to a cafe to meet with Zhang Yuqiang, the head of the Governor-General of Nanjiang. The man told him that in a short period of time, Fan Ping had already become the president of the community of martial arts, and that he was just an example for the young people to follow. It was already known that the catacombs of Nanjiang would soon be opened. Now, in the catacombs of Nanjiang, there are still some powerful heretics, and perhaps some of them are in the governor's residence. They occupy high positions, and they cannot be removed so easily through the opening of catacombs may cause serious problems. The Governor-General wants to eliminate them, but the possibility does not appear. So they ask Fang Ping for help. The little guy thought they overestimated him and didn't know how he could help. Zhang Yuqiang explained that being the president of the martial arts community and being from Nanjiang at the same time, the clown is a link that connects martial arts and this locality. How the martial arts will help after the catacombs of Nanjiang are opened depends a lot on the clown. In the eyes of others, he is an excellent fighter, one of the best representatives of the sky. On the 3rd level, he killed the 4th. He did it in such a way as to kill the 5th with a tremendous speed to the middle of the 4th level. They and the heretics know it all. His existence is an important factor for everyone, and if the zealots act, it will be against him. But Fang Ping did not understand why they wanted to hurt him, because they have a large number of mentors of the 6th level. If they send several warriors of the 5th level, it will be certain death for them. Fang Ping asked if he understood correctly that they had decided to use him as bait. I'll have to go to Nanjiang immediately to talk to the Governor-General about a plan of action and assistance for the opening of the catacombs. The news of his arrival will be specially informed to some people, and if it leaks out further, they will know who uncovered them and understand the evildoers. Fang Ping will be accompanied by a security guard. The boy thought that the guards couldn't stay close, otherwise they'd pay attention. By the time they come to help, they'll be cold. And what can he do? He laughed and said that he is not very suitable for them. If someone of the 5th level attacks, he may be able to hold out a little longer, but if he is already of the 6th and higher level, he will not be left with anything. Zhang Yuqiang knew it looked like a primus, but from the beginning the head of Wang wanted to come personally and talk to you. But knowing his authority, they are unlikely to succeed. Great rowing is ruined when from below there is a Murashini hid what to say about the countries. They are not afraid of external enemies, they are strong. But it's the internal enemies. When the catacombs open, people will enter them. If something happens to the passageway, everyone in the room, including the counselors, will be in great danger. It is normal to doubt Fang Ping's place. The right will be extremely dangerous. Even the Governor-General can't guarantee 100% safety to the boy. But if he fails, the Governor-General will use the armor he used at the 6th level as a gift. This weapon is a kilogram, long blade of Class A alloy. The real value of this blade is not in its power. A long time ago, the Governor-General asked several armor companies to work on it together. All these years he has been followed by blood and energy, even life energy. Even taking into account all the swords created in the world, he still occupies the highest position in the world. Fang Ping said that the cost of thousands of loans was tempting, but he would have to risk his life. If Zhang Yuqiang had told him about the nation and all that, he would have refused. But he needed to help his home country, and it was a nice gift. Immediately after the meeting, Fang Ping went to Lu's mentor to discuss the proposal. If he refuses, he will pretend that nothing happened and will live as before. He's the president of the martial arts community. Zhang Dingnan can't punish him. And the politicians are not stupid people. If you make it look like he doesn't care about them, they won't come after him. But if you keep working with them, they're gonna come after him. And it will definitely be a pro, because the critics won't risk attacking him with the ones he can definitely defeat. Fang Ping thought that he had previously thought that the juridics, who were always in the catacombs, had a higher level of gold and would not be so easy to get rid of. I think he underestimated them. Mentor Lu thought that Zhang Dingnan not only wanted to find teachers, but also to lure a few high-level critics. With the vitality of Fang Ping, he is unlikely to die when he meets with the same level at a sufficiently distant distance, but in a radius of less than meters. Only an 8th or even a 5th level will be able to ruin his life during this important moment, on the condition that the critics send a 7th level after him. But if you do need help, just in case, we should ask for at least 2 8th-rate soldiers for protection. But there are no 8th-rate soldiers in Nanjiang at all. He wants to let him know it won't be dangerous. But whether Fang Ping himself can get an 8th-rate soldier. For example, Wu Kuishan. When it came to it, Fang Ping remembered that teacher Liu had said that Zhang Dingnan had once tried to get in with her. Fang Ping asked his mentor why the Governor-General asked for help from him and not from the director, as they had known each other for a long time. Mentor Lu said it's nothing to do with relationships. Ye Kuishan and Zhang Dinan are leaders of 2 influential organizations, although they have a common enemy. But the catacombs have not yet been resolved in the magical city. Now Makmao's position is the result of an uncounted battle. It was won at the cost of blood and human lives. If Makmao suffers great losses in Nanjiani, it will be bad. If they were cousins, Wu Kuishan wouldn't have gotten involved in this matter so rashly. But still Fang Ping couldn't understand why the Governor-General was asking for his help. The president of the martial arts community is also one of Mangwa's leaders, of course. He has no such power, but he represents all the students of the school, which is of some importance. To dare to enter into battle, to be obliged to enter into battle, not being afraid. If he will help in Nanjiani, the soldiers of the school will support his decision. And then McMahon, being one of the main schools, will be dragged into the fight. Even if they do not want to fight, they will have to. Zhang Dingnan seems to be grasping at straws in the hope of getting out of trouble. The military and the Jiangnan government have long since finished their preparations, but he is appealing to everyone, asking them to take part in the defense war. He does not want something unprecedented to happen. We can't deny that Zhang Dingnan is an intelligent governor-general. If we look at the situation in general, Lu's mentor hoped that he would be helpful. But from a personal point of view, she suggested that it would be better for him to be informed of this idea. But when the game is joined by true professionals, it is left only to rely on luck. It was the 10th of January, and a large number of people and reporters were gathered at the sports arena in Magic City. The students stood with signs and shields and said how cool it was. Who would have thought that the president of the community of martial arts, and they, who had never been in combat, were given the opportunity to take part in the opening ceremony. And as Fang Ping is a generous president, they must do their best not to dishonor his honor. The levitation majors appeared in the sky and aroused a lot of emotion in the people. Everyone was already at their seats, but Fan Ping was not there. In the morning, he told Teacher Tan to pull up his hat with a lion's mane, as if it was more dangerous, and he slapped him for it. So he might be sitting in a compress right now. Teacher Lee saw that from the very early morning the boy went to all the teachers, asking them to take part in the ceremony for a bigger audience, but whether it would help him. Another mentor guessed that the kid just wants to build his brand, to let all others know that McMao is strong. But a good product and advertising is not necessary. If they want to be strong, they need to develop young people. It will be more useful. But they have their advantages. McMao is making a lot of noise. It will not end well. At the end of the year in Jingwu at the competitions will not be easy. Now there are trained there majors martial arts 4th level, 4 at the top of the 4th, and 1 close to the breach. And in Mangwa, only 1 on the 4th. And no one is not at the top. Then he wondered if Chen Wenlong had reached the top, but whether he was a worthy supervisor for Li Hansun. Li's teacher was positive. He was confident that Fang Ping would reach the top by the end of the year. And Zhang Yu has not yet returned from the catacombs. Qing Feng King has earned a large sum of money, but it is still not clear where and how it develops. When the time comes, they'll have bad soldiers too. But if they eventually lose in the tournament, all the forces will go to the Nivets. Whoever overcomes them will be in the eyes of others even stronger. And then all the talented students will choose the Pivden school over them. The teacher's conversation was interrupted by Fang Ping. He arrived dressed in all white. Teacher Li thought he had specifically told them to wear all black, so that he could be seen against their backgrounds. Fang Ping came down to earth and began his vital promo saying that McMao spent a lot of effort and time on the organization of the tournament. They are not after glory and profit. They want only to achieve success and prosperity for martial arts in the country. The road to the top is very long. The first level is just a foundation for a long development, and only on a solid and good foundation, you can build something great. Not everyone will survive. But ambition is not the main thing. The main thing is that the very martial arts will win from this tournament. He hoped that all the students will be fully trained. Only after overcoming the supervisor, they show respect to all fighters and martial arts in general. The politicians are trying to get into their hearts. They want to destroy their state. That's who is the fearsome enemy. McMao will give a positive recommendation to everyone who will perform well in the course of the competition for fighters who want to join the army or the investigative bodies and fight the enemy. There will come a day when all of them will unite against the enemy, will be on the road to greatness. The International Tournament of First-Level Warriors is officially open. Everyone was excited, as they thought that the ceremony would last for several years. Among the guests in the crowd was also Lu Dali. He thought that when he had seen Fang Ping for the last time, he could only make a few steps, but now he was flying like a plane. If he remembers him here, he won't be too happy. Fang Ping went up in the air and announced that the competitors had to go to the competition venue, and the selection round would soon begin. McMao students helped the government to maintain order at the competitions. In case of malicious acts and sabotage, they have the right to kill the offender on the spot. Meanwhile, Director Yu had a meeting at the residence of the governor of Magic Nimest. He said that the world of martial arts is in stagnation. He lacks young warriors. His generation is old. They're no longer useful. It's time to make a ladle of fresh air. In Mangwa, they have done it. Mao will do it soon. If other schools will do it, the government has been promoting martial arts for a long time, but such tournaments do more for them at one time than the government has done for many years. A man from the residence replied that they also hope to see a strong McMao, but their reason is that McMao did not fall into a real fight with Kamau. Positive competition is a good thing, and the goal of having so many excellent schools in the country. Every warrior is on the defensive in the face of the enemy. The supernitzvos of the students are the right of the students themselves. Teachers should not take part in this. The man asked why Fang Ping was so involved in all of McMahon's cases. The boy has good ideas, and the director doesn't want to take the path he suggests. He's not strong enough, but words of writing, being a bit more creative wouldn't hinder his future growth. A man from the residence received a message that Fang Ping announced to everyone that they need to unite in front of their enemies, the Euritics, which is not good. So say the Shah-Rays, so say the mentors. But a talented boy who's just started in combat can be an easy target. By the catacombs. The town of Siphon has not yet announced its position. If they're thinking of going to war, they'll be under more pressure. The director needs to reach a level 3. He thought that if Siphon went to war, there would be one more enemy in the catacombs with a virgin level. This means that the magical city will have to find a warrior of level 3 to restore the balance. Those who have not reached the 5th level will not bring the warrior to the war. Even those who are at the top of the 8th level will not be afraid. But where to find such warriors? The next day, Fan Ping was at the head of the accounting department, Liu Menyang. She asked him if he wanted to receive money for the other 2 positions of director. He replied that he always gives his best effort in recruiting new students. The tournament, which they once hold, is also first of all aimed at the commitment of recruits. They can't find anyone more effective than him. As for the inner service, its head has always been the presidium of the martial arts community. Last time, when Qin Fengqing wanted to descend to the catacombs, he took the initiative to accompany him. The girl stamped the documents and gave them to the boy and said that this time he could get it. It should be enough to reach the 4th level. She's a student at the Institute of Manufacturing. She has just reached the top of the 3rd level. There is little strength. Every month she performs all the simple tasks and saves money. It's still a month away from the 4th level. But Fang Ping said it's not his money. It's mostly support from the alumni. Those thousands of loans have already been dispersed, the girl said. And Fang Ping realized he'd made millions on them. It seems he's become a real wealthy man among the warriors. Looking at the system's interface, Fan Ping was happy because he'd earned over 100 million. If I converted it to a dollar amount, it would be 300 million, which is enough for a normal person to become a mentor. If he has as much luck and talent as he has, there's still millions to be made, so we can upgrade the system again soon. The selection stage of the international tournament among the 1st-level warriors lasted 7 days in a row. 7 days of intense fighting exhausted the warriors, but many of them managed to show themselves in all their glory. At the moment, they are only 200, and today we'll decide which of them will be in the 100 of the best. Tickets for the final stage cost 1,000 yuan, and there were no those who would say that the tournament is not worth such money. All seats sold out. Only from the sale of tickets organizers have already made millions of dollars. The 8th stage of the tournament has begun, the final match of the 100 best and the first appearance of the president. Fan Ping took the microphone and greeted all the spectators of the competition. It is a great feat to make it from hundreds of thousands of warriors to the top 100. But he's not just here to see them. He felt that these days not a few of them have suffered serious injuries, and they do not have enough money and medicines for treatment. Since they received these injuries in McMao, the school will not be left out. Obviously, the fact that they were injured or not injured can't change that. But these medication pills can help. Therefore, it was decided that for those who got injured at the Warriors tournament, they will give 1,000 bottles of healing water, 200 pieces of bones softening walks, and 10 resurrection walks. Liquor water is widely used in the treatment of warriors. The exchange rate in Macmao is 1 beach for 5 credits. Pihulki zmiznenia kistok. Creditive per piat, pihulku resurrection per piat. The total market value is millions of dollars. The public was shocked. Everyone was happy to be helped. Now they believe what Fang Ping said at the opening ceremony. Everything is for the development of martial arts. For some people, this support was their last hope, because due to severe injuries and lack of money, they might not return to martial arts.